Okay. Uncle Xue hung up in a hurry. Xue Ling put away the address book and headed back to the emergency building. Just then, a nurse and a large, middle-aged woman stopped her. The woman was tall and stout, with a long face and features very similar to Xu Kuihua's. "Are you the one who called the police on my daughter? Was it you?" Xue Ling glanced at the nurse, who looked away guiltily, clearly a colleague of Xu Kuihua's. Xue Ling looked calmly at the woman. "Yes, I called the police. If your daughter did nothing wrong, the police wouldn't arrest her." The woman shouted, "How dare you! That brat tricked my daughter, broke her heart. He deserves to die." "Enough," Xue Ling said coldly. "It's not up to you to decide who deserves to die. If he broke her heart, scold him if you want, but that's not a crime. Your daughter tried to kill him over a breakup. That is a crime. Even if he was in the wrong, he doesn't deserve to die. She tried to harm him because of a relationship. She's guilty." The woman's face turned red with anger and she raised her arm to hit Xue Ling. "Auntie, stop! Calm down!" The nurse quickly grabbed her arm. "You can't hit people either." Xue Ling stepped back and raised her voice. "The police are right inside. If you hit me, that's assault and you'll be arrested too." The nurse echoed, "That's right. If you hit her, you'll be arrested." The woman lowered her arm and burst into tears. "It's not fair. That brat tricked my daughter. Why isn't he in trouble? My daughter just gave him a shot. Why is she being arrested? He's not even dead, so why arrest her?" Xue Ling sighed deeply at her hysterics. People who don't understand the law and stubbornly believe their own version of the truth are bound to suffer for it. With such wrong-headed thinking, it's no wonder her daughter turned out the same way. Xue Ling turned and walked away, ignoring them. It was already after 4 in the afternoon. She hoped Uncle and Aunt Jilan could catch the evening flight, otherwise they'd have to wait until tomorrow to get to the capital. Third uncle really was a giant in the medical field. After a few phone calls, he quickly brought in 2 senior specialists to help. An hour later, Xue Heng's color improved, and the monitors showed his vitals returning to normal. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Her father took third uncle and the 2 experts to dinner, while Xue Ling stayed outside the ward, eating a quick meal from the hospital cafeteria. Just as she finished, she saw the large woman from earlier and a tall, burly young man hurrying over. The man glared and barked, "Who are you to Xue Heng? I'm warning you, if anything happens to my sister, I won't let you off." The woman chimed in, "Did you hear that? If nothing happens to Xue Heng, let my daughter go. He's the one at fault. Why should my daughter be arrested?" Xue Ling rolled her eyes and calmly sat on the bench outside the ward, not wanting to engage with people like that. "Hey, didn't you hear me?" the man shouted, face fierce. "What's with your attitude? Are you deaf? Don't make me hit a woman." Xue Ling wasn't afraid at all. She looked up and stared at them coldly. "Whether Xu Kuihua can be released depends on the police and the court's decision. It's not up to me. My cousin's life is still uncertain. If he's fine, then Xu Kuihua's crime won't be too serious. But if something happens to him, she won't be able to escape responsibility." The man hadn't expected Xue Ling to be so unafraid of threats or intimidation, and he was momentarily at a loss. "That guy tricked my sister's feelings. He deserved it. My sister was with him for just a few days and he dumped her. Men like him deserve to be taught a lesson." Xue Ling gave a slight smile. "Your sister only gave him 1 injection, but if the dose had been a little higher, my cousin might already be dead. Do you understand? Killing someone means paying with your life." The woman and the man both turned pale, their eyes darting nervously. Xue Ling continued, "Whether or not he played with your sister's feelings, I don't know. If he did, at most he'd be called a heartless cad. That's a moral issue, not a crime. But your sister had no professional ethics. She knew my cousin was allergic to that drug and still gave it to him on purpose. That's a serious crime. Attempted murder. If anything happens to my cousin, she'll have to bear the consequences." The woman grabbed her son's arm, her voice trembling. "What do we do? What do we do? Your sister's already been taken away and the police say she can't be released. What do we do?" Xue Ling sighed and sat quietly, ignoring them. The man supported his mother and whispered, "Mom, don't panic. As long as that guy's okay, Kuihua should be released." They both realized Xue Ling wasn't someone they could intimidate or reason with, so they stopped pestering her and quickly left. A while later, Xue Ling's father and third uncle returned. Third uncle washed his hands and went back into the ward. Her father glanced outside and said, "I wonder if Zilan and his wife will make the evening flight. If they do, they should arrive at the capital airport around 8. It's not easy to get a taxi at night." "Dad, I'll call Uncle Zheng," Xue Ling said, standing up. "He has friends at the airport. He can help check the passenger list. If Uncle's name is on it, I'll drive to the airport to pick them up later." The airport was in the suburbs, and it was hard to get a ride at night. Besides, Uncle Zilan hadn't even had time to ask which hospital Xue Heng was in, so it would be hard for him to find them. It was better for her to pick them up. Her father nodded quickly. "Why didn't I think of that? Go ahead." "Okay." Xue Ling hurried downstairs. Her father watched her go, a proud smile on his face. Just then the ward door opened. Third uncle came out, pulling his coat tighter, and sat down beside him. "His color looks better, and most of the drug has been cleared from his system. In a bit we'll check his internal organs for any damage." Her father looked worried. "Will there be any lasting effects?" "There shouldn't be. Even if there is, it won't be serious," third uncle explained. "We caught it in time, and since it happened in the hospital, they were able to act quickly. There shouldn't be any major problems. Also, that drug is safe for most people. It's just that Ah Heng happens to be allergic, so it turned into an emergency." Her father understood and let out a long breath. Thank goodness we hadn't left the hospital yet, and Ling Ling found help in time and called the police. That made the hospital take it seriously. She told me she was completely panicked when she heard Ah Heng might be in trouble. Third uncle chuckled softly. For a young woman to handle such a big crisis so calmly is impressive. Her father smiled. She's become much steadier since getting married, and she thinks things through more carefully. Her perspective is broader, too. "Ling Ling's always been a good kid," third uncle said kindly. "But people need time and the right environment to grow. A more complicated environment forces you to grow up faster. If things are too simple, you grow slowly or not at all. She's adapted well, which shows she's capable." Her father said quietly, "Earlier this year, she dared to go to the southern coast alone and bought a batch of sweater machines through a very roundabout route. She started a sweater factory with one of my friends." "Impressive." Third uncle patted his arm. "She's like you, gentle on the outside, tough on the inside. You're good at business, and she inherited your talent." Her father said warmly, "Her husband is great too. He's steady, hardworking, and takes good care of the family." "A man who knows how to care for his family is a man with real responsibility," third uncle smiled. "Never look down on someone just because they're young or poor. If he's good-natured and responsible, he'll have a bright future." Her father shook his head and said quietly, "Our family never looks down on the poor or worships the rich. I'm not like that, and neither is Ling Ling. She was a bit reluctant at first, but her husband treats her well, and she quickly adapted to her new family. Life just keeps getting better for her." "That's good," third uncle murmured. "She's your only daughter. As long as she's happy, you and your wife can be at ease. You're both still healthy, but when you're older, you'll have to rely on them. Be good to your son-in-law, sometimes even better than to your own daughter. He'll naturally treat you well in return." Her father chuckled. "If you're kind to others, and they're good-hearted and grateful, they'll be kind to you. My son-in-law is a good man, honest and filial." "Then you can rest easy," third uncle said with a laugh. "You two can look forward to enjoying life. By the way, Ah Wu, you look a bit pale. Have you been overworking lately?" "A bit," her father admitted with a wry smile. "With so many factories and so many orders to fill, it's been hard to keep up." Third uncle looked at him with concern. "You're almost 60. You need to take care of yourself and look forward to enjoying your grandchildren. At this age, you can't push yourself too hard. Your body won't take it." "I know, third brother," her father said. "Ling Ling's been helping out lately, so things are a bit easier. In another week or two, once the orders are done, we'll take a break. Spring orders aren't urgent, so we'll rest for half a month before starting up again. That's the way, third uncle said. As you get older, you can't keep working nonstop. Too much stress leads to illness. You need a balance of work and rest. I know, her father nodded quickly. His third brother was a doctor, and every time they met, he'd nag him about taking care of his health. He used to find it annoying, but now that he was older, he realized every word was true. Just then, Xue Ling hurried over. Third uncle, Dad, Uncle Xue Ling and Auntie are already on the plane. They should arrive in the capital around 8. I'll drive to the airport to pick them up and get them settled in. Third uncle gave a wry smile. Looks like no one's getting any sleep tonight. We need to arrange for more tests to make sure Xiaoheng's organs aren't damaged. I've already spoken to the director. He'll come personally to oversee things. Thank you, third uncle. Xue Ling turned to pour 2 cups of hot water. Third uncle took the cup, drank a sip, and let out a contented sigh. Girls really are more thoughtful. In our family's younger generation, there are only 2 girls, Shalan and Lingling. Now both of them are married. How time flies, Xue Ling's father said warmly. In the blink of an eye, the kids have all grown up. I used to think Zilan was just a big kid, but time passes so quickly. Now even his children are old enough to get married. Third uncle glanced into the ward and said quietly, Zilan and his wife are both proud people. Their children are good-looking and do well in school, so it's only natural they'd be a bit proud too. Xue Ling and her father exchanged a look, immediately realizing third uncle was subtly criticizing Xue Heng for what had happened. Third uncle sighed, lowering his voice. Young people are impulsive. He clearly didn't handle his relationships well, or things wouldn't have turned out like this. Even if he gets a scolding today, he can't let this happen again in the future. Her father felt guilty and said quietly, Zilan entrusted him to me, but I didn't keep a close enough eye on him. That's my failure. He's a good kid, just a bit too proud. I've quietly advised him before, not to date blindly, only to get involved if he really likes someone. But he didn't take it seriously. He said, how can you know if you like someone or if you're compatible without dating? I couldn't say too much. It's his private life. Who could have guessed it would turn out like this? He felt he'd let everyone down. It's not your fault, Xue Ling said. Yesterday, when I went to the Lingyuan branch to pick up goods, I ran into a girl in the office making a scene. Ah Heng had dated her, then dumped her without a clean break. The girl was crying and chased him all the way to the office, even mistook me for a homewrecker. Ah Heng hadn't ended things properly before moving on to someone new. This kind of behavior really isn't right. Both her father and third uncle, being traditional, disapproved even more after hearing this. That won't do, third uncle said. When his parents arrive, we'll have to explain everything and let them discipline him. Ah, Wu, you're just a paternal cousin, not his actual parent. He might not listen to you. Her father nodded. A little while later, the hospital director and several young doctors came to wheel Xue Heng to the examination room. They waited outside, not daring to leave. Test after test was done, including 2 blood draws. Third uncle said, once the results are out and we're sure he's okay, I'll head home. Xue Ling checked the time. Third uncle, Dad, I'll go pick up Uncle Zilan and Auntie. It takes an hour to get to the airport from here, and since we can't reach them by phone, I'll need to wait at the exit for them. All right, her father said gently. Drive carefully at night. Don't rush. Okay. Xue Ling pointed to another row of benches. You and third uncle should sit over there, not here. The window here is drafty. It's not good to sit in the wind. All right, third uncle waved. Go on, and come back safely. Xue Ling hurried off. She got in the car, started it, and realized she was almost out of gas. She filled up at a station on the way, then headed straight for the outskirts. There were few cars on the suburban roads at night, and even fewer cyclists. Visibility was poor, and many stretches had no streetlights, so she didn't dare drive fast. It took her a full 50 minutes to reach the airport. Following the signs, she found a spot near the exit and parked. There weren't many people picking up passengers at night, so there was no traffic or crowding. Xue Ling grabbed her wallet and keys, opened the door, and was hit by a blast of cold wind that made her shiver. The wind was strong in the suburbs, and even stronger at the wide-open airport. She pulled her coat tight, asked a security guard for directions, and hurried to the exit. After waiting more than 10 minutes, no one had come out yet. Worried she'd missed them, she went to the front desk and asked around. She finally learned that the flight from the provincial capital wouldn't arrive until 8:30. With baggage claim and deplaning, it would probably be 9 o'clock before they came out. Xue Ling found a small cafe, bought a hot coffee, and warmed her hands. She checked the time, just after 8:10, then leaned back in her chair and dozed off. She'd only slept 5 hours the night before, and with the hospital trip that afternoon, she hadn't had a nap. She was truly exhausted, and as soon as she closed her eyes, she fell asleep. She was woken by the sound of people talking. Startled, she glanced at the clock. It was already nearly 8:50. She quickly got up, asked the server to top off her coffee with hot water, finished it, and hurried to the exit. From a distance, she saw a crowd of people with luggage milling around the exit. She rushed over, scanning the crowd. Luckily, Uncle Xue Ling was tall and wore a high-end yellow-brown coat, making him stand out. Xue Ling waved and called out, "Uncle Xue Ling! Uncle!" At first, he didn't hear her. He was carrying a suitcase and talking anxiously to his wife, looking around as if searching for a ride. Xue Ling ran over, calling, "Uncle Xue Ling!" This time, he finally heard her. The couple stopped and turned. Xue Ling waved vigorously. "It's me, Ling Ling. Uncle, Auntie, over here. My car's this way." Uncle Xue Ling and his wife were delighted and hurried over with their luggage. "It really is Ling Ling," Uncle Xue Ling said with a relieved smile. "You came to pick us up? Where's Ah Heng? How is he?" "He's all right, isn't he? What kind of drug allergy was it? Was it serious?" Auntie was so worried she fired off questions, her eyes quickly reddening. Now that Xue Ling was a mother herself, she understood their anxiety for their son. "Don't worry, he's stable now. Third uncle rushed over this afternoon and personally gave Ah Heng the right medicine to clear things up. He's arranging more tests, but says it shouldn't be a big problem." Uncle Xue Ling breathed a sigh of relief. "With third brother helping, it'll be fine. His medical skills are the best." Auntie wiped her eyes, choked up. "As long as it's nothing serious, that's all that matters." Xue Ling quickly helped with their luggage. "It's windy out here, let's get in the car." "All right." Soon they were all in the car. Uncle Xue Ling sat in the back with his wife, looking out at the dark night. "After we got our luggage, we were a bit flustered. It's so late and it's hard to get a ride into the city. We were so anxious we didn't even ask which hospital to go to. We were just about to go to the factory to find your parents when we heard you calling us. My dad called me this afternoon, then went to find third uncle, and they all went to the hospital together," Xue Ling explained. "When I left, they were all still at the hospital." Uncle Xue Ling smiled. "With all the elders there, I feel much more at ease." Auntie suddenly remembered something and asked, "Was the nurse who gave Ah Heng the wrong injection detained? Didn't the doctors check carefully? Which hospital is this? How could they make such a basic mistake?" Xue Ling felt awkward, but as she drove, she slowly explained everything that had happened. "So it wasn't a mistake. The nurse did it on purpose, to get back at Ah Heng." Uncle Xue Ling and his wife were both horrified, left speechless for a long time. The car fell silent, and for a long time no one spoke. Xue Ling didn't know what to say, while Uncle Xue Ling and his wife were still shaken, at a loss for words. After a while, Xue Ling broke the silence. "Luckily, Ah Heng made it through and is okay." She herself had been scared half to death that afternoon, let alone his own parents. Uncle Xue Ling, after regaining his composure, said, "Ling Ling, you did the right thing calling the police. No matter what, there needs to be a clear judgment of right and wrong. When that boy wakes up, we'll definitely have a good talk with him." Auntie, still distressed for her son, couldn't help but complain, "What's there to ask? Clearly that woman turned from love to hate. She couldn't have him, so she wanted revenge." But Uncle Xue Ling, not blinded by parental love, said calmly, If he'd handled the relationship properly, how could things have gotten so ugly? He's not necessarily innocent. Otherwise, why didn't that woman target someone else? Auntie, who was also well-educated and composed, calmed down a bit after hearing her husband's words. We'll talk to him properly when we see him. Xue Ling didn't dare delay and drove straight to the hospital. She'd napped for half an hour earlier and had a coffee, so she was still alert. She drove steadily through the night and soon reached the city. At the hospital entrance, the three got out. Xue Ling said, "Let's leave the luggage in the car for now. Later, I'll help you find a hotel." "All right," Uncle Xue Ling helped his wife out. Xue Ling led the way, and the three hurried to the emergency room. They found third uncle and her father still there, chatting with the hospital director. "Third brother! Woo!" Uncle Xue Ling rushed forward to greet them warmly. Third uncle smiled kindly. "Xue Ling, you're finally here. All the tests are done. Ah Heng's fine. Just a few numbers off. He'll need to stay in the hospital for a few days." Her father quickly pulled out some reports and handed them over. Both husband and wife were doctors, so they carefully checked the results before finally relaxing. Drug allergies can be serious, even if treated quickly. Is he awake yet? Not yet, her father explained. He's still sleeping inside. Uncle Xue Ling, clutching the report, said, "Let's go in and see him first." The couple went into the ward. Third uncle glanced at the clock. "Oh, it's already past 10. "Third uncle, let me drive you home," Xue Ling said. "There's nothing else here for now. You should rest and come back tomorrow." "It's fine," her father said. "Drive carefully." Third uncle nodded kindly. "I'll have my eldest bring me over in the morning. You've all had a long day. Make sure you rest, too." Xue Ling then drove third uncle back to the old city. It wasn't far, just over 10 minutes. She helped him out, watched him go inside, then headed back to the hospital. It was late, and she figured her father must be hungry. Her uncle and aunt had just flown in, and airplane food was always terrible, so she stopped at a dumpling stall and bought 4 soups and 3 orders of steamed dumplings before hurrying back to the ER. Inside, Uncle Xue Ling and his wife sat on either side of the bed, her father in the corner, all talking quietly. Xue Ling brought in the hot food and handed it out. "Eat while it's hot. It won't taste good once it's cold." Uncle Xue Ling ate heartily and smiled. "The taste of the capital, so good. Ling Ling, you're so thoughtful. We were so busy catching the flight we didn't even have dinner. The only thing on the plane was a lukewarm bun that nearly broke my teeth. Nothing beats our city's dumplings." Xue Ling grinned and sipped her soup. "There's always food outside the hospital. You came a long way. Take care of yourselves first. Then you can look after Ah Heng." Auntie said softly, "You've all been running around all day. After you eat, take your dad home to rest. We'll stay here tonight." "No," Uncle Xue Ling said. "He's not in any real danger and probably won't wake up until tomorrow. I'll stay here. You shouldn't stay up all night and get dizzy. Let Ling Ling find you a place to rest." Xue Ling thought for a moment. "Dad needs to sleep at the branch factory, so I'll take him there first. Then I'll find a hotel nearby for Auntie. No one's been home for months. It's too dirty to stay in tonight. The main factory is still working overtime and Mom's there. I'll go keep her company and take turns sleeping." Uncle Xue Ling and his wife exchanged a look, both feeling sorry for her. "You're all so busy and Ah Heng's caused you so much trouble." "Don't say that," her father said firmly. "It's my fault for not looking after Ah Heng. The more polite you are, the worse I feel." Everyone smiled. Xue Ling said, "Let's not waste time, Dad. I'll take you back now." She took her father to the branch factory, then her aunt to a hotel, and finally returned to the main factory after 1 a.m. Her mother was dozing in the office, while the third shift was still working hard outside. Not wanting to disturb her mother, Xue Ling went to check the dorms and warehouse. The supervisors were all present, everything was in order, and there was nothing that needed her attention. Relieved, she returned to the office and collapsed on the sofa. She thought the coffee would keep her awake, but as soon as she closed her eyes, she fell into a deep sleep. She didn't wake until the canteen auntie brought in breakfast. Her mother, wearing reading glasses, was working on the abacus and glanced at her. "Why didn't you sleep inside? If I hadn't covered you with a blanket, you'd have caught a cold." Xue Ling yawned and grinned. "Mothers are the best. With you around, I'm never afraid of getting sick." "Cheeky." Her mother wrote down a number and asked, "Is Ah Heng all right now?" "He should be fine," Xue Ling said. "I'll go check on him later. Uncle Xue Ling and Auntie arrived last night. He's in good hands with 2 doctors looking after him." Her mother squinted. "Take me with you to see Ah Heng later. I already asked Xiao Chen to buy some fruit and snacks. I was so worried yesterday I couldn't sit still. If your dad hadn't called to say everything was fine, I wouldn't have dared close my eyes. My heart was all over the place." Xue Ling felt sorry for her and sighed. "It's all over now. Just a scare." "Tsk, tisk." Her mother shook her head. "It was terrifying. At my age, I really can't handle this kind of thing anymore." Getting older meant she couldn't take shocks. Her heart and head both ached, and nothing felt comfortable. Xue Ling went over to massage her mother's shoulders. "At this rate, we just need to work hard for another week. I've already told the accountants to keep up with the payroll. As soon as the orders are done, we'll pay everyone and give them a half-month holiday so they can rest." "You haven't already booked the tickets, have you?" her mother teased. "Can't wait even a day?" "No." Xue Ling quickly shook her head. "I'll book them once the date's set. No rush." But in her heart, she was already impatient. Ugh. Only she knew how much she missed her husband and son. Auntie greeted everyone warmly, then pushed open the door and went inside. Xue Jilian was woken up by the commotion. He sat up straight, greeted everyone, and hurried to the back to wash his face. Auntie told him that everyone had been sitting at the door, not daring to come in and disturb his sleep. Xue Jilian chided her with a smile. "I was sleeping all night. A little more or less doesn't matter. Aren't you all making me look bad?" "We're family. There's no need to be so formal," Third Uncle Xue said gently. "Let me check on Xiao Heng first." Auntie quickly came over too, taking Xue Heng's pulse and listening to his heartbeat. After checking his pulse, Third Uncle Xue also looked at Xue Heng's pupils. "He's fine." Having been fussed over, Xue Heng frowned, but gradually woke up. Seeing him awake, everyone swarmed forward, crowding around him like they were watching a giant panda, staring at him in excitement. Xue Heng opened his eyes and was startled by the crowd. Luckily, all the faces were familiar, otherwise he would have been really scared. "What's going on?" he mumbled, still groggy, unable to recall what had happened. Auntie asked excitedly, "You're awake? Quick, see how you feel. Is there anywhere uncomfortable? Check quickly." Xue Jilian's face darkened slightly, putting on the air of a strict father. "Well, can you get up by yourself? Try sitting up and see how you feel." Xue Heng frowned and asked in confusion, "Dad? Mom? Why are you here?" Xue Ling, standing by, quickly explained, "You passed out after your injection yesterday. It was almost serious. Uncle and Auntie rushed over by plane to see you. Luckily, Third Uncle helped, so you got through it safely." Xue Heng suddenly remembered. "Right. After the injection, I felt worse and worse. You went to get medicine, I wanted to call you, but then I lost consciousness without realizing it." Father Xue patted his hand gently, saying kindly, "It's good that you're all right now. How do you feel? Sit up and let your mom, dad, and third uncle take a look." "Oh, okay." Xue Heng, not caring about his confusion, quickly sat up as told. After a round of checks, Xue Heng was confirmed to be fine. Xue Jilian asked not too kindly, "You were fine last night, so why did you keep sleeping? Is there something wrong with your head?" "No," Xue Heng replied. "Just a bit dizzy, but nothing serious." Third Uncle Xue smiled. It was handled in time, so it turned out to be a false alarm. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Mother Xue patted her chest and said softly, "When I heard about it yesterday afternoon, I almost fainted. Lingling told me it was fine, but I was still so worried." "Sorry to have worried you all," Xue Jilian said with an apologetic smile. "Luckily we have such good relatives, or he wouldn't have gotten through this safely. Thank you, third brother. Thank you, Wuge and sister-in-law." We're family. No need to thank us, Father Xue said with a wry smile. You entrusted your child to me, but I didn't take good care of him. I feel really guilty. Hey, don't say that, Xue Jilian replied. No one could have expected such an accident. You can't blame yourself. Xue Ling didn't linger on the conversation, but turned to call the doctor and nurse. The doctor took his blood pressure and temperature, carefully recording everything in the medical chart. Xue Ling asked quietly, Have the police officers handling this come by? Is that Xu Kuihua still being held at the station? Yes, the doctor replied. This medical record has to be submitted. He paused, then sighed softly. Luckily, the patient is all right. Xu Kuihua was too impulsive, but as a colleague, I still hope the patient can be forgiving. After all, if something happens to her, her whole life is ruined. Ruining one person is also ruining her family. Xue Ling nodded. I'll talk to my cousin about it. The doctor gave her a grateful look and hurried off. A while later, Xue Ling quietly explained the situation to Xue Heng. I don't know your personal matters, but she did something wrong and should be punished. Of course, in a way, she's also a victim of her feelings. If possible, try to keep things from getting too serious. Xue Jilian, face stern, asked, What exactly happened between you and that nurse? Xue Heng looked embarrassed and didn't dare speak. Xue Jilian grew angrier, his voice deepening. Everyone knows about this now, and you still don't want to explain. Do you think you can keep hiding it? Speak. No wonder he had the air of a strict father. Xue Heng immediately became obedient. I dated her before for about half a month. I realized I didn't like her, so I broke up with her and stopped contacting her. She called me a few times and even came to my apartment, but I ignored her. I didn't expect to run into her at the hospital this time. Xue Jilian's face darkened further as he frowned. If you didn't like her, why did you date her in the first place? Well, she was introduced to me by a friend, Xue Heng said quietly. I thought I'd give it a try, and if it didn't work, just break up. I felt she was a bit impatient and not very good looking, so I broke up with her quickly. His gentle mother interjected, If you're not compatible, of course you should break up, but you weren't firm enough. Didn't you make it clear? Why did she keep looking for you? Xue Heng replied, Who knows? I told her we broke up, but she kept trying to pester me, so I avoided her, hoping she'd give up. After that, she stopped coming. Ridiculous, Xue Jilian said angrily, his voice rough. Are you a man or not? A real man should be straightforward. If she comes to you, you should explain clearly that your personalities aren't compatible and there's no future together, so you should both look for someone else and not waste each other's time. This is your fault for not handling it well. No wonder she held a grudge. Xue Heng shrank back, not daring to say anything more. Father Xue tried to mediate. The child just woke up. Don't rush to blame him. The police are already involved. In my opinion, it's better to resolve enmity than to keep it. Since Heng is fine, let's not make a big deal out of it. Right, third Uncle Xue said. I already spoke to the hospital director last night. If Heng is fine, I'll try to persuade him to let it go. The director also said he'll fire the nurse and never rehire her, and the hospital will take responsibility for this incident. Hospitals fear such incidents blowing up, as it can seriously affect their reputation and future. If the police don't have to get too involved, all the better. Losing her job is already a big punishment, Xue Ling said softly. She looked terrified yesterday. She probably made a terrible mistake in a moment of impulse. My dad is right. Let's not make it a big deal. Xue Heng thought for a moment, then said, When the police come, just say we'll settle privately and withdraw the case. The hospital's punishment is enough. He's fine now, so if we can be lenient, let's be lenient, Xue Jilian said. She's a young woman in her 20s, made a mistake in a moment of impulse. If she's detained and jailed, her future is ruined. That's not good. Doctors are compassionate by nature, and both husband and wife were kind people. Auntie agreed. Let's settle privately and let the hospital handle it. Since he's fine, we don't want to pursue it further. All right. Third Uncle Xue stood up. I'll go negotiate with the hospital. I'll take care of it. Sorry to trouble you, third brother, Xue Jillian said, bowing slightly. Xue Ling went out with third Uncle Xue, then went downstairs to buy 3 bowls of plain congee and some side dishes, bringing them up for Xue Heng and his parents. After they finished eating, everyone discussed whether he could be discharged that afternoon. Just then, Secretary Liu from Lingyun branch arrived with 2 young women. Secretary Liu came in carrying a net bag of apples, smiling ingratiatingly at everyone. Yesterday, when Mr. Xue wasn't feeling well, everyone was really worried. I even went to the apartment yesterday afternoon to check on him, but he wasn't there. It wasn't until last night that I heard he'd been hospitalized, and I was really concerned. So after my shift change this morning, I came on behalf of everyone at the factory to visit Mr. Xue. Father Xue nodded with a smile. You're all very thoughtful. We all work at the same factory. We're good colleagues, so of course we should care for and look out for each other. Mr. and Mrs. Xue warmly invited them in. It's a small place, but come in and sit down. Xue Ling stepped forward to help take the apples. Secretary Liu, have a seat. I'll be picking up another batch of goods after 3 this afternoon, and we'll combine it with the second branch's shipment to send to the train station. All right, got it, Secretary Liu quickly agreed. While everyone chatted, the 2 young women nervously crowded around Xue Heng, bombarding him with questions. Heng, are you all right? I was so worried about you. Hengjie, why didn't you tell me you were sick? If I'd known, I would have taken time off work to take care of you. Oh my God, you look so pale. Xue Heng frowned, glancing timidly at his parents, and stammered, Why, are you here? I'm fine now. You 2 should go back with Secretary Liu. No, the girl in yellow pouted. I want to stay here and take care of you. You can't make me leave. You should make her leave. What nonsense are you talking? The girl in red glared at her and raised her voice. I'm Ah Heng's girlfriend. What are you butting in for? I'll stay and take care of him. You get out. I'm his girlfriend. He already broke up with you. No way. Ah Heng and I are doing great. We've been together for over a month. Ha! He broke up with you half a month ago, and now he's with me. You're lying. He'd never break up with me. I'm not lying. If you don't believe me, let's clear it up right now. Ah Heng, tell her, so she'll give up and stop pestering you. Everyone else was dumbfounded, not knowing what was going on, and all looked at Xue Heng. Xue Heng was mortified and embarrassed, lowering his voice. Both of you, shut up, leave, go now! The girl in red's eyes immediately filled with tears as she clung to his arm. Ah Heng, you wouldn't break up with me, right? I went to the factory to find you yesterday, but you weren't there. When I found out you were sick, I was so worried. Enough. Just leave for now. I'll talk to you later. Xue Heng tried to keep his voice down. Did you hear that? The girl in yellow said smugly, lifting her chin. Ah Heng told you to leave, so go. He's already broken up with you and is with me now. You should give up already. Get out. Pah! The girl in red sobbed. Who are you to kick me out? Who are you to him? Is this your house? I'm not leaving. Ah Heng and I are doing fine. You're the one butting in. You have no shame. Oh, why are you scolding me? Ah Heng called and pursued me. That's why I'm with him. He doesn't want you anymore. Liar. Ah Heng never said he didn't want me. We've been dating for over a month. We watched movies together, ate snacks in the capital. He bought me lots of clothes, picked me up from work. We've always been fine. The girl in yellow, now angry and teary-eyed, glared at Xue Heng. Ah, Heng, say something. Since you're with me now, you can't keep stringing along your ex. We're a good match, aren't we? Xue Heng rolled his eyes and snapped, Get out, all of you, get out. Secretary Liu, anxious, quickly stood up and lowered his voice. Didn't you hear? Get out. I told you not to come in earlier. You just wouldn't listen. The 2 girls, about 17 or 18, and apparently both factory workers, seemed to know Secretary Liu well. Seeing Xue Heng and Secretary Liu both angry, the girls were frightened, stopped making a scene, and left the room with red eyes. Even so, they glared fiercely at each other, and not long after leaving the room, started arguing again. Xue Heng hung his head, not daring to say a word, feeling his father's gaze on him was colder than a freezer. His mother's face was also dark, and she couldn't say a word, clearly furious. Xue Ling gave Mrs. Xie a look and said, Mom, it's getting late, you should head back. The factory still needs you to keep an eye on things. Oh, right. Mrs. Xue took Auntie's hand and explained with a smile. The factory's really busy lately. I need to get back and prepare the shipment. Let's have dinner together this evening, Xiao Chen. Let's plan on that. Auntie Chen forced a smile and said softly, Thank you, sister-in-law. See you tonight. Father Xue waved his hand. There's a bus stop right across the street. Take the number 3 back to the industrial area. Okay. Mrs. Xue hurried off. Secretary Liu, sensing the awkward atmosphere in the ward, forced a smile and said quietly, Director Mr. Xue, Monsieur, I'll get back to work now. Please take care of Mr. Xue. Wait. Xue Jillian spoke coldly. Secretary Liu, right? I'm Xue Heng's father. I have a few questions for you, if you don't mind. Of course. Please ask. Secretary Liu nodded quickly. Xue Jillian shot a glare at his son and asked in a deep voice, Those 2 girls just now, do you know them? I do, Secretary Liu replied quietly. They're both factory workers. One is Xiao Zhang, who just started in the warehouse, and the other is Zhao Liao from the garment department. Xue Jillian nodded slowly. Thank you. You can go now. Thank you for your concern for my son, but the factory's work is more important. Don't let personal matters interfere with your job. Yes. Secretary Liu bowed slightly, said goodbye to Father Xue, and hurried out. With a dark face, Xue Jillian ordered, Xue Heng, explain to me exactly what's going on with those 2 girls. Xue Heng replied timidly, Dad, Don't call me Dad, Xue Jillian said sternly. If you're fickle, irresponsible, and play with girls' feelings, then you're not my son. I won't acknowledge you as my son. Jillian, Father Xue started anxiously. Xue Ling quietly tugged his sleeve and shook her head at him. Xue Heng's problem was already serious. He'd almost caused a big incident yesterday, and now today, women were showing up to fight over him. If this wasn't dealt with and corrected now, it would ruin him sooner or later. A man can be romantic but not a womanizer, and he mustn't toy with girls' feelings or abandon them irresponsibly. If he keeps making the same mistakes, he'll end up a total scoundrel, someone who's irresponsible in love, and eventually in work and life too. So, he can't be allowed to go on like this. Luckily, both his parents were here to give him a good lesson and help him learn. If he can pull back from the brink and change, he'll still have a chance to start over. That's why she wouldn't help smooth things over. Instead, she'd help scold him, and wouldn't let her father play peacemaker either. Xue Jillian looked at Father Xue and said, Wuge, please don't speak up for him yet. Let him explain himself first. Father Xue had no choice but to fall silent. Xue Heng finally spoke in a low voice. I dated both Xiao Zhang and Zhao Liao, but I haven't properly broken things off with Xiao Zhang yet, so there was a bit of a misunderstanding. A bit of a misunderstanding? Xue Jillian suddenly shouted. You little brat! What do you take these girls for, huh? That Shu Kuihua who gave you the injection? Wasn't she the one you dated 2 or 3 months ago? Just how many girls have you dated, huh? Xue Heng didn't dare say a word and looked to Mrs. Chen for help. Don't look at your mother! Xue Jillian was furious, cursing. If she dares to cover for you this time, I'll scold her too. You little punk, is this how you date? One after another, not breaking up with one before starting with the next? Is that what you call dating? No wonder someone wanted to stab you. With your shameless ways, you deserved it. Xue Heng was mortified and at a loss, his face flushed red. Dad, I know I was wrong. Shut up, Xue Jillian said sternly. You've gotten too full of yourself. You think just because you have a decent face and Wu Uncle gave you a general manager position, you can go around toying with girls' feelings? You think you're invincible? Your body and everything you have comes from your parents. Do you think you'd be where you are without Wu Uncle's support? Without him, you'd just be working for someone else. You... Don't get so worked up. Mrs. Chen hurried over, pulling his arm and whispering, This is a hospital, and an emergency ward at that. Don't disturb the other patients. Let's wait until we get home to sort this out and give him a proper lesson. Hearing this, Xue Jillian realized she was right. He glared at Xue Heng one last time and turned away, refusing to look at him. At that moment, third Uncle Xue returned. He had clearly heard his cousin scolding his son from outside, and after coming in, quickly closed the door. "Jillian, you have to teach your child, but scolding isn't the way. You have to pick the right time and place. This is a hospital. Don't disturb the other patients." Xue Jillian felt a bit embarrassed and nodded slightly. "Third brother. I know. I was just so angry at this kid I couldn't help it. He's really gone too far. Dating like a playboy, toying with girls' feelings. He's out of line." Third Uncle Xue glanced at Xue Heng and said seriously, "He's only in his early 20s, still at the age where he needs guidance from his parents. By 30, a man should be established. If he's made mistakes, we should teach him slowly. If he can admit his mistakes and change, his future will still be bright." Father Xue couldn't help but sigh and said gently, "Jillian, Ah Heng is an outstanding kid. Outstanding people are often proud and overconfident. Since this year, he's been managing the Lingyun branch, and I've been at the branch most of the time. Last year, he worked under me for a whole year, and a lot of people tried to introduce him to girls, but he turned almost all of them down. This year, I only see him every few days, so I don't really know much about his private life. I'd heard a thing or two from Secretary Liu, and I did advise him to be responsible, but I didn't pay much attention. I never thought... Sigh. It's my fault for not supervising him closely enough." Xue Heng's eyes turned red, and he said softly, "Uncle, it's not your fault. I was the one who messed up." "Wu Gei, you mustn't blame yourself," Xue Jilian said, grabbing Father Xue's hand emotionally. "A child's mistakes are the father's fault. I didn't teach him well enough." "You're right. He's too proud, and that's why he's gotten into so much trouble. He thinks too highly of himself, and now he needs to learn a lesson." He then turned and glared fiercely at Xue Heng, scolding, "You nearly lost your life this time. That's a lesson. Your foreign trade business failed and the goods were returned. That's another lesson for your arrogance. Do you really think you could have handled it on your own? A shipment worth several 100,000, nearly 1 million, lost just like that. If it weren't for Wu Uncle's strong backing, how would you have compensated for it, huh?" Xue Heng hung his head, not daring to say a word. All right. Father Xue patted Xue Jillian's arm and said softly, "These 2 lessons are enough for him to learn from. We'll talk more when we get home. The children of the Xue family are good at heart. He's a top student who studied abroad. He has every reason to be proud, and we as elders are proud of him too. But he's still young and hasn't experienced enough, so it's natural for him to be a bit arrogant. If we teach him well, he'll change." Xue Ling finally spoke up. "That's right. A fall into the pit, a gain in your wit. After this, Ah Heng will definitely learn to be humble and change his ways. Uncle, don't be angry anymore. Auntie is about to cry." Mrs. Chen quickly wiped her tears and choked out, "I'm fine. His father is right. We didn't teach him well enough. He's always done well in school, went abroad without a hitch, and is good-looking, so he's always thought highly of himself. His father always said he was too arrogant, that too much brilliance can hurt you. I always said that since he was educated abroad, he'd naturally be more individualistic and confident. I spoiled him too much." Seeing his parents blame themselves, Xue Heng felt terrible and couldn't help but cry quietly. Xue Jilian sighed deeply and said in a low voice, "Enough. Third brother is right. This isn't the place to talk. Third brother, is everything settled?" "It's settled," Third Uncle Xue explained. "The hospital has already sent someone to withdraw the case and promised to punish Xu Kuihua. In a bit, we'll get Ah Heng's medical report, and if everything's fine, we can discharge him this afternoon. The hospital said they'll cover all of Ah Heng's expenses and compensate him 200 yuan for physical and emotional damages." Xue Jilian nodded. "Third brother, I'll leave it to you. If there's nothing else, we'll go home this afternoon." Mrs. Chen quickly said, "I'll go check out and get our luggage. He bought an apartment before, so we'll just go back there with him." "There might not be much there," Xue Ling said. "How about this? I'll go tidy up and prepare some daily necessities for Uncle and Auntie. You 2 rushed over last night, so you can rest this afternoon." "That's too much trouble, Lingling," Xue Jilian said. "You still have to handle the shipment." "I'll go this afternoon," Xue Ling said. "Dad, third uncle, I'll leave things here to you." I know where Aheng's apartment is, I'll be quick. All right, go ahead. Father Xue nodded with a smile. Xue Ling took Xue Heng's keys, drove to the Lingyun branch, found Secretary Liu and another auntie who helped buy groceries, and brought them along to clean the apartment. Consider this extra overtime. Report it to the accountant when you get back. Thank you, Miss Xue. The bachelor's apartment was filthy and messy. With 2 bedrooms, a living room, kitchen, and bathroom, it took the 3 of them over 2 hours to clean up. Xue Ling then drove them back to the Lingyun branch, ate lunch at the cafeteria, then hurried to the department store to buy clean bedding, pillows, daily necessities, and some groceries, and delivered everything to the apartment. After that, she drove to the hospital. By then, Father Xue and the others had already eaten and were preparing for discharge. Third Uncle Xue had been picked up by his eldest son before lunch, so only Father Xue and the others remained. Afterward, Xue Ling drove them to the apartment. Then she and Father Xue each got busy, arranging for a truck to pick up and deliver goods to the branch. The next 2 days were a blur of nonstop work. Fortunately, with all 3 factories rushing orders together, the winter clothing batch was finally completed after 3 days. Xue Ling checked the accounts, then contacted the wholesalers, and in the end arranged for the main factory to produce an additional 1,000 pieces as a restock. After that, all 3 factories shut down for half a month. Father and Mother Xue were exhausted and went straight to bed, saying they needed to catch up on sleep. Xue Ling, however, couldn't bear to rest yet. She quickly took her parents' IDs and her own, rushed to the city center ticket office and booked 3 plane tickets. Then she called Cheng Tianyuan, telling him that she'd be returning to Rongcheng with her parents the morning after next. Cheng Tianyuan was overjoyed but didn't quite know how to express it, only murmuring, "It's been almost 2 months. You went north right after Mid-Autumn Festival and now it's already October." Hearing this, Xue Ling's heart ached, and she whispered, "I miss you so much. I miss you and little Ranran." Cheng Tianyuan, excited, quickly said, "I'll go to the provincial capital to pick you and your parents up the day after tomorrow." "Okay," Xue Ling explained. "The flight's at 9, so we should arrive a little after 11. After lunch, we'll head back to Rongcheng. There's plenty of time." "All right," Cheng Tianyuan said. "Little Ranran is at home, and I'm over at the development zone. If you have time tonight, call home and I'll have Ranran talk to you for a bit." "He can talk now?" Xue Ling couldn't help but feel a surge of longing and concern for her son. "Has he forgotten me?" "No," Cheng Tianyuan replied gently. "Every night I show him our photos. He can already say words one by one and he can express a lot now." "Really?" Xue Ling was amazed. "He's just over a year old and can say so much already?" Cheng Tianyuan explained, "I think it's because he's around a lot of people. He likes to repeat what others say like a little parrot, and he's picked up quite a bit. If he wants water, he says water. If he wants to get dressed, he says clothes. If he wants to eat, he says food. He's built up quite a vocabulary. His grandpa always laughs and says he's smart, that most kids his age can't even call for their parents yet, but he can say so many words. He's really clever." When your own child is smart, as parents, you can't help but feel proud. Xue Ling was delighted. "Let's talk tomorrow night. Tonight I'm taking my parents out to dinner with Uncle Jillian and Auntie, and third uncle will be there too. After dinner, everyone's going for tea, so we'll probably be home pretty late." "All right, we'll be waiting for you," Cheng Tianyuan replied warmly. Reluctantly, they hung up. Xue Ling glanced at the clock on the wall and saw it was already after 3 in the afternoon. She yawned, lay down, and fell asleep as soon as her head hit the pillow. She slept straight through until it was dark, only waking when her mother knocked on the door, calling her to go out for hot pot. Uncle Jillian wanted to thank all the relatives for their help, so he'd booked a big table at a hot pot restaurant, even inviting third uncle, saying he wanted to treat everyone to Chongqing hot pot and then go for kung fu tea afterward. Xue Ling quickly got up, washed her face, did her hair, and changed into a new sweater and coat. Her parents, after sleeping all afternoon, were refreshed and in great spirits. Lately, Xue Ling had been the one driving the family car, and this time was no different. She drove her parents around 2 blocks and soon arrived at the hot pot restaurant. Xue Heng, dressed in a suit jacket, was waiting at the entrance. When he saw their car, he hurried over. "Uncle, Auntie Ling Ling, you're finally here. Everyone's waiting for you." Xue Heng looked sharp, though a bit thinner than before. He'd been scolded plenty by his parents these past few days, and after the allergy scare, he'd been genuinely shaken. He quickly cleared things up with all the women he'd been involved with, making a clean break with each of them. Knowing he'd been in the wrong, he bought some expensive gifts as parting tokens, hoping to make amends and ease his conscience. Still, he'd been thoroughly chewed out and was feeling pretty miserable. But despite all that, he felt much clearer about his future and how to handle relationships. His parents had told him, unless he truly met a girl who moved his heart, he shouldn't date blindly. Chinese girls aren't as open as foreign girls, and he wasn't allowed to mess around anymore. He also realized he should focus on his career now, not on chasing women. Ling Ling was only half a year older than him, yet she'd already made her way in the South, bought machinery, started a joint factory, and was making tens of thousands every month. Not only that, she was now investing in real estate, planning for even greater success. Meanwhile, he was still stumbling through mistakes and failures, yet had the nerve to get involved with so many women. Looking back, he couldn't even understand what he'd been thinking. Father Xue saw the bright look in his eyes and his handsome features and smiled kindly. "Come on, let's go in." Mother Xue said gently, "Ah Heng, the day after tomorrow we're going to Rongcheng with Ling Ling, planning to rest for about 10 days. The factories are shut down for now, but there are still some odds and ends and security work that'll need your attention." Xue Heng quickly replied, "Don't worry, Auntie. I'll take care of everything." "Oh, by the way, Uncle Jillian and Auntie, when are you heading back to the provincial capital?" Xue Ling couldn't help but ask. By then, Xue Heng had led them inside the hot pot restaurant. Hearing Xue Ling's question, Xue Jillian looked up with a big smile. "We're planning to stay here for a while. 3 days ago, we called the hospital and got 2 weeks' leave from our bosses." "Oh, do you have something planned?" Father Xue asked with a smile. Everyone took their seats and greeted Third Uncle. Third Uncle smiled and explained, "We were just talking about this. Jillian and his wife are planning to retire early and move back to the capital, since their youngest son will be graduating at the end of the year." "He's graduating at the end of the year?" Mother Xue asked curiously. "Isn't it usually mid-year?" "You don't understand," Father Xue explained. "Foreign schools are different from ours." Xue Jillian laughed. "Their academic calendar really is different. His thesis went well, so his advisor agreed to let him graduate early. We're supporting him in finding a hospital job here in the capital. We haven't lived here in ages, and we don't know which hospitals are best for his career, so we're planning to stay and look around." "That's easy," Xue Ling pointed at Third Uncle. "We have an expert right here." Everyone burst out laughing. Xue Jillian explained, "We've already asked Third Brother for help, and he's happy to lend a hand." Mrs. Chen smiled. "We're also planning to find a good place to retire and buy a small apartment. Jillian and I want to apply for early retirement next year, find a more relaxed job here, and have the whole family together instead of being scattered all over." "That's a great plan," Mother Xu said. "With everyone in the city, you have your own space and don't disturb each other. If you want to meet up, you can do it in 15 minutes, go out for a meal, or have fun on the weekends. Perfect." Xue Ling's eyes softened, and she sighed inwardly. Mrs. Chen nodded quickly, explaining with a sigh, "Jillian and I have always been so busy, and after the kids grew up, they all boarded at school, then went abroad. We can count on one hand how many times we've seen each other these past years. Now that we're older, we really want them close by. Just being able to eat together and chat would be wonderful." Father Xue couldn't help but chime in, "That's a great arrangement. As we get older, all we want is to be close to our children. The most beautiful vision for our later years is to have children and grandchildren around enjoying family happiness." Third Uncle Xue smiled kindly and said softly, "Exactly. The thing my wife and I look forward to most every day is for our sons and grandkids to come over, chat with us, and share a meal." Xue Ling's eyes grew a little red as she listened. Mrs. Chen said with a cheerful smile, I'll reach the legal retirement age next year, and old Xue still has a few years to go, but we don't mind. We plan to retire early together and move back to the capital. That's wonderful, Mother Xue said with a smile. Then we can go to the park together all the time and meet up for meals. Yes, Xue Jillian explained with a smile. When people get old, they always want to return to their roots. The capital is my hometown, and every holiday I miss my family even more. Next year, I won't have to miss them anymore. We'll be able to get together often. Xue Ling added, We're flying to Rongcheng the morning after tomorrow. My parents finally have some time off, so I'm taking them home to stay with me for a few days and help look after little Ron Ron. That's great! Third Uncle Xue gave Father Xue a playful look and said, He works hard all year round, so he really should take some time to rest. People can't always be wound so tight or they'll get sick. Father Xue nodded repeatedly. In the corner, Xue Heng was busy cooking meat and vegetables for everyone, smiling as he said, There's nothing major at the factory right now, so I'll take my parents around the capital for a bit. Anyway, there are 2 flights a day to the provincial capital, so we can go back any time. Don't act so high and mighty, Xue Jillian said sternly. With your mother's and my salaries, we still have to think twice before buying plane tickets. In life and work, you need to be down to earth. Don't just say whatever comes to mind. Okay, Xue Heng nodded. I'll remember that. Seeing Xue Jillian's strict fatherly manner, Xue Ling knew that Xue Heng would soon correct some of his arrogant ways. Third Uncle Xue smiled and explained, The most important rule in the Xue family's ancestral teachings is to be strict in raising children. Whether sons or daughters, they must be taught with discipline. Spoiling a child is harming a child. Ah Heng, your father is strict with you because he cares about your future and your life. That's right, Father Xue agreed. There's no parent who doesn't love their children. Even wild animals love their young, let alone people. But love is one thing and how you teach is another. Your father's good intentions, you'll understand them one day. Xue Heng nodded repeatedly and said softly, I understand. Enough lecturing, Xue Ling laughed. We're all hungry. Let's eat hot pot. That's what tonight is all about. Everyone laughed and started cooking their food in the hot pot. Mother Xue and Mrs. Chen were about the same age and had spent time together before, so they chatted easily. Xue Jilian talked work with his 2 cousins, leaving Xue Heng and Xue Ling to handle cooking for the elders. Ling, thank you, Xue Heng suddenly said quietly, smiling. I wouldn't have gotten through this safely without your help. Third Uncle had explained that it was thanks to her calling the police in time. Otherwise, the hospital might not have taken things so seriously. He'd been unconscious at the time and had no idea what was happening. He was lucky to have such a good cousin to run around for him. Xue Ling was a little surprised and replied softly, It was the doctors who saved you. I was just worried on the side. Anyway, you survived a big scare. There's bound to be good fortune after this. Fix your mistakes and start over. I'm sure you'll find your true love in the future. Thank you, Xue Heng said with a quiet laugh. I hope we'll both be happy. Xue Ling picked up her bowl and smiled. We don't have any wine, so let's toast each other with soup. All right. Xue Heng liked her straightforwardness, clinking his bowl with hers. Cheers! The 2 of them chatted as they ate, helping the elders with food. Everyone was in high spirits, eating slowly and talking, and before they knew it, it was already after 9. That went by so fast. We didn't even get to talk enough. Xue Jillian laughed. Let's go to the tea house across the street and keep chatting. No. Third Uncle waved his hand. I'm getting older, and my sleep is light. If I stay up too late, I'll just toss and turn all night. I'll drive you home then, Father Xue offered. No, said Xue Jilian. Let Ah Heng take you. Xue Ling handed the keys to Xue Heng. You go then. Just then, Father Xue remembered something and said warmly, Ah Heng, I ordered a car for you a few days ago and it's all set now. Bring your ID tomorrow and I'll take you to pick it up. Xue Heng was stunned. A car? Xue Jilian quickly asked. Wu Ge, what's this about? Why did you order a car for no reason? This kid hasn't even made any money yet. His last shipment got returned, and I know you lost money because of him. I know you care about him, but you'll spoil him like this." "Don't worry, let me explain," Father Xue said with a smile. "We did lose money this time, but not too much. The branch still made a profit, even if it wasn't a lot. I sold the returned goods to a few wholesalers, so we recovered the costs. After calculating, the Lingyan branch's profits for the first half of the year were pretty good, enough for him to buy 2 cars. Mother Xue added gently, "With a car, it'll be easier for him to get to work in bad weather. This is money Ah Heng earned himself, not a gift from his uncle." "No," Xue Heng shook his head. "Uncle, you saved that shipment for me. I should be punished, not rewarded with such an expensive gift. I can't accept it." "Take it," Father Xue said. "This is the profit share I promised you before. It's yours. It's inconvenient not to have a car, and it'll make things easier for your family in the future. The car dealer was recommended by old Zheng, so it was all handled quickly. Come find me tomorrow and I'll take you to pick it up. As for the rest of the money, you can get it from Secretary Chen any time. If your parents want to buy an apartment, you should contribute too. It's a way to show your filial piety." "Thank you, Uncle," Xue Heng said emotionally. "I'll work even harder from now on. I won't let you and Auntie down." "Good, good," Father Xue nodded with a smile. Xue Zhilian was still skeptical and pulled Father Xue aside, lowering his voice. "Wuge, I know you care about him, but is this really true?" "Of course it's true," Father Xue explained. "The branch may not be as profitable as the main factory, but it's been almost a year, and we've still made money. I calculated it. The total profit is pretty good, and Ah Heng's share is about 350,000 yuan. I bought him a car for around 100,000, and the rest can help you buy an apartment and settle down." "That's a lot," Xue Zhilian said in disbelief, smiling. Father Xue laughed and raised his eyebrows. "With such a big factory, so much inventory moving every month, if we weren't making money, why would we work so hard?" Mrs. Chen was also thrilled, shaking hands with Father and Mother Xue. "Thank you so much for taking care of Ah Heng. Thank you." The next morning, Father Xue and Cheng Tianyuan took Xue Heng to the dealership to pick up his car. They handled the registration and license plates and soon drove the car home. Having connections made everything go smoothly and efficiently. Xue Heng was overjoyed and immediately took his parents out for a drive. Meanwhile, Mother Xue and Xue Ling stayed home, packing and tidying up the house. That evening, Father Xue finally returned home. "I went around all 3 factories to check things inside and out. The place is so big my feet are sore from all the walking." Xue Ling poured hot water and came over to help her father wash his feet. "When the factory's running, both your body and mind are busy. When it's shut down, you're not busy physically, but your mind is still restless." Father Xue chuckled and said warmly, "That's exactly right." Just then, the phone in the living room rang. Xue Ling wiped her hands and hurried over to answer. "Hello?" "Mama, Mama, Mama." It was little Ranran's voice. Xue Ling's eyes instantly filled with tears of joy and she nodded, beaming, "Yes, yes, Ranran, Ranran." The little one burst out laughing when he heard her response. On the other end, Cheng Tianyuan prompted, "Tell Mama to come home! Tell her to come home!" "Come, Mama, come! Mama, come!" the little one echoed. Xue Ling laughed through her tears. "Mama will be home tomorrow. Tomorrow." Then Cheng Tianyuan teased, "I told you not to chew on the phone, but you never listen. Silly boy." Xue Ling couldn't help but laugh. Just then, her mother-in-law Liu Ying's voice came through the phone. "Ling, hurry home. Our little Ranran misses his mama so much." Xue Ling quickly replied, "Mom, we'll be home tomorrow. Tomorrow." Cheng Tianyuan explained to her, and the old lady laughed. "I knew yesterday. I've been waiting for you and your parents since then. I'll make a big feast for you all tomorrow." Then she took little Ranran away. Cheng Tianyuan finally had a chance to say a few words in private. "Every time we talk on the phone, you speak so fast and it's always rushed. I know you must be really busy. This time at least we can talk a little longer." Xue Ling smiled. "We'll see each other tomorrow, then we can talk as much as we want." Make sure you get to bed early tonight, Cheng Tianyuan said gently. Your flight's at 9, so you'll need to be at the airport by 7. Don't worry, Xue Ling replied. Xue Heng is coming to drive us to the airport. We're planning to have breakfast there while we wait for the flight, so we have plenty of time. Things at the airport are a bit pricey, but with their current financial situation, there's no need to pinch pennies. It's more important for everyone to eat well, sleep well, and travel comfortably. Cheng Tianyuan said softly. My mom has already prepared a room for your parents, one here, one there with fresh bedding and everything. She said when they arrive they can pick whichever room they like. Xue Ling replied happily. There's plenty of space. They can stay wherever they want. The neighbors downstairs, the Shanyu family, have moved out and we haven't rented it out again. If my parents are worried about noise, they can stay downstairs. But I think they'll probably want to stay across the hall so they can chat more with your parents. Either way is fine, Cheng Tianyuan said with a smile. Everything's ready so they can choose. I also made some of your mom's favorite jerky, and my mom made pickles and dried radish. They turned out really well. You're making my mouth water, Xue Ling said, thinking fondly of his big steamed buns and her mother-in-law's braised pork. She giggled. Remind Mom to make braised pork tomorrow. I know, Cheng Tianyuan replied dotingly. She already prepped the ingredients today and will buy fresh meat tomorrow to make it for you. My dad is so happy your parents are coming. He said he'll be home early to wait for you all. So, when will you leave to pick us up? Xue Ling asked. Lately she'd been so busy during the day and at night that she barely had time to sleep, let alone think about her husband and son. Last night, with a rare bit of free time, she'd taken a bath, watched TV, and lounged on the sofa, feeling bored and restless. She just wanted to rush home, throw herself into his arms, act spoiled, or even throw a little tantrum, and play with her son, holding his tiny hand as they walked together. She'd almost had insomnia last night, tossing and turning for ages. Cheng Tianyuan replied, I'll leave after breakfast tomorrow. I'll drop off some winter clothes for Ah Hu and Ah Fang, then head to the airport to wait for you. Winter was coming, and Ah Hu's mom had asked him to bring a few army coats for Ah Hu. Since Ah Fang went to study in the provincial capital, she'd go to the clothing wholesale market every weekend to help Ah Hu with bookkeeping and sorting clothes, and sometimes even did his laundry. Ah Hu was delighted, calling to say that every weekend evening the two of them would drive out to find something to eat. Last week, he said Ah Fang took him to a hot pot place near her school, cheap and delicious. He ate so much he nearly burst. With both of them in the provincial capital, able to look out for each other, it was a great thing. Ah Fang hadn't brought her winter clothes, so Liu Ying had packed them up for Cheng Tianyuan to take to the wholesale market, where Ah Fang could pick them up herself. Xue Ling sometimes kept in touch with Ah Hu, explaining, He sold out the last batch of sweaters quickly, so I sent him 2 more batches of winter clothes. Winter clothes take up a lot of space, so I didn't dare send too many at once. When he was running low, I sent another batch. He said business at the wholesale market is booming. Everyone's selling winter clothes. It'll probably stay hot until about a month before the new year. The wholesale market always runs a month or 2 ahead of the actual season. Even before it gets cold, winter clothes have to be stocked up and ready for mass sales. Cheng Tianyuan said, I talked to him too. He said he should be able to come home early for the new year. The market there pretty much dies down after the 12th lunar month, with all the big sales happening in the second half of November. Exactly, Xue Ling replied. He'll probably get about a month off, then start stocking up on spring clothes for the next rush. Cheng Tianyuan added, Ah Hu also set a stall across from his closed down, so he rented it. Did you know about that? I did, Xue Ling said. He said he could store more goods there, and even set up a small bed to sleep on. With more space, he can cook for himself sometimes, instead of eating out all the time. If the weather's bad, he can just make something himself. I told him to be careful, but if he wants to rent it, that's fine. The two of them chatted about all sorts of things. Cheng Tianyuan also told her that after Chen Min and Kui Liu got engaged, they'd come by the house with a bag of homemade liang fen, cold jelly noodles, from Kui Liu's family, wanting to get familiar with the route for future visits. They are planning to get married in November. Quilu's family is in the neighboring county, so it's not far. Chen Min is thinking of buying a house for the wedding, but Quilu stopped him, saying she works in the development zone and is happy to live with him at Dajale. It's convenient for work, and there's no need to waste money on a new place. She sounds like a really down-to-earth person, Xue Ling said warmly. Chen Min's family has never been well off, and when his mother passed away last year, they spent a lot. She's really considerate of him. The Dajale place was spacious, but with Ahu's mom and Chen Lan living there, and Uncle Chung Muhai in the warehouse, it wasn't the most convenient for a newlywed couple. Xue Ling smiled. Once Phase 2 is finished, I'll help them pick a riverside apartment. Cheng Tianyuan suddenly remembered something and said, "By the way, it seems like construction on Phase 2 has stopped these past couple of days." "What happened?" Xue Ling asked. "Did something go wrong?" She'd called Boss Liao a week ago, and he'd said everything was going smoothly and told her not to worry. She hadn't called again these past few days, thinking she'd be back soon anyway, and trusting that with him in charge, there wouldn't be any problems. Cheng Tianyuan said quietly, "I'm not sure about the details, but I saw a lot of people coming and going over there the day before yesterday, so something must have happened." He quickly added, reassuring her, "But don't worry. Boss Liao is so experienced, and he's got powerful people backing him. I'm sure he can handle it." "It's fine," Xue Ling said. "Once I get back and settled, I'll go find him." Cheng Tianyuan chuckled indulgently. "You never want to hang up. We've already been talking for over half an hour. Long-distance calls aren't cheap. Let's save the rest for when we see each other tomorrow." "Okay," Xue Ling replied softly. "Drive safe, don't rush." "I know," Cheng Tianyuan said gently. "See you tomorrow." Reluctantly, they hung up. That night, Mother and Father Xue double-checked their luggage, put away and locked up anything valuable, and only then went to bed. Xue Ling, who'd had insomnia the night before and spent the whole day working, fell asleep almost instantly. The next morning, it was Mother Xue who answered the door, waking Xue Ling from her sleep. After washing up, they each drank some warm water, shut off the main power, checked all the doors and windows, and carried their many bags downstairs. Xue Ling couldn't help but mutter, "Did we really pack this much yesterday? Are you going to Rongcheng for vacation or to sell goods?" "You don't understand," Mother Xue scolded with a laugh. "We have to bring gifts. How can we show up empty-handed to see the in-laws?" Xue Ling shrugged and let them be. By the time they got downstairs, all three were out of breath. Xue Ling rolled her eyes and complained, "No matter how nice things are in the capital, if they make your arms ache, they're not so great after all." "It's fine," Father Xue said optimistically. "Ah Heng is coming to pick us up and he'll help carry everything into the airport. Once we get there, Ah Yuan will help with the bags, so there's no need to worry about having too much stuff." Xue Ling could only shake her head. At 6:30 sharp, Xue Heng arrived in his brand-new gray sedan, looking sharp as ever. Xue Ling walked around the car, clicking her tongue in admiration. "Not bad. Looks great." In those days, there were very few types of cars. Besides big jeeps, there were only a handful of sedans, all with similar shapes and styles. She didn't know what brand it was, but it looked even more stylish than the one Ahu had bought, so she couldn't help but praise it. Xue Heng, full of energy, helped load all the luggage into the trunk and quickly set off with them. "No rush, don't speed," Father Xue reminded him. "We have plenty of time, so there's no need to hurry. Remember, a few minutes faster or slower doesn't matter. Safety is most important." "Got it, Uncle," Xue Heng said, slowing down. They chatted in the car until they reached the outskirts, where the roads were wide and clear, and Xue Heng sped up a bit. They arrived at the airport a little after 7. After picking up their tickets and checking in their luggage, the staff told them their bags were overweight. Xue Ling had no choice but to pull out her wallet and pay the extra fee. "What did you all pack? If the gifts are worth less than the extra fee, that would be funny." Mother Xue ignored her, waving her hand. "Who cares? It's the thought that counts. Whatever we bring is good." Xue Ling patted her wallet and retorted, "If it's the thought that counts, why is it so heavy? Where's the light in these gifts?" Xue Heng, sweating from carrying the bags, laughed. Actually, they're pretty heavy. Father and Mother Xue laughed sheepishly. Once everything was settled, they found a Western restaurant to eat in. Xue Heng ordered easy-to-digest noodles and some mashed potatoes. Uncle, Auntie, it's best not to eat too much before flying. Why don't you have something light like me? All right, we'll listen to you. I'll have the same, Xue Ling said. So the four of them had noodles and mashed potatoes. Mother Xue couldn't help but complain, so-called spaghetti is just jiajiang noodles, isn't it? It doesn't even taste as good as ours. Nothing beats beef noodles, Father Xue said. It's just that imported stuff is rare and expensive. Xue Heng smiled. Airport food really is expensive, at least a third more than outside. Xue Ling added, imported goods are rare, so the import-export business is a must for the future. Right, Father Xue said warmly. We'll be ready. As long as the conditions are right, we'll definitely do it. Xue Heng was quietly moved. He'd had a tough time on this path, but his uncle always believed in and supported him. Without that, he might have lost confidence and patience long ago. After they finished eating, Xue Heng paid the bill and said goodbye. Father and Mother Xue strolled around the airport shops, while Xue Ling curled up in a seat, closed her eyes, and napped, not wanting to move. Half an hour later, it was time to board. By then, Father and Mother Xue had 2 more big bags in their hands. Xue Ling couldn't help but ask, "What now?" Mother Xue replied sheepishly, "Some dried fruit, imported toys, and a few odds and ends." "All right," Xue Ling said, exasperated. Father Xue looked at his wife with gentle affection. "If you see anything else you want, just buy it." He was the very picture of a doting husband, both hands full of bags, still encouraging his wife to shop. By the time they boarded, they had 3 more big bags. Xue Ling could only laugh bitterly. With all this, I wonder if the Jeep can even fit it all. "If not, we'll tie it to the roof," Father Xue said. "It's not often we go back to Rongcheng, so it's good to bring plenty of gifts." "All right," Xue Ling agreed. Mother Xue got a bit airsick, so Father Xue kept her chatting to distract her. Xue Ling's seat was a bit far from theirs, but she didn't mind, just yawned and closed her eyes. She must have been really sleep-deprived lately because she slept deeply the whole flight. About an hour later, a flight attendant woke her to ask if she wanted a drink. She asked for water, and after drinking it, finally felt awake. She spent another hour or so bored until they finally landed at the provincial capital's airport. The plane taxied for a long time before finally stopping. Xue Ling hurried to grab her bag and squeeze out, only to realize at the exit that she'd forgotten about her parents. Embarrassed, she turned back. She saw her parents still far behind, chatting away, not even noticing she'd gone ahead. Xue Ling couldn't help but laugh. Once the 3 of them were together again, they hurried to baggage claim to wait for their luggage. Xue Ling suggested, "We have too much stuff. Let's pile it up. Mom can watch it, and Dad and I will take some out to the car for Yuan to load, then come back for the rest." "Good idea," Father Xue agreed. Mother Xue asked with a smile, "How are you so sure Yuan's already here?" "Of course I'm sure," Xue Ling replied sweetly. Sure enough, as she and her father reached the exit, they immediately spotted a familiar tall figure, craning his neck and looking around. "Wife, Dad," Cheng Tianyuan called out happily. Xue Ling was stunned for a moment, then broke into a happy smile. Father Xue waved at him joyfully. "Hey, Yuan?" Cheng Tianyuan didn't hesitate, weaving through the crowd to greet them and quickly helped with the luggage. "How do you have so much stuff?" Xue Ling laughed. "My parents bought too much. There's more inside. I left Mom to watch over it while we bring some out first." Cheng Tianyuan and Xue Ling hurried back in to help carry out the rest of the luggage. With so many travelers coming and going, the staff didn't notice, so no one stopped Cheng Tianyuan. Mother Xue looked him over and squinted. "Yuan, you look thinner. Have you been too busy?" "No," Cheng Tianyuan explained. "The 2 shops have been running smoothly lately, so I'm not busy. I take little Ran out to play every morning and evening running along the riverbank. I weigh the same, but maybe I just look thinner." Exercise is a good thing, Father Xue praised with a smile. You're not thinner, just more fit. Xue Ling urged, let's talk in the car. There's so much stuff, we don't want someone to take the wrong bag or walk off with it. Right, Cheng Tianyuan said. The car's outside. I got here early and parked in the innermost spot. He was strong. 2 bags in his left hand, 3 in his right, 2 more slung over his shoulder, so everyone else could relax. Father Xue, feeling for his son-in-law, asked, Isn't that too heavy? Here, give me one. It's fine, Cheng Tianyuan replied with a smile. Not heavy at all. I'm used to moving things at the shop. Mother Xue couldn't help but worry, reminding him, Didn't you hire employees? Let them help next time. Don't do everything yourself, it's too tiring. Cheng Tianyuan quickly said, It's really not tiring. Since we opened our own shops, there's less work and more money. Now I only restock every 3 days, so there's even less to do, just balancing the books and counting money each day. That's good, Father Xue said warmly. If work is easier, you can spend more time with the family. Little Ranran is still young and Ling Ling is so busy. With you helping at home, she can feel at ease. Exactly, Mother Xue added. She's been helping us for over a month this time. If you weren't here, we wouldn't have let her stay so long. Don't mention it, Cheng Tianyuan said cheerfully. We're all family. No need to be so polite. Dad, Mom, the car's over here. They hurried to the car, piling all the luggage in the back. Father Xue looked over the Jeep and smiled. This is perfect for both family and hauling goods. So much space in the back. Wow, it all fits, Mother Xue said. Much more practical than our sedan at home. Cheng Tianyuan explained. I use it for restocking. If there are no passengers, there's even more room up front. It's wide and tall, so there's plenty of space. Very nice, Father Xue said. I always liked Jeeps, but at the factory we use big trucks for all the cargo, so for the family we just bought a sedan. Xue Ling got in the front passenger seat and urged, Everyone, let's get in and talk on the way. You've got 10 days to catch up anyway. Everyone laughed and got in. Cheng Tianyuan checked the time. It was almost noon. Dad, Mom, it's nearly lunchtime. You must be hungry. I'll take you to eat first. Mother Xue suddenly got excited. Ah, Yuan, last year when we came from the airport, didn't we go eat that stream fish? It was so good. I still think about it. Let's go there now, Cheng Tianyuan said, starting the car. It's a nice place, not far from the airport, just a bit out of the way. Being out of the way has its perks, Xue Ling said. Not many people, so we won't have to wait and can eat right away. Mother Xue explained to her husband, The stream water there is crystal clear. You can see the stones at the bottom. You pick the fish you want, and the owner nets it for you, kills and cooks it on the spot. The taste is so fresh and sweet, really delicious. Oh, I have to try it then, Father Xue said. That pasta this morning was such a small portion. I've been hungry for ages. Cheng Tianyuan smiled. If you like the fish, we'll buy a few to take home for dinner. Great. Father Xue looked around. This is the countryside, the environment's good, so the fish must be delicious. Mother Xue leaned back, looking at the scenery. This car is great. High up, good view. I think it's even better than our car at home. Father Xue laughed. Jeeps are half off-road, so even if the road's bad, they're steady. After leaving the airport, it was all highway, and for a while there were no restaurants in sight. Cheng Tianyuan, familiar with the area, soon turned off at an intersection and headed down. Before long, a big stream appeared ahead. Mother Xue exclaimed, Yes, this is the place. Father Xue leaned out to look. The water's so clean, and it's right by the road. You can see everything clearly. They built the road along the stream, Xue Ling explained. Just a bit further and we'll be there. As she finished, the Jeep pulled up to a small restaurant. The owner hurried out to greet them, dressed in a rustic nylon jacket and black pants, looking very down to earth. He didn't speak much Mandarin, so Cheng Tianyuan went up to talk. Dad, Mom, let's go pick out fish by the stream, Father Xue asked excitedly. Do you have big crucian carp? I love crucian carp. The meat is so tender. Crucian carp is too common, Mother Xue said. There are so many kinds of fish here. Last time I saw several I'd never seen before, and they were all delicious. Cheng Tianyuan suggested, if you like tender meat, let's pick the Qinghui fish. The owner was already pulling up the net, pointing to a grayish fish and giving a thumbs up. Cheng Tianyuan explained, that's the Qinghui fish. They're not big, with small heads, a touch of blue on the tail, and gray bodies. You only find them here, brought down by mountain springs, not farmed. This is great, Father Xue said excitedly. Let's get 2, no, 3. The owner quickly netted the fish, expertly scooping them up. Cheng Tianyuan took them down to the stream to pick out 2 more kinds of fish and some small shrimp. Mother Xue looked around happily. The green mountains and clear water feel so good. Cheng Tianyuan suggested, let's have the owner cook and steam the fish first, and we can take a walk while we wait. Of course, Mother Xue said with a laugh. Ah, Yuan, you don't know. Our factory is near the mountains, but it's always gray and the air is bad with trash piled up. I never dare go near. In the city center, it's all buildings, cars, and bikes. Unless you go to a park, you never see so many trees. It's wonderful here. The trees are all still green. Cheng Tianyuan explained, winter comes late here, so most of the trees don't lose their leaves. They stay green all year. I remember, Father Xue said, squinting in recollection. When we lived in Rongcheng, it only snowed a few times a year, and as soon as the sun came out, it warmed up quickly. Winters here are short and not too cold. Really nice. The capital is the best and most prosperous city, so Cheng Tianyuan had thought his in-laws might not like a small county town like Rongcheng. But to his surprise, after just a few years here, they'd developed such deep feelings for the place. He said happily, if you like it here, then come spend the winters with us from now on. Staying in a heated room all day isn't good for your health anyway. Winter here is short, really cold for only half a month, maybe a month at most. The rest of the time, it's pretty warm. Compared to -10 or even 20 degrees, it really is much warmer here, Xue Ling said with a smile. Why don't you spend the New Year here this year? We'll decide when the time comes, Father Xue replied with a smile. There are still 2 months until New Year's, no rush. Winters in the north are long. Sometimes it gets cold as soon as winter starts, and it stays cold until spring, only warming up around March. By contrast, the south is milder. Even without central heating, you can get by with a few charcoal braziers or a space heater for a few days, and winter passes easily. Mother Xue was tempted and said, it gets boring spending New Year's at home every year. If we get used to living in Rongcheng, it's fine to spend the holiday here. As long as little Ran is around, even the coldest days feel warm in my heart. Cheng Tianyuan smiled and explained, the little guy can say quite a few words now. He's already a year and 2 months old and he's grown so tall. Father and Mother Xue were delighted. That's amazing, he's grown so much. Just at New Year's, he was still in our arms and now he's so big. Kids really do grow fast. Children grow up fast and we get old fast too. That's just life. Nonsense, Cheng Tianyuan said with a smile. Dad and Mom, you're both still healthy and strong, not old at all. The 2 elders laughed, cheered by their son-in-law's words. Xue Ling, however, was already starving and couldn't focus on the scenery. She urged, let's see if the restaurant has any snacks. I need something to tide me over. I'm starving. The noodles and mashed potatoes from the airport were long gone, and she was famished. Cheng Tianyuan, feeling sorry for her, said quickly, I brought some rice cakes in the car. I'll get them for you right now. Hurry up, Xue Ling said with a wry smile. Cheng Tianyuan dashed off, grabbed a small cloth bag from the jeep and hurried back. Mom made these rice cakes for my breakfast this morning, still warm and fresh, wrapped in bamboo leaves. I brought a few, thinking if anyone got hungry on the road, we'd have something to eat. He quickly opened the bag and handed one to Xue Ling. She didn't stand on ceremony, washed her hands in the stream, and took a big bite. It really tastes like Mom's cooking. Delicious. Cheng Tianyuan smiled and offered some to his in-laws. There's a bit of sweet red bean paste inside. Not too sweet, steamed in bamboo leaves, really tasty. Dad, Mom, try some. Father and Mother Xue looked at the milky white cakes wrapped in green bamboo leaves and were immediately interested. They washed their hands by the stream and each took one. This is so good, Mother Xue exclaimed. Sister Liu Ying's cooking is always great. I've tried several of her snacks and they're all delicious. I didn't expect her rice cakes to be this good too. Really tasty. Soft and chewy, not too sweet or sticky, Father Xue said, taking a big bite. Seeing Xue Ling eating so eagerly, Cheng Tianyuan gently reminded her, "Don't eat too fast, honey. Rice cakes are sticky. You might choke." Father Xue heard and quickly slowed down, laughing. "It's just so good I couldn't help myself. Good thing Yuan reminded me or I might have choked." Everyone laughed. Xue Ling finished one and couldn't help reaching for a second. "That's enough," Mother Xue warned. "We ordered several fish and other dishes. If you fill up on rice cakes, the rest will go to waste. You can take the rice cakes home, but can we take the fish?" Xue Ling laughed sheepishly and pulled her hand back. Cheng Tianyuan wrapped up the remaining rice cakes. Seeing Xue Ling pout, he lowered his voice to comfort her. "We still have plenty of rice flour at home. I'll make you some fresh ones tomorrow." "Okay," Xue Ling replied happily. They strolled along the stream, basking in the sun and cool breeze, feeling completely at ease. Father Xue couldn't help but praise, "It still feels like late autumn here. The wind isn't cold at all." He took off his jacket. Mother Xue followed suit, wiping sweat from her forehead. She was a bit plump and tended to sweat easily. Cheng Tianyuan quickly stepped up to take their jackets. "Dad, Mom, I'll put your coats in the car. It won't be cold at lunch." "All right, thank you." He put the coats and rice cakes in the car, making sure to keep the rice cakes out of the sun so they wouldn't spoil. Then he went into the restaurant to urge the owner to hurry up. Steamed fish cooks quickly, and in just over 10 minutes the fish was on the table. Cheng Tianyuan brought out a pot of hot water, rinsed all the bowls and chopsticks, and set them out to dry. Mother Xue watched his careful, clean habits and was very pleased. "Yuan's always been like this. Such a good habit," she told Father Xue. When Ling Ling was doing her month of confinement, he'd always boil the dishes after washing them to disinfect. "It's a great habit." "Very good," Father Xue agreed. "Some restaurant dishes are greasy and feel gross. Boiling them makes them much better to use." Xue Ling smiled to herself. In those days, there was no dish soap. Clean families used rice water to wash dishes, while her mother-in-law and Cheng Tianyuan preferred to scald them with hot water, using rice water only in summer. "You really have to admire the wisdom of hard-working people," Cheng Tianyuan said warmly. "Dad, Mom, steamed fish is best eaten hot. Let's dig in." Father Xue quickly took his chopsticks and picked up a big piece of snowy white fish. "Wow, so fresh and sweet." "Of course," Mother Xue replied. "It went straight from the stream to the steamer. How could it not be fresh? The tail has a lot of bones, but the rest is fine. Eat up." Father Xue didn't bother talking anymore, just ate heartily. Xue Ling was starving too and dug in. Cheng Tianyuan, seeing how much weight she'd lost over the past month, felt sorry for her and kept adding fish to her bowl. After the steamed fish, they had braised fish, then fried fish. They barely touched the rice, just ate fish. Father Xue said happily, "This is amazing. I've never had such sweet, fresh fish. No wonder your mom's been craving it ever since she tried it." There were no napkins in those days, so everyone used handkerchiefs from their pockets to wipe their mouths and hands. Mother Xue covered her mouth. "I think I ate too much. I'm stuffed." Xue Ling laughed. "Don't worry, just get up and walk around. Fish digests easily. You'll feel better soon." Cheng Tianyuan, ever thoughtful, went to pay the bill and brought back 2 pickled plums. "Mom, maybe you're just a bit queasy. Try a pickled plum. It'll help." Mother Xue ate one and nodded. "Yes, my chest feels much better." The 4 of them weren't in a hurry to get back to Rongcheng. They took a walk along the stream before finally getting in the car to leave. The scenery along the way was beautiful, and Father and Mother Xue were excited, chatting about this and that. Xue Ling, having been so busy lately, finally relaxed these past couple of days, but still felt she could never get enough sleep. She couldn't help dozing off again. Cheng Tianyuan drove while keeping up a lively conversation with his in-laws. All these roads were widened and rebuilt just in the last couple of years. The lanes are really broad and the road conditions are good. There aren't many cars here yet, so even if you drive a bit faster, it's still safe. No need to go fast, Mother Xue said with a smile. We're not in a hurry. We're planning to stay for more than 10 days, so there's no need to rush. Yuan, you came over this morning, right? Father Xue asked. Yes, I left early, Cheng Tianyuan replied. When I left, little Ranran was still asleep. I dropped off some winter clothes for my sister in Ahu, then headed to the airport. How's your sister doing? Is she keeping up with her studies? Has she adjusted to the provincial capital's education? Father Xue asked with concern. She's doing well, Cheng Tianyuan replied with a smile. She called home and said at first her classes were tough, probably because her foundation wasn't solid enough. But she worked hard to catch up, and in last month's midterms, she ranked in the top 3. Not bad at all. Wow, that's great, Mother Xue said with a smile. That hydropower college she's attending is a good choice. There's a big demand for people in that field these days. Once she graduates, it'll be easy to find a stable job. Exactly, Father Xue agreed. It's good for girls to have steady jobs, less pressure, regular hours, and easier to take care of a family. Hearing this, Mother Xue couldn't help glancing at her own daughter. I always thought girls should have stable jobs, but my own daughter just doesn't like that kind of thing. She shot her husband a look. It's your fault, always talking about business and entrepreneurship. She quit a perfectly good job at the newspaper, and now she's always running around, never settled. It's so worrying. Father Xue gave a wry smile, feeling wronged. Kids grow up and have their own ideas. She did well in school, got into the foreign languages college, and I thought she'd become a translator or find a stable job. Who knew she'd like doing business? You can't blame me. All I did was talk about my business ideas. He really was innocent. Since the family was well off, he'd never forced his daughter to do any particular job or take over the factory. She just happened to like business, maybe influenced by him a little. Cheng Tianyuan smiled and explained quietly. Doing business is Ling Ling's own choice. Honestly, it's also because my family was so poor. When she married me, we were still in debt. The newspaper job was stable, but the pay was low, so she wanted to try business. That's not it. Xue Ling, woken by their conversation, smiled sleepily. I do business because I like it and I'm good at it. Nonsense, Mother Xue laughed. Good at it? You always just studied, then got married after graduation. How do you know you're good at business, huh? Exactly, Father Xue quickly sided with his wife. If it weren't for our factory giving you goods at cost, how could you make so much money? That's my resourcefulness. Xue Ling shrugged. I have family resources, and I know how to use them to make money. That's a skill too. Look at officials' kids. They take over their parents' jobs. I haven't inherited your factory, just buy goods to sell. If I couldn't sell them, I wouldn't make money. That makes sense, Father Xue said gently. As long as you like it, and Yuan and the family support you, that's what matters. Your mom and I are far away and can't help with the kids. Now that you're a mom, you have to think more about your family and your child. Most mothers raise their kids themselves, but she was lucky to have a good mother-in-law to help with the house, meals, and childcare. Otherwise, she couldn't have gone to the provincial capital for business or stayed at her parents' for a month or two. You know, with Sister Liu Ying helping you, you should be extra filial to her. With her managing the house, you can go out and do business. Don't worry, Xue Ling nodded. I'll treat her well. Cheng Tianyuan felt warm inside, grateful that his in-laws understood how hard his mother worked. Dad, Mom, Ling Ling has always treated my mom well. My mom can be a bit naggy and old-fashioned. She's a rural woman, not very worldly. But Ling Ling is always understanding and never raises her voice. That's how it should be, Father Xue said earnestly. Respecting elders is basic. Now that you're parents, you understand how hard it is. Times are better now, but when you were kids, everyone struggled. Some families couldn't even put food on the table. It was even harder for us as parents, so you should be understanding. We know, Xue Ling and Cheng Tianyuan replied in unison. Cheng Tianyuan added, "The clothing wholesale business in the provincial capital has been steady for almost a year now, and income's been great. Hu even said his shop is probably the best in the whole market." "Ha ha," Xue Ling said happily. "That's because he knows how to do business. Hu is honest and straightforward. People love working with someone like that." Cheng Tianyuan smiled. With him in the provincial capital, Fang has somewhere to go on weekends. She takes the bus over, helps sell clothes, move goods, and even does his laundry. When he closes up, he drives her out to eat. Sometimes, if he's free in the evening, he'll take her out for dinner. "That's great," Xue Ling said. "It's so nice to have a fellow townsman when you're away from home." Mother Xue thought for a moment, then asked quietly, "What about that Lin Kong from before? How's he doing now?" They were still somewhat related, so she asked out of concern. Xue Ling replied, "He got into gambling and even theft, got caught by the police and is in prison now. His mother still lives in their old house making a living with needlework." Cheng Tianyuan's face darkened. "Someone like that doesn't deserve sympathy. If you break the law, you have to pay the price. Luckily, my sister broke up with him early, or she'd have suffered her whole life. Now she's turned things around and is working hard. Her future will be much better." He really couldn't stand the Lin family. Mother Xue nodded and sighed. Yes, he brought it on himself. Xue Ling knew her mom was really feeling sorry for their distant cousin, so she added, "He turned out that way because of his mother. That old woman was mean, selfish, always looking for petty gains. How could a child raised like that turn out well?" Mother Xue's sympathy quickly faded. "You're right. She had such a good environment, but ended up like this, all because of the family's wrong values. Greed, corruption, theft, gambling. How could that end well? What goes around comes around." Cheng Tianyuan had always disliked Lin Kong's family. Just mentioning them made him grit his teeth in anger. Xue Ling understood him well and quickly changed the subject. "By the way, Hu said he rented a shop across the street. Did you see it?" Cheng Tianyuan replied, "I saw it. It's small, even smaller than the previous one, but it can still store tens of thousands of winter clothes. Hu said it's spacious enough." Father Xue couldn't help but remind them, "Didn't another batch of winter clothes arrive last week? Once this batch is sold, don't sell anymore. After the new year, just switch to spring clothes." "No," Xue Ling explained. "Winter comes a bit later here, so we can still sell another batch. Also, I've discussed with Uncle Cheng Tianyuan to bring in another 50,000 sweaters next week. Sweaters sell like crazy here." Father Xue nodded. "Adapting to local conditions is good, but the factory isn't producing winter clothes anymore. Where will you get your stock?" "Oh, right." Xue Ling thought for a moment and said, "I'll go back and talk to Uncle Cheng, see if we can arrange for 100,000 sweaters to be sent south. As for the winter clothes, once they're sold out, that's it. They take up too much space anyway." "What are you saying?" Father Xue laughed and scolded. "Winter clothes have to be thick and warm, of course they take up space." Everyone in the car laughed. Mother Xue asked, "Aren't you about to focus all your energy on that real estate project?" "Yeah," Xue Ling explained. "But investing in real estate takes money. You have to invest as you build, and the later stages might need even more capital." Mother Xue muttered, "I don't know why you're so greedy. Each sweater factory makes hundreds of thousands, plus the wholesale business in the provincial capital. How could you be short of money? When I was your age, I barely saw a few big bills in the house all year." "It's a different era," Xue Ling said with a smile. "Now everyone's talking about the market economy, opening up, attracting investment. Our economy will only get better." "That's true," Father Xue smiled. "Our family's leap forward in the past 10 years is all thanks to riding this wave." Xue Ling continued, "We're going with the flow, and our mindset is changing too. The real estate industry in Rongcheng is just starting out, so I'm adapting to the environment. Investing in this is a good idea. It's a sure profit." "How could that be?" Father Xue looked skeptical, then shook his head. "Any business has its risks. Aren't you worried you won't be able to sell the apartments after they're built?" "I'm not worried," Xue Ling said confidently. If I can get my investment back, great. If not, I'll just rent them out. With over 2,000 units, even if each rents for 30 or 40 a month, that's 100,000 a month, 1 million a year. With the second and third phases, the total investment is only 3 or 4 million. Even if it takes a few years to recoup, it's not a problem. That's not bad. Father Xue nodded steadily. Houses last a long time. Some sturdy ones can last 100 years. It's a long-term investment. Xue Ling added, Besides, it's impossible that none will sell. I plan to sell 80% of my share and keep the rest for rental or emergencies. That's pretty good, Father Xue laughed. At least it's a real investment, not like buying stocks in the Western market, which always feels so intangible. I don't know that industry, so I don't dare invest. Xue Ling giggled. Let's stick to something solid and live a good life. That's right, Mother Xue said warmly. Just like how Yuan runs his store, buy as much as you can sell, mark up a little, and make a profit through volume. We're honest people. No need to chase huge profits. Just do something real and reliable. Even if we don't make money, at least we can use it ourselves. Xue Ling laughed. Exactly. At least our family will never worry about food or clothing. Everyone laughed again. With all the chatting and laughter, time flew by. By a little after 4 in the afternoon, they arrived in Rongcheng. Father Xue couldn't help but sigh. There are so many highways now. Travel is so convenient. In the past, when we came from the provincial capital, we had to leave at dawn and wouldn't arrive in Rongcheng until dusk. If the driver took detours to pick up passengers, we'd get here in the middle of the night. Now, if you drive fast, it only takes 2 hours, Xue Ling said. Even at our pace, it's just 2.5 hours. As he drove, Cheng Tianyuan explained, Dad, look, this is the southern part of the city. Most of it is considered urban now. We live by the river. That area used to be all rice paddies. Oh! Father Xue had lived in Rongcheng for several years and remembered a bit. After his son-in-law spoke, he recalled and laughed. It really has changed a lot. No wonder your mom said she didn't recognize Rongcheng when she came last year. Cheng Tianyuan said honestly, It's nothing compared to the capital. That's real prosperity. But Rongcheng has changed a lot in recent years. I heard they're planning to attract investment next year and build an industrial park in the suburbs. Oh, if that industrial park is near your home, your family's land will go up in value, Father Xue pointed out. An industrial park brings people, and your village's economy will improve too. They say it's not far, Cheng Tianyuan explained. The exact area hasn't been officially announced, but it shouldn't be far. Xue Ling was secretly delighted. The industrial park would be near Cheng's village, and soon there would be lots of new buildings. In just a few years, everything would change dramatically. Cheng Tianyuan told Father Xue, Our family still has about 20 mu of land. Later, Ling bought another 20 mu at the village entrance, plus a few hundred mu she bought herself. We have plenty of land now. A few hundred mu? Mother Xue was incredulous. Why did you buy so much land? Do you know how to farm? No, Xue Ling said casually. It was really cheap, so I bought it to hold on to. When the economy improves, it'll be worth money. It's a fixed asset investment. Cheng Tianyuan muttered, It wasn't that cheap. We spent tens of thousands. Father Xue nodded slowly. A few hundred mu for tens of thousands isn't expensive. Since they're building an industrial park, the economy will pick up and the land will appreciate quickly. Cheng Tianyuan didn't say anything more. He only made 20 or 30,000 a year, but his father-in-law made tens of millions or more. To him, tens of thousands was just pocket change. Dad, Mom, up ahead is our neighborhood, Wangjiang Garden. Father Xue squinted and took a look, praising, The design is pretty nice, very stylish. There's even an elevator, Xue Ling said excitedly. Come on, let's go up. Once they got in the elevator, Cheng Tianyuan explained, My dad came over early this morning. He wanted to help look after little Ron and also get things ready to welcome you all. Oh, Mu Hai and Liu Ying must be exhausted, Xue's mother laughed. We've really troubled them. Cheng Tianyuan quickly shook his head. Mom, you coming here makes my parents so happy. In just a few words, the elevator had already arrived. Cheng Tianyuan took out his keys to open the door. Xue Ling couldn't help but call out excitedly, Ran Ran! Ran Ran! The door opened quickly. Cheng Muhai came rushing over holding little Ran Ran in his arms. Wonderful, Brother Wu, in-laws! Everyone was overjoyed to be reunited. Xue Ling hugged little Ran Ran and showered him with kisses. Did you miss Mommy? Mommy's back. Did you miss me, Ran Ran? Little Ran Ran clung to her neck and wouldn't let go for a long time, not saying a word. Xue Ling's eyes turned red and she choked up. Why aren't you calling for Mommy? Did you forget me? The little one shook his head and answered, Hold, don't go. Tears streamed down Xue Ling's face. She whispered, Mommy's back. I'm not leaving. From now on, wherever I go, I'll take Ran Ran with me. Grandpa and Grandma quickly took out toys and candy, coaxing, Ran Ran, come here! The little one's eyes lit up at the sight of the toys and he ran over eagerly. Cheng Tianyuan taught him to call Grandma and Grandpa, on his mother's side. Just like when he was younger, the little one wasn't shy at all and called out in his soft voice, Grandpa! Grandpa was so excited that he scooped the little one up and hugged him tightly. My chubby grandson, you're getting cuter and cuter. My turn, my turn. Xue's mother rushed to hug him, overjoyed. Liu Ying brought out snacks and tea, smiling. Have some tea to quench your thirst. You must be hungry. I made these spring rolls. Try them. Xue's mother took her hand and said, We've missed you so much. When will you and Brother Muhai come to the capital? Let us host you properly. There'll be a chance, Liu Ying smiled. We were so happy you were coming. We couldn't sleep for several nights. This time, after the new year, we'll stay a bit longer before heading back. Xue's father sipped his tea and ate a spring roll. Oh, this is the taste of rongcheng. Delicious. The spring rolls here have mung beans in them, a little sweet, but crispy outside and tender inside. Really tasty. Little Ran Ran was a warm host. Eat, eat. He even grabbed a piece and offered it to Xue Ling. Xue Ling smiled happily. Thank you, Ran Ran. Xue's mother quickly said, I want one too. Grandma wants one. Cheng Tianyuan nudged his son gently. Go on, bring one to Grandma. Little Ran Ran immediately trotted over, grabbed a piece, and ran to her. Grandma, eat! Grandma, eat! Everyone burst out laughing. Xue's mother squatted down and hugged the little one. Thank you, Ran Ran. With this little bundle of joy, the house was filled with laughter. After snacks and tea, Xue Ling took her parents on a tour of the apartment. Xue's father looked out at the river view from the window and balcony, full of praise. This is wonderful. The view is so wide it makes you feel open-hearted just looking at it. Xue's mother, more familiar with the place, pointed to the neighboring unit and explained, That one's about the same. 2 bedrooms and a balcony with a river view. Very nice, Xue's father said warmly. The air is good, the scenery is good. This is a great place to live. That's why your daughter bought 30 units in one go, Xue Ling said with a giggle. Xue's father rolled his eyes and whispered, If it were me, I might have bought even more. Such a great place, bright, sunny, with a river view. I might have outdone you. Xue Ling pointed to the other side and explained quietly, The neighboring complex is under construction too, also riverside. With phases 2 and 3, I'll have over 1,000 units. Ha 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 ha! Xue's father couldn't help but laugh. Cheng Tianyuan asked, Dad, Mom, there are 2 spare rooms here, and 3 more at my parents' place. You can stay wherever you like, or you could stay here with us. No, Xue's father said. Muhai and I haven't had a good chat in ages. We old folks don't sleep much, and staying together won't disturb you young people. We can talk morning and night and go out together. You young ones have work to do. Xue's mother, holding Ran Ran, smiled. I don't mind where I stay. As long as I'm with Ran Ran, I'll go wherever he goes. Cheng Tianyuan smiled. All right, whatever you like. Sometimes Ran Ran sleeps with my mom, sometimes with me. He had a mild fever from teething a few days ago, so I stayed with him. Lately, he's been with my mom. Teething fever? Xue Ling asked. Is he all right? Did you see a doctor? Cheng Tianyuan nodded quickly, reassuring her. He's fine. The doctor said it's common. Ran only has 4 front teeth now, and his molars are coming in, so he had a slight fever. Liu Ying added, He's just the same as usual, just not eating as much. Nothing else. She then boasted to Xue's mother, Ran is strong and healthy, and we take good care of him. He hardly ever gets sick. Of course, Xue's mother laughed. You're experienced. Back when we lived at Dahutong, I knew you were careful with kids. With his mom back and grandparents bringing him a pile of toys, little Ran was over the moon, bouncing around everyone. He was so excited that he didn't nap that afternoon. Liu Ying explained. He only slept half an hour at noon, then got woken up by his grandpa's beer bottles. We thought he'd nap again in the evening, but with everyone here chatting, he didn't want to miss out. It's fine. He'll sleep early tonight, Cheng Tianyuan said. I'll feed him some porridge, give him a bath, and he can sleep whenever he wants. Cheng Muhai quickly added, The porridge is ready, cooling in the kitchen. I'll get it, Cheng Tianyuan said, hurrying off. A moment later, he brought out a boiled egg, scooped out the yolk, added a bit of soy sauce, and mixed it into the porridge for Ran. The little one sat on his small stool, playing with his toys and eating porridge. Every time his dad brought a spoonful, he ate a spoonful. Xue's mother watched the scene, smiling without realizing it. Yuan, do you remember? When Ling was little, she was so naughty and didn't like porridge or rice, I had to coax her for ages to get her to eat. Once, you brought her a clay doll you made, round and cute. You gave it to her to play with, and in no time, I fed her a whole bowl of rice. Cheng Tianyuan glanced at Xue Ling, unable to hide the fond smile in his eyes. I remember. I made those clay dolls myself. I secretly asked the teacher for chalk, ground it into powder, and mixed it in so the dolls had color. Ling loved them. Really? Xue Ling lounged on the sofa. I remember being a good kid. I must have learned to eat by myself early on. I didn't need to be fed, right? Oh, please, Xue's mother teased. If you were that good, there wouldn't be any naughty kids in the world. Everyone burst out laughing. Liu Ying prepared a table full of delicious dishes and meats, and Xue's parents ate heartily. Xue's mother smiled and said, The flavors in the capital are heavier, and braised dishes aren't common. What I miss most is your braised beef. It smells amazing and tastes so good. Then eat more, Liu Ying replied with a warm smile. If you like it, I'll make it for you every day. It's rare for us old friends to get together, so tonight we must have a good long chat. You'll have plenty of time, over 10 days. Xue's father smiled. On the way here, we were even discussing whether to spend the new year here this year. The weather's warmer and we'd have your company. The last 2 years, Ling and Yuan went to the capital, leaving you two alone here. It's just too lonely. Then you should come this year, Cheng Muhai couldn't help but suggest. Or better yet, just stay. It's only 2 months until the new year. After that, you can go back to the capital. Ha ha ha, Xue's father said. That won't do. There are still a lot of orders at the factory. Spring orders that need to be finished quickly so the wholesalers can sell them after the holiday. We'll stop work early for the holiday, then fly over to spend the new year with you. That's great. Wonderful, Cheng Muhai laughed. This year we'll have a real family reunion, lively and festive. Good, little Ran echoed in his soft voice as he played with his toys. Good. Everyone burst out laughing. After dinner, Cheng Tianyuan and Liu Ying helped clean up, while Xue Ling took her parents next door to settle in and unpack. Xue's mother looked around, smiling. Yuan really thought of everything. There's even toothbrushes and toothpaste ready for us. The bedding is all new and smells like sunshine. Xue's father lay lazily on the bed, squinting. Yuan is so considerate. Much more than your daughter. Xue Ling couldn't help but laugh and complain, Dad, if you say that, I'll be upset. I'm not bad either, right? Right, Xue's mother nodded seriously. You're pretty good, just not as good as Yuan. Xue Ling rolled her eyes. Typical parents. But she didn't mind. It just showed how satisfied they were with her husband. When her husband looked good, she looked good too. Xue's father, already drowsy, said, "It still feels like autumn here. It's probably starting to snow in the capital. There's no central heating in the south, but the cold only lasts a few days, so there's nothing to worry about for the new year. All these apartments face south, so they won't be too cold. Warm in winter, cool in summer, south-facing homes are the best," Xue's mother said gently. "After coming here last year, I really think buying these 2 apartments was a good idea." 30 apartments, Xue Ling corrected. Xue's mother hung up her coat and laughed. All right, I know you're amazing and smart, and you've got another 3,000 coming, right?" "Not quite," Xue Ling giggled. "You can't hold on to all the properties. It's better to sell most of them. I'm not greedy. I'll keep 100 or 2 for rental and sell the rest for a big profit." "That's exactly right," Xue's father said, eyes closed in comfort. "If you only do business for yourself, you'll never make big money. The real way to get rich is to earn from other people's pockets." Xue Ling took that to heart. After all, her dad was a seasoned businessman. His advice was always spot on. After tidying up, Xue's parents took turns showering. The large room had its own bathroom, which was very convenient for them. After their showers, they went to the living room to chat and drink tea with Liu Ying and Cheng Muhai. Cheng Muhai explained, "I usually sleep at the mall in the development zone at night. There are young people watching over it, but they sleep too soundly. I feel better keeping an eye on the warehouse myself." "That makes sense," Xue's mother said. "There are lots of factories and workers in the development zone, people coming and going all the time. It's best to have family watching the shop." "How do you get there?" Xue's father asked. "Do you walk?" "I ride a bicycle," Cheng Muhai explained. "Ling bought me an old Phoenix brand bike. It's not too tall. I ride slowly along the Riverside Road and it only takes 3 or 4 minutes. Walking is quick too, just over 10 minutes. "That's really close," Xue's father said, reassured. Cheng Muhai laughed. "I'll head over later tonight. Tomorrow morning I'll take you for a walk by the river. The air is fantastic." "Great," Xue's father said. "At our age we need exercise. Walking is perfect for us." "It's settled then," Cheng Muhai said, turning to his wife. "Tomorrow morning, make some porridge and a few buns. After breakfast, we'll take Ranran for a walk." Xue's mother added, "We can visit the mall in the development zone too. I heard it's pretty spacious, right?" "Very spacious," Liu Ying explained. 3 stories high, several shops, all built by ourselves, very roomy. "Space makes business easier," Xue's father said. "After our walk, we'll check out the mall. I heard there are lots of factories in the development zone. We can look around?" In the past, there weren't any big factories in Rongcheng, and not many outsiders, Cheng Muhai explained with a smile. "Things have changed so much in recent years. When I first came, I barely recognized the place. It's only after getting around more that I've gotten used to it." "It really has changed a lot," Xue's father agreed. "I couldn't recognize it at first either." The 4 of them sat in the living room, chatting as they watched the fishing lights twinkle on the river. Little Ranran, who hadn't napped much in the afternoon, was exhausted after dark, and slept soundly. Xue Ling had planned to take him next door to sleep, but Xue's mother couldn't bear to part with her grandson and insisted he sleep with them tonight. Not wanting to argue with her parents, Xue Ling agreed and left the little one with them. Meanwhile, the young couple sat together in the living room, cuddling and talking softly. Cheng Tianyuan kissed her hair and whispered, "This year you've been running to the provincial capital, the south, and the capital. Out of 12 months, you've been gone for almost 6. Honey, don't travel anymore before the new year." I won't, Xue Ling said, snuggling lazily in his arms with a soft laugh. "What are you worried about? No matter how far I go, I'm still your wife. This is our home. No matter how far I go, I'll always come back." "Of course I worry," Cheng Tianyuan sighed. "It's not easy being alone in an empty house. You've never tried it, so you don't understand." Xue Ling burst out laughing. "Men get lonely too? I never would have guessed." When she'd seen him from afar at noon, he looked great. Handsome, cheerful, chatting with her parents about life. She couldn't see a trace of loneliness in him. Cheng Tianyuan leaned down and kissed her ear. You'll understand when we go to bed tonight. I've been holding back for 2 months. It's been torture. She giggled shyly and playfully hit his chest. What are you saying? I really can't tell at all. Cheng Tianyuan stood up, scooped her into his arms, and strode toward the bedroom. Some things can't be put into words. Let's talk about it in our room until morning. Late at night, the lovers held each other close, entwined and sweet. Early the next morning, Liu Ying was already up making white porridge and meat buns. She was worried that little Ranran would wake up and want to be held, and she also didn't want to disturb her son and daughter-in-law, who were enjoying their time together after being apart, so she stayed in this kitchen to make breakfast. Both kitchens were well stocked, which made things very convenient. She had only been busy for a short while when Xue's mother opened the door and came out. Good morning, Sister Liu. Liu Ying waved her over and asked, You're up early too. Has little Ranran woken up yet? Not yet, Xue's mother explained. Last night, just as we were going to bed, he woke up once, remember? You were still up and made him a bottle of milk, and after he drank it, he went right back to sleep. He's still sleeping soundly now with his grandpa by his side. I think he'll sleep another hour or 2. Liu Ying chuckled and said, Kids are like that. If there's an adult sleeping next to them, they sleep really well. Sometimes he'll wake up, see someone there, and just close his eyes and go back to sleep. Exactly. Xue's mother laughed softly. Last night when he woke up, he glanced at me in a daze. I was worried he'd start looking for his mom or dad in the middle of the night, but as soon as he saw someone nearby, he relaxed and went right back to sleep. Liu Ying couldn't help but praise. Ranran has always been such a good boy. He rarely cries or fusses and is easy to comfort. With so many family members around, everyone takes turns holding him and he's never shy. When his mom isn't home, he misses her. But as long as someone else is there, he doesn't cry or make a fuss. After a couple of days, he gets used to it. At night, if Yuan is with him, he never insists on having his mom. He really is a good kid. He takes after Yuan, Xue's mother said with a smile. Back when we lived at Dahutong, Yuan was the best-behaved child in the neighborhood. Even as a little boy, he acted like a little grown-up. So sensible. Liu Ying said quietly, Haitang, we both love children so much. We only have Yuan and you only have Ling Ling, just one child each. We really should encourage the young ones to have more kids. Yes, Xue's mother agreed enthusiastically. While they're still young and strong, they should have a few more. After all, you and I are still healthy and can help take care of them. Exactly, Liu Ying said, her eyes crinkling with a smile. They already have a son. If they have a daughter, that would make a perfect pair. If possible, 2 boys and 2 girls would be wonderful. Yes, 2 pairs. Xue's mother lowered her voice. Not long ago, I asked Ling Ling if her periods were regular. She said at the beginning of the year they were often late, but after taking some Chinese medicine from the doctor, everything's back to normal. They haven't conceived yet this year because they've spent so little time together, but now that they'll be together more, I'm sure she'll get pregnant soon. Yes, Liu Ying beamed. Ling Ling is healthy too. She rarely gets sick. You worked so hard raising her when she was little, and that's why she grew up so well. Not as hard as you had it, Xue's mother sighed. Our family's situation was really tough back then, and Brother Muhai hurt his arm. You raised Yuan all by yourself and also brought up Fang. It wasn't easy at all. The 2 old friends, knowing each other so well, couldn't stop reminiscing once they started. The buns were steamed, the porridge was ready, and they were still chatting. It wasn't until Xue's father came out holding a sleepy little Ranran that he called out, Grandma, come help. Ranran's awake. He wants milk and needs to wash his face. Both grandmas laughed and hurried out of the kitchen. One poured warm water to wash his face and hands. The other fetched water to drink. After drinking some water, Grandma brought over half a bowl of porridge, and Grandma, on the other side, brought a freshly steamed meat bun. Bite by bite, Ranran happily ate his bun and porridge. Xue's father washed up and changed clothes. Just then, Chung Muhai came back, carrying a small net bag with 3 little glass jars inside. These are homemade pickles from Ahu's mom, really tasty and crunchy. She made them with her own cabbages and added sesame oil. They smell amazing. Liu Ying quickly took them out and set out 3 small dishes, putting some pickles on each. Porridge with pickles, in-laws. These are homemade, don't mind if they're a bit rustic. Everyone laughed. Xue's father said, "It's been ages since I've had homemade pickles. When the factory's busy, she has to help out. Whatever the workers eat, we eat too. We hardly ever eat at home these days, and it's rare to have a meal that really hits the spot. Oh, these meat buns are delicious." The fresh meat buns were soft and fragrant, and with a bit of braised meat, every bite was full of flavor. Xue's mother also praised, "Homemade food is always the best." "It's mainly clean," Liu Ying explained. "We make everything ourselves, and the pots and stoves are clean. Ran is still little, and his tummy is sensitive, so homemade is better." Chung Muhai looked at his grandson with affection and said softly, "He's strong and good-looking. Every time I take him out, people say, 'What a cute kid.'" "His parents are both good-looking," Xue's mother laughed. "If they have a daughter, she'll be a real beauty." Liu Ying couldn't stop smiling. "When he has a little sister, Ran will be a big brother." "Brother, brother." The little one didn't understand, but echoed, "Brother, brother," while holding his toy. All the elders were amused. After breakfast, Chung Muhai took Xue's parents out for a walk. Xue's mother couldn't bear to leave Ran behind and said, "Put a hat on him and bring him along. Sister Liu, you come too." "But Yuan and Ling aren't up yet." Liu Ying hesitated. "I made breakfast for them here." "It's fine," Chung Muhai said. Yuan will come over. Maybe the young couple want something different and are making their own breakfast. Don't worry, just bring Ran along." So, Grandma and Grandma held Ran's hands, Grandpa and Grandpa walked ahead, and together they left the complex, chatting as they strolled along the riverside road. Cheng Tianyuan and Xue Ling didn't wake up until the sun was high. They lingered in bed, cuddling for a long time before finally getting up. As they washed up, they chatted. Xue Ling told him about Xue Heng, leaving him stunned. He dated more than 12 girls in a year, and sometimes 2 or 3 at once. Xue Ling nodded emphatically, raising her eyebrows with a smile. "Impressive, right? He was such a playboy that Uncle Jillian gave him a real scolding. Now he's finally settled down." "Impressive. Very impressive," Cheng Tianyuan said, his eyes flickering as he quickly washed his face. He felt lucky to have just one wife. He couldn't imagine juggling more. That's why when Yuan Aihua kept flirting with him and even said those things, he fired her on the spot, telling her never to show up again. If they ever ran into each other, she should go the other way. He'd hired Yuan Aihua because both shops really needed help, and she was a good friend of Chen Lan's, a local, someone he thought he could trust. So he'd given her a good position and later transferred her to the new store. When running a shop, having waitstaff is essential. And if the waitstaff are young women who are good at communicating and friendly, customers usually like them more. It makes the shop look better and helps attract more business. So, for the new shop, he planned to hire female workers. In the development zone, Ahu's mom could help, and Chen Lan was there too. The new shop was close to Yuan Aihua's home, so transferring her there would make her commute easier. But he never expected that this simple arrangement would lead to misunderstandings. She said he was very considerate of her, not only thinking about her needs, but also taking on all the heavy work in the shop himself. What was that supposed to mean? It was his shop. Of course he'd take care of it. Since all 3 employees were women and not as strong as men, he tried to handle all the heavy lifting himself. But none of the work he did had anything to do with her, yet she took it all personally. Not only that, she also spoke badly about Xue Ling. She'd say things like, "Your wife isn't the type to care for her family. She's always away, sometimes for months at a time. Why do you trust her so much? What if she's out there flirting with other men? How would you even know?" She even clung to his arm, crying anxiously, "I'm willing to be with you, even if it's without a title, because I truly love you. Your wife is a city woman from the capital. How could she possibly love a country boy like you?" I heard you were engaged as kids, and she only married you because she had to. I'm not like her. I really love you and want to build a life with you." He was furious and immediately shook her off. "What nonsense are you talking about? My wife is honest and upright. She's never done anything to betray me. If it weren't for her taking care of our family, I'd still be a poor nobody. We truly love each other and live a good, honest life. If you say one more word, don't blame me for being rude." "What's so rude about it?" Yuan Aihua sobbed. "I like you so much. Even Li Meihua can see it. You can't not know. I pour you water, fan you. I really want to be with you. Brother Yuan, you don't have to get divorced. We can be together in secret. I don't mind as long as you're willing." "Are you crazy?" Cheng Tianyuan was furious. "You're an unmarried girl. How can you have so little self-respect? I only want my wife, and I would never do anything to betray her or my family. I'm not that kind of boss. You've got the wrong person." "No!" Yuan Aihua tried to get closer, reaching out to hug him again. He quickly dodged, keeping his distance. Yuan Aihua cried uncontrollably, choking out, "I didn't get it wrong. You're exactly the kind of man I like. You're responsible, hardworking, and you take care of me. I know you have feelings for me too, right? Otherwise, why would you treat me so well?" "Nonsense." Cheng Tianyuan cut her off coldly. "How do I take care of you? This is my shop. If I don't look after my business and my staff, how can I make money? I pay you to work, that's all. I treat all 3 employees the same. Why doesn't Li Meihua think like you? Stop this. Pack your things and go home. You're not welcome here anymore." "No," Yuan Aihua sobbed. I just want to marry you. To be with you. I only have feelings for you, not for any other man. My family set me up on a blind date. I went to the movies and dinner with the guy, but I didn't like him at all. Brother Yuan, I don't care if we're not married. I'm willing to be with you in secret." "Leave now," Cheng Tianyuan waved her off impatiently. "I'm married. I won't betray my wife or my family. A real man loves and cares for his family, not someone with a wandering heart. I'll have Li Meihua settle your half-month's wages. Don't come back tomorrow. You're not welcome here." "No." Yuan Aihua choked. "Brother Yuan, how can you be so heartless? Can't you at least think about it? I'm not bad-looking. Maybe not as pretty as your wife, but I love you just as much. I can be with you in secret. I promise I won't tell anyone, really." Her demands weren't high. She just wanted to be with him in secret. Was that really too much to ask? Cheng Tianyuan sighed and frowned. "You're an unmarried girl. How can you not value yourself? Listen, a lot of men cheat, but I'm not one of them. If I were irresponsible, if I flirted with you, joked around, or even slept with you, what would you do then? There are no secrets that last forever. Sooner or later, people would find out. Your reputation would be ruined, your innocence lost, and it would be hard to marry into a good family." Yuan Aihua was stunned. She'd never thought that far ahead. She just knew she liked him, loved him, wanted to be with him, even if it meant having no official status. She hadn't thought about what would happen in the future. Cheng Tianyuan continued, "Society is much more forgiving to men than to women. My own sister married the wrong man and almost ruined her life. Even though she left him in time, her reputation still suffered. She was seen as a woman who'd already been with someone. Luckily, she lives in the county now, where not many people know us. If she were still in our village, who knows how many people would gossip behind her back." He lowered his voice. "You're still young and impulsive. But have you thought about the consequences? You're not even 20 yet. Your life is just beginning. What about your future?" Yuan Aihua was completely at a loss, her head hanging. I don't know." Cheng Tianyuan shook his head and gave a cold laugh. "We live in the present, but we have to think long-term. Sometimes a moment's impulse can cost you a lifetime. I'll pretend this never happened. Pack your things, tell Li Meihua you don't want to work here anymore, and take your half-month's wages. Then go home. Don't come back here, and don't go to the development zone shop either. If we run into each other on the street, just go the other way." Yuan Aihua stammered, "Can't I stay? Can you give me another chance, please?" "No," Cheng Tianyuan refused flatly. "You need to leave, or you'll regret it sooner or later. I don't want to feel awkward seeing you. Find another job and live your life well." That afternoon, Li Meihua handed her the half-month's wages. "The boss said you found a better job and don't want to work here anymore, so I'm settling your pay." Yuan Aihua took the money, eyes red, and nodded. Li Meihua forced a smile. "That's good. Work hard. If you're ever in the area, come by and chat." Yuan Aihua left in tears. Cheng Tianyuan glanced at her back, then turned to Li Meihua. "Thanks for helping out these next few days. I'll put up a notice and hire someone new." "Okay," Li Meihua replied. Yuan ge. Xue Ling poked him, snuggling up to his arm and acting cute. "What are you daydreaming about? I've called you several times." Cheng Tianyuan snapped back to reality and smiled apologetically. "I was just thinking, what to make you for breakfast?" Xue Ling giggled and buried her head in his arms. "Anything is fine. I'm so hungry, really hungry. I want meat buns. 2, no, 3. Cheng Tianyuan replied indulgently in a low voice. "I didn't make any last night. If I start making dough now and wait for it to rise before steaming, it'll take at least another hour. You're so hungry now, I'm afraid you'll be starving by then. Besides, it's already past 8. If we eat too late, it'll throw off the whole day." Xue Ling muttered, "I think I smelled meat buns in my dream. I thought you'd made them ahead of time." Cheng Tianyuan's eyes flickered as he guessed. "It's probably because Mom and Dad steamed buns next door. Go get changed. I'll go check." "Okay." Xue Ling skipped off to the bedroom. A moment later, Cheng Tianyuan returned. "Honey, come eat porridge and meat buns. Mom and Dad have gone out and they took little Ran with them. The buns and porridge are still on the stove, nice and hot." Xue Ling asked in surprise. "Where did they go?" "No idea," Cheng Tianyuan replied. "But they left on foot, so they can't be far. Mom left us breakfast. Come eat while it's hot." Xue Ling washed her hands and happily ran over to eat. "Wow, so good. I think Mom's cooking is getting better and better." Cheng Tianyuan smiled. "It really is. Actually, Mom's always been a good cook, but when we were poor, there weren't many ingredients to work with, so she couldn't make much variety. When I was little, things were a bit better, especially when we lived at Dahutong. Mom's food was always delicious, and she'd make something different every day." "Oh," Xue Ling nodded in agreement. "Even the best cook can't work without ingredients. That's understandable. By the way, my parents brought a lot of jerky, the heaviest bag. Don't forget to take it out and eat some." "Got it," Cheng Tianyuan suggested. "Since your parents rarely visit, why don't you divide the jerky into small portions and give some to Wang Ting and Liu Xing, and also to Ahu's mom and the Chen family?" Yes, Xue Ling said. "I also saved a portion for Boss Liao. Is the construction still on hold over there? I need to go check it out. I still don't know what's going on. Wasn't the project going well? Why did it suddenly stop? It's supposed to be finished by the second half of next year. Shouldn't they be speeding up, not stopping? Maybe something happened." Cheng Tianyuan said, "The car keys are in the drawer in the bedroom. While you were away, I was worried the car would get too dirty. So I took the tools and a bucket and gave it a good wash the other day. It's spotless inside and out now." "Thank you," Xue Ling beamed, tearing off a piece of meat bun to feed him. "Here's your reward." Cheng Tianyuan smiled dotingly and took a bite. "The porridge is still a bit hot. Let's wait a bit." "Okay." Xue Ling leaned lazily against him, eating slowly. With no one else around, the couple, reunited after so long, were extra affectionate. She simply sat on his lap, feeding him as she ate. "A bite for you, a bite for me, sweet and cozy." Cheng Tianyuan narrowed his eyes, watching his beloved wife snuggled in his arms, feeling even more certain that he'd done the right thing by firmly rejecting Yuan Aihua. A relationship can stay strong only with mutual love and trust, without any cracks. If he ever made a mistake, even just a moment of weakness, Xue Ling would never forgive him. Even if she did, her heart would be broken, hurt, and disappointed, and things would never be the same. It's like a porcelain vase. Once shattered, even if you piece it back together, the cracks remain forever. Xue Ling might seem easygoing and carefree, but her heart was fiercely possessive. If he ever slipped up, she'd be heartbroken and might leave him. Even if she stayed for their son's sake, she'd never trust him again. and their relationship would never go back to how it was. So, as a responsible man, he had to stay true to himself, not be swayed by outside temptations, and cherish his family and loved ones. That was the right thing to do. Loving someone is easy, and being moved is even easier. But staying true to your heart and holding on to love for a lifetime takes willpower and perseverance. He already had the one he loved. For the sake of their family and each other, he had to stick to his principles. Xue Ling turned her head and asked, "Why are you so quiet? You haven't finished your bun." Cheng Tianyuan picked up a bun and took a big bite. "I was waiting for it to cool down." Xue Ling asked, "Is everything going well at the shops lately?" "All normal," Cheng Tianyuan replied. "At the new shop, Yuan Aihua found a better job and resigned. I hired a woman in her 30s who lives nearby. She's honest and reliable. I asked Li Meihua to show her the ropes. It's hard to find workers at the end of the year, so we'll make do for now. If business is good, I'll help out myself. After all, hiring one more person means more expenses." "True," Xue Ling said, not suspecting a thing. "If I have time at the end of the year, I'll help out too." "You just focus on your own work," Cheng Tianyuan said, suddenly remembering something. "Last month, a remittance slip came from the capital. I put it in the locked drawer for you." "Oh, that's probably the publishing fee for the book I translated last year," Xue Ling explained. "Plus a bit of weekly manuscript payment." Translating short jokes wasn't hard, and they were short. When she was home, she translated a whole book and sent it to Xiao Jiaxu, who picked one each day for the editor to use, probably enough to last until the second half of next year. Cheng Tianyuan couldn't help asking, "How much is it?" Xue Ling shook her head. "There were a lot of words, so I'm not sure how they calculated it. Last year it was a few yuan per 1,000 words, so maybe a few thousand yuan in total." "That's already a lot," Cheng Tianyuan said in a low voice. "You already got paid once for the translation, and now there's a publishing fee too. That's extra." "Yeah," Xue Ling smiled. "It's not bad, but translating is exhausting. So much research, so many dictionaries, and sometimes I have to rack my brain for the right word. It's really mentally draining." Cheng Tianyuan had seen her work and knew every word was hard-earned. "Our finances are stable now. If you're interested, you can do more in the future, but for now, just take a break." Xue Ling said. "Next, I'll focus on phases 2 and 3 of Wangjiang Garden. I can't take on any more work." Cheng Tianyuan laughed. "How much more do you want to take on? You're already doing wholesale, running the sweater factory, and managing the big real estate project next door. Isn't that enough?" Xue Ling couldn't help but laugh, and teased, "Whoever thinks they have too much money? If there's a chance to earn more, of course I want to." Suddenly, Cheng Tianyuan remembered something. "By the way, has Shan Yu called you?" "No," Xue Ling replied, curious. "Why? Are they doing okay down in the southern island? Shan Yu's baby must be a few months old by now." Cheng Tianyuan explained. "He called last month. The baby and sister Chen are both fine, but his mother has been causing some trouble at home. He's finally decided to start a paper mill. He says he understands the industry and thinks it's a good opportunity." "I already told him before," Xue Ling said. "For big machinery like that, you have to buy it from the northeast. There aren't any big equipment factories in the capital." Xue Ling added, "In the capital, you can only find second-hand machines, and they're all outdated models." Cheng Tianyuan frowned and explained. "From what he said, it sounds like he wants to go to the capital to buy second-hand ones. He said he wanted to discuss it with you, but I told him you weren't around, that you'd gone to the capital to help your parents. I gave him your office number and told him to call you when he had time." "He probably never called," Xue Ling asked. "When was this?" "Last month, almost a month ago," Cheng Tianyuan replied. Xue Ling shook her head. "He didn't call." Cheng Tianyuan couldn't help but worry. "He's not really planning to buy old second-hand machines, is he?" "No way." Xue Ling immediately rejected the idea, explaining, "I already warned him before. Whatever business we do, we have to stay ahead of the curve." Don't be tempted by small savings and end up with outdated equipment. Old machines usually use more energy and produce lower quality products. Otherwise, why would they be phased out? If you use those, your products won't be competitive at all. Cheng Tianyuan thought for a moment. Maybe it's because the South Island isn't as developed. Xue Ling picked up her bowl and started eating in big bites. Let me finish eating, then I'll call him. Cheng Tianyuan quickly brought over some pickles and said gently, Don't eat so fast. Have some pickles with your porridge. Thanks. Xue Ling scooped some out and kept eating. Cheng Tianyuan frowned and asked, Honey, do you always eat this fast when you're in the capital? Always in a rush? What's wrong? Xue Ling finished her bowl of porridge in no time and set it down. Yeah, I'm always busy there, so I eat as fast as I can. Cheng Tianyuan felt a pang of heartache and gave a wry smile. I noticed you ate fish really fast at lunch yesterday, and you ate quickly again when you got home in the evening. Now that you're home, try to slow down. There's no rush here. Take your time eating or you'll hurt your stomach. Oh, remind me, okay? Xue Ling giggled. I'm just used to it. You're right. Eating too fast isn't good. Cheng Tianyuan quickly cleared the dishes and said, I just restocked the shop the night before last, so I'm not busy these 2 days. I'll wash the dishes and you call Shan Yu. Later, I'll go with you to see Boss Liao. Okay. Xue Ling wiped her mouth and went to the living room to make the call. The number Shan Yu left was his home phone, and when she called, it was Chen Shuiyu who answered. Oh. I was wondering who it was. It's Ling Ling. We've missed you so much. How are you? I heard you went to the capital. Are you back now? It's been 2 or 3 months since we last saw you. It feels so strange. Xue Ling was a bit overwhelmed by her rapid-fire words and laughed. I just got back, so I'm calling you right away. How's little Shan Yu? Is she being good? Not at all, Chen Shuiyu laughed. She's always fussy at night, only wants milk, won't drink water or rice soup, so naughty. Don't blame the child. It's definitely because you spoil her, Xue Ling teased. There are no truly naughty kids, only parents who spoil them too much. If you let her have her way, of course she'll act up. It's not me, Chen Shuiyu laughed, shifting the blame. It's all Shan Yu. He treats his daughter like a treasure, spoils her rotten. If she shakes her head, he shakes his too. If she cries, he almost cries with her. Xue Ling couldn't help but laugh. Shan Yu, already in his 30s, finally had a chubby baby girl. Of course he was over the moon. Ever since his daughter started wanting to be held and throwing little tantrums, he's been delighted. The way he spoils her, as Shui Yu puts it, if the kid ever wants the moon, he'd probably try to fly up and get it for her. Is Shan Yu there? How have you all been lately? Not great, Chen Shuiyu huffed. My mother-in-law comes over every few days to cause trouble. I'm so tired of arguing with her. What happened this time? Xue Ling asked. Chen Shuiyu complained, It's the same as before. They were too much. When I had a daughter, they wouldn't help take care of her. Shan Yu got mad and said, If you won't help, then don't come asking us for money. Now he just gives them a little living allowance each month, not as much as before. The old lady got mad and keeps coming over to argue, saying I turned her son against her, and scolding Shan Yu for being ungrateful. Xue Ling clicked her tongue. Just give the same amount as the other siblings. Whatever the others give each month, you give the same. That's fair. Exactly, Chen Shuiyu said angrily. But they won't accept it. They say the others are poor, and since Shan Yu earns more, he should give more. I don't care. I told them since the new year we've just been living off our savings. You don't want to help with your granddaughter, but you want money, no way. Shuiyu was a tough one. She'd given the old lady a piece of her mind, and now whenever the in-laws showed up, she just shut the door and ignored them. Xue Ling asked, So, what's Shan Yu planning? Are you two still running your business? No, Chen Shuiyu explained. We found a piece of land nearby, right by a river. Perfect for a paper mill. We've already bought the land and are planning to build the factory and then buy the machines. As for wood and other materials, we'll figure that out once the factory's built. Shan Yu's been busy finding people to build the plant. He's run off his feet. Xue Ling was relieved. As long as you haven't bought the machines yet, that's good. Tell Shan Yu not to buy second-hand equipment. Outdated technology and machines can't compete in the market. If you're planning for the long term, you have to invest in better machines. But, Chen Shuiyu lowered her voice, the price difference between new and used is huge. It's more than 10,000 yuan. Sis, starting a factory costs money for everything. We have no resources, and we're starting from scratch. Land, building, everything costs money. 10,000 is a huge amount for us. I know, Xue Ling replied, but if you can invest 100,000, why not another 10,000? If the machines are good, why would anyone sell them as second-hand? You can save on other costs, but never on the machines. If you end up making less money, or the product quality is poor and you can't sell it, you'll lose not just 10,000, but the whole 100,000. Chen Shuiyu was stunned by her analysis. That makes sense. Xue Ling knew Shan Yu was a total wife guy. He'd listen to whatever his wife said, so convincing Shuiyu was as good as convincing him. Talk it over with Shan Yu. You can save on everything else, but not the machines. I'll talk to him when he gets back, Chen Shuiyu said after thinking it over. All right. You two discuss it. I've got things to do here, so I won't keep you. If you have time during the new year, bring Yu over to visit. After hanging up, Xue Ling went to the kitchen and found Cheng Tianyuan wasn't there. He was in the side room, sorting out the jerky and other specialties they'd brought back from the capital. Cheng Tianyuan explained, I've divided them into several portions. If you want to give some away, just grab a pack. I'll visit Wang Qing and the others when I have time, Xue Ling said, picking up a pack. Let's go see Boss Liao first. Cheng Tianyuan and Xue Ling brought the gifts and first drove to the construction site for Phase 2. They saw that the first floor was under construction, with steel bars and cement everywhere. Although it looked a bit messy, overall things were fairly orderly. The only problem was that there were hardly any people around. No one was working, just 2 or 3 older men sitting at the entrance, smoking and chatting. Xue Ling got out of the car and walked straight over to them. Uncles, why isn't anyone working at the site? The lead uncle recognized Xue Ling and quickly stood up, putting on a big, flattering smile. Boss Xue, you're back. Whenever Boss Liao introduced her, he always said she was a partner and a major shareholder in the project, so everyone naturally saw her as the big boss. Some called her Boss Xue, others Manager Xue. Xue Ling waved her hand and smiled. Just call me Xiao Xue. I was in the capital for a while and don't know what's happened here. Why did work stop? The uncle gave a wry smile and explained, a few days ago there was an incident at the site. Some workers didn't follow the engineer's instructions and they got into an argument that turned into a fight. The engineer got beaten up pretty badly with injuries to his face, hands, and feet. What? She hadn't expected that at all. Xue Ling asked, and then? Didn't Boss Liao handle it? The uncle replied, he did. Boss Liao rushed over right away and sent the engineer to the hospital. He also gave those workers a real scolding. But those guys are troublemakers, real tough characters. They stirred up the other workers, started talking about striking, and demanded more money from Boss Liao. In the end, things ended badly and Boss Liao just told them all to leave. After that, well, this is how it's been. Xue Ling frowned, sensing the situation was serious. Are the workers still living at the site? In the back, the uncle explained. But they're not working, so the cook isn't making meals. There are just a few shacks. If they want to stay, they can. But Boss Liao hasn't bothered with them, and we haven't chased them off either. Xue Ling bit her lip and said, I'll go talk to Boss Liao. Another honest-looking uncle muttered, those guys. They're all from out of town, really far from home. They've got nowhere else to stay. But they're not working! If they don't work, Boss Liao can kick them out. This isn't their home. How can they just stay here for free? Ridiculous! Xue Ling didn't say much more and turned back to the car. Yuenge, let's go to Boss Liao's office in the city. Cheng Tianyuan knew the way and quickly drove her over. Boss Liao's company wasn't big, and the receptionist came out to greet them right away. Boss Xue, you're back? That's great. Old Liao's been so busy lately. He said if you called, we should put you through right away. Xue Ling nodded politely. Where is he? Upstairs in his office on the 2nd floor. Xue Ling had been there many times before, so she and Cheng Tianyuan went straight up to Boss Liao's office. Inside, the air was thick with smoke and several men were puffing away. Xue Ling frowned and called out, "Boss Liao, it's Xue Ling!" A figure quickly emerged from the back, clothes rumpled and hair messy. It was Boss Liao. In Xue Ling's memory, he was always a refined, scholarly businessman, usually in a white shirt and neat nylon pants. She hadn't expected him to look so disheveled. Clearly, this situation had really gotten to him. "Xiao Xue, you're finally back." Boss Liao shook his head and sighed. "I have a lot to discuss with you." Xue Ling glanced inside and asked, "Do you have guests?" "Just a few old friends." Boss Liao led her and Cheng Tianyuan to another large room across the hall. "Come, have a seat." Cheng Tianyuan handed over the gifts and explained, "My wife arrived in the provincial capital yesterday at noon, and I picked her and my in-laws up. She just got up this morning and rushed to the construction site, but you weren't there, so we came straight here." Boss Liao gave a bitter smile. "The site's been shut down for 3 or 4 days now," Xue Ling said. "The gatekeepers didn't explain things clearly. Tell me what happened." Boss Liao sighed and began. "Here's the situation. Among this batch of workers, besides Liu Xiaoyu and some of the old hands, there are also a lot of migrant workers. They're led by a guy named Zhang Biao, a rough character. They've worked on a lot of sites and are pretty experienced, so I kept them on, but they kept clashing with Liu Xiaoyu's group. Big arguments every few days, constant trouble. It's been giving me a headache." Xue Ling had heard Liu Xiaoyu complain a few times before, but she'd thought it was just minor disagreements, grown men arguing but nothing serious. She hadn't realized there was so much underlying conflict. Boss Liao continued. "A few days ago, they ignored the engineer's instructions and made a mistake. The engineer scolded them and they started a fight, beat him up. He's still in the hospital, though thankfully it's nothing too serious. Then Zhang Biao led his men to stir up trouble and went on strike. Liu Xiaoyu came to me and said he didn't want to work with Zhang Biao's group anymore, and took his own men out on strike too." Xue Ling listened calmly and asked, "So, how are you handling it now?" I tried to persuade Liu Xiaoyu's group to come back," Boss Liao said quickly, "but they're too few. I still need Zhang Biao's people. Phase 2 is bigger than Phase 1, and there's Phase 3 coming up, so I need a lot of workers. I thought about splitting them up, but Liu Xiaoyu won't budge. Zhang Biao's group is making more and more demands, trying to extort me." Xue Ling rolled her eyes inwardly and asked, "How many people does Zhang Biao have?" "Over 60. Boss Liao replied. "Liu Xiaoyu has about 30 now." Xue Ling narrowed her eyes. "Zhang Biao's group are all from out of town, right?" "Yes, mostly from other provinces," Boss Liao explained. "But they're big, strong guys, and they work hard, just hard to manage." Xue Ling thought for a moment and asked, "So what's your plan? Do you have a solution?" "No," Boss Liao admitted. "I'm at my wit's end. Liu Xiaoyu's group is easier to work with, and I'd like to keep them, but they refuse to work with Zhang Biao. I've tried to talk to both sides, but neither will budge. Zhang Biao's group just keeps making more demands, and I don't want to give in." "Then don't," Xue Ling said. "They're all from out of town, and it's almost the end of the year. If they don't hurry up and earn some money, they might not even have enough to go home for the holidays." Boss Liao sighed. "The problem is, the project is huge. I need more workers. I've already sent someone to talk to Liu Xiaoyu, and there's a mediator who's making progress. We've worked together for years, so I'm confident I can keep him. As for Zhang Biao's group, I haven't been able to persuade them." Xue Ling thought for a moment and said, "If you can't persuade them, then don't. If workers are too unruly and hard to manage, it's better to slow down the project than have troublemakers on site. Our priority should be quality, not just speed." "Xiao Xue, you don't understand," Boss Liao said with a bitter smile. "My construction company is still new, and it's only the familiar workers nearby who are keeping my business afloat. I don't have that many people. For projects like Phase 2 and 3, you really need a lot of workers." Then just recruit new ones, Xue Ling said. It can't just be this one batch of workers, right? If they're causing trouble, settle their wages and send them off. Let Liu Xiaoyu's group hold things together for now, and after the new year, when there are more workers around, we can hire again. Boss Liao was taken aback, falling into thought. Xue Ling continued, if workers form cliques and only listen to their own little boss, they won't listen to you. If you give in to them once, they'll just keep making bigger demands, causing trouble and striking, and then our project will be constantly disrupted, with you being led by the nose. Besides, Liu Xiaoyu's group has already fallen out with them. If you can't reconcile them, you can only choose one side. I've met Liu Xiaoyu. He's honest and reliable. I trust the people he brings. There may be fewer of them, but they're all locals and loyal to Liu Xiaoyu. If we get along with him, we can manage his team well. I know you're worried there aren't enough workers and the project will be delayed, but there are only 2 months left until the end of the year. Let's just hold on for now, and after the new year we can speed up and hire more. As long as we offer a bit more, say 50 cents or a yuan extra per day for experienced workers, good pay will attract good workers. There will definitely be people willing to come. Boss Liao listened to her analysis and quickly saw the light. All right, let's do as you say. I'll let Zhang Biao's group go. By the way, Liu Xiaoyu will be here soon. Can you help persuade him to get his team back to work? I said some harsh things before, and I'm getting old and stubborn about face. No problem, I'll handle it, Xue Ling said, understanding. I'll play mediator. Boss Liao smiled kindly and nodded. Thank you, Xiao Shui. Cheng Tianyuan was looking at the blueprints, his eyes going blurry. He couldn't help but ask, by the way, is the engineer okay? Is he out of the hospital yet? Almost, Boss Liao replied. Luckily it wasn't serious. He should be discharged in a couple of days. Xue Ling said, he should get some compensation, a gift basket and a nice red envelope. Of course, I'll take care of that, Boss Liao agreed. Xue Ling asked, the other 2 engineers are still here, right? Yes, Boss Liao said. One's inside, the other went out to buy something. Just then, Liu Xiaoyu came in, wearing his work clothes, dirty from the site, with the engineer beside him. Oh, sister-in-law Xue Ayuan, you're here. Xue Ling stood up and smiled. Boss Liu, we were just waiting for you. Cheng Tianyuan made room for them to sit. Boss Liao pulled the engineer aside and smiled. Xiao Lu, you chat with Xue and her husband. We'll go discuss something inside. Boss Liu nodded and sat across from Xue Ling. Xue Ling was straightforward. Boss Liu, I just got back from the capital yesterday, and as soon as I got home my husband told me Phase 2 had stopped. I was shocked, so I came right over to find out what happened. Liu Xiaoyu gave a wry smile and shook his head. Sister-in-law Xue, it's not that I'm slacking off, it's just that my brothers and I really couldn't keep working. That group has been pushing us out since the groundbreaking. Boss Liao is too soft-hearted. When we complained, he'd just try to smooth things over. At first, we let it go, but after a while, we just couldn't take it anymore. Xue Ling nodded. I hope you can understand how tough it is for everyone. As the boss, what we want most is for everyone to get along and work well. Every day the project is stalled, we lose money, hidden costs and stress that you can't even predict. Liu Xiaoyu agreed. Some workers, like the engineers, are on fixed salaries. Even if the project stops, we still have to pay them, and the people watching the materials too. It's a big loss. Xue Ling smiled. So, I hope you'll get your brothers back to work soon, and try to earn a bit more before the new year. Liu Xiaoyu's eyes flickered. But what about Zhang Biao's group? They're all being let go, Xue Ling said. They caused trouble, beat people up, and even threatened the boss. We can't keep workers like that. This afternoon, Boss Liao will dismiss them and keep just your group for now. She smiled and explained, You've worked with him for years, and it's always been a good partnership. Now he has to choose, and he's choosing you. Liu Xiaoyu grinned. Don't worry, I won't let you down. But honestly, there are some good workers under Zhang Biao. They're big, strong northerners and work hard, but they're used to following him and don't dare go against him. If they want to follow him, let them, Xue Ling said. We only want diligent, reliable workers. After the new year, we'll find more solid workers. For now, let's just get by. Liu Xiaoyu nodded quickly. I'll help look. I have a friend. Hu knows him too, who has about 10 workers, all in construction. They usually do private jobs, but work isn't steady, so sometimes they help with transport at the station or docks. If they can get steady work, they'd love it. Then I'll count on you, Xue Ling smiled. Tell him Phase 2 will last about a year, and then there's Phase 3. If they work hard, they'll have steady work for over 2 years. What about pay? Liu Xiaoyu asked, a little embarrassed. I need to tell the guys something. Xue Ling laughed. Same as you. Anyone you bring in gets the same treatment. Plus, everyone gets a holiday gift and a red envelope for New Year. Really? Liu Xiaoyu asked in surprise. A red envelope too? Yes, 80 yuan each, Xue Ling said. Anyone working on Phase 2 or 3 gets one. I'm a shareholder and the chief accountant. I can promise that. Liu Xiaoyu nodded eagerly. Great. I'll go find my friend this afternoon. He's usually at the bus station. Thanks again, Xue Ling said. Let's try to get work started again tomorrow. Don't drag it out. Will do? Liu Xiaoyu stood up with a smile. I'll go notify my guys right now. Xue Ling saw him out, then went to find Boss Liao. We'll let Zhang Biao's group go this afternoon. Liu Xiaoyu's team will be back at work tomorrow, and he'll help find more workers. That's great, Boss Liao nodded. After the new year, if we need more, we'll hire slowly. It was almost noon, so Xue Ling and Cheng Tianyuan said their goodbyes. I'll be at the site first thing tomorrow morning. See you then. The couple drove straight to the development area. It's already 11 o'clock. I bet everyone's gone home by now, Xue Ling guessed. Cheng Tianyuan smiled. No worries, let's swing by and check. If no one's there, we'll just head home. Xue Ling hummed a little tune, a smile on her lips. Luckily, your parents and mine are old friends and get along well, so we never have to worry about them not getting along. Look at them. Didn't even need us to keep them company. The 4 of them just took little Ran out to have fun. Cheng Tianyuan agreed. He liked that his in-laws and his own parents got along so well. In the future, when the elders were older, the 4 of them could play mahjong together and keep each other company. What could be better? His in-laws had no son, just their daughter, so he and Xue Ling would be responsible for their care in old age. If all 4 elders could spend their later years together, life would be even happier. They thought everyone had already gone home, but to their surprise, they were all still at Dajale. Xue Ling's dad laughed. We played by the river for a while, took a long walk, and then came back. Little Ran had some water and got hungry, so Hu's mom steamed the rice cakes from this morning and everyone had a piece. She said since we came all this way, we had to have a meal here. She insisted, wouldn't let us leave. Xue Ling's mom smiled. Aunt Lu went to help in the kitchen, and your dad and I are looking after Ran. Just now, young Chen Min said we should set up a big table outside, enjoy the view while we eat, and have a lively meal together. Cheng Muhai was picking vegetables. We knew you'd come looking for us, so we didn't go find you. See, you showed up right on time before lunch. Xue Ling hurried over to help, and Cheng Tianyuan squatted down to help pick vegetables too. We were out running errands and didn't know if you'd come back yet, so we came to check. Cheng Muhai explained. Hu's mom is great at making snacks, and Wu and Haitang have never had authentic Rongcheng snacks. I asked her to make a few so they could try. Oh, then I'll eat extra today, Xue Ling said cheerfully. Hu's mom's cooking is the best. Xue Ling's dad looked a little embarrassed. We barely know her, but she's so warm and generous. Your mom and I feel a bit awkward. Ling, when we go home, you should bring Hu's mom some jerky and a packet of tea to thank her. Already planned, Xue Ling whispered. Her son Hu is our good friend, the one who helped me open the clothing shop in the provincial capital. Oh, I see, her dad nodded. No wonder she called you their family's benefactor just now. That's not all, Cheng Tianyuan added with a smile. A couple of years ago, Hu's mom got seriously ill and needed money for surgery in the provincial capital. Hu was strapped for cash and sold us his bike. That's how we met. That night my wife agreed on the spot, gave him the money, and even gave his mom 10 yuan for food. Later, when Ahu wanted to sell his land to pay for the surgery, my wife lent him the money, and the land was eventually sold to the development zone. So that's how it was, Xue Ling's mom said. It's good to help when you can, especially when it's life-saving money. It really is, Xue Ling's dad agreed. When you're out in the world, friends matter. If you can help someone at the right time, they'll remember it. We don't need to expect anything in return. What matters is a clear conscience. Xue Ling nodded. Nearby, Cheng Muhai, not hearing clearly, thought they were lecturing his daughter and quickly said, "Lingling is a good kid. She's got a soft heart, very kind." Xue Ling's parents both laughed. "She's not the type to do bad things, just average." Little Ranran squatted between Xue Ling and Cheng Tianyuan, playing with vegetable stems, giggling happily, sometimes snuggling up to Dad, sometimes to Mom, clearly delighted. Cheng Tianyuan scolded playfully, "You little rascal making a mess, go over to Grandma." They'd tried to teach him to say nai-nai and ye-ye, but since Xue Ling's parents were from the capital and preferred the formal terms, they switched to Waigong and Waipo. Xue Ling shot him a look. "He's just imitating us. It's how he learns. Don't discourage his curiosity." "Ha!" Cheng Muhai teased his grandson. "Learning to pick vegetables is good. When your parents are busy, you can help cook for them." "Eat! Eat!" little Ranran shouted, waving his veggie stem. Everyone burst out laughing. In the big kitchen, Chen Lan was tending the fire. Hearing the laughter outside, she couldn't help but smile too. Whenever Sister Lingling comes home, the house feels lively again, especially Brother Yuan. Ever since he heard the sisters were coming back, he can't stop smiling. Ahu's mom, busy nearby, turned and laughed. "Jealous? Then hurry up and find yourself a good man to marry." "Exactly," Liu Ying said, pinching the edge of a dumpling wrapper. "Find a good man, and next year you'll have a chubby baby." Chen Lan blushed, stammering, "Auntie, Aunt Lu, you two are too much." Ahu's mom was unfazed. "It's a big life event. Everyone goes through it. Otherwise, life just isn't complete. Next up is your brother's wedding. Your second sister is already married, so it's your turn." "Yeah," Liu Ying whispered. "Your brother's getting married at the end of the year. Then it's your turn. Better hurry up." Chen Lan blushed even more, not daring to look up or say a word. In truth, she already had someone she liked. No need to look. But he was so outstanding she could only keep her feelings hidden. Every time she passed the photo studio, she'd glance in to see if he was there. Every night, she'd wait by the radio for his show, falling asleep to his deep, pleasant voice. Ever since she'd gone to the studio for a photo at New Year, she'd been smitten, but she didn't dare say a word. To him, she was just an ordinary customer. But to her, he was the perfect man. Handsome, gentle, talented, a radio host and a photographer, just too perfect. But she knew the gap between them was huge. She was just an ordinary factory girl, plain-looking, from an average family. She'd liked him for so long, but he didn't even know she existed. Didn't know that in a corner of the Rongcheng development zone, there was a little woman quietly admiring him. She knew she could never reach someone so perfect, so she could only keep her feelings hidden deep in her heart. After lunch, Cheng Tianyuan drove the whole family back to Wangjiangyuan. Little Ranran, after playing all morning, quickly fell into a deep sleep after drinking half a bottle of milk. Xue Ling, exhausted from her husband's attentions the night before, was also tired and napped with her son. Liu Ying didn't have the habit of napping, so she and Xue Ling's mom chatted in the kitchen while prepping ingredients for dinner. Xue Ling's dad, having had a bit too much to drink with Cheng Muhai at lunch, felt dizzy and went to his room to sleep it off. Cheng Tianyuan drove to the new shop, checked the accounts, then went to the slaughterhouse to buy fresh beef and pork before heading home. "Wow, why did you buy so much?" Xue Ling's mom laughed. "How many days will it take to finish all this?" Cheng Tianyuan explained. "Some of it's for braising, and some we'll eat fresh today. The braised meat will taste even better tomorrow." Liu Ying smiled. "With so many people at home, it's good to stock up." Xue Ling's mom felt a little embarrassed. We're making so much trouble for you coming all this way. Oh, don't say that. Liu Ying scolded playfully. Don't be so polite, we're all family. You have no idea. Ever since we heard you were coming, my husband and I have been so excited we couldn't sleep. Xue Ling's mom smiled. It's been 10 or 20 years since we last came to Rongcheng. The changes here are amazing. You moved into these apartments, the environment is so much better now. We're really happy for you. It's all thanks to Ling Ling, Liu Ying said with a big smile. Ever since she married in, this family has changed so much, and all for the better. She wasn't well educated and didn't know how to put her feelings into words, but she truly felt that things couldn't be better than they were now. If you'd told me 3 years ago our family would be like this, I wouldn't have believed it. Ha ha. Xue Ling's mom waved her hand. Yuan deserves just as much credit, and you and Muhai have always helped them. Otherwise, how could they have focused on making money? A family only gets ahead when everyone works together. She couldn't have done it all alone. Liu Ying finished sorting the meat and wiped her hands. Haitang, let's go have some tea in the living room. I'll make you a cup, and then we can sit on the balcony and enjoy the afternoon sun. It's so comfortable. Xue Ling's mom spent all her time at the factory and barely had time to sleep, let alone enjoy the view or the sunshine. That sounds wonderful. It's a bit chilly inside, so some sun would be perfect. The two made tea, grabbed small stools, and went out to the balcony. The sun was warm and gentle, the river breeze not too cool, and it felt wonderful. Liu Ying explained, the evening and morning breezes are chilly, but not now. Ranran loves to come out here in the afternoon to watch the boats. Sometimes big cargo ships go by, and he gets so excited. In the evening, there are little fishing boats, and the river gets lively. Oh, look, someone's out there fishing, Xue Ling's mom said, laughing. The water's so clear, the fish must be delicious. They're all locals, Liu Ying explained. Hu's mom said she used to have a little fishing boat when she was young, always out catching fish and shrimp. Later, when Hu grew up, he took over. I heard most families around here used to have little boats. If you could catch fish and shrimp, you had meat to eat. Living by the water, you live off the water. That's true, Xue Ling's mom said. My hometown is in the mountains, so we always relied on the mountains for food. Liu Ying grew curious. I remember your hometown is in the capital, right? How's your family? My brothers and sisters-in-law are all well. Xue Ling's mom sighed with a gentle smile. My parents passed away more than 10 years ago, both in their 80s. That's a long life, Liu Ying said softly. My parents died young, back in the countryside. We never had enough to eat, and the old folks got sick from hunger. Life only got better for a few years before they passed. Xue Ling's mom comforted her. Life is better now. We have enough to eat and drink, even if we're not rich yet. Things have improved so much. Exactly, Liu Ying chuckled. At least we're not hungry anymore. During the New Year, Muhai and I went back to Chengjia village, and I visited my family too. Now that we're better off, Muhai gave my eldest brother 200 yuan to fix his house, and another 200 to my younger brother so his kids could go to school. He said if our family ever runs into trouble, we can come to the county to find him. Muhai is a good husband, Xue Ling's mom said softly. He thinks of your family and is willing to help. That's not easy. Old Xue is the same with my family. But my brothers and sisters-in-law are greedy, always coming to ask for money or things. Liu Ying asked, is it too much? You have to balance things, or old Xue might get upset. It is too much, Xue Ling's mom said, annoyed. They often go behind my back to ask old Xue for money. I've gotten mad about it several times. Now old Xue doesn't even tell me. He just gives them money in secret. Liu Ying laughed. Old Xue is a scholar, a gentle soul. He's too soft-hearted, Xue Ling's mom whispered. My siblings come for help with raising kids, buying houses, even cars. Old Xue is well off and feels he should help family, so he always gives them money. I think it's too much. This year I didn't visit them for New Year. I said I had a grandson to look after and couldn't go. Liu Ying said quietly, we're married off, so if our family is doing well, we feel at ease. If our parents were still alive, of course we'd care for them. But if your siblings only see you as a source of money and it causes trouble between you and old Xue, that's not good for anyone. Luckily, old Xue can afford it, giving thousands at a time. Xue Ling's mom frowned. But after so many times, it doesn't feel right. You're supposed to help in emergencies, not just give endlessly. And they're not even in trouble, they just keep coming as if we owe them. I was raised by my parents, not my siblings. Every few months they find an excuse to come and I'm tired of it. Liu Ying comforted her. If old Xue doesn't mind, just turn a blind eye. It's not that I don't want to help, Xue Ling's mom said softly. Now that we're better off, a few thousand isn't much, but they always find some excuse to ask for money. If this keeps up, even with old Xue's good temper and generosity, it's not right. Exactly, Liu Ying muttered. You and old Xue worked hard for your money. If they keep coming with excuses, it's shameless. People should rely on themselves. That's right, Xue Ling's mom said quietly. No matter how rich my husband is, it's still his money. When I insisted on marrying old Xue, my siblings were against it. Luckily, my parents saw his good character and let me wait for him. If it were for my parents, I'd give as much as needed. But my siblings always come asking for money. It's so frustrating. Liu Ying asked, Don't they have income? Their kids are grown, right? They're all retired workers, so they have income, Xue Ling's mom explained. Their kids are grown. One daughter married, the son has his own family. When he got married, old Xue gave them 8,000 yuan, helped buy a house and paid for the wedding. They all have salaries, but every few months they come saying times are hard and ask old Xue for money. Liu Ying shook her head and sighed, unable to help but criticize. That's just too much. That's why I'm so angry, Xue Ling's mom said quietly. If it were a real emergency, how could I possibly turn my back on my own siblings? But their character is just not good. Not good at all, Liu Ying agreed softly. Sounds like they're just lazy. They love ease and hate hard work, Xue Ling's mom explained. They think earning a salary is too much trouble, and now that old Xue has money, they try every way to get some out of him. If they succeed, it's theirs. No shame at all. Liu Ying offered some advice. Then don't visit so often, and make your feelings clear to old Xue. He knows I'm upset, Xue Ling's mom said quietly. He's been spending more time at the branch factory lately, not at home or the main factory. My sister-in-law came by with her son a few times, but every time I was there, she was too embarrassed to ask for anything. I just gave her 2 red envelopes for her and my brother's birthdays, and nothing else. People's greed is endless. That's already pretty good, Liu Ying said. Everyone has their own family to take care of. Money doesn't just fall from the sky. You're doing well to keep the peace and not let things get ugly between relatives. That's true. Xue Ling's mom couldn't help but envy her. Your family never drags you down, so you're more respected at home. Liu Ying replied quietly, My brothers are just uneducated farmers. They work the land and live simply, so even a little help from me makes them happy. The 200 yuan my husband gave them at the end of the year made them happy for months and really helped. Her eldest brother's house was too old, so the money helped with repairs. Her younger brother's kids needed school fees, and 200 yuan covered several years. For them, that was a lot. Xue Ling's mom nodded, sighing inwardly. It's best when people are content and grateful, but greedy relatives are a headache. Ignore them and it's awkward. Pay attention and it's even more frustrating. Luckily, her own daughter was ambitious and hardworking, and the family was doing well, so she never had to rely on her, sparing her any trouble with her in-laws. Liu Jie, it's hard to be a person, even harder to be a woman. At home, we're our parents' precious daughters, but after marriage, we have to bear children for our husbands, care for his parents, and still worry about our own family back home. Liu Ying nodded. If our family is doing well, we can hold our heads high at our in-laws and feel like we have support. If they're not, we have to worry about them on top of everything else. It's so hard. Exactly, Xue Ling's mom said. Like now, if old Xue didn't have money, or if he was stingy, and I didn't have any either, I'd be stuck in the middle. My husband would blame my family for being a burden, and my family would blame me for not helping them. How could I not feel torn? The two women kept chatting, refilling their tea as they went. Eventually, Xue Ling and her son woke up, and Cheng Tianyuan brought little Ran out for a drink of water. I told Grandma and Nana to come inside. The sun's gone and the river breeze is getting chilly. It's not good to stay out too long. Both women laughed, stood up, and grabbed their stools to head inside. Little Ran grinned at them as he drank his water. Xue Ling's mom's heart melted at the sight. "Hurry and drink up, then Nana will take you to play." "Okay," the little one replied sweetly. Liu Ying hurried off to the kitchen to get dinner started. Cheng Tianyuan, after feeding his son, handed him to his mother-in-law and went back to his room, closing the door behind him. Xue Ling had woken up but was still so tired she lay back down and drifted off again. Cheng Tianyuan knew he'd been a bit too demanding the night before, and his little wife must be exhausted. He leaned over and whispered, "Honey, time to wake up. It's already past 4. If you nap too long, you won't sleep tonight." "I'll be fine," Xue Ling mumbled. "Right now, I just want to sleep forever." Cheng Tianyuan chuckled indulgently, gazing at her fair, pretty face, his eyes narrowing with affection. "Honey, how about we have another baby?" he asked. Xue Ling opened her eyes, smiled, and burrowed under the covers. "No, not now. Let's talk about it tonight." Cheng Tianyuan laughed softly, scooping her up, blanket and all. Ran can already walk. Now that both sets of grandparents are fighting to take care of him, we can have another. If we have a second one next autumn, Ran will be 2 by then. Xue Ling snuggled in his arms, teasing, "With how hard you worked last night, maybe I'm already pregnant." Cheng Tianyuan nibbled her earlobe and whispered, "Let's keep trying, so we can give our son a little sister." "Heh." Xue Ling shrank her shoulders. "That tickles. How do you know it'll be a girl? Maybe it'll be another boy." Cheng Tianyuan smiled. "Either is fine. If it's another boy, we'll try again for a girl in a few years. It's best to have both a son and a daughter." Suddenly, Xue Ling hugged his neck tightly. "Yuenge, I'm an only child. My mom told me she had a difficult birth with me, and it hurt her health. Back then, everyone gave birth at home, not in hospitals, and it was almost a disaster. She survived, but she could never have another child. My dad is educated and never blamed her, but I know. I hope our second child can have my surname, Xue. Is that okay?" In her past life, she'd always feared her parents would blame her, so she never dared go back to the capital, never got to be a filial daughter. Her parents only had her, but she'd let them down so badly. They must have been heartbroken. This time, when she met her third uncle in the capital, she saw how happy he was with 2 sons and a big family. Her uncle told her since her father only had 1 daughter and she was married out, their family line would end with him, which would be a lifelong regret for her dad. He suggested she have more children and ask her husband if one could take her surname, Xue. When the child grew up, they could visit the ancestral hall during New Year, so the family line would continue. The Xue family was a big clan in the capital, with many successful relatives. Her uncle thought this would help the child's future and ease her father's regret. Cheng Tianyuan was surprised she'd bring this up, but after thinking for a moment, he nodded. Of course. Xue Ling had been nervous, afraid he'd refuse and she'd be in a tough spot. She hadn't expected him to agree so quickly, and was deeply moved. She hugged his neck and kissed him several times. "Thank you. Thank you." Cheng Tianyuan laughed, holding her slim waist and steadying her so she wouldn't fall. He hadn't expected her to be so happy and felt a little embarrassed. "They're all our children anyway. Whether they take my surname or yours, it's fine. Your parents only have you, so if one of our kids has your surname, I'm sure my parents will understand." Xue Ling sighed. "My parents never dared bring it up, probably because they were afraid it would put you on the spot. If my third uncle hadn't mentioned it, I wouldn't have realized. He said that in my dad's branch of the family, I'm the only child. Now that I'm married out, our line could end with me. If I have a few more kids and one takes my surname, then my dad won't be seen as having no descendants in the clan." Cheng Tianyuan had been to the capital and knew the Xue family was a prominent, respected clan. "I don't mind at all." He gently tapped her nose and said softly, "But you'll have to work a little harder and give us a couple more kids. If we have 4, half can be Cheng, half Xue." Xue Ling giggled shyly, burrowing into his arms. 4 is too many. Pregnancy and childbirth are hard work. Would you really want to put me through that?" "I wouldn't," Cheng Tianyuan said, kissing her head. "So 3 is enough. When you're pregnant, I'll take good care of you. I can't share the pain of childbirth, but I'll help with the kids and lighten your load, okay?" "Okay." Xue Ling nuzzled his neck, laughing softly. "Thank you for understanding, and for thinking of my family." "We're all family. No need to thank me." Cheng Tianyuan smiled, hugging her close. "Your parents are my parents too. As their son-in-law, I'm half a son to them. They've always treated me well, so of course I'll treat them well in return." Back then, their engagement was just a verbal agreement. Both families were poor, and there wasn't even a proper token of betrothal. Years later, when he took his mother to the capital to find her, her father accepted him without hesitation, never minding his poverty or lack of a dowry, and let his daughter marry south in a hurry. That trust was something he'd be grateful for all his life. When he married, it was to bring good luck to his ailing father. They couldn't even afford wedding candy, but his wife handled everything, paid off debts, and led the family out of Chengjia village, step by step, to where they were now. Xue Ling nodded. "Later, talk to your parents about it first. Once they agree, I'll tell my parents." "I can make the decision," Cheng Tianyuan said. "My parents are reasonable people, even if they're not well educated. You know how tolerant they are." "No," Xue Ling insisted. "We should talk to them first. It's a matter of respect. If I bring it up and they disagree, it'll be awkward. You're their son, so even if there's a disagreement, it won't cause a rift. You talk to them first, and once they really agree, I'll tell my parents." She didn't say the last part. She didn't want her parents to get their hopes up for nothing. Cheng Tianyuan thought she was being very thoughtful. It wasn't a huge thing, but not a small one either. Better to discuss it with his parents first. "All right, I'll bring it up when I get the chance." The next morning, Xue Ling got up early. She thought she was up early, but her parents and in-laws were already awake, had eaten, and were feeding little Ran breakfast, planning to go for a walk by the river. Cheng Tianyuan said, "Around 8, I'll pick you all up at Dajale in the development zone and take you to the old part of Rongcheng for a look around." "Great," Xue Ling's dad said cheerfully. "It's rare to come back. Revisiting old places will be special." Chung Muhai, not much for fancy words, added, "I've always wanted to go back to the old city, to the old alley where we lived for years." "Wu, let's go together." Xue Ling's mom asked, "Is that old beef shop still at the crossroads? Back then, it was the only place in town selling food." Cheng Tianyuan smiled. "I'm not sure. Dad, Mom, when we get there, you can look for it. We'll eat out for lunch today, then come home for a nap." "Okay," the 4 elders agreed in unison. Xue Ling, eating her porridge, smiled wryly. "I still have to work at the site next door. You all have fun." Cheng Tianyuan looked at her fondly. "Drive your car over. Around 11:30, we'll meet under the banyan tree at the old alley, then we'll go to lunch together." "All right," Xue Ling reminded. "Bring extra water in case you get thirsty, and bring more for Ran. He needs to drink plenty to stay healthy." "Don't worry," her mom laughed. "Just take care of yourself. With 5 adults, we can handle 1 little kid." Xue Ling was reassured, and after breakfast, drove off to work. Cheng Tianyuan drove the Jeep he'd bought last year, while she took the new car. It was close enough to walk, but since she might need to see Boss Liao later, she drove. As soon as she reached the site entrance, she saw a noisy crowd arguing. She frowned, parked, and got out. As soon as people saw her, they rushed over, faces full of anger. "Manager Xue, we heard it was your idea to fire us, is that true?" "Why are you firing us? We can ignore Zhang Biao. We came here to earn money, not to be played by you bosses." "Zhang Biao was the one making trouble. We didn't want to. It's almost New Year, and we haven't earned enough to go home." Liu Xiaoyu was in the crowd too. When he saw her, he quickly came over. "Sis-in-law, don't mind them. Manager Xue, Boss Liao isn't here yet. Please explain things to them." The noise gave Xue Ling a headache and she waved her hand. The others kept arguing, but Liu Xiaoyu, the calmest, shouted, "Quiet! Let Manager Xue speak." His voice startled everyone, and they quickly quieted down. Xue Ling looked around at them, speaking calmly. "This is the side entrance. Whatever you have to say, let's not get worked up. If you have something to say, let's talk it out inside. No need to argue out here." She pointed inside, raising her voice. "Let's all go to the temporary office and talk." Everyone knew she was Xue Ling, the major shareholder and the one in charge of the site's finances. Even Boss Liao treated her with respect. With no one else in charge, the crowd had gotten out of hand. Now that someone with authority was here, there was no need to argue. They all followed Xue Ling into the site. She gave Liu Xiaoyu a look and quietly asked, "What's going on?" Liu Xiaoyu's eyes flickered as he quietly explained, "Yesterday, Boss Liao fired Zhang Biao's group, but most of them didn't want to leave. Zhang Biao ran off early this morning, but the others are still here, refusing to go." "They won't leave? So how did the argument start?" Xue Ling caught the key point. Liu Xiaoyu looked embarrassed. "One of my guys got a bit hot-headed and told them to hurry up and go, saying if they'd been fired, they shouldn't be hanging around. They were already upset, so they started arguing with us." Xue Ling's face darkened and she scolded, "You're here to work, not to fight. The site is counting on you. Don't let me and Boss Liao down again, or it won't end well." Liu Xiaoyu forced a smile and apologized. "It won't happen again, sis. We were too impulsive just now." Xue Ling didn't press further and calmly asked, "How many of them are refusing to leave?" She glanced over and estimated about 20 people. Liu Xiaoyu explained, "These are the ones who want to stay. They say it was Zhang Biao who caused trouble, not them. Their jobs were arranged by Zhang Biao, and he took a cut from their pay, so they had to listen to him. But now it's almost New Year and it's too late to find work elsewhere. They want to stay, at least for the food, lodging, and wages." Xue Ling nodded. "Where's Boss Liao? He's not here yet?" "No," Liu Xiaoyu said, scratching his head. "No idea why he's so late today?" Xue Ling thought for a moment. "Most likely Zhang Biao went to find him." Liu Xiaoyu said nervously, "Sis, these guys were all brought by Zhang Biao. If we let them stay, Zhang Biao will definitely fall out with them. Also, I went to find my friend yesterday. He's bringing 15 or 16 workers this afternoon. We'll have enough people on our side." Xue Ling understood. He didn't want to keep this group, worried they'd cause problems. She didn't agree or refuse, just said, "Let's wait for Boss Liao and discuss it. If they want to work, they have to follow the engineer's instructions. If they cause trouble, we won't keep them." Liu Xiaoyu could only nod. The site was simple, with a makeshift office where the accountant and Boss Liao usually stayed. Workers only came in to get paid. The office was small, not enough for so many people. The young accountant was startled to see the crowd. There was a tent set up outside for shade. Xue Ling stood with them under the tent and asked, "Who here was brought by Zhang Biao? Raise your hand." After a moment, a dozen or so men of various ages slowly raised their hands. Xue Ling smiled. "Please stand over here. The rest, those with Boss Liu, stand behind him." Then she turned to the accountant. "Go get a few packs of cigarettes and give everyone 2 each." The accountant nodded and hurried inside. The workers did as told, splitting into 2 groups. Xue Ling looked at Zhang Biao's group first. "You all want to keep working here, right?" They nodded. The leading middle-aged man frowned and explained, "My home's far from here. Just the train ticket home costs a lot. It's almost New Year, and if I switch sites now, I might not get paid. Here, I get food, a place to stay, and wages. I want to stay." "Me too. Same here." "I wouldn't," Cheng Tianyuan said, kissing her head. "So 3 is enough. When you're pregnant, I'll take good care of you. I can't share the pain of childbirth, but I'll help with the kids and lighten your load, okay?" "Okay." Xue Ling nuzzled his neck, laughing softly. "Thank you for understanding. and for thinking of my family." "We're all family. No need to thank me." Cheng Tianyuan smiled, hugging her close. "Your parents are my parents too. As their son-in-law, I'm half a son to them. They've always treated me well, so of course I'll treat them well in return." Back then, their engagement was just a verbal agreement. Both families were poor, and there wasn't even a proper token of betrothal. Years later, when he took his mother to the capital to find her, her father accepted him without hesitation, never minding his poverty or lack of a dowry, and let his daughter marry south in a hurry. That trust was something he'd be grateful for all his life. When he married, it was to bring good luck to his ailing father. They couldn't even afford wedding candy, but his wife handled everything, paid off debts, and led the family out of Chengjia village, step by step, to where they were now. Xue Ling nodded. "Later, talk to your parents about it first. Once they agree, I'll tell my parents." "I can make the decision," Cheng Tianyuan said. "My parents are reasonable people, even if they're not well educated. You know how tolerant they are." "No," Xue Ling insisted. "We should talk to them first. It's a matter of respect. If I bring it up and they disagree, it'll be awkward. You're their son, so even if there's a disagreement, it won't cause a rift. You talk to them first, and once they really agree, I'll tell my parents." She didn't say the last part. She didn't want her parents to get their hopes up for nothing. Cheng Tianyuan thought she was being very thoughtful. It wasn't a huge thing, but not a small one either. Better to discuss it with his parents first. "All right, I'll bring it up when I get the chance." The next morning, Xue Ling got up early. She thought she was up early, but her parents and in-laws were already awake, had eaten, and were feeding little Ran breakfast, planning to go for a walk by the river. Cheng Tianyuan said, "Around 8, I'll pick you all up at Dajale in the development zone and take you to the old part of Rongcheng for a look around." "Great," Xue Ling's dad said cheerfully. "It's rare to come back. Revisiting old places will be special." Chung Muhai, not much for fancy words, added, "I've always wanted to go back to the old city, to the old alley where we lived for years." "Wu, let's go together." Xue Ling's mom asked, "Is that old beef shop still at the crossroads? Back then, it was the only place in town selling food." Cheng Tianyuan smiled. "I'm not sure. Dad, Mom, when we get there, you can look for it. We'll eat out for lunch today, then come home for a nap." "Okay," the four elders agreed in unison. Xue Ling, eating her porridge, smiled wryly. "I still have to work at the site next door. You all have fun." Cheng Tianyuan looked at her fondly. "Drive your car over. Around 11:30, we'll meet under the banyan tree at the old alley, then we'll go to lunch together." "All right," Xue Ling reminded. "Bring extra water in case you get thirsty, and bring more for Ran. He needs to drink plenty to stay healthy." "Don't worry," her mom laughed. "Just take care of yourself. With 5 adults, we can handle one little kid." Xue Ling was reassured, and after breakfast, drove off to work. Cheng Tianyuan drove the Jeep he'd bought last year, while she took the new car. It was close enough to walk, but since she might need to see Boss Liao later, she drove. As soon as she reached the site entrance, she saw a noisy crowd arguing. She frowned, parked, and got out. As soon as people saw her, they rushed over, faces full of anger. "Manager Xue, we heard it was your idea to fire us, is that true?" "Why are you firing us? We can ignore Zhang Biao. We came here to earn money, not to be played by you bosses." "Zhang Biao was the one making trouble. We didn't want to. It's almost New Year, and we haven't earned enough to go home." Liu Xiaoyu was in the crowd too. When he saw her, he quickly came over. "Sis-in-law, don't mind them." "Manager Xue, Boss Liao isn't here yet. Please explain things to them." The noise gave Xue Ling a headache, and she waved her hand. The others kept arguing, but Liu Xiaoyu, the calmest, shouted, "Quiet! Let Manager Xue speak." His voice startled everyone, and they quickly quieted down. Xue Ling looked around at them, speaking calmly. "This is the site entrance. Whatever you have to say, let's not get worked up. If you have something to say, let's talk it out inside. No need to argue out here." She pointed inside, raising her voice. "Let's all go to the temporary office and talk." Everyone knew she was Xue Ling. the major shareholder and the one in charge of the site's finances. Even Boss Liao treated her with respect. With no one else in charge, the crowd had gotten out of hand. Now that someone with authority was here, there was no need to argue. They all followed Xue Ling into the site. She gave Liu Xiaoyu a look and quietly asked, "What's going on?" Liu Xiaoyu's eyes flickered as he quietly explained, "Yesterday, Boss Liao fired Zhang Biao's group, but most of them didn't want to leave. Zhang Biao ran off early this morning, but the others are still here, refusing to go." "They won't leave? So how did the argument start?" Xue Ling caught the key point. Liu Xiaoyu looked embarrassed. "One of my guys got a bit hot-headed and told them to hurry up and go, saying if they'd been fired, they shouldn't be hanging around. They were already upset, so they started arguing with us." Xue Ling's face darkened and she scolded, "You're here to work, not to fight. The site is counting on you. Don't let me and Boss Liao down again, or it won't end well." Liu Xiaoyu forced a smile and apologized. "It won't happen again, sis. We were too impulsive just now." Xue Ling didn't press further and calmly asked, "How many of them are refusing to leave?" She glanced over and estimated about 20 people. Liu Xiaoyu explained, "These are the ones who want to stay. They say it was Zhang Biao who caused trouble, not them. Their jobs were arranged by Zhang Biao, and he took a cut from their pay, so they had to listen to him. But now it's almost New Year and it's too late to find work elsewhere. They want to stay, at least for the food, lodging, and wages." Xue Ling nodded. "Where's Boss Liao? He's not here yet?" "No," Liu Xiaoyu said, scratching his head. "No idea why he's so late today?" Xue Ling thought for a moment. "Most likely Zhang Biao went to find him." Liu Xiaoyu said nervously, "Sis, these guys were all brought by Zhang Biao. If we let them stay, Zhang Biao will definitely fall out with them. Also, I went to find my friend yesterday. He's bringing 15 or 16 workers this afternoon. We'll have enough people on our side." Xue Ling understood. He didn't want to keep this group, worried they'd cause problems. She didn't agree or refuse, just said, "Let's wait for Boss Liao and discuss it. If they want to work, they have to follow the engineer's instructions. If they cause trouble, we won't keep them." Liu Xiaoyu could only nod. The site was simple, with a makeshift office where the accountant and Boss Liao usually stayed. Workers only came in to get paid. The office was small, not enough for so many people. The young accountant was startled to see the crowd. There was a tent set up outside for shade. Xue Ling stood with them under the tent and asked, "Who here was brought by Zhang Biao? Raise your hand." After a moment, a dozen or so men of various ages slowly raised their hands. Xue Ling smiled. "Please stand over here. The rest, those with Boss Liu, stand behind him." Then she turned to the accountant. "Go get a few packs of cigarettes and give everyone 2 each." The accountant nodded and hurried inside. The workers did as told, splitting into 2 groups. Xue Ling looked at Zhang Biao's group first. "You all want to keep working here, right?" They nodded. The leading middle-aged man frowned and explained, "My home's far from here. Just the train ticket home costs a lot. It's almost New Year, and if I switch sites now, I might not get paid. Here, I get food, a place to stay, and wages. I want to stay." "Me too. Same here." Seeing them all speak up, Xue Ling asked, "You all took part in Zhang Biao's troublemaking, right?" "Yes. But we didn't really want to. It was all Zhang Biao's idea. He said if we did that, we could get more money from the boss." "Yeah, he said if the boss paid more, we'd get more too. That's why we listened to him." Xue Ling smiled slightly. "You get 120 yuan a month with food and lodging. Isn't that high enough?" She knew that, with food and lodging included, 120 yuan was a pretty good wage for construction workers. Not the highest, but definitely not low. Her words got the workers riled up. "Manager Xue, you don't understand. Zhang Biao takes a cut from our pay. Some of us lose 10 yuan, some of the younger guys lose 20. He makes hundreds a month off us." "Yeah, I just joined him, and he said as a newcomer I had to give him 20 a month or I wouldn't get work." "We're northerners. We don't know the rules here. We just followed Zhang Biao and did whatever he said. We don't even get the full 120, but we like it here because of the food and lodging. We don't want to leave." Xue Ling listened carefully, then waved for them to quiet down. She turned to Liu Xiaoyu. Boss Liu, what about your side? Do you take a cut too? Liu Xiaoyu nodded. I do, but it's different from Zhang Biao. I treat all my guys the same. If they work with me, I make sure they're fed and looked after. I usually take 5 yuan, 2 for those with families, and nothing from those in hardship. If they stick with me, that's enough. As soon as he finished, Zhang Biao's men looked envious. Wow, only 5 yuan? That's a huge difference. Only 2 for those with families? Your guys are lucky. Are you sure you're not lying? Liu Xiaoyu was straightforward and got annoyed at the suspicion. I always say what I mean. If you don't believe me, ask my guys. I can't do all the work myself, everyone pitches in. His workers chimed in. That's right. I got married last year, and since then, I only pay 2 yuan a month. I'm single, so I pay 5. I get 120 a month, and 5 yuan is nothing. Boss Liu has connections, so we always have work. 5 yuan is worth it. My wife was sick 2 years ago, and Boss Liu lent me 100 yuan. Since then, he hasn't taken a cent from me. I get the full 120 every month. Zhang Biao's men were clearly envious and stopped questioning. Xue Ling asked, Did Zhang Biao leave with the others? Didn't he have over 30 men? A dozen or so left, the lead man said. They said they didn't want to do this work anymore and left yesterday. Zhang Biao was upset and went to talk to Boss Liao. Xue Ling nodded, confirming her guess. So what do you all want? The man explained, We don't care what Zhang Biao and Boss Liao discuss. We just want to stay and work, at least until the end of the year. Yeah, that's what we all want. We were about to start working, but Liu Xiaoyu said we weren't wanted and told us to leave. We got mad and argued. Exactly. Whether we stay or not should be up to the boss. Manager Xue, please let us stay. We won't cause trouble with Zhang Biao anymore. We promise to work hard. Liu Xiaoyu's face darkened, and he said coldly, You were all brought here by Zhang Biao. If he quits, can you really stay? Why not? We just followed him here. It's not like we sold ourselves to be his slaves for life. Yeah. Are you trying to push us out? What, you look down on us because we're outsiders? Think you're better than us? Where we come from, you'd be outsiders too. Work is about strength and diligence. We may be from out of town, but we're just as strong as you. What are you talking about? Why would we push you out? You're all just like Zhang Biao, always causing trouble. Looking for a fight? Bring it on. Who's afraid of who? Xue Ling's head was pounding from the noise. She turned and banged hard on the temporary office door. Bang, bang, bang! The sharp sound cut through the shouting. Everyone quickly fell silent. At that moment, the secretary timidly came out, holding several packs of cigarettes. Xue Ling said, Everyone calm down, stand in line. The secretary will hand out cigarettes. Hearing there was something free, the workers immediately focused on the secretary. Taking advantage of the quiet, Xue Ling asked the leading middle-aged man, How did you all meet Zhang Biao? Did you ever sign any contract with him? No, the man replied. We're all from the same hometown. He said it was easy to make money here, so we followed him. None of us can read, so we don't know anything about contracts. Xue Ling thought for a moment. What about the rest of you? Same story? All the same, the others replied. Someone grumbled, That Zhang Biao can't read a word. All he cares about is making money. He doesn't know anything else. Xue Ling said, All right, everyone calm down and have a smoke. When Boss Liao gets here, I'll talk things over with him. Don't worry. If you work hard for us, we won't treat any worker unfairly. Thank you, Manager Xue. Xue Ling then turned to Liu Xiaoyu. Boss Liu, tell your guys to take their cigarettes and get to work. The site's a mess after days without work. Stay and help out. I'll talk to you and Boss Liao in a bit. All right. Liu Xiaoyu grabbed 2 packs, one behind his ear and one in his mouth, and called his men to get to work. A moment later he strolled back. With fewer people around, Xue Ling said, Let's all talk in the office. No need. It's small inside and we're all smoking. Don't want to choke you and the secretary. Yeah, we're rough guys. Doesn't matter how dirty the ground is, we can sit anywhere. Xue Ling laughed. Then she and the secretary brought out a dozen or so small stools. The men sat or squatted around the office door, chatting quietly. "Manager Xue, can I ask you something? I heard you're the big shareholder here, the one who put up the money." Xue Ling smiled and nodded. "That's right. Can I ask, how much money does that take?" Xue Ling answered lightly. "At first, a few million. Later, maybe more depending on how fancy the finishing work is. You all work in this field, so you know the later stages cost a lot too." "Wow, millions?" The men were stunned. "Manager Xue, you're only in your 20s, right? How do you have so much money?" Xue Ling smiled. "I earned it in business." "You? All by yourself?" "I run a factory with partners and do some wholesale business," Xue Ling explained. "But my money goes in bit by bit. I couldn't just pull out that much all at once." "That's amazing." "Yeah, for a woman to earn that much, impressive." Xue Ling gave a wry smile. "Making money isn't easy. You all work hard every day, so you know how tough it is. I made more this year, but I was away from home for almost half the year. Last month I was up until 2 or 3 every night and couldn't even eat on time. It's not easy for me either." Everyone sighed in agreement. "Yeah, it's tough for everyone." "You make more, but it's just as hard for you." "Life is just hard. Only you know your own struggles." Liu Xiaoyu exhaled a puff of smoke and squinted. "I started hauling bricks at a kiln when I was 13, up at 5:30, working till sunset. By the time I got home, my back was so bent I couldn't straighten up. Only after sleeping could I stand up again, and then it was back to the kiln. The hardship. There's no end to it." The others, all from poor backgrounds, nodded in sympathy. "Boss Liu, you've been through a lot, too." "I used to haul bricks for years. My hands were red all year round, never could get them clean," Liu Xiaoyu snorted. "If I could have made a living with a pen, who'd choose to work on a site, rain or shine? My dad died when I was a baby, and my mom raised us alone. We were always hungry, always thought I'd starve, but somehow I'd wake up the next day. When I got older, I'd go up the mountains and down to the river. Anything edible, I'd bring home. Only then did we sometimes get a taste of meat. When I started hauling bricks, things finally got better." Everyone shook their heads and started sharing their own hardships. People from tough backgrounds may not always share the same joys, but they all understand hardship. Soon everyone was chatting, and the mood grew much warmer. Xue Ling took advantage of the good atmosphere and asked, "If you're not following Zhang Biao anymore, would you be willing to work with Boss Liu? He's always been a good guy." Everyone fell silent. Liu Xiaoyu was caught off guard by her question. Xue Ling explained, "Work on a site can't be scattered, it needs teamwork. We can't be there to manage you all the time, so if you want to stay, you'll need to follow Boss Liu." "Boss Liu, are you okay with that? I'm not good with words, but if I follow you, I'll do whatever you say. Just treat us the same as your other guys." "Yeah, however you treat them, treat us the same. We like it here with food and lodging. If you always have work, we'll stick with you." After hearing Liu Xiaoyu only took 5 yuan, or 2 for those with families, and comparing it to Zhang Biao, their minds were made up. Hearing his story, they felt even closer to him. Liu Xiaoyu laughed. "If you're with me, you have to work hard. Only then can we all make money." "Of course. Don't worry, I'm not lazy. We'll listen to you." Liu Xiaoyu was straightforward and quickly agreed. "I plan to take my guys to do phases 2 and 3 of Wangjiangyuan. There'll be work for the next 3 years. If you want in, let's do it together." Liu Xiaoyu's face darkened and he said coldly, "You were all brought here by Zhang Biao. If he quits, can you really stay?" "Why not? We just followed him here. It's not like we sold ourselves to be his slaves for life." "Yeah, are you trying to push us out? What, you look down on us because we're outsiders? Think you're better than us? Where we come from, you'd be outsiders too. Work is about strength and diligence. We may be from out of town, but we're just as strong as you." "What are you talking about? Why would we push you out? You're all just like Zhang Biao, always causing trouble. Looking for a fight? Bring it on. Who's afraid of who?" Xue Ling's head was pounding from the noise. She turned and banged hard on the temporary office door. Bang, bang, bang. The sharp sound cut through the shouting. Everyone quickly fell silent. At that moment, the secretary timidly came out, holding several packs of cigarettes. Xue Ling said, "Everyone calm down. Stand in line, the secretary will hand out cigarettes." Hearing there was something free, the workers immediately focused on the secretary. Taking advantage of the quiet, Xue Ling asked the leading middle-aged man, "How did you all meet Zhang Biao? Did you ever sign any contract with him?" "No," the man replied. "We're all from the same hometown. He said it was easy to make money here, so we followed him. None of us can read, so we don't know anything about contracts." Xue Ling thought for a moment. "What about the rest of you? Same story?" "All the same," the others replied. Someone grumbled. "That Zhang Biao can't read a word. All he cares about is making money. He doesn't know anything else." Xue Ling said, "All right, everyone calm down and have a smoke. When Boss Liao gets here, I'll talk things over with him. Don't worry. If you work hard for us, we won't treat any worker unfairly." "Thank you, Manager Xue." Xue Ling then turned to Lu Xiaoyu. "Boss Lu, tell your guys to take their cigarettes and get to work. The site's a mess after days without work. Stay and help out. I'll talk to you and Boss Liao in a bit." "All right." Liu Xiaoyu grabbed 2 packs, one behind his ear and one in his mouth, and called his men to get to work. A moment later, he strolled back. With fewer people around, Xue Ling said, "Let's all talk in the office." "No need. It's small inside and we're all smoking. Don't want to choke you and the secretary." "Yeah, we're rough guys. Doesn't matter how dirty the ground is, we can sit anywhere." Xue Ling laughed, then she and the secretary brought out a dozen or so small stools. The men sat or squatted around the office door, chatting quietly. "Manager Xue, can I ask you something? I heard you're the big shareholder here, the one who put up the money?" Xue Ling smiled and nodded. "That's right." "Can I ask, how much money does that take?" Xue Ling answered lightly. "At first, a few million. Later, maybe more, depending on how fancy the finishing work is. You all work in this field, so you know the later stages cost a lot too." "Wow, millions?" The men were stunned. "Manager Xue, you're only in your 20s, right? How do you have so much money?" Xue Ling smiled. "I earned it in business." "You? All by yourself?" "I run a factory with partners and do some wholesale business," Xue Ling explained. "But my money goes in bit by bit. I couldn't just pull out that much all at once." "That's amazing." "Yeah, for a woman to earn that much? Impressive." Xue Ling gave a wry smile. "Making money isn't easy. You all work hard every day, so you know how tough it is. I made more this year, but I was away from home for almost half the year. Last month, I was up until 2 or 3 every night and couldn't even eat on time. It's not easy for me either." Everyone sighed in agreement. "Yeah, it's tough for everyone. You make more, but it's just as hard for you. Life is just hard. Only you know your own struggles." Liu Xiaoyu exhaled a puff of smoke and squinted. "I started hauling bricks at a kiln when I was 13, up at 5:30, working till sunset. By the time I got home, my back was so bent I couldn't straighten up. Only after sleeping could I stand up again, and then it was back to the kiln. The hardship, there's no end to it." The others, all from poor backgrounds, nodded in sympathy. "Boss Lu, you've been through a lot too. I used to haul bricks for years. My hands were red all year round, never could get them clean." Liu Xiaoyu snorted. "If I could have made a living with a pen, who'd choose to work on a site, rain or shine? My dad died when I was a baby and my mom raised us alone. We were always hungry, always thought I'd starve, but somehow I'd wake up the next day. When I got older, I'd go up the mountains and down to the river. Anything edible, I'd bring home. Only then did we sometimes get a taste of meat. When I started hauling bricks, things finally got better." Everyone shook their heads and started sharing their own hardships. People from tough backgrounds may not always share the same joys, but they all understand hardship. Soon, everyone was chatting, and the mood grew much warmer. Xue Ling took advantage of the good atmosphere and asked, "If you're not following Zhang Biao anymore, would you be willing to work with Boss Lu? He's always been a good guy." Everyone fell silent. Liu Xiaoyu was caught off guard by her question. Xue Ling explained. Work on a site can't be scattered. It needs teamwork. We can't be there to manage you all the time, so if you want to stay, you'll need to follow Boss Lu. Boss Lu, are you okay with that? I'm not good with words, but if I follow you, I'll do whatever you say. Just treat us the same as your other guys. Yeah, however you treat them, treat us the same. We like it here with food and lodging. If you always have work, we'll stick with you. After hearing Lu Xiaoyu only took 5 yuan, or 2 for those with families, and comparing it to Zhang Biao, their minds were made up. Hearing his story, they felt even closer to him. Liu Xiaoyu laughed. If you're with me, you have to work hard. Only then can we all make money. Of course. Don't worry, I'm not lazy. We'll listen to you. Liu Xiaoyu was straightforward and quickly agreed. I plan to take my guys to do phases 2 and 3 of Wangjiangwan. There'll be work for the next 3 years. If you want in, let's do it together. Half an hour later, Boss Liao arrived with a tall, burly, heavy-set man. Boss Liao looked worried, while the burly man glanced around arrogantly. Xue Ling recognized him at once as Zhang Biao. She hadn't been very involved in the later stages of the project, mostly handling the main accounting and finances, but she remembered Zhang Biao's face. She knew the person, just not the name. Now, seeing him, she put 2 and 2 together. Inside the office, only Xue Ling and the young secretary were present. Everyone else was busy with Boss Lu. Boss Liao saw Xue Ling and smiled in relief. Xiao Xue, you're here. I was just about to send the secretary to your house to get you. Xue Ling smiled. I've been here for over an hour. Zhang Biao shot her a look and said gruffly, Manager Xue, you're not some government official, are you? But you sure act like one. Why did you come back just to fire all my guys? Are you trying to cut off our livelihood? Xue Ling smiled, calm and sharp. Everyone walks their own path. Whether it's a good path or a dead end depends on how you walk it. If you turn a good road into a dead end, don't blame me. Your path is your own, nothing to do with me. Zhang Biao snorted. I've worked with Boss Liao for a long time, and we've always gotten along. I just joked with him about raising wages for the guys, and he didn't mind, but you misunderstood and started meddling. Seeing he left no room for discussion, Xue Ling didn't bother with pleasantries. You've been throwing your weight around on site, always acting like the boss of the workers. I've had enough. This project is a joint venture between me and Boss Liao. He has 50% say, and so do I. I invested in this development. Firing a few workers is hardly meddling. What are you talking about? Zhang Biao was at a loss for words, his fat face turning red. You're just the chief accountant. Boss Liao is the real boss. That's not how it works, Boss Liao said sternly. Xiao Xue is also the boss. We each invested half, so I only have 50% say here. Zhang Biao, I've told you already, you've gone too far. Xiao Xue and I have both decided to let you go. No way! Zhang Biao snapped. What did you say to me at the start? You said you needed my guys for this project. Now you're going back on your word? Boss Liao threw up his hands. We agreed on a high wage, 120 a month plus food and lodging. You agreed. But after just a few months, you started demanding more, threatening to strike if we didn't pay up. You broke your word first, so how can you blame me? Zhang Biao's face was red as he muttered, I was just confused for a moment. It's cold now, and the guys are working hard in bad weather. I just wanted to get them an extra 10 or 20 a month. Boss Liao, your project is huge, your investment is big. Surely you can spare a little more. Wrong, Boss Liao said firmly. That's not how it works. The project is big, the investment is big, but Xiao Xue and I both work hard for every penny. We can't just throw money around. What we agreed on is what we stick to. You broke your word, and I'm already very upset. Wait, Zhang Biao forced a smile. I still have a group of guys who want to stay and work. Let's not talk about firing anyone, we can work this out. How? Xue Ling scoffed. You refused to follow the engineer's instructions and even injured him so badly he had to be hospitalized. Assaulting someone isn't just a minor issue. You led a strike, demanded higher wages, and incited your men to go against the bosses. There's nothing to discuss. You're fired. You? What's a little girl like you talking about? Zhang Biao snapped, losing his temper. This is a construction site, a man's world. Women should just serve tea and hand out cigarettes, not butt in and give orders. Enough, Boss Liao glared at him. Xiao Xue is also the boss. What do you mean by that? I already told you she has half the say here. If she says you're fired, then I absolutely won't keep you. No way. Isn't she just your little mistress? Zhang Biao sneered. Boss Liao, you're getting senile. We've known each other for years, and now you bring some mistress to boss us around? What does a woman know? How can you let a mistress run things here? That's not right. Mistress? Xue Ling's face darkened with disgust. Boss Liao's face turned red with anger, almost clutching his chest. The secretary was stunned, glancing from Boss Liao to Xue Ling. Boss Liao, furious, snapped, Nonsense! Watch your mouth! You think everyone's as shameless as you? Xiao Xue is about the same age as my daughter. She has a husband and a son. She owns 30 apartments in Phase 1. She sold the whole first phase for me. She's capable and wealthy. I invited her to invest in Phases 2 and 3. Mistress, watch your mouth. Say that again and I'll slap you. Boss Liao was a well-educated, gentlemanly businessman, but Zhang Biao's words were so out of line that even he lost his temper. Xue Ling glared coldly. If you slander someone's reputation again, I'll sue you for defamation. Zhang Biao, seeing Boss Liao furious and Xue Ling threatening legal action, was startled and quickly backed down. I take back what I said. I must have misunderstood. Get out, Xue Ling said coldly. You're fired. Pack your things and leave. You're not welcome here. As for your men, if they want to stay, they're welcome. If they want to leave, we won't stop them. If someone's character is bad, you can never keep them around. Even if he doesn't cause big trouble now, he could in the future. Keeping him would be like keeping a ticking time bomb. Boss Liao was thoroughly fed up with Zhang Biao and couldn't wait to see him gone. Go, you're not welcome here anymore. Zhang Biao, both angry and anxious, shouted, You won't have enough workers. Firing me means firing 30 or 40 men. Without my guys, your project will never get done. That's not your concern, Xue Ling replied. There are plenty of workers in the world. We'll hire others who are better and more reliable. Phases 2 and 3 are big projects. Workers love big jobs like this. I'm sure we'll have no trouble finding people. It's almost the end of the year. Zhang Biao made a last-ditch effort, sneering. It's hard to hire workers now. Just try and see. Boss Liao said in a deep voice. You don't need to worry about this. It's cold at the end of the year. Sometimes it even snows, so there's not much work that can be done. We can wait until after the new year to hire more people. As for you, just leave quickly. He had long been dissatisfied with Zhang Biao, but since he couldn't recruit more workers, he had no choice but to turn a blind eye to Zheng's behavior, even swallowing his anger at times. Zhuo was right. Someone like this shouldn't be kept around, or sooner or later, something even worse would happen. Zhang Biao hadn't expected that they really wanted to kick him out, and only now did he realize the seriousness of the situation and start to feel afraid. Wait, bosses, can't we talk this over? Xue Ling waved her hand dismissively and said, There's nothing to discuss. You've already been dismissed. Please leave immediately. Of course, if any of the workers want to stay and continue working, they're always welcome. In your dreams, Zhang Biao shouted gruffly. They're all my brothers. They only listen to me. If you dare fire me, I'll make sure no one works on your project. Boss Liao hadn't expected him to act like a thug and sneered, What, are you threatening us now? Let me tell you the truth. I, Liao Kongzi, have been working in Rongcheng for many years. My achievements didn't just fall from the sky. If you want to cause trouble, you'd better think carefully about whether you're up to it. Xue Ling also smiled, her tone cool. Earlier, you assaulted an engineer. That's not just a public order issue anymore. If you dare to threaten or extort us, we'll call the police. Let me remind you, threats and extortion are criminal offenses. Zhang Biao was just a small-time hoodlum, relying on his bulk and thuggish ways to get by. People like him are most afraid of the police. Seeing that the two of them weren't afraid of his threats and even warned him in return, he immediately panicked, at a loss for words, and didn't dare say anything more. He stormed out of the office in a huff. Boss Liao breathed a sigh of relief and turned to look at Xue Ling. Xiao Xue, you're right. It's best to get rid of people like that as soon as possible. As for the workers, we'll just take our time finding more. With such a big project here, as long as we offer good pay, we won't have trouble finding people. Xue Ling chuckled softly and explained. A dozen or so of his workers insisted on staying, and Liu Xiaoyu also brought over about 10 people yesterday. So, altogether, we're only short about 10 people compared to before. It's not a big problem, we can fill the gap gradually. What? Boss Liao asked in surprise. There are still people who want to stay? Didn't they all leave yesterday? No, Xue Ling explained. A dozen or so didn't want to go. They said there's food, drink, and accommodation here, so they want to stay until the new year. I thought they needed someone to lead them, so I asked Boss Liu to take charge of them for now. Great, that's wonderful, Boss Liao said happily. That way the project won't be delayed for too long. After the new year, we'll hire more professionals and try to catch up. Xue Ling smiled. Exactly. We'll think about it then. They all have their own little groups, so they'll probably bring in more people later. The underground garage and the first-floor mall for Phase 2 are almost done, so things should go more smoothly from here. Right, Boss Liao explained. The hardest part, the foundation and the underground levels, are already done. The rest will be much easier. Originally, he hadn't wanted to build an underground garage, but Xue Ling insisted, saying that while not many people have cars now, that might change in the future. So they might as well build it now, and if there's demand, people can rent or buy spaces. Seeing her insistence, and with the engineers all coming from big cities and agreeing with her, he decided to go along. He was getting older, and he knew his views might not keep up with the mainstream market, so it was better to listen to the younger generation. Xue Ling stood up and said, Let's go take a look outside. I haven't been here for a while, so I don't know how much progress has been made. Boss Liao quickly fetched a safety helmet and handed it to Xue Ling. The construction site isn't always safe, better to wear this. All right. Xue Ling took it without minding the dirt and put it on. At that moment, Liu Xiaoyu came running over. Boss Liao, sis-in-law, Zhang Biao heard that some of his guys want to stay, and he's so angry he's smashing things and cursing me for stealing his people. Boss Liao and Xue Ling exchanged a glance, both getting angry. If we don't teach someone like that a lesson, he'll definitely think we're weak and easy to bully in the future. Xiao Chen, call the police, now. Half an hour later, a battered police car arrived at the construction site gate. Zhang Biao was arrested, looking dejected and not daring to resist, and was shoved into the car and taken away. The other workers nearby were nervous and asked, Boss Liao, he won't have to go to jail, will he? Boss Liao said gravely, I don't know. He broke the law, so the police will handle it. It won't be serious, Xue Ling said. It's just a minor public order case. At most, he'll be detained for 10 days or half a month. The police said, at most half a month. The workers breathed a sigh of relief and whispered, That's good. He just needs a little lesson. Yeah, we're all from the same hometown. We'll see each other again, so we don't want things to get too ugly. It'd be too awkward. Someone like him should have been arrested long ago. No sympathy for him. Exactly. Bad people get what they deserve. He's got a rotten heart, so it's good to give him a hard time. Liu Xiaoyu waved and shouted, All right, the show's over. If you work hard, the bosses will treat you well. But if you're just here to cause trouble, I suggest you leave early because the bosses know the law. Now get back to work. With that, everyone dispersed and got busy. Boss Liao then took Xue Ling and 2 engineers around the site, inspecting and discussing as they went. By noon, Xue Ling took off her helmet. Boss Liao, I've arranged to have lunch with my family, so I won't stay here for lunch. I'll come by tomorrow to go over the recent accounts. All right. Boss Liao thought for a moment, then stopped her. Xiao Xue, there's something I'd like to discuss with you. Go ahead, Xue Ling said as she washed her hands. Boss Liao explained awkwardly. You haven't been here for the past 2 months, and all the recent funds have gone into buying cement and steel. The municipal project funds on my end have been held up and haven't come through yet. I hope you can bring in some funds soon and try to buy more building materials before the new year. For the past 10+ years, building material prices always go up after the new year. If we only need a little, it wouldn't matter, but since we need a lot, it's best to save where we can. No problem. Xue Ling agreed readily. I'll transfer 500,000 tomorrow. In the past 2 months, Cheng Tianyuan had distributed profits twice, and with the sweaters selling well at the provincial capital's clothing store, she'd been busy but earning plenty. Boss Liao was overjoyed and said with a smile, "Thank you for being so understanding and easy to work with." Xue Ling smiled and said, "Like I said, I'm only advancing the funds on the condition you agreed to. Since you agreed, I'll keep my word." "The whole first-floor mall is yours, I know that," Boss Liao said. "Your husband is in business, so of course the best things should go to the most suitable people. If you want the underground garage too, that's fine." The project had been going for several months, and all the initial and follow-up funding had come from Xue Ling. He'd only contributed labor, not a cent, and felt quite guilty about it. "No," Xue Ling said with a laugh. "We'll split the rest 50-50, just as we agreed before." Xue Ling drove toward the old part of town. Cheng Tianyuan had already told her the general route. Drive straight into the old city, turn at the next corner, and wait under a big banyan tree. Rongcheng's climate was on the warmer side, so they could even grow southern plants like banyan trees. The banyan's branches were lush and leafy. If the tree was even a little old, its trunk would be thick and sturdy, visible from far away. After driving for a while, Xue Ling got a bit turned around. She got out of the car, looked up at the sky, and soon spotted a patch of vibrant green banyan leaves to the right ahead. She hurried back into the car and drove in that direction. Sure enough, Cheng Tianyuan was already waiting for her under the banyan tree, his car parked nearby. He was standing under the tree, fiddling with something in his hands, completely absorbed. It wasn't until Xue Ling got out and slammed the car door that he looked up in surprise, then broke into a wide grin. "Wife, come here." Xue Ling glanced around, then peeked into his car and couldn't help but laugh as she asked, "Where are Mom and Dad? Don't tell me you abandoned them." "That's right, I abandoned them," Cheng Tianyuan replied. "They're at the old beef noodle shop up ahead eating beef noodles. Little Ranran is eating too. The shop is tiny and once our family crowded in, there weren't enough seats. I told them to eat first and I came out to pick you up." Xue Ling couldn't help but laugh, lowering her voice. "I almost got lost just now. Luckily, the old banyan tree is big enough to spot from far away." Cheng Tianyuan looked at her tenderly and explained, "You were still little when you left Rongcheng. Only a few years old, so you probably don't remember. I'm 5 years older than you, so I remember a bit more." Then he handed her what he was holding. Xue Ling looked closely and saw it was a little leaf windmill made from 5 small banyan leaves, the stems intertwined to form a pinwheel. "Oh, little Ranran can't play with this yet. He'd just crush it in his hands." Cheng Tianyuan shook his head and said, "This is for you. You used to love it when I made these windmills for you. Back then we didn't have any toys. Kids played with mud and leaves, making things with our own hands." Xue Ling looked at the deep green leaves, so vivid against her palm, and chuckled softly. "It's really cute, thank you." Cheng Tianyuan took her hand and said quietly, "When you first learned to walk, you'd always fall down. I'd hold your hand and walk you here. Every time you were about to fall, I'd pull you up and catch you." He. Xue Ling snuggled against his arm and said, "So you took advantage of me from the start, didn't you?" Cheng Tianyuan laughed and scolded, "What are you saying? We were just little kids back then, didn't know anything." Xue Ling huffed playfully, "Don't say that. I bet you had a crush on me even then, didn't you?" Yes, Cheng Tianyuan replied dotingly. "You were so cute back then. Every time I saw you, I felt all warm and happy inside. If you want to call that a crush, then I guess it was." Xue Ling played with the little windmill and couldn't help but ask, "And then what happened?" "After that, you and your parents went back to the capital, and my family went back to Chengjia village," Cheng Tianyuan said, frowning slightly. "You cried. I cried too. When I first got back, I'd think of you sometimes, and secretly made a dozen little clay figurines for you, really detailed. I always thought I'd give them to you when we met again. You would have loved them. But year after year passed, the figurines broke, and we still didn't get to meet. Back then, travel was really inconvenient. Even sending a letter was a hassle, let alone a package. Xue Ling felt warm inside and laughed softly. They were just little clay figurines, nothing special. When I grow up, I'll give you real little people. Much better than your figurines. He laughed, his eyes shining. That's right, no clay figurines, but we'll have lots and lots of adorable real little ones. The two of them sat under the tree, fingers intertwined, chatting sweetly. Soon, Xue Ling's mom and Liu Ying came over with little Ran, calling, "It's your turn to eat. The noodles are already in the pot. Hurry up or they'll get soggy." Xue Ling's dad and Cheng Muhai followed behind, chatting quietly, smiles all over their faces. Little Ran ran over to them, calling in his soft voice, "Daddy, Mommy, eat, eat." Xue Ling picked him up and handed him the little windmill. Little Ran was delighted and grabbed it in his chubby hands. Cheng Tianyuan smiled and said, "Dad, Mom, the sun's a bit strong. Why don't you wait here? The banyan tree gives good shade." "Go on, you two," Xue Ling's dad said. "The noodles are really springy and the beef is tender and flavorful, very authentic." "All right, we'll go eat then," Cheng Tianyuan said, taking Xue Ling's hand as they walked off. Little Ran was busy playing with his windmill and didn't want to follow his parents. He clutched the leaves in his chubby hands, babbling to himself. The beef noodle shop was just around the corner, a tiny place with only 2 small tables set out by the roadside. Luckily, the street was clean, with little traffic or dust in the old city. A cool breeze blew and the air was filled with the aroma of beef. Soon, the beef noodles were served. Xue Ling was already hungry and started eating heartily. The bowl was big, the noodles chewy, the broth rich and fragrant, and there was plenty of beef. She ate happily and quickly. Cheng Tianyuan ate slowly and explained, "Earlier, we bought some egg rolls from an old lady at the entrance. They were hot and smelled amazing. We each had one, but Ran couldn't finish his, so I ate 2. I'm not that hungry now." "No worries, take your time," Xue Ling said. "I've been running around all morning, so I'm starving." Cheng Tianyuan asked, "Do you still have things to do this afternoon?" "No," Xue Ling replied. "Tomorrow morning I'll go to the bank to transfer some money, then get back to work. This afternoon I'll just spend time with Mom and Dad. They rarely come here, so I can't just leave them alone." "If you're busy, I can take them out," Cheng Tianyuan said quietly. "If you delay your work, your parents won't be happy." Xue Ling shook her head. "I just need to check some accounts. Nothing major. I'm not busy for now." "All right then," Cheng Tianyuan said. "After we eat, let's go back for a nap. Around 3, we'll go to the river to buy some fish, then head to the development zone to make grilled fish." "Oh? Grilled fish? You know how to make it?" Xue Ling laughed. Cheng Tianyuan shook his head honestly. "I don't, but Aunt Hu does. We already arranged it with her yesterday. She'll prepare the chili and seasonings for us this afternoon. She used to live by the river and often cooked fish, so she's become an expert." "No wonder Ah Hu's grilled fish is so good," Xue Ling said. "It runs in the family." She still remembered the taste of the grilled fish Ah Hu made in the yard last time they visited Chengjia village. So delicious. After she finished eating, she was about to pay, but Cheng Tianyuan explained he'd already paid earlier. She sat to the side, waiting for him to finish, and then they walked back hand in hand. Under the banyan tree, the 4 elders sat together, chatting and laughing, the atmosphere warm and harmonious. Little Ran toddled around under the tree, picking up leaves and pebbles to play with. The 2 of them exchanged a glance, happiness shining in their eyes. Such peaceful days. There's nothing better. In the blink of an eye, Xue Ling's parents had already been here for over a week. All the factories had stopped work, and with Xue Heng keeping an eye on things, they felt completely at ease. They'd been so busy before, but now, playing and relaxing in Rongcheng, they were truly at ease and comfortable. Plus, the food at Cheng Tianyuan's house was so good that both of them looked noticeably healthier and had even put on a little weight. They were both used to getting up early. Every morning, the 4 elders would go for a walk by the river, and sometimes they'd go out again in the evening for some exercise. Winter was gradually arriving in Rongcheng. The wind by the river was cold in the mornings, so they'd wait for the sun to come out before going out to bask and stroll. Cheng Tianyuan would sometimes take them hiking or to the river to buy jade and make grilled fish. Xue Ling's parents were cheerful every day. As they put it, they were so happy here they didn't even miss the capital and didn't want to go back at all. "I told you, just wait until after the new year to go back," Cheng Muhai said with a laugh. "If you're comfortable here, just spend the winter with us." Xue Ling's dad chuckled. "That won't do. We still have some spring orders to fill, so we'll come back around the new year. Or, how about you all come to the capital with Yuan this year? Bring A Fang too, it's easy to fly these days." "We'll see when the time comes," Xue Ling chimed in. "My work isn't heavy right now. I was thinking, why don't we all go to the southern island for the new year? I heard it's summer there all year round. At most, you'd need a thin shirt for the new year, no sweaters at all." After all, they had friends there. When the time came, Brother Shan Yu or Sister Chen could help book a few nice hotel rooms, so there was no need to worry about accommodation. The southern island was surrounded by sea. Even in the middle of winter, playing in the sand and enjoying the ocean view would be a wonderful experience. "That sounds great," Xue Ling's dad nodded. "No problem, we'll keep in touch and figure out the details later." Cheng Muhai seemed to remember something. "Yesterday, a Chang from our village came to the development zone to see me and brought a leg of lamb from his own flock. Since the ewe wasn't having lambs, they butchered it. I bought it from him and gave him 2 packs of cigarettes. Just now, Aunt Hu said she wants to make roast lamb leg. Do you all want some?" "Oh, that sounds great!" Xue Ling's dad perked up. "It's been ages since I had roast lamb." Liu Ying smiled. "Home-raised lamb is the best. The meat will be delicious." Cheng Muhai said, "I'll go ahead and let Aunt Hu start roasting it. Later you can walk over to eat, and after we're full we can walk back." "All right, it's settled," Xue Ling's mom said with a smile. "We'll bring little Ran and pick out some tender meat for him." But Xue Ling couldn't go. She explained, "There's a batch of rebar coming to the construction site this afternoon. My secretary isn't around, so I have to stay to pay and sign for it. It's supposed to arrive around dusk, so I need to wait there. You all go ahead and eat." Cheng Tianyuan came in from the balcony and said, "It's looking a bit overcast outside. Might rain this evening. Dad, Mom, you 4 shouldn't walk. I'll drive you to the development zone and pick you up later." "All right, let's go then." Cheng Muhai nodded. So, Cheng Tianyuan drove the elders and their son over first. Seeing that it was still early, he circled back, planning to make a bowl of noodles for Xue Ling so she wouldn't be hungry if she got home late after work. But just as he parked the car, he saw Liu Xing rushing downstairs, looking anxious as he grabbed his bike and sped off, clearly in a hurry. Although everyone lived in the same complex, their work schedules were different, so they rarely ran into each other. A few days ago, Liu Xing had come by in the evening to settle the previous quarter's accounts with Xue Ling. That was the first time Cheng Tianyuan had seen him in months. Why was he in such a rush now? Did something happen? He wasn't close to Liu Xing, so it wasn't his place to ask about personal matters. He put the incident out of his mind. He made a bowl of noodles for Xue Ling and said, "I'm free anyway, so I'll go with you. If anything comes up, maybe I can help." Xue Ling thought about how her secretary wasn't there, and the site was full of rough men. Sometimes it was good to bring her husband along to avoid awkward situations. "All right, let's go together. There's not much to do. Just sign the papers and hand over a few thousand yuan to the driver." They locked up and took the elevator down, chatting as they left the complex. By now it was already getting dark. Winter evenings came early, and with thick clouds it was already gloomy by 5 o'clock. Xue Ling was about to get in the car when Cheng Tianyuan stopped her. He nodded toward the front. Xue Ling looked over and saw Wang Qing carrying a cloth bag and hurrying down the stairs with her deep red Phoenix brand bicycle, looking anxious. It was the weekend, so the couple shouldn't have been working. Why was she alone? Where had Liu Xing gone? Xue Ling couldn't help but call out, "Wang Qing! Ah Qing!" Wang Qing heard her and turned around in a hurry. Ling, you're home? I was just about to come find you." She quickly turned her bike around and ran over, pushing it as she went. Seeing her anxious face, Xue Ling hurried to meet her. "What's wrong? Are you heading out?" Wang Ting panted. "Ling, something happened at the photo studio earlier. Liu Xing rushed over on his bike. I got more and more anxious waiting at home and didn't know what to do. I figured I'd go over too. Maybe I can help." "The photo studio? What happened?" Xue Ling asked. Wang Ting explained. "Some of Tongzi's fans caused trouble there and smashed up a lot of our stuff. Basically, something big happened." Xue Ling frowned. "Looks like it might rain. Take your bike home, I'll go with you to check it out." "Okay." Wang Ting immediately looked relieved, like she'd found a savior, and nodded. Xue Ling pulled a thick wad of cash wrapped in newspaper from her bag and handed it to Cheng Tianyuan. "This is 3,000 wen, all in big bills. You know Liu Xiaoyu. Ask him to help check the goods. There are 3 truckloads. Once the count is confirmed, sign and pay on the spot." "Got it," Cheng Tianyuan replied. "I'll go find him right away. You and Wang Ting be careful, don't get hurt." "Don't worry, Liu Xing and Tongzi are there too," Xue Ling said, taking out her car keys. "We'll head out now." A moment later, Wang Ting came running back and got in the car. Xue Ling started the engine and quickly drove out of Wangjiang Garden. Cheng Tianyuan got in his jeep and headed to the construction site. As the jeep sped along, Xue Ling gripped the steering wheel and asked, "Ah Ching, you were in such a hurry just now I didn't catch everything. Can you explain what happened? Did Tongzi offend someone?" Wang Ting gave a wry smile and shook her head. "Tongzi works at the radio station, right? He's got a great voice and has attracted a lot of female fans. They write him letters all the time. He's got piles of them. He wrote back to some, mentioning that he also works part-time as a photographer at our good friend's photo studio. Word got around, and soon fans started coming to the studio to have their photos taken by him." "That's actually good for business," Xue Ling said approvingly. "He's a great young man, hardworking and a good person." Wang Ting smiled bitterly. "The problem is he's a little too good." It turned out that Tongzi's fans had been flocking to the photo studio to see him. When they discovered that not only was his voice charming, but he was also strikingly handsome, their hearts fluttered, and they became even more attentive toward him. "Tongzi is still young and doesn't have much experience dealing with people," Wang Ting explained. "When people are nice to him, he doesn't turn them away. He's friendly with everyone, one day with this girl, the next with another. Gradually, the young women who frequented the studio started competing for his attention, even getting into arguments." Xue Ling frowned. "So what happened today?" "They started fighting," Wang Ting said. "The girls were all vying to date Tongzi, demanding that he choose one of them. He refused. The girls kept arguing and making a scene, and eventually it turned into a full-blown brawl. I heard the first floor of the studio is a complete mess now." Xue Ling was both amused and exasperated, unable to help but marvel. Men, being too good-looking isn't always a blessing. "Exactly," Wang Ting agreed. "He's too handsome, so talented, and so good with words. For young women, a man like that is practically poison." "Well, it's not really his fault," Xue Ling said with a laugh. "He just didn't set clear boundaries or know how to say no. There are plenty of good-looking, talented men in the world, but not all of them end up in this kind of mess." Wang Ting sighed. "You know, except for weekends, I rarely go to the studio anymore. Things have been stable and it's not the holiday rush. With my father-in-law Liu Dafu helping out, plus Liu Xing and Tongzi, they don't need me. I only heard recently from Liu Xing that lots of girls have been coming to see Tongzi." By now, it was nearly dusk. The sky was dark, and the streets were crowded with people hurrying home from work. Xue Ling drove steadily, not daring to go too fast. "Don't worry, women fighting usually doesn't get too serious. Besides, Tongzi is there. He won't let things get too out of hand." Wang Ting was on the verge of tears. "It's not just 1 or 2 women fighting. There were more than a dozen. They broke a lot of things in the shop. We'd better hurry and help." Xue Ling. Rongcheng wasn't a big city. After about 10 minutes, they arrived at the Good Friends photo studio. From a distance, they could see that one of the shop's lights was out, and there were things scattered at the entrance. Just a glance told them things were a mess inside. Sure enough, after parking, they saw the shop's decor was in disarray, most of it torn or broken. Even the fake flowers and crumpled photo paper at the entrance had been knocked down. Wang Ting was about to squat down and pick things up, but Xue Ling stopped her. "Don't. Let's go inside first. Cleaning up can wait." Wang Ting, worried about Liu Xing, nodded and followed Xue Ling inside. Even though they'd braced themselves on the way, seeing the scene in person still left Xue Ling stunned for a moment, and Wang Ting was so shocked she was speechless. The shop's decor was completely destroyed, even the stickers on the ceiling weren't spared. The counter and sofa were a mess, with shards of glass and broken vases everywhere, utter chaos. Liu Dafu was crouched in a corner, his short, stocky frame hunched over as he tried to clean something up. After a moment, Wang Ting cried out, "Dad!" Liu Dafu turned around and seeing Wang Ting and Xue Ling snapped back to reality. "Ah, Qing Xiaoxue, don't move. Stay where you are. There's glass everywhere. It's dangerous." Wang Ting carefully avoided the glass and stumbled over. "Dad, where's Liu Xing? Is he okay? He's not hurt, is he?" "No," Liu Dafu replied. "They didn't hit Liu Xing. He's fine." Wang Ting breathed a sigh of relief and looked around at the mess. "Then where is he? Where did he go?" "He went to the hospital with Tongzi. Tongzi's arm and neck were injured, so Liu Xing took him to get his wounds treated." Wang Ting gasped, covering her mouth. "Oh no! Was it that serious?" Liu Dafu nodded, frowning. "Yes, his arm was bleeding. A lot. I was scared to death. Liu Xing took him to the central hospital, it's the closest." Wang Qing, always a gentle and sheltered girl, was stunned by the chaos, and even more so hearing that Tongzi was hurt. Xue Ling, however, had already calmed down. She asked, "Uncle, it can't have just been women fighting, right? This looks like someone deliberately trashed our shop to ruin our business." "If it was just women fighting over a man, even if it got physical, it shouldn't have wrecked the whole shop." Liu Dafu frowned, sighed, and shook his head. I don't really know what happened. Those girls kept coming to see Tongzi. At first they just argued, and I thought it was nothing, so I told Tongzi to handle it and went to the back to boil some water. But then, before the water even boiled, I heard a huge commotion. I came out and saw several people fighting and Tongzi was bleeding. I was terrified. I ran out to the street to call Liu Xing from the public phone. The studio's income had been stable for months. Liu Xing had already paid Xue Ling her 60% share and used the rest to install a phone in the shop, as well as a small extension at home. Liu Xing had rushed over after getting the call. Liu Dafu continued. "I saw Tongzi being beaten by 2 or 3 men, while a bunch of women were crying and trying to pull them apart. Those men were smashing things, just going wild. I tried to calm them down, told them we still had a business to run, but they wouldn't listen, just kept smashing. I even threatened to call the police. One of the men said if we called the cops, they'd come back tomorrow and smash the place again." Wang Ting was confused. "Wait, there were men? I thought it was just Tongzi's female fans?" "I don't know," Liu Dafu said. "At first it was just a few girls arguing, then somehow it turned into a fight. I don't know where those men came from. They just started smashing everything and Tongzi got hurt. I couldn't stop them, so this is what happened." Wang Ting was at a loss. "So, what do we do now?" Xue Ling calmly patted her shoulder to reassure her. "Don't panic. Uncle, don't start cleaning up yet. Let's go to the police station and report this. All this is evidence. It'll be useful." "What? But those people said not to call the police, or they'd come back," Liu Dafu said, distressed. Xue Ling analyzed. "They probably weren't after Tongzi at all. They just used the chaos as an excuse to smash our shop. I bet they're competitors who couldn't beat us fairly, so they took the chance to wreck our place." "Really?" Wang Ting exclaimed. "Who would do that? Should we call Liu Xing and Tongzi first?" Xue Ling's eyes flashed. "Uncle, don't clean up yet. Wang Ting and I will go to the hospital to find Liu Xing and Tongzi, get the full story, and then take Tongzi to the police. Our shop's been trashed. This is a big loss. Whether it's a love triangle or jealous competitors, we can get compensation for this." "Oh, okay," Liu Dafu dusted off his hands. Then I won't clean up. I'll go with you to the hospital. Leaving the chaotic photo studio, it was already completely dark outside. A biting north wind howled, and a fine drizzling rain fell like cow's hair. Everyone felt the chill. Liu Dafu couldn't help but pull his coat tighter and mutter, "Oh, looks like the temperature's dropping." Wang Ting quickly helped him into the car, saying, "Dad, get in first. It's warm in the car and you won't get wet." Liu Dafu smiled and agreed. Xue Ling glanced back at the photo studio, then got in and started the car, heading straight for the central hospital. It was no longer rush hour, and with the rain, there were few cyclists or pedestrians on the road. Xue Ling drove a bit faster, and in just 2 minutes they arrived at the hospital entrance. Liu Dafu couldn't help but praise, "Wow, having a car is really fast. We got here in no time." Wang Ting helped the elder out of the car, reminding him gently, "Dad, be careful. Don't rush." Xue Ling got out, locked the car and said, "They should be in the emergency room. Let's check there first, and if not, we'll try the surgery department." "All right." Wang Ting nodded. The three hurried toward the emergency room. At the nurse's station, they asked for directions, and the nurse immediately pointed them to the right place. "They're in the second room, on the bed inside." Xue Ling led them over, and soon they saw in the simple ward Liu Xing looking shaken and Tongzi pale and disheveled. "Ah Xing!" Wang Ting called, choking up. Liu Xing turned around in surprise and stood up delighted. "Ling Ling! Ah Qing! Dad, how did you all get here?" Liu Dafu sighed and shook his head, explaining, "We were worried about you. We didn't know how badly Tongzi was hurt. Xiao Shui and Ah Qing wanted to check on you first, so I came along." Xue Ling looked at Tongzi on the bed. He tried to force a smile, but his neck was tightly bandaged, and the smile was so stiff it looked worse than crying. She gave a wry smile. "Don't force it. How bad is it? Are you seriously hurt?" Liu Xing, face full of anger, said, "Those bastards really went at him. They hurt his arm, almost broke it, and they hit his neck with something. The doctor said it's serious and there could be lasting effects." Wang Ting started crying, choking out, How could it be so bad?" Tongzi couldn't speak, just sighed weakly, his face ashen. Liu Xing explained, "They just finished treating his wounds, gave him medicine, and set up 2 big IV drips. The doctor said with these antibiotics tonight, he shouldn't feel too bad." Xue Ling moved closer and sat on the edge of the bed. "Liu Xing, what exactly happened today? If it was just a few girls making a fuss, how did the whole shop get trashed?" Liu Xing said anxiously. "It definitely wasn't that simple. Those 2 men looked like they were with one of the women. Tongzi said that woman deliberately started a fight with the others, then started hitting people. The other girls got mad and joined in. Then the 2 men barged in, yelling about how Tongzi was playing with girls' feelings and started smashing things. After hurting Tongzi, they left with that woman. It was clearly a premeditated setup." Tongzi tried to nod, but his neck injury made him grimace in pain. "Those 2 men seemed to come just to smash the shop. I tried to stop them, and they beat me up. Later that woman said, 'Let's see how you keep doing business now.'" Hearing this, Xue Ling was sure it was a competitor behind the attack. "Looks like someone was jealous of our good business and came to wreck our shop. With us out of the way, their business will naturally improve." Liu Dafu's eyes were red as he muttered, "The whole shop. There's not a single spot left untouched." "No," Liu Xing said quietly. "Luckily, our photo processor is in the attic. They didn't know, so nothing up there was damaged." Wang Qing let out a breath. "That's really a blessing in disguise," Tongzi whispered weakly. "It's all my fault, all my fault." "No," Xue Ling said. "You can't blame yourself. They clearly came prepared, using the fight as a cover to smash the shop." Liu Xing cursed angrily, then said, "I'll go over there first thing tomorrow and confront them." "Don't be impulsive," Xue Ling said. "We don't have any evidence and they'll just deny it. Better to call the police and let them investigate." "But they said not to call the police," Liu Dafu said quietly. Xue Ling shook her head firmly. "The more they threaten us, the more we should report it. If we let them intimidate us, we'll never be able to do business again." Liu Xing thought for a moment, then nodded. Right, we should call the police. Only then will those thugs get punished and maybe we can recover some of our losses. Xue Ling glanced outside. Ah Qing, Liu Xing and I will go to the police station now. You and Uncle stay here and look after Tongzi. It's getting late. Go buy something to eat. Ask the nurse if Tongzi can eat, and if so, get him something too. Okay. Wang Ting nodded quickly. I understand. Xue Ling gave Liu Xing a look, and the two of them quickly left the emergency room. Liu Xing couldn't help but ask, Ling Ling, where do we go to report this? Xue Ling replied, There's only one police station in town, so that's where we'll go. Don't worry, I drove here. No matter how hard it rains or how dark it gets, we'll be fine. They got in the car. Liu Xing slumped in the back seat, eyes half closed. My mom's a teacher, so I've always been more bookish than my classmates. At most, I argue with words. I've never fought anyone. When I got there and saw two big guys smashing things and Tongzi lying on the ground, I was really scared. His whole family were honest people, never involved in fights. Suddenly facing something this big, his nerves were shot. Xue Ling understood and comforted him softly. That's normal. Anyone would panic in a situation like that. Don't worry. The more you go through, the calmer you'll become. With experience, you'll handle things better next time. Liu Xing couldn't help but laugh. You're a woman, but you're calmer than me. People who've seen the world really are different. Xue Ling smiled, neither confirming nor denying it. She really had been through a lot, even life and death. After so many experiences, she'd naturally developed a calm and steady nature. Liu Xing let out a long sigh. This time the loss is really damn serious. Xue Ling said, Wang Qing's right. The most expensive machine wasn't damaged, so it's a blessing in disguise. Tomorrow, put up a big sign at the door saying the shop is being renovated and will reopen next month with big discounts. Once the police have assessed the damage, we'll invest in a new renovation. Make it even better and more beautiful than before. There's always gain and loss in everything. Don't just focus on what's lost. Look at what you can gain in the future. Take this chance to show the competition some backbone, then renovate and do even better business, earning back the losses and your reputation. All right, I'm with you, Liu Xing immediately agreed, raising both hands in support. After reporting to the police and explaining the situation, the officers immediately recognized this as a serious public security case, given the shop smashing and assault, and quickly dispatched a team to investigate. Xue Ling drove ahead to lead the way, with two police officers following on motorcycles. When they arrived at the photo studio, the officers took photos for evidence and searched for information everywhere. Liu Xing gave a detailed description of the suspects' appearances and even took out some paper to sketch their portraits. The officers were surprised and asked, You're a photographer, but you can draw too? Liu Xing explained sheepishly, I work at a newspaper, so I usually do the illustrations. Both Tongzi and I studied art, so we've learned some basics of Western painting. Oh, I see, the officer praised. Young people these days are really talented. After collecting evidence, the officers left. Xue Ling checked her watch. It was already past 8 in the evening. No wonder my stomach's growling. Liu Xing, hearing this, suddenly realized he was starving too. Let's go get dinner. Xue Ling glanced outside. There's a snack shop over there. Let's grab a bite. You can go back to take care of Tongzi later, and I'll take Wang Qing and Uncle Liu home. Take a couple of days off to look after him. Let Wang Qing and the others cover your work at the paper for now. Tongzi was from out of town, with no family nearby, so Liu Xing had to look after him. Liu Xing quickly agreed. Don't worry, I'll take good care of him. His family doesn't know yet. He won't let me tell them. He just asked me to call the radio station and take a week off for him. His boss was shocked and quickly arranged for someone else to fill in. They ordered a few dishes and sat in a corner of the small shop, chatting. It was already past dinner time, so they were the only customers. Soon, 2 plates of fried dumplings and chili sauce were served. Xue Ling found it a bit dry and called out, Boss, can we have 2 bowls of meat soup? Sure, the boss replied. Liu Xing chuckled. Boss Xue is making big money now, living the good life. Oh, stop it. Xue Ling laughed. If you don't eat well, how can you work hard and make money? I only have one goal for making money, to give myself and my family a better, more comfortable life. Liu Xing gave a wry smile. That's something only someone who's never suffered would say. Xue Ling paused, then smiled. You're not wrong. Honestly, since I was about 10, my family's finances have been on the rise. I'm an only child, and my parents always prioritized my education and gave me a comfortable environment. Not to brag, but my family is even wealthier than I am now. If I inherited everything and did nothing for the rest of my life, I'd still live comfortably. Over the years, with their savings and recent growth, even though the Lingyun branch lost money this year, the overall profits were still good. Plus, her parents had bought land and luxury apartments. Even if they stopped working, just renting out the factories, land, and apartments would let the whole family live well. In these still relatively lean times, her father's assets were close to 100 million, an extremely wealthy family. Liu Xing grinned and teased, You know what I hate most? Some people are born into good families, but they work even harder than you. How are the rest of us supposed to live? Xue Ling snorted. Life is like rowing upstream. If you don't move forward, you fall behind. If you don't work hard, you'll be left behind by society. That's a personal mindset, not just about your background. Of course, a good background gives you better conditions, and I admit that. Her own success was due not just to her efforts, but also her parents' support and her in-laws' help. Without them, she could never have made such rapid progress on her own. Liu Xing sighed. Yeah, that's why I envy you so much. Xue Ling smiled and countered, But you're luckier than most people, don't you think? Not really. Liu Xing waved his hand. I was born into a very ordinary family. My parents are honest, working-class people. Rongcheng is just a tiny county town. If it hadn't developed so quickly these past few years, it would still be backward. Growing up here, what could I possibly achieve? Xue Ling rolled her eyes. That's too one-sided. Your parents are honest and steady with stable jobs, so they gave you a stable home. They paid for your education, even sent you to study in the provincial capital. Otherwise, how could you have gotten a job at the newspaper? That's the foundation they gave you. I guess that makes sense? Liu Xing muttered. Xue Ling continued. If your parents can give you a foundation, that's already great. How high you jump depends on your own ability. Rongcheng may be small, but it has great potential. If it were already a big city, you'd have even fewer opportunities. You should be grateful for the timing. This is your hometown. You have family, friends, and connections here. If you went to a strange city, what would you do then? Liu Xing was stunned, then said quietly, When you put it that way, things don't seem so bad after all. Of course not, Xue Ling snorted. If you keep thinking everything's bad, then everything will be bad. You're still young. This is the time to be confident and energetic, not act like you've already suffered through life. Liu Xing gave an embarrassed laugh. It's just that with all this trouble and things not going well, I can't help but feel sorry for myself sometimes. Xue Ling's eyes softened. It's okay. As long as we're safe, everything else is small stuff. Take it slow, things will work out. She'd heard from Wang Ting that Liu Xing was still on medication, with some effect but not much. Director Liu always encouraged him to relax and often secretly took him to see doctors. Wang Ting didn't talk about it, but she was always supportive and comforting. Even if he didn't show it, Liu Xing sometimes felt frustrated and helpless. Xue Ling didn't want to say too much, so she just offered a few words of comfort. Liu Xing nodded and focused on his dumplings. A while later, the meat soup arrived. Each had a bowl, eating dumplings and sipping soup, feeling quite content. Liu Xing asked, By the way, you've been out so long. What about your family's dinner? Is your mother-in-law and husband handling it? Xue Ling nodded. It's always my mother-in-law and Yuan Ge. The 4 elders went to the development zone for roast lamb and little Ran Ran went too. I don't have to worry at all. Nice. Liu Xing tapped his chopsticks. Let's eat quickly. Then I'll need you to take me back to the hospital. After eating, they walked back to the photo studio. only to be surprised to find a tall, handsome man waiting at the door. It was Cheng Tianyuan. Liu Xing called out in surprise. "Brother Cheng, it's you! You gave me quite a scare just now." After all the chaos that afternoon, seeing a tall, burly figure standing at the photo studio door had startled him, and he was still a bit on edge. Cheng Tianyuan smiled and nodded. "I'm here to pick up Ling Ling. The weather's bad and it's getting colder. I was a little worried." Liu Xing immediately grinned and shot Xue Ling a teasing look. "See? Brother Cheng is so thoughtful." Xue Ling stayed calm and chuckled. "You should learn from him and be more thoughtful with Wang Qing." Liu Xing couldn't help but laugh. Xue Ling said to Cheng Tianyuan, "There was trouble at the studio and we've already called the police. Tongzi was hurt and is in the hospital now. I'll take Liu Xing over to look after him, then head home." Cheng Tianyuan frowned and asked, "Is there anything I can help with?" Xue Ling paused, then said, "Tongzi's injuries are pretty serious. He'll probably be in the hospital for a while. Could you help prepare some daily necessities for him and Liu Xing to use at the hospital? Tongzi's in the second room of the emergency ward at the central hospital. Once you've got everything, come find us there." No, Liu Xing quickly protested. "I can do it myself. I was just so flustered earlier that I didn't know what to do. Once I get there, I'll find time to go out and buy things." "Buy what?" Xue Ling scolded with a laugh. "It's already past 9. Most shops and department stores are closed. In this weather, cold and rainy with the north wind blowing. Where are you going to shop? Yuan Gei's store is just up ahead. He can grab some things and bring them to the hospital. It's no trouble." "I just feel bad troubling your husband," Liu Xing said awkwardly. "Brother Cheng runs a business too. How about I give him the money to buy the stuff?" Cheng Tianyuan said warmly. "It's all from our own store and I have a car. I'll just load it up and bring it over. Liu Xing, don't be so polite. Our family has a stake in the studio too. Whatever happens, we all share the responsibility. Don't treat me like an outsider." With that, he gave Xue Ling a look, turned and drove off. Liu Xing grinned. Brother Cheng may seem a bit reserved, but he's got a warm heart. He's a really good guy. Xue Ling laughed. "That's because I'm good to you. If it weren't for me, he wouldn't even know you or Wang Qing, let alone Tongzi. I'm good to you, so he has to be good to you too." Yes, Liu Xing laughed. "All right, comrade, please drive me to the hospital. It's freezing out here." The two of them hurried into the car and headed for the hospital. Seeing how lightly Liu Xing was dressed, Xue Ling said, "It's going to get colder tonight. You might catch a chill. Should I take you home to get some warmer clothes first?" "No," Liu Xing suddenly remembered. "There's an army green padded coat in the attic. That'll be enough." Xue Ling immediately turned the car around. "Tongzi really needs you right now, so don't get sick yourself. The studio's a mess. I'll get a professional interior designer to take a look in a couple of days and maybe change up the style." "All right," Liu Xing said. "Don't worry, I'll take care of Tongzi. As for the studio, I'll leave it to you." Xue Ling nodded. "Don't worry, I'll follow up. I'll also go to the police station tomorrow to check on the case." "No way it'll be that fast," Liu Xing muttered. "They just collected evidence tonight, it can't be that quick." Xue Ling shrugged. "Think about it. How many photo studios are there in Rongcheng? Who would be jealous of our business?" "That's true," Liu Xing said quietly. "Other than that old studio, there aren't any other competitors. No one but a competitor would go to such lengths to smash up the place." Xue Ling added, "They clearly planned this for a while. Otherwise, how would they know so much about Tongzi? They deliberately sent a woman to stir up trouble, then used that as an excuse to smash the studio. If it wasn't a competitor, why would they know so much about us? If I can figure this out, the police definitely can. Besides, with such a big commotion, they must have left some clues. Don't worry, this case won't be hard to solve. We'll have good news soon." Liu Xing was full of admiration. "Earlier my mind was a mess. I was panicking. But after getting out in the cold and rain and listening to you, I feel much calmer. Ling Ling, you're amazing." "Stay calm and you'll figure it out too," Xue Ling said. She didn't think she was anything special. She'd just seen more of the world and learned to stay calm in a crisis. Liu Xing went back to get his coat, and Xue Ling drove them to the central hospital. Tongzi was already on an IV, half asleep. Wang Qing and Liu Dafu were quietly talking, both looking worried. Liu Xing and Xue Ling explained that they'd called the police and told them not to worry. Tongzi woke up and gave Xue Ling a faint smile. "Sister Ling," Xue Ling said gently, "don't worry. Just focus on getting better. We've already called the police. I'm sure they'll catch those people soon and get you justice." Liu Xing told Liu Dafu and Wang Ting, "I'll stay here to look after Tongzi. Xue Ling will take you home. Dad, have some ginger tea when you get back. It's cold out. Honey, get some rest tonight and help me take leave at the paper tomorrow. Ask old Liu to arrange someone to cover for me." "Okay," Wang Ting said, swallowing hard. Tongzi only had some water earlier. He said he wasn't hungry. The doctor said his IV has glucose, so it's fine if he doesn't eat. Tomorrow, if his neck feels better, we'll get him whatever he wants. Liu Xing nodded. "Don't worry, I'll handle it." Just then, footsteps sounded outside and a familiar voice called, "Wife?" Xue Ling quickly went to open the door. Cheng Tianyuan came in carrying a clean mesh bag full of daily necessities. He explained, "I packed 2 sets, just in case. It's cold tonight, so I brought an extra quilt for Liu Xing." "Wow, thank you so much," Liu Xing said, hurrying over to help. Cheng Tianyuan greeted Tongzi and placed a small thermos under the bed. "It's cold out, and food gets cold fast. This thermos is clean. You can use it for soup or porridge for Tongzi." "Thank you," Tongzi said weakly. Cheng Tianyuan patted his arm gently. "Rest well. We'll come see you again tomorrow. Thanks for your hard work tonight, Liu Xing." After chatting for a bit, everyone left in a hurry. Cheng Tianyuan drove Liu Dafu back to the old city, while Xue Ling took Wang Ting back to Wangjiangyuan. By the time they got out of the car, it was already past 10. Xue Ling watched Wang Ting enter the elevator, then turned and went home herself. It was freezing outside, but warm and cozy inside. The 4 elders were chatting in the living room, their voices and laughter low. Little Ran Ran was already asleep in his grandma's arms. "Ling Ling, why are you back so late? Is everything okay?" "We heard from Ayuan that there was some trouble at the studio. Nothing serious, right?" Xue Ling brushed it off with a smile. "Nothing major, don't worry. By the way, how was the roast lamb?" Xue Ling's father beamed. "It was delicious. The meat was just perfect, crispy outside, tender inside. I haven't had such tasty roast lamb in ages." "It really was wonderful," Xue Ling's mother said with a smile. "Home-raised lamb always running around. The meat is just unbeatable." Cheng Muhai smiled. "That's easy. A Cheng's family still has a few sheep. When you come back for New Year, I'll buy a whole one. We'll have Aunt Hu roast it for us again and pair it with a little wine. Nothing could be better." "Great," Xue Ling's father said. "Let's make it a date." Xue Ling's mother sighed. "We've been here quite a few days now. It's time to head back. In a couple of days, there's work to do at the factory." "Stay a few more days," Liu Ying said, reluctant to see them go. "A few days won't make a difference. It's all our own factories. You can delay a bit." Xue Ling's father laughed. "The longer we stay, the less we'll want to leave." "What then?" "Then just stay for good," Cheng Muhai joked. "Let Ling Ling and Ayuan take care of us in our old age." Everyone burst out laughing. Xue Ling's mother said to her, "Book our plane tickets for the day after tomorrow. Get the midday flight so we won't arrive too late, and Aheng can pick us up at the airport." "Okay," Xue Ling nodded. "I'll call first thing in the morning." Liu Ying's eyes turned red with sadness. "Hai Tang, you must come back for New Year. It's warm here. You should come. Who knows, maybe we'll all go to the southern island together." But Cheng Muhai wasn't fond of traveling far. "We'll just stay here. New Year's is for family reunions. Eating, drinking, and strolling by the river, that's the best." "We'll talk it over when the time comes," Xue Ling's father said, looking at his daughter. "It depends on what the young people want to do. We're old, not fit to make the big decisions anymore." Everyone laughed again. Looking at her happy, warm family, Xue Ling felt a deep sense of contentment. She was an only child, and if her parents could get along well with her in-laws, they could keep each other company in their old age. A wonderful thing. Dad, Mom, it's getting late. You should all get some rest. All right. Little Ran will sleep with us tonight. I'll make him a bottle. Okay. Little Ran barely woke up at night. If he got hungry, he'd have a bottle and go right back to sleep. His routine was very regular now. No naps in the morning, a 2 or 3 hour nap at noon, then bedtime at night, usually sleeping straight through till morning. With such a good routine, Xue Ling had much less trouble. Seeing her mother reluctant to let go of her grandson, she didn't interfere, letting them take the child and closing the door. She saw the big water pot on the honeycomb stove, poured out half for a bath, and after washing up, found Cheng Tianyuan had come home and was drinking water in the living room. "Oh, you're back? How long have you been home?" "Just now?" Cheng Tianyuan replied. "I haven't had water since evening, so I was thirsty." He'd gone to find Lu Xiaoyu in the evening, only to find them still busy tying rebar, so he waited for them to finish. It was dark by the time several trucks carrying steel arrived. Because of the rain, the trucks had to drive slowly, which delayed things. Liu Xiaoyu was very thorough, taking him up to check the goods before agreeing to unload. The truck was cleverly designed. The rear could be raised to dump all the steel at once. Liu Xiaoyu explained it was a new type of truck, improved with new technology, making unloading much easier. They settled the bill, signed, and paid. The drivers took their money and left in the rain. Liu Xiaoyu said they had to go to the docks to load up, then make a long-distance delivery early the next morning. Both men were starving, so Liu Xiaoyu took him to the site canteen. A plump auntie was washing dishes and complained they were too late. There was no food left. Cheng Tianyuan was about to suggest eating out, but Liu Xiaoyu wouldn't have it. "Auntie, do you know who this is? He's President Xue's husband. He's here to pay on her behalf and has been working for over an hour without even a sip of water. It's windy and raining outside. How can you let him go out in the dark to find food? Don't forget, all the food and money for this canteen is approved by President Xue." The auntie quickly changed her tune, smiling. "Don't be mad. Sit down. There's still some braised meat and cabbage in the pot. I'll whip up a plate of peas and some chicken for you." Liu Xiaoyu nodded. "Make it quick." So the two sat in the temporary canteen, chatting while they waited. They expected leftovers, but were surprised with big chicken legs, white rice, braised cabbage and meat, and a bowl of fresh peas. Liu Xiaoyu winked at him and whispered, "That's how she got so plump. She always saves the best for herself. Anyone who cooks at a big stove never goes hungry, that's for sure." Cheng Tianyuan laughed and ate with him, then gave him a ride back to Wangjiangwan. Liu Xiaoyu had a bike, but since it was raining hard, he took the ride. Cheng Tianyuan dropped him off, then went to the development zone to pick up the elders and his son. He thought Xue Ling would be home already, but her jeep wasn't there. Worried, he sent the elders and child upstairs, then hurried off to the photo studio to look for her. "It's hard to drive in the old city, and with the elders in the car I couldn't go fast, so I got back a bit late." Xue Ling felt a pang of concern. "I've been busy, but you've been running around too. Drink up and go shower. I left hot water for you." "Okay." Cheng Tianyuan nodded. Since she married in, she'd bathed every day and was very clean. He'd picked up the habit too, and even in winter they both kept it up. When he finished tidying up and came in, Xue Ling was checking accounts under the lamp. "Wife, leave it for tomorrow. It's late." Xue Ling smiled wryly. "I have to deal with the studio and visit Tongzi at the hospital tomorrow. I want to get as much done tonight as I can." "The studio needs to be renovated, right?" Cheng Tianyuan said. Even if the culprits were caught and fined, the studio couldn't be restored as it was. To reopen quickly, they'd have to renovate. Xue Ling thought for a moment. "I'll ask Liu Xiaoyu tomorrow to help find someone for the renovation." He was a pro and knew plenty of people in the trade. The studio wasn't big, but she wanted it to be refined and beautiful, so she needed skilled workers. Cheng Tianyuan nodded. "Right, he's the one to ask." Xue Ling added, "My parents are leaving the day after tomorrow. Let's call to book their tickets in the morning." "Okay," Cheng Tianyuan said. "I'll do it. I have their ID numbers. I'm sure they'll come back for New Year." He was very confident about that. Xue Ling chuckled and kept working. Just then, the phone rang. Cheng Tianyuan got up from bed, threw on his jacket and muttered, "Who could it be? It's almost 11. Xue Ling didn't look up, continuing to work on the accounts. The data from the construction site was complicated and some of the numbers were huge. If she made a mistake with a zero or misplaced a decimal, the difference could be astronomical. A tiny error could lead to a huge loss, so she couldn't afford to be careless. Cheng Tianyuan was out for a bit, then quickly returned. "Wife, it's Shan Yu. He says the factory is under construction, but he's still undecided about the machines and wants to discuss it with you." Xue Ling frowned, put down her pen and ledger and hurried to the living room to pick up the phone. "Hello?" "Ling, it's Shan Yu." Shan Yu greeted her politely, then got straight to the point. "You called a few days ago. My wife told me what you said. I think you make sense. But I checked around, and there aren't any brand new machines nearby. If I want one, I'll have to go all the way up north to buy it. Each one costs over 100 or 200,000, not counting travel and other expenses." Xue Ling explained, "I'll say it again. You have to use advanced technology and machines, or you'll be eliminated from the market quickly because you won't be competitive. If you go for cheap, second-hand machines that others don't want, sure, it's convenient and saves money, but the products you make will be inferior, no competitiveness, and sooner or later you'll have to shut down." She gave a wry smile. "You've been out in the world for years. You should know this. The further you look, the broader your future. Making money is never easy." She remembered how hard it was to get those advanced sweater machines. She'd run herself ragged, even risking her life. But she was certain, only by mastering new technology could you earn more and do better than others. Shan Yu fell silent. Xue Ling said softly, "Think about why you decided to come back and start a factory in the first place. You and your wife wanted to settle down in your hometown on the southern island after your daughter was born, instead of running around doing wholesale. If you try to save a few 100,000, and the factory fails in a few years, all your investment will be wasted. Wouldn't that be a bigger pity?" Shan Yu was startled, silent for a moment. "I get it. Xiaoxue, Ling, you really woke me up with that. Thank you, thank you." Xue Ling laughed. "There are plenty of ships on the southern island. You can take a boat north. It might be a bit complicated and tough, but after so many years working outside, it shouldn't be a problem for you." "It should be fine," Shan Yu said. "The factory is almost built. It's snowing up north now, so I'll wait until spring to go. I'll get the factory ready, take care of my wife and daughter, and head north when the weather warms up." "Good plan," Xue Ling said with a laugh. "You're from the south and have never worn thick clothes. Sending you north to the ice and snow to buy machines would be torture. Ha ha." Shan Yu laughed too. "Exactly. I can't even handle the weather." "How are Chen Jie and little Yu Yu?" Xue Ling asked. Shan Yu sighed. "The little one's sick, and my wife isn't feeling well either. I just got them to sleep and finally had time to call you." "What happened? Are they both sick?" Xue Ling frowned. "If it's contagious, you should keep them apart." Shan Yu gave a bitter laugh. "Yu Yu has a cold, runny nose. My wife got dizzy after arguing with my mom. Sigh. Nothing's easy, and it's all wearing me out." Every family has its troubles, but his seemed especially tough. He was busy inside and out, barely able to keep up. Xue Ling asked, "Why are they fighting again? If you can, try to keep them apart." It takes time to thaw a frozen relationship. With a young child and a new business, it's best to avoid extra drama and focus on the baby. Shan Yu sighed. "If you have time, talk to my wife. You know her. She's got a fiery temper. My mom's no better, always complaining and wanting money and free time, and even resenting my wife for having a daughter instead of a son. I can't persuade either of them. I'm just a useless man." "Tisk, tisk," Xue Ling said with a laugh. "Is it really that bad?" "It is," Shan Yu sighed. "If I were a tough guy, I'd just put my foot down with both of them and keep their tempers in check. That would probably save a lot of trouble. I'm not wrong about that." Xue Ling didn't know how to comfort him. If she said he was wrong, there was some truth to what he said. He wasn't exactly a commanding presence, but if she said he was right, it would hurt his pride. So she changed the subject. Don't worry, I'll call Chen Jie in the next couple of days. She's sharp-tongued but soft-hearted. Once you understand her, she's not hard to get along with. Thank you, Shan Yu said with a smile. I always feel like we owe you and Ah Yuan so much. Becoming friends with you two is the luckiest thing that's happened to us. Don't be so formal, Xue Ling said. It's late, get some rest. Your whole family is counting on you. All right, good night. After hanging up, Xue Ling went back to the bedroom. She told Cheng Tianyuan what Shan Yu had said, admitting she really didn't know how to comfort him. Cheng Tianyuan smiled. He does lack a bit of manly assertiveness, but handling the relationship between wife and mother isn't about being forceful. It's about guiding and balancing. He's the key middleman, but he doesn't realize how important he is. Xue Ling thought about it and agreed. Her own good relationship with her mother-in-law Liu Ying was partly because her husband played a crucial role in the middle. The son is the link between mother-in-law and daughter-in-law. If Shan Yu could be a good mediator, smoothing things over on both sides, their relationship wouldn't be so tense. Cheng Tianyuan checked his watch and said gently, "Wife, it's late. Get some rest." Xue Ling yawned and put away the accounts. All right, let's rest early and get up to work in the morning. She was so tired that she fell asleep as soon as her head hit the pillow. Early the next morning, Xue Ling went to the construction site, then headed to the photo studio. Liu Dafu was cleaning up and explained, squinting. I went to the hospital early. Tongzi was still sleeping. Liu Xing said after the IV last night he's much better and his arm doesn't hurt anymore. Xue Ling nodded. I'm going to the police station to see if there's any news. The police came by this morning, took some photos, looked around and left, Liu Dafu said, pouring her a cup of warm water. It's cold out. Have a drink before you go. Thank you, Uncle. Xue Ling drank it in one go and hurried to the police station. Unexpectedly, the officers said they'd just identified the suspects, but hadn't caught them yet, and told her to go home and wait. Xue Ling smiled. Thank you for your hard work. By the way, can we start cleaning and preparing for renovations? You know, we need to get back to business as soon as possible. Go ahead, the officer said. We've taken all the photos, checked on the injured at the hospital, and made a record. Your losses have also been roughly assessed. Thank you so much, Xue Ling said gratefully. Leaving the police station, Xue Ling drove toward the hospital. On the way, she stopped at the market to buy some big apples, then continued on. At the emergency room entrance, she spotted a familiar figure in a bright floral padded coat with 2 long braids. Alan? The girl jumped in surprise, quickly turning around and staring at Xue Ling. Sister-in-law. Xue Ling smiled, surprised to run into Chen Lan here. Alan, what brings you here? What are you doing here? Blushing, Chen Lan pulled her into a corner and lowered her voice. I often listen to Mr. Tongzi's radio show at night. Last night the station suddenly had a substitute and said Tongzi was taking a week off. This morning I ran into Brother Yuan and asked if he knew what happened. He said Tongzi was here. I just wanted to see if he was okay. Xue Ling shook her head and explained, It's not that quick. His arm injury is pretty serious. He'll probably be in the hospital for a few days. Chen Lan looked anxious. Then, what about him? Is anyone taking care of him? He must be feeling awful, right? Don't worry, Xue Ling said. Liu Xing is looking after him. Come, I'll take you in to see him. No, Chen Lan said shyly. He doesn't even know me. I just wanted to see him from afar, that's enough. With Liu Xing here and so many people in the hospital, he'll be fine soon. I just listened to his show, that's all. I'm nothing special. Nervous, she rambled on, not even sure what she was saying. Xue Ling could tell she was just shy and didn't take it to heart. It's fine. You'll get to know him if you go in. If you're a fan, I can introduce you. No. Chen Lan shook her head, flustered. I have to get back to the shop. Sister-in-law, could you give this to him for me? I made it with my aunt. He He's a good person. I wish him a speedy recovery." With that, she shoved a small net bag into Xue Ling's hands and dashed off. Xue Ling felt the warmth of the bag and saw a few bamboo leaves inside, wrapping something tasty. There were lots of bamboo trees by the river in Rongcheng, and locals liked to pick the leaves to make sticky rice cakes and pastries. Aunt Hu would go pick them every few days. Seeing the shy girl run off without meeting her idol, Xue Ling didn't force her, just watched her hurry away before turning into the emergency room and heading to the second ward. She found Liu Xing wrapped in a new quilt, dozing on a stool against the wall. The patient, on the other hand, looked lively, chatting quietly with the patient in the next bed while getting an IV. When Tongzi saw Xue Ling, he immediately smiled. "My boss is here. Sister Ling, you're here again? You're busy, you don't have to keep coming. Liu Xing is here." Xue Ling chuckled, setting down the apples and the net bag. Tongzi said quietly, "You shouldn't have spent money again. Your husband brought so many things last night. Liu Xing and I both feel bad." Xue Ling joked, "You can't visit a patient empty-handed. If I can't help physically, I can at least bring something. I'm your boss, after all. If my employee gets hurt, of course I have to visit. I don't want to lose such a good employee, so I have to butter you up." Tongzi smiled, but the movement tugged at his neck and he winced. "Thank you, Boss Ling." Xue Ling pointed to the net bag. "This is from Chenlan at our development zone shop. She's a loyal listener of yours. When she heard you weren't on air last night, she asked my husband about you. When he told her you were in the hospital, she rushed over to bring this and wishes you a speedy recovery." Tongzi was touched. "Thank you. When I'm working, the listeners are on the other end. I can't interact with them. But they're all so sweet and supportive, and many write to me. I'm really grateful for their support." A true artist. He even spoke so beautifully. Xue Ling went to wash her hands, then opened the net bag and unwrapped the bamboo leaves. "Hey, it's freshly steamed rice cakes. Tongzi, you only have external injuries, so you can eat, right? Want one while it's hot?" "Yes," Tongzi said softly. "The nurse said to eat light, nothing greasy. Liu Xing made porridge for me this morning, but it was so watery I'm starving." Xue Ling handed him one with his uninjured left hand. Tongzi took a bite and smiled contentedly. "So good, soft and chewy with mung bean filling, not too sweet or greasy, really delicious." "She's a clever, hard-working girl," Xue Ling said. "She made these with her aunt, who's a great cook. My parents have eaten all kinds of good food in the capital, but they still rave about her aunt's snacks. I'm lucky today." Tongzi quickly finished one. "Sister Ling, can I have another?" Xue Ling handed him another. "Rice cakes are best hot." Tongzi quickly ate another, then reached for a third. "Wow!" Liu Xing suddenly woke up laughing. "You two! How could you eat without me? Good thing I have a sharp nose." Xue Ling laughed, teasing, "You're like a dog, always sniffing out food. We talked and talked, but you didn't react. The moment we started eating, you woke up." Liu Xing put his hands on his hips, pretending to be angry. "Aha! So you admit you were talking about me behind my back? If you don't give me the rest of the rice cakes, I'll be mad." Tongzi laughed. "All yours. We've had enough." Liu Xing folded his quilt at the end of the bed, rushed out to wash his hands, and hurried back. "Come on, don't forget your brother when there's good food." Xue Ling handed him the rest of the rice cakes and asked, "Tongzi looks much better. Did the doctor do rounds this morning? What did they say?" "They said 3 more days of IVs. If there's no infection, he can be discharged," Liu Xing explained. "The doctor said the cold weather actually helps the wound heal. He also said Tongzi is young and strong, so he should recover quickly." Xue Ling asked, "The police came by this morning to investigate, right? Did they ask you questions?" "Yes," Liu Xing said. "They were very thorough. They said my sketches were helpful for the case and that they've already identified the suspects, so there should be good news soon." "I just went by. They said the same," Xue Ling said. "They've estimated the shop's losses and taken photos. We can start cleaning up. This afternoon, Yuenge and I will help Uncle tidy up, then get someone in for renovations as soon as possible." "Great," Liu Xing said, munching. "I'll leave it to you and Brother Yuan." Xue Ling turned to Tongzi. Do you have any suggestions for the renovation? You and Liu Xing have been running the studio since it opened. I rarely go there. I want your input since you two are the pros. As soon as Tongzi and Liu Xing heard this, they both became serious. After all, the future of the studio and their own financial futures depended on it, so they had to treat it carefully. Tongzi thought for a moment and said quietly, I was thinking, maybe we could try a classical Greek style. Big striped columns, just wood inside, painted bright white on the outside, then paint some angels on the walls, maybe add a couple of beautiful, slightly sexy girls. Xue Ling nodded slowly and looked at Liu Xing. What about you? What do you think? Liu Xing gave a wry laugh. Me? I'm on a totally different page. I think the style of a northeastern home is nice, or maybe a Jiangnan water town. Put up a wooden fence, a little bridge, and paint some flowing water. That little bridge over running water vibe is so peaceful and lovely. Xue Ling, these two really aren't on the same wavelength, so which should she pick? Honestly, she thought both ideas were pretty good. Xue Ling smiled wryly. Can you two talk it over and see if there's any common ground? The studio is only 2 storefronts wide. At most, we can do 1 concept per room. Otherwise, if one side is Eastern and the other Western, it'll just look messy. This isn't the era for visual clashes. Liu Xing was confused. Visual clash? What era? Xue Ling quickly covered. I just mean with 2 rooms we can do a different style in each, but don't mix them up or it'll look uncomfortable, like a psychological clash. Liu Xing understood and nodded. That makes sense. I'd like to do 1 room in Jiangnan style, mixed with a bit of northeastern countryside, white picket fences outside, some fake flowers and plants, a mural of a distant old city wall, then green hills and water, and up close, a little bridge and willow trees. Xue Ling asked, Can you paint that? Or find a poster like that? No way we'll find a poster that big, Tongzi muttered. We'd have to paint it ourselves. Liu Xing looked at him. I used to do sketches. You did oil painting. Why don't you do it? I only know a bit of Western style, Tongzi said. I'm not that good. Xue Ling laughed. Let's just focus on cleaning up for now. When Tongzi's better, you two can handle the decorating. When the workers come, you can tell them what you want. Tongzi nodded. That's true. It's better if we're there. Our ideas aren't easy to explain, and most local workers don't know Western art. And I do like the little angels, Xue Ling said quietly. But as for the sexy girls, let's skip that. Tongzi stifled a laugh. Sister Ling, I didn't expect a college girl from the capital to be so conservative. Don't worry, they'd be clothed, not naked. Xue Ling. What's there to be embarrassed about as a woman? She explained. Think about it. Oil paintings of beautiful young women are lovely. But real women coming in for photos might have acne, or be older, or just not as pretty. How can they compare to the painted beauties? If it's male customers, that's another story. But most people who like taking photos are young women. If you put a gorgeous beauty on the wall, won't it make them feel bad about themselves? Would they still want to come here for photos? Tongzi and Liu Xing looked at each other, suddenly enlightened. You're right. We never thought of that. No more oil painting girls then. Xue Ling shrugged, just being honest. I'm a woman, so I understand how girls think. Greek style is elegant and exotic, and young people will probably like it. Tongzi and Liu Xing were convinced. What about the Jiangnan style next door? Any thoughts? No, Xue Ling said. Greece is so far away it's hard to get real props, so you'll have to use your imagination. But for the Jiangnan room, use as many real things as possible. A little bridge, for example, would be a hit. Real fences and plants, maybe a small wooden boat. Young people would love it. Brilliant, Liu Xing praised. That's almost exactly what I had in mind. Ling Ling, you're my soulmate. Everyone should suggest ideas and we'll use the best ones, Xue Ling said. I'm just thinking from a customer's perspective, maybe a bit picky. Not at all, Tongzi smiled. We're here to serve customers, so we have to think like them. Your suggestions are great. Xue Ling snorted lightly. If others are jealous of our success, we shouldn't let it get us down. We should work even harder and beat them fair and square. That's the spirit! Liu Xing gave a thumbs up. We're confident the new shop will be even better. Tongzi smiled too, giving a thumbs up with his left hand. After chatting a while, Tongzi couldn't help but say, Brother, I've always wanted to suggest open another branch. Liu Xing's eyes widened, then he laughed awkwardly. I can barely keep up as it is, always needing your help. Tongzi shook his head. Hear me out. Our photo processor only runs every 3 days, combining all the photos. If we had 2 shops, we could combine the business and process photos every day. Customers would get their pictures faster. If we were customers, we'd want to see our photos right away. Hardly anyone comes for photos at night. The flash doesn't look good. So you have to open during the day. But I still have my day job. Liu Xing sighed. You could take a leave of absence, Tongzi said quietly. Talk to your supervisor. Say you're too busy and want to keep your position, but take a break. Think about it. 1 shop makes you over 1,000 a month, several times your salary. Why not keep your job on hold and make more while you're young? I can shoot during the day and host the radio show at night. It's not too much. You're always rushing to meet deadlines, so you can't open the shop during the day. It'd be best to take a break and open another shop. Liu Xing was tempted. His current shop, co-owned with Xue Ling, had made enough in a year to pay off his apartment, marry his beloved wife, and install a phone. His finances were no longer tight. If he could open another shop, run it himself, and get a share from this one, he'd make even more. Tongzi continued. Wang Qing is well suited to her job at the paper, so she can keep working. You're still young. Make more while you can, and you can always go back to your job later. You run 1 shop during the day, I'll handle the other, and at night we process all the photos together. It'll be easy. After hearing this, Xue Ling nodded in agreement. That's great. First, it doesn't require a big investment. When we opened the studio, the biggest expense was the photo processor in the attic. Second, you can use this chance to try a different career. Life is long. You should try something new at least once. With her encouragement, Liu Xing was completely convinced. Before, he just earned a salary like everyone else. He wasn't satisfied, but he didn't have other skills, so he had to accept it. But after partnering with Xue Ling to open the studio, his income shot up, his family's tight finances improved, he bought the best riverside apartment in Rongcheng, and married the woman he loved. He hadn't known how sweet success could be until he tasted it. Now that he had, he instinctively wanted more. Taking a leave of absence wasn't hard to apply for. Since Director Lu's son joined the paper, there was more help and less work. If he applied now, Director Lu would probably agree, so why not seize the moment and do something big while he was young? All right, once Tongzi's better, I'll look for a shop and start renovations, Liu Xing decided. Xue Ling reminded him, Remember to discuss it with Wang Qing and your parents? Of course. Liu Xing nodded excitedly. They'll support me. The studio's been stable for over a year and I'm just taking a leave. My job will still be there. Worst case, if it doesn't work out, I can always go back. Tongzi smiled quietly. Exactly. Advance if you can, retreat if you must. And the investment isn't big, just some rent, so it's bound to be profitable. Liu Xing hesitated. Ling, you invested in the machine. How much of the new shop should I give you? No need. Xue Ling waved it off with a smile. You invest in the new shop yourself. The machine's there for you to use as you like. I'm too busy to manage more anyway. Liu Xing smiled sheepishly. I feel bad. If you hadn't agreed to invest back then, we'd never have gotten this far. Xue Ling grinned. Don't feel bad. I never planned to do this forever. My family has 3 garment factories and I co-own a sweater factory. Now I'm investing in phases 2 and 3 of Wang Tianyuan. My income is already very good. Tisk tisk, Liu Xing laughed. So I can take it that you're already making big money and don't care about this little bit? Xue Ling burst out laughing. Tongzi's neck still hurt, so he didn't dare laugh too hard. Brother, it's almost New Year's, the peak season for photos. Hurry up and you might catch the rush. Right, Liu Xing said. If the renovations go quickly, I should make it in time. Xue Ling said. Then everything's ready except for the final push. Tongzi, get well soon? Get well. 3 days later, good news came from the police. All 3 suspects had been caught and confessed. It really was people from that old studio in the old city. The woman was their daughter and the men were their nephews. They were jealous of our business, which was booming while theirs was failing, so they smashed our place out of spite. What's the outcome? They'll pay 500 yuan in damages, and since intentional injury is serious, they'll have to wait for sentencing. Luckily, Tongzi wasn't badly hurt, so they'll probably get a few months in jail. Cheng Tianyuan asked, When will they pay? Isn't your shop already being renovated? We don't need the money, Xue Ling explained. This month's profits are enough. Tongzi and Liu Xing are doing the painting themselves, so costs are low. Cheng Tianyuan watched their son play on a rocking horse and chuckled. Do it yourself and you'll have enough to eat and wear. Saves money and worry. What's not to like? Xue Ling glanced at the rocking horse and smiled. Is this the one you bought in the provincial capital? No, Cheng Tianyuan explained. Fang saw it while shopping in the provincial capital and bought it for Ran. She knew we go to the wholesale market sometimes, so she left it with Hu. When he took his in-laws to the airport, he stopped by to pick up some account books. Hu handed him the rocking horse, saying Fang bought it for her little nephew and to remember to bring it home. Xue Ling looked at the lively, adorable rocking horse and couldn't help but smile. It's perfect for him. In a blink, her sister-in-law had been in the provincial capital for months. In just over a month, she'd be home for winter break. Cheng Tianyuan smiled. She often helps out at the clothing store on weekends. Hu says it's much easier with her help. He drives to her school to pick her up every Friday and takes her back Sunday night. Having a car is so convenient, Xue Ling said. It's great they can look out for each other. It's always reassuring to have someone you know in a new place. Cheng Tianyuan added, Yesterday, when my parents got home, they called. I happened to be home too. Xue Heng drove to pick them up and said Uncle Xue Ling and his family are back in the provincial capital, planning to retire early and spend New Year's in the capital. That's wonderful, Xue Ling said. Xue Heng already got his share this year. He bought a house for his parents and a car. He's had a great year. Cheng Tianyuan saw her look of envy and couldn't help but smile fondly. You've earned a lot this year too, and worked hard. Why envy others? Xue Ling smiled wryly. I make a lot, but I spend even more. I only keep a few thousand for emergencies. The rest is invested with Boss Liao. The project's been running on my money. I just bought over 200,000 yuan in materials for after the New Year. Cheng Tianyuan usually didn't interfere, but asked, Boss Liao's funds haven't come through yet? Almost, Xue Ling explained. He's been doing municipal projects, which need a lot of capital, and took out loans. The loan was just approved, so after he pays it off, the funds will be available in February. I put up the money first, on the condition that the first floor of Phase 2's shopping plaza will be mine. Shopping plaza? Cheng Tianyuan was puzzled. Like those big malls in the capital with lots of shops together? Yes, Xue Ling said, hugging his arm. The central mall will be for you. The rest I'll rent out to others. Cheng Tianyuan laughed. I can barely handle 2 shops, and now you want to give me a bigger one. I'm afraid I won't manage. Of course we'll hire people, Xue Ling said. With a big business, you can't do everything yourself. If you can afford to hire and make big money, that's real skill. All right, Cheng Tianyuan agreed. Once this area is full of residents, we'll sell everything. Stock as much as possible and make the business huge. Little Ran, playing on the rocking horse, didn't know what his parents were planning, but when he heard his dad say, all right, he echoed, all right, all right, all right. Mom and Dad looked at each other and burst out laughing. Half a month later, after a rush of work, the photo studio finally reopened. To the public, they only announced that the shop had closed for renovations, aiming to serve customers even better. In the 2 days before reopening, Liu Xing took Xue Ling's advice and made several hundred small flyers, which he distributed one after another. For the first 3 days after reopening, everything in the shop was 30% off, and anyone who brought in a flyer could leave it behind to get an extra 20% discount on New Year's photos. Cheng Tianyuan helped Liu Xing find a location for the new photo studio, right at the intersection of the old and new districts, on a street corner with heavy foot traffic, an ideal spot for business. Liu Xing was extremely grateful to Cheng Tianyuan. After agreeing on the rent and paying the deposit, he specially bought a carton of cigarettes as a gift for Uncle Cheng Muhai. Xue Ling didn't stand on ceremony and accepted it directly. Liu Xing grinned and asked her if she could come up with a name for his new studio. Xue Ling replied, "There's no need to pick a new name. Our good friend's photo studio is already so popular. Just treat this as a branch. Keep the same name, and customers will immediately know it's run by the same owner. With our reputation, your new shop will instantly gain customers' trust, making it much easier to get started." "Oh, why didn't I think of that?" Liu Xing laughed happily. "The names Wang Qing and I came up with were all too artsy. We thought since you named the first shop and it did so well, we'd ask you to name this one too." Xue Ling laughed. "Just do as I say, and you're sure to keep making good money." Everyone laughed. The renovation of Liu Xing's new shop was a bit complicated, so both Tongzi and Xue Ling went to help, and Wang Ting came over as soon as she finished work. By the weekend, all their colleagues from the newspaper came to help too. Those who could cut paper, those who could put up window decorations did that. Those with good handwriting wrote artistic signs, and others helped clean up. The weather was getting colder, and heavy snow began to fall. Because the snow was so heavy, construction at the site had to pause. Originally, Boss Liu said they could work on the lower floors, but Xue Ling refused. "It's too cold. Everyone's been working hard for so long. Let's take a break for a few days. When we come back, everyone will be more enthusiastic. When the snow melts, everything will be wet, so we'll need to be extra careful about safety." Liu Xiaoyu nodded. "Sis-in-law, can I make a suggestion?" "Of course," Xue Ling smiled. "Say whatever's on your mind. No need to hold back." Liu Xiaoyu smiled apologetically and explained. "From the start, our agreement with Boss Liao was that the site would provide materials, and we'd just get paid for labor. I've always provided tools for everyone, but it's so cold now and everyone needs gloves and boots to work safely so their hands won't get frostbitten. When there were fewer people, I could provide them, but now there are too many and I can't afford it." "No problem," Xue Ling agreed immediately. "Safety comes first. With boots, we don't have to worry about the wet ground. If hands and feet are protected, there won't be any frostbite. If everyone's healthy, they can work better. I'll provide the money. You go buy what's needed. You're the expert and know what's best." Thank you, sis-in-law." Liu Xiaoyu was deeply moved. If it were another boss, they might have scolded him, saying everything costs money and that the foreman should handle it, not come to the boss. Liu Xiaoyu's eyes reddened as he explained quietly. "My mother was sick recently. She was in the hospital for over half a month. I rented a place nearby so my wife could take care of her. It cost a lot, so money's been tight." Xue Ling leaned in and whispered, "Can you manage for now? I can give you an advance on your wages so you're not so stressed. How about it?" "That wouldn't be right," Liu Xiaoyu said quietly. "There's never been such a precedent. If the foreman starts this, it'll just cause trouble. I can't." Xue Ling said softly, "This is a personal loan just from me to you. When you get your wages at the end of next month, pay me back, or whenever it's convenient for you." She quickly took 50 yuan bills from the drawer, put them in an envelope and handed it to Liu Xiaoyu. Liu Xiaoyu took a deep breath, moved. "Thank you, sis-in-law. I was going to ask an old friend for a loan, but it's almost New Year's and everyone's probably tight on money. I didn't want to ask." "We're friends too," Xue Ling said. "If you ever need a little help, just come to me. Everyone has tough times. It's normal. No need to feel awkward." "Thank you." Liu Xiaoyu smiled quietly. "I'll pay you back when I get my New Year's wages next month." Xue Ling took out another 300 yuan and handed it to him. "Use this to buy gloves and boots for everyone. Get 2 pairs of gloves per person so they can swap if one gets damaged." Liu Xiaoyu was a bit embarrassed. 1 pair per person is already great. Xue Ling laughed. I just want to win over good workers like you. You've all been working so hard, and both I and Boss Liao have noticed. This is just a little bonus. Don't refuse. Just go buy them. Thank you. Liu Xiaoyu took the money and quickly rode his bike to the market. In the heavy snow, he pushed his bike to several places, even to the next county, and finally bought enough. That evening, he handed out gloves and boots to everyone. Everyone was overjoyed, thanking him with big smiles. Liu Xiaoyu explained, President Xue bought these for everyone. She said you each get an extra pair of gloves to swap in the cold. You all need to thank her. The workers all agreed. President Xue is beautiful and rich, and so generous. Our site's food is definitely the best. There's meat every day, every meal. The boss is so generous. Yeah, I sent a telegram home and told my brothers, next year they have to come work here. No matter how much you make, at least you're always well fed. Look, now we have gloves and boots for the cold. They're so warm. I'm putting mine on right now. Ha 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 ha. The snow kept falling, stopping and starting for more than 2 days. On the 3rd morning, the sun finally came out and the weather cleared. With the snow, people went out less, and shops had little business. Chen Min was busy preparing for his wedding, running around, so Cheng Tianyuan closed the development zone shop and went to help his brother. The snow made the roads hard to travel, but luckily Cheng Tianyuan had a car and could drive everyone around to buy things. The day the weather cleared was the day before the wedding. Cheng Tianyuan and Xue Ling both helped decorate the new house and bought plenty of cigarettes and alcohol. Ah Hu drove back, smiling. There's not much stock left in the shop. I asked a friend to watch it for me. After the wedding tomorrow, I'll hurry back and clear out the rest. It wasn't even the end of the year, but after the wholesale market's busy season, the cold winter had arrived. Xue Ling smiled. As long as you recover your costs, just clear it all out. After New Year, we'll be wholesaling spring clothes. Ah Hu nodded busily. 3 shops in the market have already cleared out and gone home for New Year. We don't have much left. Should be gone in 2 or 3 days. Sister Hong said she'd buy it all if we sold it at half price. I thought that was too cheap and didn't want you to lose money. Xue Ling laughed. If you can't clear it, sell it cheap. Do whatever you think is best. The costs had long been recovered, so whatever was left could be sold however possible. No need to worry about leftovers. All right, Ah Hu grinned. Sister-in-law is so easygoing. Half a month later, after a rush of work, the photo studio finally reopened. To the public, they only announced that the shop had closed for renovations, aiming to serve customers even better. In the 2 days before reopening, Liu Xing took Xue Ling's advice and made several hundred small flyers, which he distributed one after another. For the first 3 days after reopening, everything in the shop was 30% off, and anyone who brought in a flyer could leave it behind to get an extra 20% discount on New Year's photos. Cheng Tianyuan helped Liu Xing find a location for the new photo studio, right at the intersection of the old and new districts, on a street corner with heavy foot traffic, an ideal spot for business. Liu Xing was extremely grateful to Cheng Tianyuan. After agreeing on the rent and paying the deposit, he specially bought a carton of cigarettes as a gift for Uncle Cheng Muhai. Xue Ling didn't stand on ceremony and accepted it directly. Liu Xing grinned and asked her if she could come up with a name for his new studio. Xue Ling replied, There's no need to pick a new name. Our good friend's photo studio is already so popular. Just treat this as a branch. Keep the same name, and customers will immediately know it's run by the same owner. With our reputation, your new shop will instantly gain customers' trust, making it much easier to get started. Oh, why didn't I think of that? Liu Xing laughed happily. The names Wang Ting and I came up with were all too artsy. We thought since you named the first shop and it did so well, we'd ask you to name this one too. Xue Ling laughed. Just do as I say and you're sure to keep making good money. Everyone laughed. The renovation of Liu Xing's new shop was a bit complicated, so both Tongzi and Xue Ling went to help, and Wang Ting came over as soon as she finished work. By the weekend, all their colleagues from the newspaper came to help too. Those who could cut paper, those who could put up window decorations did that. Those with good handwriting wrote artistic signs, and others helped clean up. The weather was getting colder and heavy snow began to fall. Because the snow was so heavy, construction at the site had to pause. Originally, Boss Lu said they could work on the lower floors, but Xue Ling refused. "It's too cold. Everyone's been working hard for so long. Let's take a break for a few days. When we come back, everyone will be more enthusiastic. When the snow melts, everything will be wet, so we'll need to be extra careful about safety." Liu Xiaoyu nodded. "Sis-in-law, can I make a suggestion?" "Of course," Xue Ling smiled. "Say whatever's on your mind, no need to hold back." Liu Xiaoyu smiled apologetically and explained, "From the start, our agreement with Boss Liao was that the site would provide materials, and we'd just get paid for labor. I've always provided tools for everyone. But it's so cold now, and everyone needs gloves and boots to work safely, so their hands won't get frostbitten. When there were fewer people, I could provide them. But now there are too many and I can't afford it." "No problem." Xue Ling agreed immediately. "Safety comes first. With boots, we don't have to worry about the wet ground. If hands and feet are protected, there won't be any frostbite. If everyone's healthy, they can work better. I'll provide the money, you go buy what's needed. You're the expert and know what's best." Thank you, sis-in-law." Liu Xiaoyu was deeply moved. If it were another boss, they might have scolded him, saying everything costs money and that the foreman should handle it, not come to the boss. Liu Xiaoyu's eyes reddened as he explained quietly, "My mother was sick recently. She was in the hospital for over half a month. I rented a place nearby so my wife could take care of her. It cost a lot, so money's been tight." Xue Ling leaned in and whispered, "Can you manage for now? I can give you an advance on your wages so you're not so stressed. How about it?" "That wouldn't be right," Liu Xiaoyu said quietly. "There's never been such a precedent. If the foreman starts this, it'll just cause trouble. I can't." Xue Ling said softly, "This is a personal loan, just from me to you. When you get your wages at the end of next month, pay me back, or whenever it's convenient for you." She quickly took 50 yuan bills from the drawer, put them in an envelope, and handed it to Liu Xiaoyu. Liu Xiaoyu took a deep breath, moved. "Thank you, sis-in-law. I was going to ask an old friend for a loan, but it's almost New Year's and everyone's probably tight on money. I didn't want to ask." "We're friends too," Xue Ling said. "If you ever need a little help, just come to me. Everyone has tough times. It's normal. No need to feel awkward." "Thank you." Liu Xiaoyu smiled quietly. "I'll pay you back when I get my New Year's wages next month." Xue Ling took out another 300 yuan and handed it to him. "Use this to buy gloves and boots for everyone. Get 2 pairs of gloves per person so they can swap if one gets damaged." Liu Xiaoyu was a bit embarrassed. "1 pair per person is already great." Xue Ling laughed. "I just want to win over good workers like you. You've all been working so hard, and both I and Boss Liao have noticed. This is just a little bonus. Don't refuse. Just go buy them." "Thank you." Liu Xiaoyu took the money and quickly rode his bike to the market. In the heavy snow, he pushed his bike to several places, even to the next county, and finally bought enough. That evening, he handed out gloves and boots to everyone. Everyone was overjoyed, thanking him with big smiles. Liu Xiaoyu explained, "President Xue bought these for everyone. She said you each get an extra pair of gloves to swap in the cold. You all need to thank her." The workers all agreed. "President Xue is beautiful and rich, and so generous. Our site's food is definitely the best. There's meat every day, every meal. The boss is so generous." "Yeah, I sent a telegram home and told my brothers, next year they have to come work here. No matter how much you make, at least you're always well fed. Look, now we have gloves and boots for the cold. They're so warm." "I'm putting mine on right now." "Ha ha ha ha." The snow kept falling, stopping and starting for more than 2 days. On the 3rd morning, the sun finally came out and the weather cleared. With the snow, people went out less and shops had little business. Chen Min was busy preparing for his wedding, running around, so Cheng Tianyuan closed the development zone shop and went to help his brother. The snow made the roads hard to travel, but luckily Cheng Tianyuan had a car and could drive everyone around to buy things. The day the weather cleared was the day before the wedding. Cheng Tianyuan and Xue Ling both helped decorate the new house and bought plenty of cigarettes and alcohol. Hu drove back, smiling. "There's not much stock left in the shop. I asked a friend to watch it for me. After the wedding tomorrow, I'll hurry back and clear out the rest." It wasn't even the end of the year, but after the wholesale market's busy season, the cold winter had arrived. Xue Ling smiled. "As long as you recover your costs, just clear it all out. After New Year, we'll be wholesaling spring clothes." Hu nodded busily. 3 shops in the market have already cleared out and gone home for New Year. We don't have much left. Should be gone in 2 or 3 days. Sister Hong said she'd buy it all if we sold it at half price. I thought that was too cheap and didn't want you to lose money. Xue Ling laughed. "If you can't clear it, sell it cheap. Do whatever you think is best." The costs had long been recovered, so whatever was left could be sold however possible. No need to worry about leftovers. "All right," Hu grinned. "Sister-in-law is so easygoing." Chen Min's fiancé was from the neighboring county, and according to local custom, she had to be married off from her own home. The family had a fortune-teller pick an auspicious time, so Chen Min and the others had to pick up the bride at 5 in the morning that day. Although the distance wasn't far, the timing was really inconvenient. With the bride price, bridesmaids, and groomsmen, they needed at least 2 cars for the round trip. Factoring in travel time, they had to set out from here at 1 in the morning. The weather was extremely cold, especially after midnight. Cheng Tianyuan didn't want his wife to stay up all night, so he asked her to stay home and look after little Ranran, while he went with Chen Min and Hu to pick up the bride. That night, Xue Ling drove over to help, preparing snacks, candies, and some late-night food for everyone. "Since you'll be driving, no one can drink. Have some sweet soup to warm up before you go." Chen Min was very grateful, his honest face unable to hide his smile. "Sis-in-law, thank you. You and Yuan have been running around helping these days. It's been a lot of work. You must come to the wedding banquet tomorrow." "Of course." Xue Ling nodded. "I'll bring little Ranran too." Hu's mother was excited. "Remember to let Quiliu hold little Ranran? Then we'll have a grandson soon too." Everyone burst out laughing. Chen Min blushed and looked down, blinking. Hu laughed. "My car is the nicest, so the bride and bridesmaids will ride with me. I'll have to be extra alert. I hear the bridesmaids over there are really good at making things difficult for the groomsmen." Xue Ling asked curiously, "How do they make things difficult? Is that a custom?" "Sort of," Hu explained. "I heard that in the past there were few girls in this area, and families were reluctant to marry them off, so they'd try every trick to make it hard for the groom to take the bride. That way, he'd cherish her more and treat her well for life. With that idea, everyone started coming up with ways to prank the groom and groomsmen." Xue Ling laughed. "What kind of pranks?" "Tell us." Cheng Tianyuan smiled. "Usually the groomsmen have to light cigarettes for the bridesmaids, serve them tea and sweet soup. If they're picking up the bride by bicycle, the bridesmaids might even sabotage the bikes on the way." "Wow," Xue Ling laughed. "You'd better watch out for flat tires or you might not make it back. There's still snow on the roads. If you have to get out and push, it won't be fun." "Exactly," Hu laughed. "Amin, when you see your sister-in-law, tell her to ask her friends not to go too hard on us. We'll give everyone an extra red envelope. In this weather, if the car breaks down, we'll all be freezing out there." Chen Min nodded. "I'll tell Quiliu as soon as I get there." Hu's mother tugged at her son and scolded quietly, "Don't talk nonsense on such a good day." Hu was stunned, not even sure what he'd said wrong. But if your mother says you're wrong, you're wrong. If you argue, you'll just get scolded more. Yes, I'll be careful." Hu's mother and Chen Lan went to prepare the 4 lucky foods for the bride's arrival. Chen Min explained, "The banquet is all booked. Yuan checked it out and said it's good. The house is too small, so we'll eat at the little restaurant." "That's right," Hu's mother said. "I'll stay here with Alan to keep the bride company, and you all go to the banquet." According to local custom, once the bride enters the house, she can't leave again that day, or it's considered unlucky. Last year, when Ahu got married, he didn't believe in such things and insisted the bride go to the restaurant too, so she could toast the guests and not always follow old customs. But less than 2 months after the wedding, something happened, and he lost both his wife and money. So from the start, Ahu's mother secretly warned Chen Min to stick to traditional customs and not try anything new. Chen Min had always been an obedient, well-behaved boy, so he agreed right away. Chen Lan smiled. "Auntie and I are going to make a ton of good food and keep the bride company." "Great," Ahu said. "Then we'll go eat and drink to our heart's content." Cheng Tianyuan checked the time. It was already 10 o'clock. "Wife, little Ranran must be sleepy. Go home and rest. Come over early tomorrow." Xue Ling couldn't help but ask, "You all have to stay up all night. Aren't you going to rest for a bit first?" "Can't sleep," Ahu laughed. "With so many people talking, it's too noisy. We'll only get tired in the second half of the night." Xue Ling thought for a moment, then pulled out a big bag of coffee from her bag. "How about I make everyone a cup? This stuff really wakes you up. If you haven't tried it before, you definitely won't be sleepy tonight." They all had to drive in the middle of the night, and dozing off at the wheel would be dangerous. Especially since the snow hadn't melted, the roads were slippery and everyone needed to stay alert. Ahu glanced at the bag and muttered, "Why, is it all in English? Is it foreign?" "Yes," Xue Ling explained. "My friend Xiao Jiaxue sent it from the capital. She went abroad last month and brought back a bunch of foreign products. This is coffee. It smells great and really wakes you up." "Wow! Coffee! That's something you only see on TV." "I heard it's what foreigners drink. Smells good." "Really? Sis-in-law, how do you drink it? It's in little packets." Xue Ling laughed. "Is there hot water? I'll make some plain and then some with milk and sugar." Chen Lan quickly brought over a kettle of hot water. Cheng Tianyuan saw everyone so excited and couldn't help but laugh. "Let me warn you, don't get your hopes up. I had this in the capital and it tasted like bitter medicine. It takes a few tries to find the flavor." "No way," Ahu laughed. "I saw people drinking it in the provincial capital and coffee shops. They looked like they were really enjoying it." "You have to add sugar and milk or you can't drink it," Cheng Tianyuan said confidently. Everyone was eager to try, not listening to his warning at all. Xue Ling made half a pot of coffee, divided it into small cups, and handed them out. Even Ahu's mother, curious, took a small cup. Ahu was the most impatient. He blew on it a few times, then took a big gulp. "Wow! I almost spat it out. Oh my God, this is coffee? So bitter and smelly, it's killing me." Cheng Tianyuan burst out laughing, gloating, "Didn't I warn you? See, now you believe me." Chen Min looked miserable as if he'd just swallowed bitter medicine. "Oh man, what is this stuff? It's awful." But Chen Lan sipped hers slowly, savoring the taste. "It's a strong flavor, but after you drink it, your tongue is left with a rich aroma." Xue Ling praised. "Finally, someone who appreciates it." She made another batch with sugar and milk and handed out half a cup to everyone. Cheng Tianyuan took his and sipped slowly. Ahu at first refused, but seeing his cousin and Cheng Tianyuan enjoying it, he hesitantly took a sip. "Hey, this actually tastes pretty good." Ahu's mother nodded quickly. "Very rich, very fragrant. It's much better with sugar and milk." So, Xue Ling's half bag of coffee was brewed for everyone, making them all wide awake and alert before she finally left. Except for Cheng Tianyuan, none of the others had ever drunk coffee before, nor did they realize just how effective it was at keeping people awake. So, when it was almost midnight and Ahu's mother urged everyone to go lie down on the kang and get some rest, everyone was still wide awake. No one felt the least bit sleepy. Even Chen Lan was excited, running out from the room. "Wow, that coffee is way stronger than tea. I lay down for over half an hour and didn't feel sleepy at all." Ahu's mother laughed. "I think it's the same for me," Cheng Tianyuan explained with a smile. "The first time I drank it was at noon, and I couldn't fall asleep until midnight. It's especially effective for people like us who rarely drink it." Ahu shrugged, delighted. Who needs sleep? It's rare for everyone to be together. Let's play cards and chat. We can sleep any other day. If you can't sleep tonight, you'll definitely sleep well tomorrow. Everyone burst out laughing. Ahu's mother waved to Chenlan. In that case, let's get tomorrow's tasks done tonight. If we can catch a nap before dawn, we will. Just then, Chen Min, who was sitting by the window, exclaimed, "Hey, it's snowing again." Outside, heavy snow was falling, big flakes swirling down, clearly a major snowfall. "Oh, I hope it doesn't get too heavy," Ahu muttered. "My car's lower than Yuan's jeep. If the snow's too deep, I might not be able to drive." Cheng Tianyuan looked at the swirling snow outside and thought for a moment. "For safety, you'd better drive Ling Ling's jeep. It's higher, so even if the snow's up to your calves, it'll be fine." Ahu hesitated. "But sis-in-law already went home. There wasn't any snow earlier." Chen Min thought for a moment. "How about we just take one car? Ahu, you stay, and Yuan and I will go. If there are a lot of bridesmaids, they can squeeze in. It's cold and the girls are small. They can fit." "That won't work," Ahu's mother reminded. "Didn't Quiliu say her cousins and friends from the countryside all want to join in? There might be 8 bridesmaids, 8 people squeezed in the back. How would that work?" Cheng Tianyuan shook his head. "If it's 8, that's definitely not enough room. Better prepare 2 cars. 4 girls in the back squeezed together is doable." Ahu suggested. "How about this, Yuan? I'll drive my car over and swap with sis-in-law." Cheng Tianyuan stood up. "Come with me. I'll go upstairs and get the keys. My wife's probably asleep, but if I go in, I might not wake her." "All right." Ahu was straightforward. "Let's go now, before the snow gets too deep." The two hurried off to Wangjiangyuan. Cheng Tianyuan had the house key, so he went in without turning on the lights, went straight to the living room, opened the drawer, took Xue Ling's car keys, and quietly left. Xue Ling, exhausted from the day, was sleeping soundly with her son, completely unaware her car keys had been taken. Cheng Tianyuan and Ahu each drove a car back to Chen Min's house. By then, Ahu's mother had made sweet soup. "It's so cold. Have a bowl before you go." Ahu grumbled. "Again? All this sweet stuff is making me sick." "Quiet," his mother scolded. "It's a festive day. You're supposed to eat sweet things." "Oh," Ahu muttered. "I'm not afraid of anything except Mom's glare." Chen Min, also tired of sweets, said quietly, "Auntie, can I just have half a bowl? I might need to use the bathroom on the road and that'd be a hassle." "Stop making excuses," Ahu's mother scolded. "Finish it all, you're grown men. If you need to go, just stop the car and go by the roadside." Everyone chuckled and obediently finished their bowls. Then they set off. Cheng Tianyuan drove with Chen Min in the back, and Ahu drove his own car. One after the other, they left Rongcheng and headed for the neighboring county. The snow was falling heavily, but the highway was clear and the snow was even, so driving was still smooth. In the middle of the night, there wasn't another car or person on the road. The only worry was the car slipping, so both men drove slowly. After more than half an hour, they reached the entrance to Quiliu's village. Cheng Tianyuan asked, "Are you sure this is it? There are several villages around here, all in this direction." With the trees casting shadows and snow swirling in the night, visibility was very low. "Yes," Chen Min said. "I've brought her here 2 or 3 times. You turn here and her house is just ahead." Cheng Tianyuan was about to drive on when, "Beep, beep, beep!" Ahu honked from behind. Cheng Tianyuan stopped. Ahu quickly got out and ran over. Cheng Tianyuan rolled down the window, and a blast of cold wind and snow rushed in, making both him and Chen Min shiver. Ahu grinned. "Guys, let's take care of business by the roadside. We can't all be fighting for the bathroom at the in-laws. That'd be embarrassing." Cheng Tianyuan and Chen Min laughed and got out too. "I wouldn't have thought of it if you hadn't said so. Let's go." "It's too dark over there. This way." "Wow, the snow's deep here. No one's cleared it. It's really high." The 3 trudged through the snow, took care of business by the roadside, and walked back laughing. Suddenly, Ahu stopped. Cheng Tianyuan and Chen Min looked at him puzzled. "What's wrong?" Ah Hu whispered. "Did you guys just hear someone calling out?" "No!" Chen Min blurted, then turned pale and looked around nervously. Did you hear wrong?" It was the middle of the night, snowing hard. Without the car lights, you couldn't see a thing. Cheng Tianyuan stayed calm and motioned for quiet. After a moment, from behind and to the side came a faint voice. "Help! Help! Help!" It was a weak old man's cry. The three of them jumped and ran toward the sound, finally spotting an old man half buried in snow by the roadside. Ah Hu shouted, "Grandpa, hang in there!" The three didn't hesitate, digging and pushing the snow away with their hands, finally pulling the old man out. Ah Hu carried him on his back. "Quick, get him in the car to warm up!" Cheng Tianyuan rushed ahead to open the door, and Chen Min helped get the old man inside. "I have a thermos with hot water," Cheng Tianyuan said, hurrying to fetch it. Chen Min helped the old man drink some warm water, while Ah Hu took off the man's wet outer pants and covered him with his own coat. When the old man regained some consciousness, Cheng Tianyuan saw he was wearing a worn cotton jacket, but was otherwise neat and clean. He asked gently, "Grandpa, where are you from? How did you end up falling by the roadside in the middle of the night?" The old man panted, I have a family celebration. I was hurrying home, slipped and fell, hurt my foot. Then the snow started and I almost froze to death. Luckily, I saw your lights." All three were kind-hearted people. When they heard the old man say he had hurt his foot, they hurried to help him take off his shoes and socks. They saw that the old man's ankle was badly swollen. Clearly, it was a serious injury. The car was warm. Although the old man looked quite elderly, he seemed to be in good health and soon recovered his composure. Cheng Tianyuan poured another cup of warm water for the old man and said, "Don't worry, we have a car. We can take you home first. And when it's light tomorrow, your family can help you find a doctor to take a look. It doesn't seem like the bone is broken." "The bone should be fine, but with such a bad sprain it'll probably take more than a month to heal." Ah Hu clicked his tongue. Chen Min checked his watch and said, "It's almost 3:30. We can't delay too long. The bride is probably getting anxious." Hearing this, the old man couldn't help but ask, Are you here for a wedding?" "That's right," Ah Hu grinned, patting Chen Min on the shoulder as he explained. "My cousin is getting married tomorrow. Tonight we're here in Hejia village to pick up the bride." The old man blinked and asked, Are you from Rongcheng? Is your surname Chen?" "Yes," Chen Min replied in surprise. "How did you know?" The old man chuckled. "What a coincidence. I'm Quiliu's grandfather." Oh, they hadn't expected he was family. Chen Min grew nervous and quickly took the old man's hand. "So you're Quiliu's grandfather? She often talks about you. She said you and Grandma raised her when she was little and she's very close to you." "Yes," the old man explained. "Later, my youngest son went to the county to do business, so my wife and I went to help him out. My wife got sick and I was helping with the business, so I didn't get back until evening. I thought, since Quiliu's getting married tonight, I had to come see her off, so I walked over by myself. Who knew there'd be so much snow on the road? I slipped and fell." "Wow, good thing you ran into us," Ah Hu exclaimed. "Look at all that snow outside. It probably won't stop for a while. If you'd waited until morning, who knows what might have happened." The old man gave a wry smile. "Yes, I'm lucky, very lucky." Cheng Tianyuan smiled. "You're blessed, sir. Not only did you get to see your granddaughter's groom, but he even rescued you." The old man smiled kindly, tired. "Let's go then. You know the way, right? Hurry and go pick up the bride. The auspicious hour won't wait." So, the two jeeps set off again. 5 minutes later, they arrived at Quiliu's house. There were 2 small mud brick houses, with a lantern hanging at the door, lighting up the entrance brightly. As soon as the cars arrived, more than a dozen people poured out of the house, all beaming as they looked at the 2 identical jeeps. "City folks really are different, even use cars for weddings." "No way. Most city folks at best use bicycles. Xue Ling's husband must be well off. He runs some kind of shop. Wow, this car looks huge, like a big machine. Sis, I want to ride in the car too. I've never been in one like this. Forget it. It's just like an ox cart, only with a cover and a bit faster. Xue Ling's father-in-law soon came out, smiling as he greeted them. Chen Min got out first and opened the car door. Dad? On the way, we ran into Grandpa and brought him along. Ah Hu also got out, cheerfully helping the old man out of the car. Heavens, Dad, what happened to you? My ankle. What? Why were you walking in the middle of the night? Couldn't my brother bring you back tomorrow? Is it serious? How are you? The festive mood quickly turned tense. The groom was forgotten, and Grandpa became the center of attention. A few minutes later, the old man was lying on the kang, heated brick bed, his son applying a compress to his foot and rubbing it with medicinal wine. Xue Ling was dressed in a bright red skirt, with a thick red cotton jacket over it, all flowery and colorful, her cheeks rouged. Grandpa, are you feeling better? The old man smiled and nodded. I'm fine. Liuer, a bride can't cry. You look beautiful today. Grandpa just wanted to see you get married with my own eyes. That's why I braved the night to come. Luckily, I ran into your husband, or I might have frozen out there. Your husband and his friends, you can tell at a glance they're good people. Really good people. Xue Ling's eyes reddened, but she smiled. He's actually pretty nice. The old man chuckled kindly. That's good. You should live well together. If he's a good person with a good heart, your days will be good. Grandpa's lived a long life and seen all kinds of people. Your husband seems honest and steady. As long as he works hard and treats you well, I'll be at ease. Xue Ling's eyes filled with tears again, and she whispered, Grandpa, I'll come visit you often. Grandpa, you should come to Rongcheng to see me when you have time. I'm at the shop in the Riverside Development Zone. It's easy to find. All right. The old man turned to his son. Is everything ready? Is it almost time? All set. Still half an hour before we can leave. Let's rest a bit. The old man nodded. Xue Ling couldn't help but ask worriedly, Grandpa, why's Grandma sick again? Is she all right? Old folks' bodies are like worn-out clothes, always needing patching or they won't last. Grandpa, he smiled. When you're young, you're like new clothes, pretty and sturdy. In middle age, the clothes start to wear out, not as nice or strong as before. At our age, you have to patch them every day because they're so worn. His son disagreed quietly. Mom's not doing well, but you're still strong. You help my brother in the shop better than 2 workers. Grandpa, he sighed, closing his eyes as if remembering something. I can do the work of 2, but your sister-in-law just can't stand me and your mother. Yesterday, she even complained to our faces that we eat too much of her rice. Then just come back here. Father, he said angrily, his voice rough. Whatever we eat, you eat. My wife wouldn't dare say a word. If she does, I'll slap her. Grandpa, he gave a wry smile. With my foot like this, I probably won't recover until after the new year. Looks like I'll have to stay here for a while. Xue Ling quickly said, Grandpa, what are you saying? This is your home. You have every right to stay here. At that moment, Chen Min came in, his honest face blushing with shyness. Xue Ling, here are 12 red envelopes. Give one to each of your younger siblings. Father, he laughed. I'll do it. I'll do it. Chen Min then took a big red envelope from the inside pocket of his coat and stepped forward to take the old man's hand. Grandpa, this is my gift to you. No. Grandpa, he tried to refuse. Chen Min quickly shook his head and said softly, You and Grandma worked so hard to raise Xue Ling. Tonight, with all this snow, you still walked back to see her get married. It shows how much you love her. It's only right for Xue Ling and me to show our respect. Please accept it. Xue Ling, shy and happy, felt a surge of joy in her heart. She had thought Chen Min was honest and simple, not very worldly. But tonight he was so generous, offering cigarettes, wine, and so many red envelopes, even one for Grandpa. Grandpa would need time to recover and couldn't earn money for a while. If he had some money for medicine and food, he could rest easy. Chen Min's thoughtfulness made her truly happy. Grandpa. He touched the thick envelope and couldn't help but whisper, "It's too much. Liu, just keep half." "No." Quiliu tucked the envelope under his pillow. "You can't take only half of a wedding day red envelope." Grandpa He glared at his granddaughter after hearing that. "What are you saying? You're about to marry out. You should focus on your husband's family from now on, and worry less about your own family's affairs. I still have money with me." Chen Min took out 2 more red envelopes and handed them to Quiliu. "These are for our dad and mom." Quiliu shyly pushed them back, whispering, "It's enough to give one to Grandpa. There's no need for my parents. We don't have that custom here." But Chen Min insisted, "We do where I'm from, so we should follow our custom. This is just a little token of respect for your parents. Please give it to them for me." Quiliu had no choice but to accept. Off to the side, Grandpa He was secretly delighted to see his grandson-in-law being so generous. A son-in-law who comes to his wife's family and is generous shows he values his wife, and that will raise her standing in her own family. The more Grandpa He looked at this grandson-in-law, the more satisfied he felt. Chen Min was surrounded by everyone like a star, and only after the bride was in the car did he finally breathe a sigh of relief. It was his first time as a groom, and he had no experience. He was just nervous the whole time. Luckily, Ayuan and his cousin had quietly given him lots of tips, and even the red envelopes for the elders were prepared by his cousin. Now that he was making good money, he always had a thick wad of cash on him. He gave Grandpa a red envelope with 120 yuan and another 2 with 80 yuan each for his father and mother-in-law. "Min, getting married is a big deal. They raised their daughter all these years and are giving her to you. Think of all the effort and care. That little red envelope you gave isn't even enough to cover a year of raising her. Be generous at your wedding and leave a good impression," his cousin advised. Cheng Tianyuan agreed. "The better you treat Quiliu's family, the better she'll treat you and your family in return. You're giving her face, and she'll feel proud when she comes back to Hejia village." After all the red envelopes were handed out, the effect was obvious. The little mud house was filled with joy. Cheng Tianyuan took out cigarettes and gave a pack to every man present. Hu carried 2 big bags of wedding candy, handing them out to everyone with a grin. "Bought from the provincial capital. Try some." Quiliu's father was beaming with pride at his generous son-in-law, grinning from ear to ear. After the bride got in the car, the 4 bridesmaids followed. Cheng Tianyuan and Hu handed out more cigarettes and candy until the bags were empty, then got back in the car and started the engine. Everyone crowded around, waving enthusiastically. The snow had stopped, and though thick snow covered everything, it couldn't dampen anyone's excitement. Quiliu's father and several siblings walked them all the way to the village entrance before stopping. "How nice! Big Sis gets to ride in a car. When you get married to the county, you'll get to ride in a car too." "Dad, are all the people in the car so generous? Aunt Wang next door said the candy brother-in-law gave out tonight is enough for 3 weddings." "No way! It's your brother-in-law and his friends who are generous. Some city folks are stingy and won't spend a cent." "Dad, you and Grandpa got red envelopes too, right? Ours had 5 yuan in them. 5! Wow! That much? Save it. No, give it to Dad to keep." "No way! We want to save up and buy new clothes for New Year." "Me too." Cheng Tianyuan drove Chen Min and Quiliu, while Hu drove the 4 bridesmaids. Compared to the others, Hu had it rough. At first, the bridesmaids were shy and quiet, but seeing how cheerful and talkative Hu was, the atmosphere soon warmed up. They started peppering him with questions, nearly overwhelming him. He stuck out his tongue and kept smiling apologetically. "Ladies, please, let's all be quiet for a bit. The roads are slippery after the snow, and it's easy to have an accident. On such a happy day, we can't afford any delays. I need to drive carefully, so you can't talk to me for now. According to Traffic Rule Number 8, Section 7, passengers shouldn't distract the driver, or it's a violation." "What? Is that true? Are you making that up?" "No." Hu quickly replied, "I'm telling the truth. Driving requires concentration. Cars go fast, and if you're not careful, you can end up far away. If you don't brake in time, there could be an accident. Especially in this snowy weather, accidents are much more likely. The girls, easily startled, were convinced by his serious tone and quickly fell silent, not daring to talk anymore. The car rocked gently. After a night of excitement, the bridesmaids soon dozed off, leaning on each other and falling asleep. Ah Hu glanced in the rear-view mirror and breathed a sigh of relief. No wonder people say 3 women make a drama, and 4 can tear down the stage. If you haven't experienced it yourself, you really can't imagine how exhausting it is. Up ahead, Aiwan drove steadily and slowly, and soon they reached the outskirts of Rongcheng. By now, it was dawn. The morning light shone on the snow, making everything bright and sparkling. When they arrived at the new house in the development zone, it was fully daylight. Cheng Muhai and Ahu's mother were waiting there. When they saw the cars arrive, they quickly set off firecrackers. Everyone got out of the cars, laughing, and headed into the decorated second floor. Quiliu and Chen Min both wore big red flowers on their chests. As they walked, they explained to the bridesmaids, "This is where we do business." To avoid running back and forth, and since it's close to work, we decided to set up our new home here. Chen Min added, "We've also set up a new room at home so we can have a new house in both places." Ahu explained from behind, "But the wedding banquet will be at the restaurant. It's all arranged. We'll just go there for the feast." The bridesmaids, all from the countryside and used to mud and wood houses, were amazed to see the 3-story shop with its big, spacious rooms. Quiliu and Chen Min's new room was the biggest on the second floor, with its own bathroom. Since they'd be living here for the next few years, Chen Min had spent a bit of money to hire Liu Xiaoyu to help decorate the big room. Liu Xiaoyu brought a few friends, and in just over 2 days, they finished the job. The walls and floors were tiled, the bathroom too. Everything was bright and clean. With festive red decorations everywhere, the place looked luxurious and high class at first glance. The bridesmaids gasped in admiration, whispering, Liu, you really married into a rich family. Your husband runs a shop and you have such a big place to live. This is amazing." "Wow, what a beautiful room. How is the new house so nice? The factory is right across the street. You could just walk to work. So convenient. You're the luckiest of all of us. Not only did you marry into the city, you have such a nice place to live, and your husband is so generous, so enviable." Quiliu blushed at all the praise, whispering, "He's actually pretty ordinary. The shop is co-owned with the 2 groomsmen. They all have other businesses and make even more money. He said when the shop pays out at the end of the year, he plans to buy a place by the river. There's a new development going up there, and the balcony will have a river view. It'll be beautiful." "Wow, that's amazing. Can we visit your new home then? I heard Rongcheng has elevator apartments where you don't have to climb stairs. You just get in a little metal box, close the door, and it takes you right up to the 9th or 10th floor, and you just walk out." "Oh my, what is that?" "That's called an elevator. Living there is so fancy and convenient, you don't even have to climb stairs." "Wow, that's incredible." "No way. I want to marry into Rongcheng too. Liu, you have to help me find someone." "Ha ha 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 ha." Xue Ling was woken up early in the morning by her son. She didn't have time to feel sleepy. She quickly wrapped her son in his little army jacket before putting on her own thick sweater. Little Ranran, still drowsy, called out, "Daddy? Daddy?" Xue Ling knew he was looking for his father and smiled as she comforted him. "Daddy's busy, but he'll be back soon." The little one was used to waking up with both his parents sleeping beside him. Suddenly, finding only his mother there, he felt a bit unsettled. "Daddy, Daddy, come!" Xue Ling laughed. "Don't worry. Mommy will give you water and breakfast, then we'll go find Daddy, okay?" "Okay." Little Ranran bounced around happily. Xue Ling put socks and shoes on him before carrying him out of bed. She thought for a moment, then took her son to the window to look outside, only to see a world of white. A thick layer of snow covered the ground, and everywhere she looked was sparkling white. What a beautiful snowy scene. "Wow!" Little Ranran didn't know how to express his amazement, so he just kept exclaiming, "Wow, wow, wow." his face full of excitement. Xue Ling laughed and kissed his little cheek. "Isn't it beautiful? So pretty." "Pretty, pretty," little Ran echoed. Just then, Grandma, having heard the little one's voice, came over and knocked on the door. Ran? Ling, are you two up? It's almost 8 o'clock, it's getting late. Aren't we supposed to go to the development zone for the wedding banquet today? Don't be too late." Xue Ling quickly took Ran to open the door. "Mom, it's already this late? I had no idea. We'll wash up first, eat, and then head out." Liu Ying smiled as she took her grandson. "No need to rush. We're just there to eat and drink. We can't really help with anything, so there's no need to go too early. With Ayuan helping, that's enough. We probably wouldn't be much help anyway." "It's fine," Xue Ling said. "If we get there early and there's nothing to do, I'll ask Brother Yuan to sneak off for a nap. They were up all night, so he must be exhausted. He'll probably have to drink at lunch too, which isn't good for his health." "You should talk to him," Liu Ying laughed. "He listens to you. If you say something, he'll definitely listen." "Listen, listen," little Ran chimed in. Xue Ling poured some hot water, mixed in some cool water, and washed her son's face and hands, then washed up and changed herself. When she came out, her mother-in-law had already fed Ran. Ran hardly drank formula anymore. He'd have some before his afternoon nap and before bed. But the rest of the time he ate porridge, rice cereal, or noodles. Liu Ying, being older, liked to have porridge in the morning, so breakfast at home was always porridge. Xue Ling wasn't picky. She ate whatever was available and quickly finished 2 bowls. "Mom, you go get changed. I'll help Ran put on some more clothes and a hat to keep warm." "All right." Liu Ying went to the next room. Xue Ling quickly got everything ready, dressed her son warmly, and turned to get the keys, but couldn't find them. Puzzled, she went back to the bedroom and searched everywhere, but still couldn't find them. She wasn't the type to misplace things. She always put the keys in the cabinet in the corner of the living room, almost never anywhere else. Could she have put them in her bag? She searched through it, but they weren't there either. She clearly remembered putting the keys in their usual spot when she got home last night. How could they be missing? Ran, did you take Mommy's keys?" The little one looked confused and shook his head. Xue Ling didn't really think it was possible. He'd already been asleep when she got home last night, and this morning, he'd been with Grandma the whole time, so he wouldn't have gone to the cabinet to play. Just then, Liu Ying, now dressed, came over. "Ling, are you ready? Let's go." Xue Ling explained. "Mom, wait a second. I can't find my car keys. They might be in that corner. I'll go get the spare keys. Just wait here." "Could you have lost them last night?" Liu Ying asked. "You got home so late. Maybe it was too dark and you dropped them in the car?" "No," Xue Ling said, half laughing, half exasperated. "I need the car keys to lock the car. How could I forget to lock it?" She went back to the bedroom, opened the big wardrobe, and quickly found the spare keys. "No worries. Let's just head out. I'll look for them more carefully when we get back." Liu Ying picked up Ran, smiling. "It's snowing so much outside, I can't let my precious grandson walk. His shoes and socks would get wet and he'd catch a cold." "All right," Xue Ling said, locking the door and pressing the elevator button. "Mom, let me carry him." "I've got him," Liu Ying said, snuggling her grandson in his big coat, smiling happily. "This coat is so thick, it's beautiful and warm." This coat was specially bought by Xue Ling's mother, who had someone pick out the smallest size. It was still a bit big on Ran, so it looked like a long robe reaching below his knees. Xue Ling laughed. "It's so cold outside, the longer the better. It covers most of his legs." Liu Ying couldn't help but remind her grandson, "It's cold, so if you need to pee, your pants might get wet. If you need to go, tell Mommy or Grandma, okay?" Ran understood and nodded. Both Xue Ling and Liu Ying laughed. Even though the little one could say when he needed to pee, he still sometimes wet his pants. Before leaving, Xue Ling had already packed 2 pairs of little wool pants, just in case. All the wool pants were hand-knitted by Liu Ying, just the right size and nice and warm. When they got out of the elevator, the cold air hit them. Liu Ying quickly hugged Ran tighter. Xue Ling led them to the other side, only to find the Jeep was gone. Huh? She froze for a moment, noticing that the snow was thinner there than elsewhere, and remembered the missing car keys. Brother Yuan must have come back last night and taken the car. Liu Ying asked. He didn't tell you? No, Xue Ling replied. But it must have been him. He's the only one with a key to our apartment. Liu Ying asked anxiously. What do we do without the car? With all this snow, it'll be hard to walk there. It's fine, Xue Ling said. Let's go back upstairs and wait. He knows we don't have a car. When he's free, he'll come pick us up. Ranran was excited by the snow and wanted to go play, but Grandma stopped him. Sweetie, it's too cold. You can't play? Ranran got upset, his eyes turning red, and kept trying to get down. Xue Ling picked him up and scolded, Listen to Grandma! You can't play! Your hands will get cold, your coat will get wet, and you'll get sick. Ranran didn't understand. He just saw the white snow and kept reaching for it. Liu Ying, seeing Xue Ling get angry, felt sorry for her grandson. How about just letting him play for a bit? Xue Ling shook her head firmly. It's too cold. He's still little and his immune system isn't strong. He'll catch a cold if he plays outside. Just for a little while, it'll be fine, Liu Ying said, not wanting her grandson to be disappointed. Ranran started squirming and threw a tantrum, even bursting into tears. Grandma almost cried too, nodding repeatedly. Don't cry. We'll play. We'll play. Let Ranran have some fun. Xue Ling was annoyed but didn't want to upset her mother-in-law, so she held back her frustration. Grandma took Ranran to play in the snow, and soon both their hands were red from the cold. Honk, honk! A car horn sounded from ahead. Xue Ling looked up and saw their familiar Jeep. It must be Cheng Tianyuan coming to pick them up. He stopped the car, jumped out, and called, Mom! How could you let Ranran play in the snow? It's way too cold. Xue Ling responded with a helpless expression, saying nothing. Cheng Tianyuan understood her immediately, as if they were on the same wavelength. Liu Ying explained awkwardly, Little Ranran likes it. If we don't let him play, he'll cry. He's still young and doesn't understand, so I just let him have his way for now. How can that be? Cheng Tianyuan said sternly. The child may not understand, but we adults do. You always spoil him too much. Achoo! Achoo! Little Ranran stood up, sneezing several times in a row, and soon his nose was running. Xue Ling thought, oh no, and quickly picked him up. More! More! The little one still didn't want to leave the snow, clamoring to keep playing. Xue Ling, frustrated, gently tapped his little hand. No more playing, or you'll get sick. Liu Ying sighed, frowning. Don't hit the child. He doesn't understand yet. Cheng Tianyuan said seriously, Mom, it's exactly because he doesn't understand that we need to teach him. In this weather, we really shouldn't be bringing such a small child outside. We have no choice since we need to go out, but he definitely shouldn't be playing in the snow. Liu Ying's face darkened, clearly unhappy. Xue Ling quickly stepped in to smooth things over, speaking gently. Let's not argue. Mom just loves Ranran. It's only 9 o'clock, so there's no rush to get to the wedding banquet. Let's go upstairs and make some ginger tea with sugar to coax him into drinking it, or he'll probably catch a cold. Let's go. Cheng Tianyuan picked up his son and headed straight for the elevator. Liu Ying looked upset and muttered, He's only just over a year old. Is it really necessary to be so strict? What's the rush to teach him? He's still so little. Of course we should indulge him for now. When Tianyuan was this age, he couldn't even walk yet. Xue Ling smiled softly and said in a low voice, Mom, you know Yuan Ge is very filial to you. But now that he's a father, he wants to be a strict dad. There's an old saying, if a child is not taught, it's the father's fault. If he isn't strict, he won't have any authority as a father in the future. Liu Ying half understood, but her mood clearly improved. Her daughter-in-law was so thoughtful, always knowing how to say the right things to make her feel better, and what she said always seemed to make sense. Liu Ying smiled a little and said quietly, Ling, you're so well educated, much better than him. I don't really understand everything you say, but it just sounds right. Xue Ling affectionately linked arms with her as they walked toward the elevator. Mom, you shouldn't always give in to the child or he'll get spoiled. Yuenge knows you love Ranran the most, but if you always say yes and he says no, Ranran will always side with you. Next time, he won't listen to his dad at all. That's true, Liu Ying said. I'll try not to in the future. But what grandparent doesn't spoil their grandkids? Isn't that just how it is? When I had Tianyuan, I was just like you. If I could do something, I did it. And if I couldn't, I put my foot down. His grandparents were still alive then, and they spoiled him in everything. Didn't he turn out fine? Cheng Tianyuan stepped into the elevator and turned his head. Yeah, I turned out fine, but Fang almost didn't, right? Grandma raised her, and after Grandma passed away when she was 5, she wouldn't listen to you or Dad at all. You two were busy and didn't pay much attention to her, so did she listen to you then? Liu Ying's face flushed, then paled, clearly upset. Xue Ling sensed trouble and quickly said with a laugh, all right. It's all small stuff. No need to make it sound so serious. Fang is very well behaved now. She shot Cheng Tianyuan a look, signaling him to stop talking. Cheng Tianyuan realized he'd gone too far and softened his tone. Mom, you have more experience raising kids than we do, but you just spoil them too much. Liu Ying huffed and said nothing. Xue Ling quickly added, it's fine. Mom won't do it again. Mom, let's go upstairs and make some ginger tea. It's freezing outside. Let's all have some when it's ready. Oh, and let's bring some for Dad too. Mom, do we still have ginger at home? We do, Liu Ying replied. I bought some big pieces of old ginger a few days ago, enough to last a long time. I'll go wipe Ranran's nose and you can start the tea, okay? All right, I'll go. Liu Ying turned and went to the kitchen. With the topic changed, the atmosphere returned to normal. Cheng Tianyuan took his son into the bedroom and saw that his little shoes were soaked, so he quickly took them off, along with the socks. Xue Ling hurried to get a fresh pair. Cheng Tianyuan rubbed Ranran's feet and asked, are you cold? The little one, loving the warmth of his father's hands, nodded obediently. Cheng Tianyuan gave him a stern look. Snow is fun, but you're too little to play in it. He warmed up his son's feet and quickly put on new socks and shoes. Good thing Grandma brought you several pairs of little shoes. You can't buy such nice ones around here. When I was your age, I went barefoot all the time. I didn't even know what socks were. Little Ranran didn't understand, just sniffled with his red nose. Xue Ling wiped his nose for him. Cheng Tianyuan glanced at her and said softly, your nose is red from the cold too. I'm fine, Xue Ling replied. It's just the wind down there. Anyone would get a red nose standing outside for a bit. Cheng Tianyuan smiled wryly. The snow was too heavy last night. Ahu's car couldn't make it, so we took your Jeep. It was after 1 a.m. and I didn't want to wake you. We picked up the bride at 5 this morning and went to the development zone. Ahu and I were so tired we just crashed in Dad's bed in the warehouse. We woke up after 8 and I realized you didn't have a car, so I ate something quickly and rushed over. Xue Ling chuckled. I thought I'd lost the keys. I went down with the spare only to find you'd taken the car. Are there a lot of bridesmaids? 4, Cheng Tianyuan replied. They're all in the new house with the bride, laughing and making a racket. Xue Ling poured him a cup of warm water and handed it over. With so many people, you probably didn't even have time for a drink. Exactly. Cheng Tianyuan drank it all in one go, refilled his cup, and quickly finished that too. He told her about rescuing the old man last night and added, Amin may be simple, but he's not stingy. He bought a lot of cigarettes and candy last night and gave out plenty of red envelopes. He really gave Quilyu's family a lot of face. That's good, Xue Ling said. Weddings should be happy for everyone. Just then, the phone rang in the living room. Liu Ying called from the kitchen. Ling, phone. Xue Ling quickly answered, grabbing the cold receiver. Hello? Hello? Lingling, it's Sister Chen. I need to discuss something with you. Xue Ling smiled. What is it? You sound anxious. Chen Shuiyu choked up. I'm taking Yo-Yo to Rongcheng by boat. You haven't rented out your downstairs apartment, have you? Save it for us. We're buying tickets this afternoon. Xue Ling frowned and asked carefully, What's wrong? Did you have a fight with Brother Shanyu? Chen Shuiyu snapped. Fight with him? I can't even be bothered to talk to him. If he's so attached to his mother, why did he get married and have kids? He should just spend his whole life being a dutiful son to his parents. Xue Ling immediately understood. So it was another mother-in-law issue. What happened? Tell me about it. Nothing worth saying, she said angrily. Xue Ling lowered her voice. It's been snowing heavily in Rongcheng these days. Some places have half a meter of snow. We can barely get out the door. Yo-Yo is so little, you can't take her on a boat in this cold wind. It's too dangerous. As soon as Xue Ling finished speaking, Chen Shuiyu burst into loud sobs on the other end of the line. Ling, you don't understand. I'm about to be driven crazy. This life is unbearable. I'm about to break down. Xue Ling's eardrum ached from the noise, and she quickly held the receiver away from her ear. What happened? If you can bear it, try to hold on a little longer. But think, if you get so worked up, what if you scare little Yo-Yo? She's only a few months old, she's timid. Don't frighten her by crying and shouting. All mothers love their children, and after hearing this, Chen Shuiyu's wailing finally quieted down a bit. Xue Ling continued. Life is what you make of it. Everyone has 24 hours in a day. If you can make those hours good, then you're living a good life. You and Brother Shanyu have been married for over 10, almost 20 years. Don't you already know what his family is like? I do, but they're just too much, getting worse and worse. Chen Shuiyu cursed. They're such bastards. What did I do in my past life to deserve this? How did I end up marrying into this family? Did I kill or set fires in a past life? Otherwise, why would I be so unlucky? Xue Ling, that's a bit much. No one knows if there's a past life or a next one. Xue Ling frowned but smiled. Why worry about past lives? You can't even handle this one. Don't worry about before or after, just calm down for now. Chen Shuiyu kept crying and cursing, but after a while, she finally calmed down a bit. His mom and dad keep coming over asking for money. I told them, whatever Shanyu's brothers give, we'll give the same. But the two old folks scold Shanyu for being unfilial, say he has more money so he should give more. Shanyu can't stand their nagging, so he always secretly gives them money just to keep the peace and stop them from coming to our house to argue. For Yo-Yo's sake. I've tried to turn a blind eye, but they're never satisfied. Lately, they've been coming over like crazy asking for money. Shanyu's upset, saying they never helped raise our child but keep asking for money, and why don't they ask his other brothers? So the parents just moved in with us, saying they'd help take care of Yo-Yo, but then demanded Shanyu give them 500 yuan a month. Of course I refused. Just seeing them annoys me. The reason I agreed to build them a house over there was so they'd have their own place. But they split that house among the other sons, 1 floor each, and now the old folks have nowhere to live, so they come crying to us about how poor they are. Why? Aren't the other sons their children too? Just because we make a bit more, we have to support everyone? They're insatiable. Over the years, Shanyu has secretly given them plenty, always giving money for holidays and for the kids' schooling. Do they think we're a bank? I told them to leave, to go back to their house. Shanyu's mom just cried and cried, saying she worked herself to the bone all her life, and now her sons all despise her. No one wants to take care of her. She might as well die. Shanyu got soft and let them stay downstairs. But even then, they're always picking on me, saying I do this wrong, that wrong, complaining about everything. I got so fed up I flipped the whole dining table. I yelled at them to get out, that they couldn't stay here anymore. Shanyu got mad, said I was too impulsive. I slapped him. I'm telling you, I can't stand this family anymore. I'm definitely getting a divorce this time. I have to. Xue Ling's ears were ringing, but she finally understood what was going on. She'd seen for herself how difficult Shanyu's parents could be, and Chen Shuiyu had a fiery temper, never one to hold back. Put the two sides together, and it was bound to be a mess. Where's Brother Shanyu? Is he there? Let me talk to him. Chen Shuiyu snapped. Who knows where he's run off to? If he's got guts, he shouldn't come back. Lingling, Uncle Muhai, and Aunt Liu Ying are so easy to get along with. Why am I so unlucky, stuck with such a heartless family? All right, Xue Ling soothed. Don't get yourself so worked up you get sick. If you fall ill, who'll take care of Yo-Yo? She's so little and cute. Could you bear to leave her without anyone to care for her? Chen Shui-yu calmed down a bit, her voice lowering. I really miss the days in Rongcheng. We didn't make much money, but life was so good. Everyone laughed together, and the braised beef was so delicious. Don't be sad, Xue Ling said. It's too cold here lately, and people from the south aren't used to this kind of weather, especially little Yo-Yo. Calm down and try to talk things over with Brother Shan Yu. Listen, whether you're fighting with his family or trying to get your fair share, you have to get your husband on your side. If you don't, you'll have no ally, no support, and you'll feel even more frustrated and helpless. There was a moment of silence on the other end. After a while, Chen Shui-yu spoke. You mean I should back off a bit and get him on my side first? Of course, Xue Ling said softly. If you're fighting with his parents, he can help mediate. But if you're fighting with him too, you lose that buffer. And if you push him away, he'll just side with his parents. Then you'll be all alone, and no matter how right you are, you'll just end up miserable. Chen Shui-yu thought about it and finally made up her mind. Then I'll go find him with Yo-Yo in a bit. As soon as he sees his daughter, he loses all his temper. With that little sweetheart, it's easy to get him on my side. Xue Ling laughed quietly. Brother Shan Yu really does love you. As long as you don't always go head-to-head with him, you can handle him anytime you want. Really? Chen Shui-yu huffed. Is it that easy? It's not an exaggeration. It's the truth, Xue Ling teased. He's your husband. Don't you know him by now? Don't play dumb. Chen Shui-yu was cheered up by the indirect compliment. People with straightforward tempers are like that. Once they get their frustrations off their chest, they feel much better. I'll go find him in a bit and make him send his parents back. I'm willing to pay for them to buy or rent a little house in the countryside, as long as they don't live with us. Xue Ling laughed. See? As soon as you calm down, you find a solution. Next time, take a breath first. You'll handle things even better. After all, she'd been around and seen the world. She wasn't some ignorant woman. As soon as she calmed down, she could always find a way. Chen Shui-yu giggled, clearly in a much better mood. Enough, Yo-Yo's crying. I'll go feed her and then find that useless husband of mine. Go on. We'll talk later, Xue Ling said, and quickly hung up. Cheng Tianyuan came out of the room holding his son and asked, Was that Sister Chen again? Yeah, Xue Ling said with a wry smile. The same old family drama. Cheng Tianyuan shook his head with a wry smile. With family matters like this, isn't it exhausting? There's really no way around it, Xue Ling replied softly. Mother-in-law and daughter-in-law issues are a huge deal in any family. Whether they're handled well or not can affect the peace and happiness of the whole household. For a daughter-in-law, she grows up in her own family, surrounded by her parents and siblings. Suddenly, she marries into her husband's family, which means entering a completely new and unfamiliar environment. She has to adapt to the personalities and habits of her in-laws, and every little thing takes effort to get used to. If she's adaptable, she might manage to fit in quickly. If not, there are bound to be arguments and friction. If it's your own parents, even if they scold or hit you, it's usually forgotten in a day or two. After all, you've lived under the same roof for so many years, and blood is thicker than water. So even if there are fights, they blow over quickly. Like just now, when you argued with your mom, if you call out to her later, she'll probably forget all about it by this afternoon because you're her own son. Xue Ling sighed and shook her head. But if I argue with her, even if she loves and cares for me, once there's a crack in the relationship, it's hard to repair. A mother-in-law's tolerance for a daughter-in-law can never match what she has for her own son. Likewise, a daughter-in-law can act spoiled or throw a tantrum with her own mother, but most mothers-in-law can't accept that. Honestly, it's really not easy being a woman. Take Sister Chen, for example. She grew up with her husband, childhood sweethearts, and now they have a lovely little daughter. It should be a happy little family. But her in-laws keep causing trouble, making her miserable again and again, until she can't take it anymore and ends up fighting with her husband. It's not that Chen Shui-yu is always right, but getting along isn't just one person's responsibility. It takes both sides. In-laws can't just keep demanding and taking. They need to consider the reality of their children's families and not always think, he's my son, I raised him, so it's only right for me to take his money. A daughter-in-law may be someone else's child, but she's also part of your family now. She may have only lived with her own family for 20-some years, but she'll spend the rest of her life with her husband's family. If you always treat her as an outsider, how can you expect to get along? Cheng Tianyuan was a bit stunned, sensing a heaviness in Xue Ling's mood. He wasn't a daughter who'd married out, so he couldn't truly understand that feeling. But hearing her say this, he felt a pang of sympathy. She had come all this way to marry him, starting out with nothing, working hard alongside him, supporting the family, honoring his parents, and looking after his younger sister. She'd already done so much. But as her husband, he'd overlooked the grievances and hardships she'd endured deep down. "Wife, I'm fine," Xue Ling quickly smiled, her voice light. "I was just feeling a bit emotional. I'm actually very lucky. Our family doesn't have those kinds of in-law problems." Cheng Tianyuan nodded. He thought back to how she'd stepped in between him and his mother earlier. As a mother, of course, his mom couldn't bear to see her grandson get cold or sick. She'd probably tried to persuade her mother-in-law earlier, but the older woman was stubborn and just wanted to spoil her grandson. Xue Ling had held back, not arguing with her mother-in-law, just quietly watching the two play in the snow. If she'd acted like him, scolding the elder or saying harsh words, there would have been a real fight between mother-in-law and daughter-in-law. He had to admit, her patience and restraint impressed and moved him. Getting along well always requires someone to quietly endure and give ground. He took Xue Ling's hand and squeezed it tightly. She smiled at him and shook her head, showing she hadn't taken it to heart. Just then, Liu Ying called from the kitchen. "Ling, the ginger tea is ready. I've added some sugar and it's cooling now." "Okay." Xue Ling let go of Cheng Tianyuan and hurried to the kitchen. "Mom, it's freezing outside. Let's each have a bowl before we go. Put a little extra sugar in Ranran's or he might not want to drink it." Liu Ying nodded, asking worriedly, "Is he still sneezing? Is his nose still running?" "He's not sneezing anymore," Xue Ling replied. "But his nose is still a bit runny. It's fine. If we coax him to drink the ginger tea, it'll stop soon." Liu Ying said apologetically, "It's all my fault for being soft-hearted. I just can't stand to see my grandson cry. When he cries, my heart just aches." Xue Ling laughed. "That's because you love him so much." Liu Ying chuckled. "Who doesn't love their own grandson?" Xue Ling called out, "Yuan Ge, come drink your ginger tea. Mom's made it already." Cheng Tianyuan came over, and Liu Ying nodded toward the kitchen. "The sugar's in. Drink up." "All right," Cheng Tianyuan replied. Xue Ling watched the mother and son, quietly amused. That's how it is. Between a mother and her son, as soon as she calls him to eat, everything is fine again. But between a mother-in-law and daughter-in-law, a fight can last a long time, even leaving a lasting rift. That's why she'd advised Chen Shuiyu to get Shan Yu on her side and let him handle his parents. It was the best approach. At first, little Ranran was afraid of the spicy ginger tea and only drank a little. Xue Ling and Cheng Tianyuan coaxed him to drink more, adding extra honey, and finally he finished it all. After drinking the ginger tea, the family set off for the development zone. The shop hadn't really opened these days, and since today was a big day, there was no business being done. Chen Min's relatives and friends had all arrived. Luckily, the shop was spacious with plenty of chairs, so people sat in small groups, eating, chatting, and laughing. The atmosphere was wonderful. In the car, Liu Ying glanced out and smiled. "It's so nice to have little restaurants now. You just pay and eat and drink. No need for relatives and friends to help out, just sit and wait for the food." "Exactly," Xue Ling replied. "The restaurant is just outside the development zone, so we can just walk over. It's really convenient." Cheng Tianyuan stopped the car and carried his son in his arms. "The snow's pretty thick. Be careful walking." Xue Ling quickly went around to help her mother-in-law. Ahu's mom was handing out sunflower seeds and peanuts, and when she saw them coming, she laughed happily. "Sister-in-law, we've been waiting for you." Liu Ying strode forward, laughing. Where's the bride? Come on, let's go see the bride first. Ah Hu's mom was delighted to see little Ranran. Quick, let the bride hold Ranran. Next year she'll have a baby boy just as cute as him. Everyone nearby laughed. Cheng Tianyuan handed his son to Xue Ling and said quietly, They're all upstairs on the second floor. You take Ranran and Mom up. I'll go help greet the guests. With all the bridesmaids and the bride upstairs, it wasn't convenient for a man to go up. Xue Ling nodded and led her mother-in-law and Ranran upstairs. Cheng Tianyuan headed to the big kitchen, where his father was boiling water and several big thermoses were waiting. Ah Hu was still fast asleep. The coffee from last night had worked wonders. He and Chen Min hadn't felt sleepy until dawn. Ah Hu, greedy for more, had tossed and turned for ages before finally falling asleep, and was still out cold now. Cheng Muhai saw his son and waved him over. These two are full. Take them out for the guests to have tea. Okay. Cheng Tianyuan grabbed one in each hand and quickly carried them out. A moment later, he came back and sat by the stove to warm himself. Cheng Muhai glanced at his shoes, then chuckled quietly as if something had crossed his mind. Cheng Tianyuan raised an eyebrow. Dad, what is it? Look at your shoes, Cheng Muhai said, shaking the branch in his hand and glancing at his son's feet. They're thick and warm. You've been in and out several times and they're not even wet. That's great. That's because I drive everywhere, Cheng Tianyuan replied. I hardly have to walk. With snow this thick, if I had to walk back and forth, even my pants would be soaked. Cheng Muhai laughed. So you should be grateful you have a car and such good shoes. When I was your age, I was always wet. In summer, working all day, I'd be drenched in sweat. In winter, with rain and snow, I was always soaked, and my legs and feet were covered in chilblains. Cheng Tianyuan felt a pang of sympathy and said softly, Luckily, that's not the case anymore. He remembered a time in his childhood when life was stable and happy, all thanks to his father's hard work and perseverance. Cheng Muhai squinted and smiled. Yes, 2 winters ago, there was a heavy snow. I was coughing while fussing with cabbages, thinking we were out of oil and would have to eat boiled cabbage. After 2 days of that, you rushed home with a few pounds of pork and cured meat. Your mom and I ate that oily cabbage and thought life would slowly get better. But after Ling Ling married in, things improved so quickly. Look at me now. No need to work the fields in the dead of winter, just sitting by the stove, eating well. Life is really good now. It'll only get better, Cheng Tianyuan said softly, smiling. Ling Ling says when Phase 2 is finished at the end of next year, there'll be a big shopping mall for me to run. You can help out there, and Chen Min and his wife can take over here. Really? A big mall? How big? Cheng Muhai asked in surprise. Cheng Tianyuan lowered his voice. I heard it's huge, 10 times bigger than this place. The old man was stunned, then burst out laughing. Great! Then we can sell even more things. Cheng Tianyuan knew that some old villagers would come to town and ask his dad for a little money or a pack of cigarettes. His father was kind and liked to help, and it made him proud and confident to be able to do so. That's why Cheng Tianyuan gave his father a regular salary every month, with a bonus at the end of the year. With money in his pocket, his father felt secure and confident. What will you sell? What do you want to sell? Ah Hu, who had just woken up, asked sleepily from the edge of the bed, wrapped in his quilt. It's the dead of winter. What can you sell? Wait until New Year's, that's when you really make money. Cheng Tianyuan and Cheng Muhai exchanged glances and chuckled. Ah Hu sat up, reluctant to leave the warm bed. Uncle, it's so warm in here with the fire, I slept so well. Cheng Muhai got up, poured a bowl of hot water and brought it over. It's warm, so you need to drink more water. Here, let it cool a bit, then drink up. Thanks, Uncle. Ah Hu grinned. Laughter from the guests outside drifted in. Ah Hu asked, What's going on? It's not time to make the groom drink yet, is it? They're playing cards, Cheng Tianyuan explained. Chen Min's cousins are playing poker. Loser has to give out cigarettes. Ah Hu's interest was piqued. I'll join them later. How many cigarettes do you have? Weren't you quitting? Cheng Tianyuan teased. True, Ahu laughed. I'm still half asleep. Cheng Muhai went out and soon brought in a cup of strong tea. Drink this, it'll wake you up. Ahu thanked him and took a few sips, instantly feeling more alert. Ah, that's good. Cheng Muhai smiled and went back to tending the fire. Ahu looked at the father and son, and for some reason, his eyes grew red. Cheng Tianyuan noticed and turned, surprised. What's wrong? Ahu snapped out of it and forced a smile. Nothing. I just suddenly thought of my old man. In winter, he'd tend the fire while my mom cooked. I loved sitting next to him playing with sticks. Just now I thought, if he were still alive, maybe we'd be like you and Uncle. Cheng Muhai sighed sympathetically. Your dad passed away a long time ago? Many years. I was just a teenager, Ahu said quietly. When I woke up, he'd always have a bowl of water by the bed, just like you did, so I could warm up before getting up. Cheng Muhai understood. It was the scene that brought back memories. Suddenly, Ahu got excited. Uncle, why don't you be my godfather? Cheng Muhai was taken aback, then laughed. Of course. You and Yuan are like brothers. I feel close to you and Chen Min. Ahu laughed happily. Then let's find a fortune teller to pick a good day, and I'll formally bow to you as my godfather. All right, Cheng Muhai was delighted. Cheng Tianyuan couldn't help but laugh. You two sure made this official fast. In less than a minute, you've got a godfather, and my dad's got a godson. Ahu grinned. We all know each other well. It's a perfect match. And with a godfather comes a godmother. Auntie will be my godmother too, ha. I'm not calling you brother, Cheng Tianyuan said, pretending to be stern. Ahu didn't care. Doesn't matter what you call me. We're brothers anyway. Cheng Muhai genuinely liked Ahu. The young man was cheerful, tall and strong, generous, hardworking, and ambitious. A fine young man. When the weather's nice, I'll find someone to pick a good day. We'll have a family meal. No need for formal bows, just change how we address each other. Great, Ahu said happily. When I get back to the provincial capital tomorrow, I'll tell Ah Fang. She'll be my godsister from now on. Yes, Cheng Muhai nodded, his face beaming. Ahu was so pleased with the arrangement, but when he brought it up to Cheng Tianfang after returning to the provincial capital, she immediately refused, very firmly. But that's another story. By noon, everyone gathered around the groom and headed to the small restaurant. Though the place was small, it could fit 6 big tables. The weather was cold, but everyone squeezed together, eating and drinking, and it didn't feel crowded at all. Chen Min had originally ordered 18 dishes, but after Ahu saw the menu, he added 200 yuan for more meat dishes. As everyone ate, more dishes kept coming, hot and plentiful, with a good mix of meat and vegetables. Everyone was satisfied. Chen Min didn't know how to drink. After 2 cups, he was already tipsy. Ahu, ever loyal, helped block and offer toasts, drinking 2 or 3 gin of baijiu. Cheng Tianyuan was also forced to drink quite a bit, his face and neck turning red. Luckily, Ahu's mother was strict. She came over and shouted that everyone should stop drinking and go home for sweet soup or she'd kick them out. Everyone laughed, put down their glasses, and followed her back to the dajale in the development zone. Ahu was so drunk he collapsed across a few chairs, snoring away. Chen Min was staggering, needing 2 brothers-in-law to help him home. Luckily, he had 2 older sisters and a younger sister, so the family helped take care of everything. Cheng Tianyuan went to settle the bill with the restaurant owner, then came back to haul Ahu up. He tried to get him to walk home, but Ahu was so drunk he couldn't move at all. You've been drinking too, you probably can't walk straight either, Xue Ling suggested. I'll drive. You carry Ahu to the car. No, I'll drive, Cheng Tianyuan started, but then nodded. I'm still pretty clear-headed. No way, Xue Ling snapped, her tone serious. How many times have I told you, if you drink, don't drive. No matter how much you've had, don't get behind the wheel. What if you get dizzy or your vision blurs? It's dangerous. Don't drink and don't drive if you've been drinking. It's about your life and everyone else's. Ahu, still drunk, mumbled, Sister-in-law is awesome. Sister-in-law's tongue twister. Sounds great. Xue Ling. Why? Cheng Tianyuan looked at his wife, amused, and said quietly, "Is it really that serious? I'm just a little dizzy. I can still press the gas pedal." "You don't understand," Xue Ling said seriously. "In many countries with lots of cars, it's strictly forbidden to drink and drive. People who drink aren't clear-headed and easily cause accidents. We don't have those traffic laws yet, but that doesn't mean it's okay. If nothing happens, great. But what if something does? That's what's scary. If something happened, who would I rely on? Who would your son and parents rely on? One mistake can bring a lifetime of regret." Cheng Tianyuan broke out in a cold sweat and quickly shook his head. "I get it. No drinking and driving." Xue Ling lifted her chin. "Get in the car, all of you. Don't dawdle." Cheng Tianyuan carried Ah Hu to the car. Ah Hu flopped in the back and immediately fell asleep. Cheng Tianyuan sat in the front passenger seat. Xue Ling drove them back to Dajiala and sent the two men to sleep behind the warehouse. Cheng Muhai made sobering soup and served them each a bowl. Cheng Tianyuan wasn't too drunk and could drink it himself before going to bed. Ah Hu, though, couldn't be woken up, so Cheng Muhai helped prop him up while Xue Ling fed him with a small spoon. Soon, both men were sound asleep. Cheng Muhai covered them with quilts and said to Xue Ling, "I'll be boiling water inside. You go out and help entertain the guests. Little Ran Ran is with his grandma. He just had his milk and is asleep." Worried the food outside was too greasy, Xue Ling didn't let Ran Ran eat much, just picked a few things for him. She'd brought formula and a bottle, and asked her father-in-law for a bowl of warm water to mix it so her son wouldn't go hungry. With a small child, you always have to bring a ton of stuff when you go out. Luckily, they had a car. Otherwise, carrying all those bottles and things would have been impossible. Xue Ling nodded, still a little worried, and glanced at Cheng Tianyuan. "Dad, please keep an eye on them." "No problem," Cheng Muhai said kindly. "Go on, I'll take care of them." Xue Ling went out and headed straight for the bridal room. According to local custom, the bride couldn't leave her room that day, so Kui Lu couldn't join everyone for the meal. Ah Hu's mom made a few dishes and snacks and called Chen Lan to keep her company. The bridesmaids, after eating, went upstairs to chat with Kui Lu. Xue Ling saw Ah Hu's mom tidying up and hurried over to help. One bridesmaid glanced at her and quietly asked Kui Lu, "Who's that woman? Your sister-in-law? She's really pretty." Kui Lu smiled and shook her head. "No, that's Cheng Tianyuan's wife, the tall guy who drove me and Chen Min." "Oh, his wife? They look good together." "She's already married, but still dresses so nicely. Look at her sweater. It's so pretty, must have cost a lot."
If the wife is pretty, of course, the husband is willing to spend money on her. She's from the city, not like us country folk, where even buying a piece of fabric needs the mother-in-law and husband's approval. City people are willing to spend money. Really? City wives can buy whatever they want? Look at her shoes. Wow, so nice. Looks like real leather, so shiny. Must have cost a lot. Her husband must really spoil her. Kui Lu saw Xue Ling and Ah Hu's mom leave and quietly closed the door. "Don't talk nonsense," the bridesmaids laughed. "We're not saying anything bad. We're praising her for being pretty and her husband for being generous. Yeah, she dresses so well, that sweater color is really special. Her husband must be rich, right? He has such a big car. Must be well off. Only rich people let their wives dress up. Not like us, where wives get sloppy after marriage, especially after having kids." Kui Lu giggled. "I heard from Amin that sister-in-law Xue Ling is amazing. She's from the capital, and married all the way to Rongcheng." "No way." "Yeah, how could someone from a big city marry into a small county?" Kui Lu nodded. "She married here a few years ago. The cute little boy Grandma was holding this morning is her son. Min said she's great at business. She invested in building this shop. She wholesales clothes in the provincial capital and owns 20 or 30 apartments in Wangjiangwan. She's really rich." "What? She earned all that? Not her husband?" "How could a woman and so young do that?" Kui Lu, more worldly than them, explained. "She's educated and really good at making money. Her husband doesn't earn as much as she does." "Wow, that's amazing." "A woman earning more than a man. How is she so capable? Her husband has a car, but she earns even more? Kui Lu said, I heard they have 2 cars, both bought with her money. The bridesmaids fell silent, wide-eyed, not knowing what to say. Kui Lu added quietly, My sister-in-law Chen Lan said if any of us have daughters, we should make sure they go to school. Sister-in-law Xue Ling's little sister-in-law went to college in the provincial capital and will work at a power plant or station after graduation, a government job with a steady salary for life. My sister-in-law is so envious. She said if she'd had the chance, she'd have studied too. If she has a daughter, she'll make sure she goes to school and gets a good job. Is school really that good? Would those provincial schools even take us? No way. Our villages can't even fill a primary school, let alone anything else. I only went to school for a year or so, just enough to write my name. My mom said as long as I don't go into the wrong bathroom, that's enough. My brother didn't get to go to school, so I definitely couldn't. I'm a girl, and I'll get married off anyway. My parents would never waste money sending me to school. They're counting on my brother, not me. School's a waste. Kui Lu listened to their chatter and sighed to herself. City people really do value education. She was lucky to have married into town. After the banquet, the guests left in small groups. Ah Hu's mom stood at the door with a few nieces and Chen Min, seeing the guests off. Everyone who came to the wedding got a bag of wedding candy and 2 packs of cigarettes. Everyone came happily and left happily. It was cold, and by a little after 3, all the guests had gone home. Ah Hu's mom and Chen Min's sisters cleaned up the shop, tidying everything. At that moment, Kui Lu called Chen Min upstairs. My sisters all need to get back to the village. Is cousin Ah Hu awake? I wanted to ask him to drive them home. Kui Lu's bridesmaids were all cousins and friends from Hejia village. Chen Min hesitated. He drank too much at lunch and is still sleeping. What about brother Ah Yuan? He should be able to, right? He helped me block too much wine and he's still asleep too, Chen Min said with a wry smile. Kui Lu glanced at the sky. What should we do? It might snow again tonight and it's too cold for them to go back late. Chen Min thought for a moment. Don't worry, I'll ask sister-in-law Lingling to drive them. Oh, right, Kui Lu said excitedly. I almost forgot. Sister-in-law can drive. Chen Min hurried downstairs to find Xue Ling. She was sitting by the stove, holding the sleeping little Ranran and watching the kettle. When Chen Min explained, she agreed right away. Liu Ying gently took little Ranran from her, whispering, Go ahead. Once you're back, there's nothing else to do. Don't worry, your dad and I will take care of Ranran. Chung Muhai nodded. There's a lot of snow on the road, so be careful and don't drive too fast. Got it, Xue Ling replied, drinking half a bowl of warm water before heading out. Soon, 4 bridesmaids in bright floral cotton jackets said goodbye to Kui Lu and Chen Min and got in the car. Xue Ling started the car and drove them toward the county road to the next town. I'm not too sure about the route. Once we get to the next county, help me with directions. No problem. Sister-in-law, how old are you? How did you learn to drive? Yeah, this is the first time I've seen a woman drive. You're amazing. Is driving hard? These cars are so heavy, all made of iron. They must be hard to handle, right? Xue Ling smiled. Not really. You just have to control the gears and clutch, use the gas and brake, and pay attention to the size of the car and the mirrors. Once you get used to it, it's not hard. We don't understand a word. Yeah, sounds so complicated. Sister-in-law, your car must be expensive, right? Xue Ling didn't want to be too specific, so she said quietly, 30 or 40,000. What? That much? If I had that much money, I'd build a dozen big brick houses. Yeah, if it were me, I'd build a big house, not buy a little iron box. Xue Ling was amused by their thinking. A big house is nice, but there are even better houses out there. With a car, it's easier to get around, you can go far, and it's safer and more convenient. Like now, it's freezing and the roads are snowy. Bikes won't work, so you'd have to walk. Imagine walking for 2 or 3 hours. Yeah, if it snows, it'd take 3 hours. If not, it's faster, Xue Ling said. It's freezing outside, but we're warm in here and we can drive quickly over the snow. Even if we go slow, we'll be there in half an hour. But that's so much money. Yeah, you could buy so many things with that. Xue Ling just smiled. These girls were so simple and hadn't been out much, so their thinking was a bit behind. Girls, people are greedy by nature. When you were little, you just wanted enough to eat. Now that life's better, you can eat your fill, but maybe not always well, so you start wanting better food, some pork belly, maybe ribs for the holidays. Once you can eat meat every day, what will you want then? That's hard to say. Maybe seafood, big shrimp, big crabs. Maybe just something really tasty. Something I like, something that makes me prettier. They all laughed. Xue Ling smiled. Exactly. Once you have something, you want more. My family already has a house, so I wanted a car. With a car, I don't have to worry about the weather when I go out. With elders and kids at home, it's safer and more convenient to take them out. Right. Once you have a house, you want something else. Sister-in-law, I thought you were from the city and would be proud, maybe look down on us country girls. But you're so friendly and gentle, and what you say makes sense. Xue Ling laughed. There's a big difference between cities and the countryside now, but it's not necessarily better. In the future, the gap will shrink, and maybe city people will envy the countryside. My parents came here last month and loved it. The food is good and the water and air are better than in the city. Wow, that's amazing. City people actually like it here? Ha 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 ha. No way. It's true, Xue Ling said. Don't always think the countryside is bad. Things are cheaper here, the air and water are better. Cities are crowded and it's hard to get around. Sister-in-law, you're funny. I know you don't look down on us, but I still can't quite believe it. Ha ha! Everyone laughed. Xue Ling could only smile. Right now, they couldn't really understand what she meant and just took it as a joke. But as the cities developed and the county grew, they'd realize she wasn't wrong. It just wasn't that time yet. Soon they reached the next county and headed toward Hejia village. Sister-in-law, that's our village up ahead. You can stop here. We'll walk in. Xue Ling said. We're almost there. I'll drive you in. No, the village roads are too narrow. Your car's too big. You might not get out. Yeah, Kui Lu's house is at the entrance, but our homes are further in and the roads are too small. Xue Ling nodded. All right, just tell me when to stop. The road was quiet, with only a few people out. To keep the conversation going, Xue Ling asked about Kui Lu's family. I heard Grandpa fell and hurt his leg last night. Thank goodness the bone's okay. Her grandpa's tough. He may look thin, but he works as hard as any young man. But the fall was bad. His leg is really swollen. Kui Lu's grandpa used to be a boatman. I heard he traveled all over, even went abroad once, all the way to some place called Luzon Island in the south. When he got older, he couldn't travel anymore, so he stayed home. He and Grandma raised Kui Lu. She's really close to them. Xue Ling was curious and asked, So, what does her grandfather do now? I think he helps Kui Lu's uncle in the county, but her aunt is really fierce. She's always picking on the old man. Yeah, I heard her aunt even hit her grandma and wouldn't let her eat. I've seen it myself. Her aunt would curse the old man right to his face, saying all kinds of nasty things. She's really something. Xue Ling couldn't help but feel sorry for the old man. Working on boats was incredibly hard and dangerous. He must have had a tough life when he was young. Who would have thought his old age would be so unfortunate? Soon, they reached the entrance to Hejia village. The bridesmaids got out one after another, waving enthusiastically at Xue Ling. Sister-in-law, thank you. This was my first time in a car, so fast. Bye, thank you, sister-in-law. Xue Ling waved back, turned the car around, and headed back. Halfway there, the sky grew darker and sleet began to fall. Snowflakes swirled, making visibility poor. Xue Ling didn't dare drive fast and could only go slowly. By the time she reached the Dajiale in the development zone, it was already evening. Cheng Tianyuan, wrapped in the leather jacket his mother-in-law had given him, was waiting at the door. Xue Ling opened the car door and hurried inside. He quickly pulled her into his arms. Are you cold? Xue Ling shook her head, shivering a little from the sudden chill. It's not cold in the car, but it's freezing outside. Cheng Tianyuan's nose was a little red. He said softly, When I saw the sleet, I was really worried. This kind of weather is dangerous for driving. Shh, Xue Ling scolded him gently. Today is Chen Min and Kui Liu's big day. Don't say things like that. Cheng Tianyuan chuckled quietly. The guests are gone and the big day is over. The bride's married. Now she's family. That's just how you men think, Xue Ling teased. You always think your wife belongs to you, like she's your property. Cheng Tianyuan just smiled, not daring to argue. Come on, I'll get you something warm to drink. Xue Ling couldn't help but ask, Where's little Ranran? Chen Lan is playing with him in the shop, making toys out of empty soap boxes. He's having a great time. He didn't wet himself, did he? Xue Ling worried. It's so easy to catch a cold in this weather. Cheng Tianyuan shook his head. I took him to the bathroom before we came out. Xue Ling finally relaxed. That evening, Ahu's mom made porridge, stir-fried some greens, and cooked a pot of pork belly. But everyone was still full from lunch, so the pork barely got touched. They mostly ate greens and porridge. It was so cold that after dinner, everyone went home early. Chen Min and Kui Lu went back to their new room. Since Chen Min's mother had passed away, Ahu's mom, as his aunt, had to take charge of many things. She stayed on the third floor for the night, telling Ahu to take Chen Min's father home, since she'd be up early to make sweet eggs for the bride. Ahu, now sober, borrowed the jeep from Cheng Tianyuan to take his uncle home. Seeing how bad the weather was, he didn't dare go anywhere else. He went back to his place at Wangjiangyuan, took a hot shower to wash off the smell of alcohol, and, seeing it was only around 7, didn't want to sit at home alone, so he headed to Liu Xiaoyu's house. Liu Xiaoyu was at home playing cards with the kids. When she saw Ahu, she was delighted and shooed the kids away. Go on, go to your rooms. I want to have tea and chat with Uncle Ahu. The kids all liked Ahu and didn't want to leave, crowding around him with questions. Ahu grabbed a handful of candy from his pocket and handed it out with a grin. My cousin got married today. I drove over the day before yesterday. I have to go back to the provincial capital tomorrow. The kids took the candy, laughing and running off to their rooms, and the noisy little living room finally quieted down. Liu Xiaoyu's husband brought in hot water, smiling. You two chat. I'll go get the kids to bed early. Thanks, sister-in-law. Go ahead, Ahu said. Liu Xiaoyu took out some treasured tea leaves, put a pinch in a cup, poured in hot water, and handed it to Ahu. In the blink of an eye, Ah Min's married. Time flies. Ahu's smile faltered. Yeah, I'm still all alone. Liu Xiaoyu laughed. You don't know how lucky you are. Enjoy being single while you can. Once you have a wife and kids, you'll see how tough life gets. How tough? How tough? Ahu glared at him, laughing. You're the one who doesn't know how good you have it. I want a wife and kids, but I don't have any yet. Liu Xiaoyu sighed, squinting. The snow's been too heavy to work on the construction site. Yesterday I was home listening to the radio and heard something that really made sense. What was it? Ahu asked lazily. It said, family is both a responsibility and a burden. If you want a good family, you have to be able to bear that burden. Family may be a burden, but it's a sweet one. Without family and loved ones, life loses its joy and purpose. Yeah, Ahu agreed, eyes half closed. That's true. Liu Xiaoyu frowned and said quietly, My mother was sick recently and had to stay in the hospital. It cost a lot. Then a brother had trouble at home, so I lent him 100 yuan. I also had to rent a place for my mom nearby, and the landlord wanted 3 months' rent up front. I almost couldn't make ends meet. Luckily, sister-in-law Xue Ling let me take an advance on my wages, or I'd have been eating boiled cabbage for days. Ahu frowned. Auntie was sick. Why didn't you tell me? You could have called. I'd have sent you a few hundred. He pulled out 4 50-yuan notes and handed them to Liu Xiaoyu. This is for Auntie's health, not a loan. Liu Xiaoyu shook his head. She's better now. I already took an advance on next month's wages. If I'm careful, we'll be fine. Cut it out, Ahu said gruffly. Even if she's better, she needs good food to recover.
And New Year's is coming up. Lots of expenses. If you've already spent next month's money, what will you do then? Take it and don't argue. Liu Xiaoyu chuckled, but still didn't want to take it. Sister-in-law Xue Ling said she'll give us all a New Year's bonus. Anyone who's worked from the groundbreaking to New Year's will get over 100. Mine will probably be the biggest, maybe 200. She's generous, you know that. She's my boss, of course I know. Hu grinned, pulling out 2 packs of cigarettes and tossing them over. Liu Xiaoyu scolded, "What's this? You quit smoking. Why are you giving me cigarettes?" "Wedding gift from Min," Hu replied. Liu Xiaoyu finally accepted, saying quietly, "I'll congratulate him next time I see him, but you should take your money back. My wife and I will take care of my mom." "Fine. If you won't take 200, take 100. Hu took back 250s, grumbling, "This is for Auntie to buy chicken. If you don't take it, I won't come next time." Liu Xiaoyu glanced at him, then tucked the money into his pocket. They'd been brothers for years, always helping each other. There was no need for many words. A single look was enough. The two of them chatted as they ate. Liu Xiaoyu dug out a small bag of peanuts to share. "What are your plans for next year? Still going to the provincial capital?" "Of course." Hu grinned. "Thanks to sister-in-law, I made enough this year to buy that car, plus a few thousand in savings." "That's great," Liu Xiaoyu said enviously. "You should definitely keep it up next year." Hu asked, "How's the second phase that sister-in-law Xue Ling and boss Liao invested in? The snow was too heavy earlier. I only caught a glimpse and it didn't look like much had started." "The foundation's done, and the first and second floors are already going up," Liu Xiaoyu replied. "The hardest part is over. Now it's just floor after floor. It'll go fast." Hu nodded, then asked, "Sister-in-law must have invested a lot this time. I heard boss Liao made several million on the first phase." "This time it'll be even more. The second and third phases are bigger with more apartments," Liu Xiaoyu said. Hu chuckled, clicking his tongue. "Sister-in-law is going to make a fortune again." Liu Xiaoyu couldn't help but ask. "She must have put in several million, right? Is she fronting all the money? Is the clothing business really that profitable?" "No," Hu said quietly. "Her real money comes from the sweater factory she invested in. At the peak it makes over 200,000 a month, and even in slow months, it's over 100,000. "A year?" Liu Xiaoyu asked, surprised. "A month," Hu replied. Liu Xiaoyu whistled. "No wonder. Boss Liao's municipal projects always have delayed payments, so she's been covering the early investment. Now it makes sense. She's really got money." Hu lowered his voice. "Her clothing is so cheap because her family's factory makes it. She just pays cost and labor. Her dad doesn't make a profit off her. That's why we can earn more. Her family must be even wealthier." Liu Xiaoyu smiled. "No matter how rich her family is, it's not all hers. She's married out. Letting her make some money is fine, but it can't all be hers." "Wrong," Hu explained. "She's an only child. It'll all be hers eventually. A while back her family's factories were so busy she went to help for 2 months straight." "That's incredible." Liu Xiaoyu was stunned. "How much money must that be? Are they all big factories?" "Definitely," Hu nodded. Liu Xiaoyu laughed quietly. "No wonder she's got the guts to invest in such big projects." Hu laughed too. Liu Xiaoyu's eyes flickered as if he thought of something. "I wonder, would she be interested in investing in smaller projects?" Hu raised an eyebrow. "What kind of small projects? Where?" "Like building some cheap small houses to sell," Liu Xiaoyu said quietly. "There's a lot of unused land on the outskirts. Can't farm it, can't plant trees, and it's dirt cheap. If you build a few 2- or 3-story houses and sell them cheap, there'd be plenty of buyers." Hu thought for a moment. "Aren't apartments good? Lots of people want to buy those." "You don't get it," Liu Xiaoyu said with a wry smile. "Who doesn't want to live in a high-rise with an elevator? But not everyone can afford it. A single apartment costs 1,000 or 2, an enormous sum for many families. Ah Hu could afford it, and Liu Xiaoyu had barely managed after scraping by for a while. I've been in this business for years, I know it well. If you build a row of these small houses, you save a lot on materials and costs. As long as the foundation is solid, a house like that will last 100 years. The main thing is the low cost and small investment. Sell them cheap, and as long as you build enough, you can still make good money. Ah Hu nodded. Makes sense. You're right. Rich people buy big apartments, but those with less money can only buy small houses. Big apartments make money, but small houses should too. It's all about volume, Liu Xiaoyu said. Land on the outskirts is really cheap, and you don't need fancy decoration, just make it look nice outside. The investment isn't big. You know the business and how to do it, Ah Hu said. You should give it a try. You can't just be a small foreman forever. If you want a better life, you have to do something that makes more money. Liu Xiaoyu was capable and hardworking, but he had a lot of family to support. Elderly parents, several kids, and even his grandmother and father back home. 10 people all depended on him. As a foreman, he didn't make much, just a small commission. He was a good guy, never taking advantage of his workers, just collecting a token fee. With kids growing up and the elders getting older, if you only have a little income, one big problem and you're in trouble, Ah Hu said. Do I have money to invest? Liu Xiaoyu rolled his eyes. If there was big money to be made, would I still be hustling for small change? The problem is, I don't have the chance or the money. Ah Hu shrugged. Well, when you have time, talk to sister-in-law about it. Not yet, Liu Xiaoyu said. The second and third phases are big enough. They'll take a year or two. When those are done, I'll talk to her. Nonsense, Ah Hu scolded. If you have a good idea, you should act on it right away. If you wait, someone else will do it first and you'll miss your chance. Business is all about timing, you know? But I really don't have time right now, Liu Xiaoyu said. I'll be busy until mid-next year. The third phase might get delayed, but there's no big gap in between. Just talk to sister-in-law first, Ah Hu insisted. Don't drag your feet. Buying land and planning takes time. Look at sister-in-law. When she bought this place last year, she was already planning to work with Boss Liao on phases 2 and 3. You have to think ahead. All right, Liu Xiaoyu nodded. I'll find a chance to talk to her. Ah Hu saw it was still snowing, and thinking Liu Xiaoyu had to look after the kids, didn't want to stay too late. I'm heading back to the provincial capital tomorrow to clear out some leftover stock. Then I'll go home. Selling clothes keeps you busy all year, except for New Year's when you get a longer break. I should be home for over a month. When I'm back, I'll come find you. Liu Xiaoyu walked him to the door, still nagging. It's not good to stay single for so long. Hurry up and find a wife. Got it, Ah Hu replied. Liu Xiaoyu said, Hey, my wife's little sister isn't married yet. She's 23 and should be looking. When you're back, I'll introduce you. No need. Ah Hu laughed. I'm really not in a hurry. I'll get in touch, Liu Xiaoyu said, already having a plan. Let's not call it a blind date. I'll have my wife bring her sister to dinner and you just happen to drop by. If you like her, you can get to know each other. All right then, Ah Hu agreed, and quickly slipped away. Early the next morning, Ah Hu drove to the development zone to say goodbye to his mother before heading back to the provincial capital. Before leaving, he specifically mentioned to his mom about wanting to formally recognize Cheng Muhai as his godfather and asked if there was anything special he needed to prepare. No need, his mom replied with a cheerful smile. Just pick a good day, bow to him, have a drink together, and start calling him godfather. All that ceremony is just for show. The most important thing is to truly respect and care for him in the future. Of course, Ah Hu grinned. He said goodbye to Cheng Muhai, packed up the snacks his mom had made, and set off for the provincial capital. There was still snow on the road and it was very slippery, so Ah Hu drove slowly and carefully. Even though he left early, he couldn't go fast, and it was after 3 in the afternoon by the time he reached the wholesale market. It wasn't the weekend, so Cheng Tianyuan couldn't leave school and didn't come by. Ah Hu boiled some hot water and seeing how clean and tidy everything was, guessed that Tianfang had come by a couple of days earlier to help out. He wasn't lazy, but he couldn't match her attention to detail. He drank some water, And since there weren't many customers and it was cold, he only opened the door halfway. "Brother Hu? You in there?" a familiar woman's voice called from outside. Ah Hu quickly stood up and poked his head out. "Oh, Sister Hong, it's you. Here to pick up stock again? How's business lately? Come in and have a seat." Sister Hong was as plump as ever, her round face flushed pink from the northern wind. When it snows, more people go to the department stores. Sweaters and coats are selling like crazy in this cold. I got called over again. But you don't have much left here. There's not much to choose from. She sat down on a small wooden chair, which creaked under her weight. "I came by 2 days ago and found your place locked up tight. The neighbor said you'd gone back home to Rongcheng. Something up at home?" "A happy occasion. My cousin got married." Ah Hu grinned, pouring her a cup of hot water. "It's fresh. Still hot, so let it cool a bit." Sister Hong nodded and smiled. "Your cousin's married and you're still single? Aren't you embarrassed?" "Not at all," Ah Hu replied cheerfully. "I'm happy for my cousin. When my time comes, I'll get married too. It's just that fate hasn't arrived yet. Nothing to be embarrassed about." "Ha ha 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 ha!" Sister Hong laughed heartily. "Didn't expect you to be so open-minded. That's good. No point in complaining about life all the time." He'd known Sister Hong for almost a year. Both were straightforward people, so their conversations were always easy. "Sister Hong, you must be close to 40? 43, she sighed, squinting. "In a blink, I'm almost 50. Time flies. When I was a kid, we were so poor we barely had food. Every day was just waiting for dawn, waiting for a bowl of porridge, sometimes not even a bit of sweet potato skin by night. Back then, time crawled. When I was young, my useless husband only did odd jobs, and the kids were little. We were always half hungry. Those days dragged on forever." Ah Hu, who'd also grown up through hard times, understood. "Yeah, when you're hungry, you're weak and just hope for the next meal, hoping for something good to eat." Sister Hong chuckled. "Later, when the kids started school, I went out to set up stalls and make a little money. I'd leave before dawn, eat a cold bun at noon, drink well water if I found any, or just go without. If I made more that day, I'd buy a couple of eggs for the kids. Seeing their happy faces made all the hard work worth it." Ah Hu smiled wryly. "My mom was the same. Anything good or nutritious, she'd save for me. When I was 10, I caught my first fish and brought it home. She cried and laughed at the same time." Sister Hong squinted. "My kids are all grown now. The oldest is 23 and got married last year. Now we have meat and vegetables at every meal, no more counting the days to see if we can eat meat. We finally made it to better days." Ah Hu couldn't help asking, "You must be making good money now?" "Sometimes more, sometimes less," she explained. "If the stock is good, the department store takes it all. If not, they only take some, and I have to wholesale the rest to small shops, sometimes even at a loss." Ah Hu nodded. "If you move more volume, you probably make more." Sister Hong smiled wryly. "I'd like to do more, but I don't have the energy. My daughter-in-law just had a baby last month, so I have to help with the baby. I make money on volume, but it's all thin profit." "Anything is good," Ah Hu said. "With your husband helping and the kids earning, the family's finances will get better." Sister Hong laughed. "Since I started this business, things have improved a lot. The kids all got some schooling and found jobs. We're not rich, but the income is steady." Ah Hu gave her a thumbs up. "That's great." Suddenly, Sister Hong remembered something and lowered her voice. "Brother Hu, let me introduce you to someone. My own younger sister. She's 30, teaches at a high school in the city center. She's just a bit chubby, but otherwise she's top-notch." Ah Hu had been set up so many times he wasn't shy anymore. "Thanks, but if she's 30 and still single, she must be picky. She probably wouldn't be interested in me." "Ah," Sister Hong sighed. "You're right, she's too picky. We had a big family, but 3 siblings died young. When things got a little better, my mom had my youngest sister. The family doted on her and sent her to school. She was smart, did well in her studies, and when the college entrance exam opened up, she even got into university for 3 years." Ah Hu nodded, not wanting to refuse outright, so he just listened. Sister Hong smiled. She's done well. After graduation, she got a job at the best high school in the city. She's a great teacher, good-looking too. Back then, lots of people wanted to marry her. Even the mayor, who'd studied abroad, chased after her. She turned him down for being too short. Her standards are so high, my parents are at their wits' end. I told you she wouldn't be interested in me, Ahu said with a laugh. Sister Hong waved her hand. She'll be 31 after New Year's. She's put on weight these past 2 years and isn't as pretty as before. Now the only ones interested are divorced or widowed men. The good ones don't even look at her. If she doesn't get married soon, she'll be an old maid. Just wait, I'll take you to meet her. No, no, no. Ahu waved his hands, laughing. I only have some vocational training, didn't even finish high school. My job's just with the traffic team, nothing special. I'm really not a match for your highly educated sister. He really does lack a companion right now, but he can't just blindly settle for anyone. Ahu is someone who's traveled the world. He's driven trucks to many places and seen a lot, so naturally his way of thinking is different from those country boys. Hey, hey, hey! Sister Hong chuckled and said, Don't be so quick to turn it down. My little sister started getting anxious when she was 26 or 27. She didn't dare act as proud as she used to. But she's still picky. This one isn't as good as that one. That one isn't as good as the last. She kept comparing, and in the blink of an eye, she's already in her 30s. She can't keep going on like this. I think you're honest and straightforward, so I wanted to introduce you. This guy is tall and sturdy with a square, pleasant face. With just a little grooming and a nice suit, he'd definitely be a catch. Besides, he's got a knack for business. Everything in his shop comes from the capital. Good styles, nice designs, and he's a savvy businessman. In just a year, he managed to buy that car outside. He's definitely capable. With someone like this, she was sure her sister would like him. It doesn't matter if your education is a bit lacking, you've still had some schooling. People our age, a lot of them can barely read. The fact that you can read at all is already impressive. My sister, just because she's educated, thinks she's something special, which is why she's still not married. Look around. There aren't many college graduates in this whole provincial city, right? Ahu grinned and said, I wouldn't put it that way. Your sister is capable, so she has the right to be picky. Me? I'm just a rough guy. Do you secretly like someone? Sister Hong asked. Ahu looked a little embarrassed and said quietly, No, nothing like that. But I was married before. What? You were married? Sister Hong asked in surprise. So, are you divorced or widowed? Ahu gave an awkward smile and said softly, Neither. We got together through mutual affection, held a banquet, and she moved in with me. But she never agreed to register the marriage. Later, she took my money and ran off with someone else. I even gave her family an apartment, but I couldn't get it back. I lost both my love and my money and ended up in debt. It was the owner of this shop, my good buddy's wife, who lent me money and gave me a chance to work here. So that's how it was, Sister Hong said. These days, everyone wants a marriage certificate. Without it, it's not a real marriage. Right. It's not recognized by law, Ahu explained. Sister Hong thought for a moment and said quietly, So you're not really divorced. You're more like a victim of a marriage scam. But I've still had a marriage in practice, Ahu said with a simple smile. So I wanted to be upfront with you. Your sister might mind. It's fine. I'll talk to her first, Sister Hong said. She probably won't care. By the way, do you have any other family? Just my old mother, that's all, Ahu explained. I'm an only child. Sister Hong frowned at that. Just you? That's too few. People from big families always look down on those with few relatives. Ahu gave a wry smile. My dad was sick for as long as I can remember, and he passed away when I was little. My mom raised me alone, so it's just me. Nothing I can do about it. He wished he had siblings, but he just didn't. On this trip home, seeing Yuan and his father sitting by the stove boiling water, chatting quietly, their tall and short figures side by side, he was deeply moved. That's why he blurted out that he wanted to make Cheng Muhai his godfather, hoping to have Yuan as a godbrother and Fang as a godsister. That way he'd have more family around him. Sister Hong nodded. You're not that old, but you've already been through so much. That's not easy.
Life gets better every day, nothing to be afraid of, Ahu said cheerfully. There's no obstacle you can't get past. As long as you work hard and don't slack off, things will turn out fine. Exactly. Sister Hong didn't dare bring up the matchmaking again. She knew her sister wouldn't like a family like Ahu's. For one, her sister was from the provincial capital, while Ahu was from a small county. There was a status gap. For another, her sister always insisted on not living with elders, especially a mother-in-law. If Ahu had siblings, he wouldn't have to take sole responsibility for his mother. Others could help. But since his mother only had him, she'd definitely have to rely on him in the future. Her sister didn't like living with elders and might end up with a bad reputation for mistreating her mother-in-law. So Sister Hong quietly changed the subject and didn't bring it up again. By the way, do you have any leftover stock in your shop? If you have sweaters, I'll take them all. Any size is fine. Ahu replied, There are only a few sweaters left, all extra large. The rest are just some winter and autumn clothes, not much, maybe 700 or 800 pieces at most. Sister Hong asked, Are they all here? Let me take a look. Ahu said honestly, If you want them, take them all, and I'll give you the lowest price. If you want to pick and choose, I can only give you a small discount, not the lowest price. Sister Hong spat at him playfully and said, We're such good friends. How can you say that? Are you trying to get rid of your best customer? Ahu laughed heartily. I wouldn't dare. Every customer is like a god. I wouldn't dare think otherwise. My sister-in-law told me to do it this way before I left, so I can't change my mind. Sister Hong nodded and started picking through the goods. I'll take all the sweaters and all the winter clothes in this style. The rest I don't want. The department store only wants good-looking stuff, nothing with defects. Ahu understood and quickly packed up the goods, filling out the invoice. Just then, a surprised voice called from outside, Brother Ahu, you're back. Ahu smiled and looked up to see Cheng Tianyuan wearing a hat and scarf, striding into the shop with a bright, happy smile. Ah, Fang, what brings you here? It's Monday. Cheng Tianyuan came in cheerfully and explained, I only have one class this afternoon. I was wondering if you were back and how the shop was doing, so I took the bus over. Luckily, it didn't snow today, and most of the snow is melted, so the buses are still running. Seeing her cheeks red from the cold, Ahu quickly said, Come in. There's hot water in the pot. Pour yourself some. Don't run around in this cold weather. Next time, don't do it. Cheng Tianyuan giggled, greeted Sister Hong, and went to the back kitchen. Sister Hong looked her over and couldn't help but laugh quietly. This girl is getting prettier and prettier, slim with rosy cheeks like a red apple on a tree. So likable. Ahu handed her the invoice and said, My little sister is only 18 this year. Girls are at their prettiest at this age. Sister Hong knew they weren't real siblings and raised her chin. You're not even cousins. Why not marry her and make her your wife? Ahu's face turned red and he muttered, Give me a break. She's my god-sister. I already made her dad my godfather. She's more than 10 years younger than me. Ha ha ha! Sister Hong laughed, paid, and left with her goods. Ahu watched Sister Hong leave. Seeing that the wind outside was strong and the sky was starting to darken, he simply closed the shop door. This shop faces northwest, so it's nice and bright in the afternoons, but the only downside is that the wind is really strong in winter. It gets so cold. Cheng Tianyuan finished a bowl of water and strode out. Brother Ahu, is there anything I can help with? Nope, Ahu replied with a cheerful laugh. There's hardly any stock left in the shop, and it's so cold. I'm planning to clear out the rest of the goods in a couple of days and then head back to Rongcheng. Fang, when do you get your winter break? Cheng Tianyuan answered. Around the 15th day of the 12th lunar month. Wow, that late? Ahu muttered. If someone lives far away, they might barely make it home for New Year's. It'll be fine, Cheng Tianyuan replied. There's still half a month left. What's there to worry about? Ahu shrugged and said heartily,
When your break is confirmed, just call home. I'll definitely be free then, and I'll drive over to pick you up. Your big brother has 2 shops to look after, and business is good at the end of the year, so he definitely won't be able to get away. I'll come get you." "Okay." Cheng Tianfang's cheeks were red as she replied softly, "Then I'll wait for you." "All right," Ahu said as he busied himself tidying up the remaining stock. "It's settled then." Cheng Tianfang came over to help, folding the scattered clothes one by one. "Brother Ahu, are my parents doing well?" "They're doing great." "Were there a lot of people at Brother Amin and Sister Quiliu's wedding this time?" "A lot. About 30 people in total filled 5 or 6 tables. It was really lively." He. "Did my little Ranran go? He can talk a lot now, right? Last time I called home from a public phone, he was babbling away next to the phone, saying all sorts of things I couldn't understand. Ha ha." Ahu laughed. "Of course Ranran was there. Yesterday he wanted candy, but your sister-in-law wouldn't give him any, so he cried. In the end, she gave him 2 pieces, and he finally quieted down." "Candy's not good for kids' teeth," Cheng Tianfang explained, pouting. "I didn't understand that before. My brother and my mom told me, but I wouldn't listen and always ate candy. Later, I got cavities." Luckily, she changed her ways. Ever since she started school, she brushed her teeth after every meal in the morning and before bed, never missing a time. Although it was a bit late to fix things, her efforts paid off. Her cavities got better, her other teeth became whiter, and she didn't get any more cavities. Ahu waved it off, unconcerned. "It's just a little candy. What's the big deal? Besides, it was wedding candy. Eating more is fine. Wedding candy brings good luck." "That's not the same thing," Cheng Tianfang laughed. "Too much candy really isn't good. My sister-in-law is well-educated and knows a lot. She's definitely right. My mom and dad spoil their grandson too much, always overindulging him." "What's wrong with being spoiled?" Ahu said with a laugh. "I wish someone would spoil me all the time." "Pfft," Cheng Tianfang teased. "Aren't you a bit old to be saying things like that? Aren't you embarrassed?" Ahu winked mysteriously and lowered his voice. "Let me tell you something." "What is it?" she asked, curious. Ahu grinned. "I've decided to make Uncle Muhai my godfather. When I go back this time, I'll pick a good day to officially do it. Then I'll have a godfather and godmother to spoil me." Cheng Tianfang was stunned. "What? Godfather?" "Yeah." Ahu patted her shoulder in a brotherly way. "From now on, I'll be your brother, and you'll be my god sister. Our families will be like one big family. How great is that?" "No!" Cheng Tianfang blurted out, rejecting the idea. Ahu was startled, eyes wide in surprise. "Ah Fang? What's wrong?" Cheng Tianfang blinked, feeling awkward inside but not knowing how to explain. "Our families are already so close, there's no need for that. Besides, I already have a brother. What I'm missing is a sister, not you." Ahu rolled his eyes and laughed. "That's one thing I can't help you with. Anyway, having another brother means more people to care for you, and having another sister is the same. You don't get to choose, it's already decided." Cheng Tianfang grew anxious, biting her lip. I just don't need a god brother. I don't want one." Ahu glanced at her suspiciously and kept tidying up. "What's wrong? You only want a sister, not a brother. You don't want me? That won't do. It's already settled. Everyone agreed, so even if you object, it doesn't count." Cheng Tianfang stomped her foot in frustration, her eyes unknowingly turning red. "Why, didn't you talk to me about it first?" Ahu was busy and didn't notice her red eyes. "It was just a spur-of-the-moment idea. I didn't expect Uncle Muhai to agree so quickly. He was really happy. Not just him, your mom and my mom were happy too." Cheng Tianfang glared at him and huffed. "I don't care about you all. I just don't want you as my god brother." Ahu couldn't help but ask, "What's wrong? Did I offend you somehow? When did I do that?" "No!" Cheng Tianfang suddenly shouted, her voice emotional. Ahu was stunned and looked up. "Ah Fang, what's wrong?" Being asked like that, Cheng Tianfang suddenly burst into tears. Ahu was shocked. "Ah Fang, little sis, what's wrong?"
Cheng Tianyuan cried harder, stopped folding clothes, and just sat down, sobbing. Hu grew anxious and hurried over. "What's wrong? Did someone bully you? Tell your brother, I'll go beat them up for you." Hearing him call her brother, Cheng Tianyuan cried even harder. Hu, puzzled, asked, You don't want me as your godbrother. Is that why you're crying?" Cheng Tianyuan ignored him, just kept crying, heartbroken. Hu scratched his head, at a loss for what to do. "If it's not that, then what is it?" Cheng Tianyuan shouted angrily, "Because you're stupid, because you're dumb." Hu. He knew he wasn't that smart, but surely he wasn't that dumb. His little sister was acting strange today, suddenly taking her anger out on him. He smiled indulgently and tried to comfort her. All right, I'm stupid, I'm dumb, I'm a big dumb turtle, okay?" But Cheng Tianyuan didn't laugh. She just sniffled, looking really sad, and kept sobbing quietly. Hu guessed she must have been wronged at school, so he suggested, "Don't be sad, little sis. How about I take you out for your favorite northern food later?" "No," Cheng Tianyuan said, aggrieved. "I don't want to eat." Hu gave a wry smile. "Then what do you want? How about we get a big hot pot and have a drink?" "Don't want that either." Cheng Tianyuan lowered her head, mumbling, "I told you, I don't want anything." Hu couldn't comfort her and was at a loss. "Then what do you want me to do to make you happy, Cheng Tianyuan shook her head and didn't move. Hu thought for a moment and asked, "How about I drive you out to see the snow?" "Can you take me back to school?" she asked. Hu quickly nodded. "Of course, but didn't you just get here? You want to go back so soon?" "Yeah." Cheng Tianyuan, eyes still red, mumbled, "I just remembered I have something to do at school." Hu nodded, half believing her. "All right then, let's go. I'll drive you back." After seeing Cheng Tianyuan off, Hu didn't think much of it. He figured the girl was just in a bad mood, probably a little upset about something at school or in the dorm, and didn't consider it a big deal. He just went on with his days, clearing out the shop's remaining stock. In the blink of an eye, it was almost the 12th lunar month, and business at the wholesale market was getting quieter by the day. Most shops stopped stocking up on winter clothes after November, making sure they had enough inventory to last through the new year, then trying to clear everything out by year's end before bringing in spring stock all at once. Hu spent his days clearing out goods and driving all over the provincial city. He'd been here a year, but still wasn't that familiar with all the neighborhoods. Now that he had a car and some free time, he'd drive around every day, looking for new business opportunities. With only a small bag of goods left in the shop, he simply sold it off for 50 yuan and cleared everything out. Then he cleaned both shops from top to bottom, making sure everything was tidy. He planned to have hot pot with Cheng Tianyuan the next day, since it was the weekend, and then head back to Rongcheng. Just as he finished scrubbing the shop, it started to get dark outside, and snow began to fall. Snow isn't common in the south, usually just a flurry or two when a cold front comes through. He thought this snow wouldn't amount to much, but the north wind howled, and it kept snowing until nightfall before finally stopping. Hu muttered under his breath, thinking with snow like this, he wasn't sure if Cheng Tianyuan would be able to take the bus over the next day. Then he thought, if she couldn't make it, he could always go pick her up himself. The next morning, the sun was shining and the snow was slowly melting. Even though it had snowed for hours, it wasn't heavy, and after melting, only a thin layer was left. Hu stayed in, washed his car, made himself a cup of water, and waited for Cheng Tianyuan while he drank. But even after 10 o'clock, she still hadn't shown up. She usually got up around 6 at school, and even on weekends she'd be up by 7. He figured maybe it was just cold and she was sleeping in, so he kept waiting. But he waited until noon. The snow had melted, the sun was shining bright, and still she didn't come. Hu started to get suspicious and a little worried. She'd always come by every weekend, and even if it wasn't the weekend, she'd drop by the shop if school was out. What was going on today? Could it be the cold weather? Maybe she caught a cold or got sick? Thinking of this, he lost his appetite for a big lunch, found a noodle shop, wolfed down a big bowl of noodles, and hurried to drive to Cheng Tianyuan's school. The provincial city was big, but with a car, it didn't feel so big. Traffic was convenient, and even long distances seemed shorter. In a little over 10 minutes, he arrived at the school gate. It was the weekend, so students didn't have class. Most were out shopping or wandering the city, and the entrance was bustling. Ahu parked and headed straight for the girls' dormitory. When he got there, an older lady stopped him. "Girls' dorm, men aren't allowed in." Ahu smiled apologetically. "Auntie, I'm here to see my little sister. She usually comes to the market to see me every weekend, but today I waited all morning and she didn't show. I'm worried she's sick, so I came to check on her." The lady was understanding and nodded. "The weather's been up and down. Lots of students have gotten sick. What's your sister's name? I'll have someone call her down." Ahu quickly thanked her. A little while later, a 17 or 18-year-old girl with pigtails came down. "Hi, are you Brother Ahu? I'm Ah Fang's roommate." "Oh, hello. I'm her godbrother. My name's Ahu." The girl smiled shyly and said softly, "Ah Fang hasn't been feeling well these past few days. She says she has a cold. We wanted to take her to the doctor, but she said it wasn't necessary. When she heard you were looking for her, she asked me to come down and tell you not to worry. She's just busy preparing for exams, and once she's done, she'll go home. She's a bit dizzy and doesn't want to climb the stairs, so she asked me to pass on the message." "A cold, huh?" Ahu said, worried. "Don't you have a heater or something in your dorm?" "No," the girl replied. "They're not allowed. Too dangerous. There are a lot of us in the room, and with the doors and windows closed, it's not too cold. But once you go outside, it's freezing. We're near the mountains, and the wind is strong, especially at night." Ahu frowned and said, "Thank you. Could you please tell Ah Fang that I'll go buy her some medicine and gloves and leave them with the dorm supervisor? When she feels better, she can go pick them up. I'm heading back to Rongcheng this afternoon, but once her exams are over and she's ready to go home, I'll come pick her up." "Okay." The girl nodded shyly. "I'll let her know. Goodbye." Ahu waved, thanked her, and hurried back to the school gate. He drove to a pharmacy to buy some cold medicine, then to the market for gloves and foot warmers, and picked up 2 thick scarves. He rushed back and left everything with the dorm supervisor. After that, he drove back to the wholesale market, checked all the doors and windows one last time, grabbed his luggage, and left. He whistled as he drove, feeling relaxed. By the time he got to Rongcheng, it was already evening. Ahu headed straight for Daja Lei. From a distance, he could see the lights were on and people were bustling around the big kitchen. As soon as he parked, Chen Min spotted him. "Hey, Brother Hu, you're back?" Ahu slammed the car door and laughed. "Yeah, didn't I say I'd be back for New Year's in a few days?" "It's only been 5 days." Chen Min counted, then called to the back. "Auntie, Brother Hu's back. Kui Liu, set another place at the table. Brother Hu's eating with us tonight." "Okay." Kui Liu was helping in the kitchen. She poked her head out and called warmly, "Brother Hu?" Ahu nodded quickly. "Sister-in-law, you're off work? The fan factory isn't on break for the New Year yet, right?" "Nope," Kui Liu said as she beat some egg yolks. "We've still got a lot of orders. They said we'll be working until around the 20th of the lunar month, and then we'll get our holiday." Ahu's mom turned and called to her son. "What are you standing there for? Go inside and have some water, then come eat." "Yes, ma'am," Ahu replied cheerfully. He walked into Dajia Lei and found the place quiet, with only Chen Lan sitting off to the side, staring blankly at the radio, lost in thought. "Lan, what are you daydreaming about?" Ahu waved. Chen Lan jumped in surprise. "Brother Hu, what are you doing here? You scared me." Ahu laughed and teased. "What are you talking about? I've been here a while. I was just outside talking to your brother and sister-in-law. My voice is so loud. How did you not hear me? What are you daydreaming about?" He picked up the radio, turning it over curiously. "What's up with this thing? Got you so entranced?" Chen Lan blushed, jumped up and snatched the radio away. "Don't touch it, that's my treasure." Ahu held it up out of her reach, laughing. "It's just an old radio. There are much smaller, nicer-looking radios out there now. This one's big and beat up. Only you would still treasure it." Chen Lan's eyes lit up. Forgetting to grab it back, she clung to Ahu's sleeve. Brother Hu, really? Are the new radios really clearer and sound better? Much clearer and better sounding. Ahu didn't tease her any further and handed the radio back, explaining, "It's only about the size of my palm. The sound is so clear it's like we're talking face to face." Wow. Chen was instantly filled with envy. She tugged at his sleeve. Brother Hu, can you help me buy one? I want one. How much does it cost? It's not that expensive, right? Not at all. Ahu thought for a moment and replied, "Probably just a few dozen yuan. Radios aren't like other expensive appliances. Even the most advanced compact ones are only a few dozen yuan. That's already considered pricey." "I'll buy one. I want the most advanced one," Chen said excitedly, grinning from ear to ear. "Brother, where can you buy them? In the provincial city? You have to help me get one, okay?" "Of course," Ahu said. "In another half-month, Ah Fang will be on winter break. I'll go to the provincial city to pick her up. There's not much business here at the end of the year, so why don't I take you along?" "Really? That's great!" Chen eyes curved into happy crescents. "You have to take me to buy one. I've never been to the provincial city. I don't even know what it looks like. There must be a lot of people, and it must be really lively, right?" "It's all right," Ahu laughed. "It's just a few times bigger than our Rongcheng. The city center is lively and bustling, but the other areas are only a little better than here, not as amazing as you imagine." "Really?" Chen eyed him suspiciously, muttering, "Brother Hu, you're not tricking me, are you? You must be. You're definitely just teasing me again." "No!" Ahu put on a serious face. "If you don't believe me, ask Ah Fang. When I take you there, you can see for yourself. Then you'll know if I'm telling the truth." "Acting all serious." Chen snorted with a laugh. Ahu burst out laughing and poked her forehead. "Stop daydreaming. Go see if they need help in the big kitchen. By the way, where's Uncle Muhai? I haven't seen him around." He was planning to discuss the date for officially becoming godfather and godson. He didn't want to put it off until the new year. Once something's decided, it shouldn't be left hanging. "Oh," Chen replied. "Uncle Muhai rode his bike back to Jiangyuan this afternoon. I heard it's Aunt Lu Ying's birthday today, so Brother Ayuan and his wife are having a big meal at home to celebrate." "Really?" Ahu laughed. "If I'd known, I would have gone straight there. Maybe I could have scored a good meal." "Go on," Chen scolded playfully. "You're such a foodie. Auntie makes delicious food here every day. Are you really worried about missing a good meal?" Ahu shrugged. "Just kidding. After I'm full, I'll swing by and visit them." At that moment, Chen Min called from the big kitchen. "Brother Hu, Lan, dinner's ready." Chen closed the back door and led him to the kitchen. Inside, Kui Liu was bustling about, while Chen Min set the table. The two chatted with Ahu's mom as they worked, the atmosphere warm and harmonious. Ahu felt a sudden warmth in his heart. Most of the past year he'd eaten alone, until later when Cheng Tianyuan started coming by on weekends to eat and chat with him, making meals much more enjoyable. It had been a long time since he'd experienced a big, lively family meal like this. He ate happily and heartily that night. After dinner, Ahu's mom explained, "Lan and I are doing fine living here, so we won't go back to the Riverside apartment for now. I'll go back home for the new year. You can stay there for now. Just remember to clean the rooms and living room." "Got it," Ahu nodded quickly. "No need for you to remind me about such little things," she added. "It's cold. There are thick quilts in the closet. Take them out and use them so you don't catch cold." "Understood," Ahu replied. Typical of a mother. No matter how tough she is, she never stops fussing. Just then, Uncle Muhai's voice sounded from outside. "Hey, isn't that Ahu's car? You're back, kid?" "Uncle?" Ahu called out excitedly, running over. "Uncle, I was just about to head to the Riverside apartment and was planning to visit your place first." "Good to have you back." Uncle Muhai parked his bike and explained, "I was just at home listening to the radio. They said there's going to be a big cold snap in the next few days. Who knows how cold it'll get." Ahu hurried over to help.
parking the bike under the stairs by the wall. Cold snaps are tough. It gets freezing at night. Luckily, it didn't snow or the roads would be all wet and you couldn't even ride a bike. Exactly, Uncle Muhai said, exhaling. Luckily, the road to Cheng Tianyuan is all paved now. Otherwise, with mud and slush, you couldn't ride at all. Ahu asked with concern, Uncle, is everything all right at home lately? All good, Uncle Muhai replied. Little Ron plays all day. His parents are always busy. Lingling's been working on the second phase of the project and has lost a lot of weight. She barely eats. Earlier we were all eating happily, but she just had a few sips of soup. I told Ayuan to take her to the hospital tomorrow. It's worrying, she's too thin. Ahu frowned and clicked his tongue. That's not good. Better get her checked at the hospital. The weather's so cold, people get sick easily. Ah Fang, she still has exams, says her break starts around the 15th of the lunar month. I'm done with things on my end, so I came back first. When she's on break, I'll go pick her up. He almost let something slip, but managed to change the subject in time. Cheng Tianyuan probably just had a mild cold. Nothing serious. If he mentioned it, the elders would only worry, and there wasn't much they could do from so far away. So it was better not to say anything and spare them unnecessary concern. Exams, huh? Uncle Muhai smiled. Tell her to do her best and not get careless. It's cold, so she should take care of herself. When she's on break, I don't know if you'll be busy. If you are, let Ayuan go. I've got nothing going on, Ahu said cheerfully. I'm just helping my sister-in-law with the clothing shop, but it's closed for the new year now. I'm totally free. Good, Uncle Muhai said kindly. Then I'll count on you. Ahu waved it off. Uncle, you're being too polite. Soon you'll be my godfather. We're family, no need for formalities. Right. Uncle Muhai laughed happily. A few days ago I had my old friend Cheng take me to see a fortune teller. He picked a good day, said the 20th of the lunar month is best. Really? Ahu nodded eagerly. That's great. The 20th is easy to remember. Chen Min came over and asked, Uncle Muhai, is there any straw paper left in the warehouse? We're out in the shop. There is, Uncle Muhai replied. There's a big bag left. I'll go get it. When Ayuan comes tomorrow, tell him to restock. Okay. Chen Min followed him out. Quilu brought over a plate of rice cakes, smiling. Brother Hu, these are leftovers from dinner. Auntie asked me to bring them to you. Heat them up for breakfast tomorrow. Great. Ahu took them with a grin. Thanks, sister-in-law. Quilu nodded. It's late and you must be tired from driving. Get some rest. See you tomorrow. She headed upstairs. Ahu agreed, looking down at the snowy white rice cakes in his hands, feeling a warm glow in his heart. The feeling of being home. There's nothing like it. The sky was dark, night had fallen deeply, and the northern wind howled, bringing a biting chill. Xue Ling huddled under the covers, sleeping fitfully. Cheng Tianyuan, seeing that his son was sound asleep in his arms, didn't feel comfortable letting him sleep alone. After thinking it over, he carried the boy next door to his mother. Mom, it's cold. Let Ran sleep with you tonight. Ling isn't feeling well. Let's try to keep things quiet for her so she can rest. Liu Ying was making the bed. Hearing this, she quickly agreed in a low voice. It's warmer for a child to sleep next to an adult in this weather. I'll watch over Ran. You just take good care of Ling. Cheng Tianyuan frowned and said softly, She's probably just too tired lately. Liu Ying sighed. She keeps saying she's not busy, but she's getting thinner by the day and can barely eat. Just look at her face. She looks so pale. I made so much good food tonight, and she only had a few bites. Her little face is so thin, it just breaks my heart. Cheng Tianyuan felt a pang of guilt. I told her tomorrow we really need to go to the hospital. We can't put it off any longer. The last few times I brought it up, she just brushed it off, saying she probably just wasn't sleeping well, not worried at all. Liu Ying gently tucked her grandson in and held him close. The hospital will be crowded. You two should go early to avoid waiting too long. It's cold. Get some sleep soon. Okay. Cheng Tianyuan went back to his room, closed the door, and headed to the kitchen to take the steamed buns out of the steamer to cool. His wife loved char siu buns, and lately she liked to have one for breakfast, saying the strong flavor helped her appetite. Since her appetite had been so poor recently, he'd made buns earlier so he could steam them fresh for her in the morning. In the bedroom, Xue Ling was tossing and turning under the covers, sleeping restlessly. Cheng Tianyuan sighed to himself, tiptoed in, took off his army green coat, pulled back the big floral quilt, and carefully slipped in beside her. He was warm, and after a while, the bed was cozy. Xue Ling, not fully asleep, felt the warmth and immediately snuggled closer, pressing herself into his arms. Cheng Tianyuan took a deep breath, pushing away the tangle of emotions in his mind. She'd been in poor spirits lately, looking pale and tired. He tried to be patient, not wanting to wear her out. Business in the development zone had slowed with the cold weather, but things in the city were steady. After all, the customers were mostly local residents and daily needs didn't change, so business stayed stable. He'd been busy, and so had she, until he noticed she was eating less and less and getting thinner. She just said her appetite wasn't good. For the past half-month, she'd looked worse and worse, and her appetite kept dropping. What was going on? Suddenly, a thought flashed through his mind. Could she be pregnant? When she was first pregnant with Renran, her appetite was terrible too. She could barely eat, and she'd throw up every meal, especially in the mornings. It wasn't until after 3 months that her appetite improved, she started eating more, and her belly grew. Thinking of this, Cheng Tianyuan felt a surge of joy. Could it be? She's pregnant again? She'd been away in the capital for over 2 months, and during that time, he'd missed her terribly. After she came back, he'd clung to her for several nights, and after that, they were together every 2 or 3 days. They were both young and healthy and hadn't used any birth control. It shouldn't be hard for her to get pregnant. With that thought, his earlier worries vanished, replaced by excitement. No matter what, they'd go to the hospital tomorrow and ask the doctor to be sure. If she was sick, they'd get medicine and treat it quickly. If she was pregnant, then that would be wonderful. He was so excited he couldn't hold it in, and bent down to kiss her forehead. Xue Ling, half asleep, didn't notice, just snuggled into his arms and drifted off again. The next morning the sun hadn't come out. Thick clouds blocked the light, making the sky gloomy and cold. Xue Ling woke up naturally, sitting up groggily. A draft slipped in from the edge of the covers, making her shiver, and she quickly ducked back under. She frowned and rubbed her eyes, feeling her head still heavy and foggy. She didn't know why, but ever since winter started, she'd felt especially sensitive to the cold, like she had a constant low-grade cold. Her head always felt fuzzy. She figured she was young, and a little cold would pass quickly. She'd had a few bowls of ginger tea and kept working at the construction site as usual. As long as it didn't snow, everyone at the site worked hard to keep up the pace. Most of the buildings were already up to the 4th floor, progress was fast. But with the workers heading home for the New Year soon, construction would probably stop for a month. With early spring rains expected, Boss Liao wanted the workers to put in extra hours to get as much done as possible before the rain, and so they could earn more before heading home. The workers were all for it, getting up early and working late, only taking an hour off at noon. Since everyone else was working hard, she felt bad slacking off. It just so happened that her secretary was on leave to get married and had been gone for half a month. Xue Ling's workload, which had been manageable, suddenly doubled. She'd been getting up early every day, helping with the accounts, calculating wages, sometimes working until 7 or 8 at night. The secretary finally came back to work the day before yesterday, so she could finally catch her breath. Maybe it was being too busy, or maybe lingering effects of a cold, but her appetite was poor and she'd lost some weight. Yesterday she'd been busy all day celebrating her mother-in-law's birthday, and by the end, she was so tired and uncomfortable she only managed a few sips of soup. Her in-laws insisted she see a doctor today. If she was sick, she shouldn't put it off. Fine. Now that the secretary was back and she had some free time, she might as well go to the hospital and see if it was a bad cold. Just then, the door opened quietly. Cheng Tianyuan poked his head in. Seeing she was awake, he smiled indulgently. It's really cold and gloomy outside. I'll go get a kettle of hot water so you can brush your teeth and wash your face. Thank you. Xue Ling lay on her pillow and gave him a sweet smile. I want a cup of warm water too. No problem. Cheng Tianyuan turned and left. A moment later, he came back with a kettle of hot water and a glass. It just finished boiling, so it's still hot. Wash up first, then drink. It'll be just right. Xue Ling stayed wrapped in the quilt, eyes closed and drowsy. Brother Yuan, the bed is so warm. I don't want to get up. I want to stay snuggled in here forever. All right, Cheng Tianyuan teased. Then don't get up. Just take the bed with you wherever you go. Xue Ling laughed, then steeled herself and threw off the covers, jumping out of bed. Careful. Cheng Tianyuan was startled and hurried to steady her. Xue Ling looked at him in confusion. What's wrong? Cheng Tianyuan, still a bit shaken, didn't know how to explain, so he just said, It's winter. Your joints get stiff. If you jump around, you might hurt yourself. I'm fine. Xue Ling wrapped herself in a thick cotton jacket, secretly complaining about the big, gaudy red floral pattern. Supposedly, this was the most fashionable style this winter, but to her it looked terribly tacky. Still, she had to go along with the trend and join in the fun. She mixed some cold water with the hot and washed up. Cheng Tianyuan watched her thoughtfully, as if he was secretly hoping for something. Xue Ling raised an eyebrow suspiciously. What is it? Cheng Tianyuan chuckled and quickly shook his head. Nothing. Hurry up and come eat some hot char siu buns. It's already past 8. If we don't go soon, the hospital will be crowded. Xue Ling was applying some snow cream and asked, Where's little Ran Ran? Cheng Tianyuan replied, My mom's with him next door. They were just playing on the rocking horse. Since we're heading out, I was worried he'd want to come along, so I told my mom not to bring him over. Xue Ling couldn't help glancing out the window, clicking her tongue. This weather. Really something, Cheng Tianyuan explained. They said it's a major cold snap, supposed to last 4 or 5 days before it warms up. Didn't the weather report last night say this year's New Year should be milder? After this cold front, there shouldn't be any more really cold days. Last year was really cold, Xue Ling muttered. And I think the year before was cold too. Cheng Tianyuan nodded. It's been 2 cold New Years in a row. It's about time for a warm one. Xue Ling couldn't help but laugh, teasing, You think the weather takes turns? Is that even possible? Cheng Tianyuan smiled and led her to the kitchen. It's warmer by the stove. Let's eat here. Just then there was a knock at the door. Xue Ling said, Go see who it is. I can handle things here. Cheng Tianyuan opened the door, and it was Hu. When did you get back? Last night. Had dinner over in the development zone. I was going to swing by and chat with you, but it was just too cold. So I figured I'd come over for breakfast instead. Hu grinned, holding a plate. My mom had sister-in-law Xue Ling make this for me last night. Told me to heat it up for breakfast. But she totally forgot, and the stove at home's been cold for ages. I didn't want to bother with the coal, so I just brought the rice cakes over to mooch breakfast from you. Xue Ling poked her head out, surprised and happy. Hu, you're back? Sis, how come you've gotten so skinny? Hu stared at her in surprise. You're not dieting, are you? You're way too thin. Dieting my foot. Cheng Tianyuan closed the door and sighed. She's had no appetite for weeks now. Hu frowned. You were already slim. Now you look too thin. You need to eat more. Xue Ling picked up a meat bun and smiled. I'm eating now. Want one? Of course. Hu handed the cold plate to Cheng Tianyuan, grinning. My mom had sister-in-law Xue Ling make this for me last night, told me to heat it up for breakfast, but she totally forgot, and the stove at home's been cold for ages. I didn't want to bother with the coal, so I just brought the rice cakes over to mooch breakfast from you. Cheng Tianyuan brought over the steamer. I made a bunch of char siu buns last night. You and Ling Ling eat together. I'll put the rice cakes into steam. They'll be ready soon. Hu didn't stand on ceremony, sitting across from Xue Ling, drinking porridge and eating buns, and gave her a full report on the 2 wholesale shops. The rent for one shop was up at the end of the year, but the other one I rented runs until February next year.
I already renewed it before I left, just in case the rent goes up after the new year. Good, Xue Ling said. You handle it. I've been so busy lately I only just got a break the day before yesterday. Hu looked around and asked, Where's little Ranran? Get him out here to call me uncle. Cheng Tianyuan explained. He's next door. We're heading out soon and didn't want him to tag along. It's too cold outside. It's so damp and chilly. Hu patted his army green cotton jacket. I put on an extra thick sweater this morning, otherwise I wouldn't have dared go out. Xue Ling only managed half a bun before she couldn't eat anymore. I'll just have a small bowl of porridge. Cheng Tianyuan, helpless, brought out some preserved vegetables. You have to finish the porridge, no less. Hu, meanwhile, wolfed down several buns, mumbling, So good. Ayuan, your cooking just keeps getting better. If you ever stop running the shop and open a bun shop, business would be booming. Xue Ling quickly chimed in. Put up a big sign, Cheng Family Meat Buns. Set up the stove and pots, and you could start right away. Hu added, Just set up at the entrance to our neighborhood, add some hot soy milk, and you'd sell out every day. Cheng Tianyuan watched their banter and couldn't help but sigh. You two really want both our shops to go under, huh? If you want buns, I can make them any time. Xue Ling and Hu exchanged a glance and burst out laughing. A while later, Cheng Tianyuan brought out the steamed rice cakes. They're ready. Dig in. Hu glanced at them. I'm already pretty full. Just one piece for me. Xue Ling wasn't interested, shaking her head. I can't eat anymore. Cheng Tianyuan picked up a piece with his chopsticks and ate slowly. Pretty good? Tastes like Chen Lan's handiwork. Hu laughed. That girl was daydreaming over her radio last night, and I teased her about it. She begged me to take her to the provincial city to buy a better radio. I heard a good one costs a few dozen yuan, and she agreed right away. Totally unlike her usual stingy self. Ha ha ha! Xue Ling's eyes flickered as she remembered how Chen Lan had secretly brought rice cakes to Tongzi. That girl said she was a fan. Maybe she's still following his show? The photo studio that caused trouble last time had already closed down. According to Liu Xing, both good friends' photo studio locations were doing well and business was steady. Tongzi was still running the original studio, while Liu Xing had rented a new place on the edge of the old and new city to open a similar branch. Liu Xing had applied for a leave of absence from his main job and now spent every day at the new studio, even hiring a young woman to help out. His father, Liu Dafu, stayed at the old studio since it was close to home. The old man's eyesight wasn't good and he didn't dare ride a bike to the new place, so he just stayed at the old shop. Either way, both were his son's shops, and he got paid the same. Tongzi was still working hard, taking photos by day and recording his show at night, always on the go. Wang Ting still worked at the newspaper in the mornings and evenings. Liu Xing ate lunch at the studio while she ate with her colleagues at the paper, and they cooked dinner together at home. Since Liu Xing started making more money, he'd become more confident. When she ran into him downstairs last week, not only was he better dressed and more self-assured, he'd even put on a little weight. On the other hand, Wang Ting looked thinner from all the work and family responsibilities. Honey, finish your porridge before it gets cold, Cheng Tianyuan reminded her as he cleared the table. You're so lost in thought you forgot you were eating. Oh. Xue Ling slowly finished the last bit of porridge. Hu chuckled. Sis must be thinking about how to make a fortune next year. Xue Ling giggled. Cheng Tianyuan just shook his head helplessly. By the time they finished breakfast, it was almost 9. Xue Ling felt lazy and didn't want to move. Since Hu's back, let's chat a bit before we go. If I go to the hospital, they'll just give me medicine anyway. Just thinking about it. Let's go later. No way. Cheng Tianyuan shook his head firmly. Your appetite's suddenly gotten so bad. Something's definitely wrong. It's better to get checked at the hospital. Exactly. Hu chimed in. Health comes first. If you're sick, take the medicine. I've got nothing to do anyway. I'll stay and help look after little Ron and Mom. For lunch, I want Mom's famous braised beef. All right, you go ahead, Cheng Tianyuan said, grabbing a coat and helping Xue Ling with her scarf, hat, and gloves. Hu opened the door and went next door. As soon as the door opened, a blast of cold wind rushed in, making Xue Ling shiver. I feel so weak. Maybe I should just have some supplements and skip the hospital. Cheng Tianyuan glanced meaningfully at her belly and lowered his voice. Don't you think this is a lot like when you were first pregnant with Ronron? How long has it been since your last period? Did you forget? Huh? Xue Ling was stunned. The car stopped at the entrance of the central hospital, but Xue Ling hesitated, not daring to get out. I haven't taken any medicine lately, right? Cold medicine? Oh, right. A few days ago I thought I was just sick with a cold and you made me drink that spicy sweet stuff. Was that medicine? No, Cheng Tianyuan explained gently. That was ginger water with extra goji berries and codonopsis. Both are mild tonics, not medicine. Ginger water isn't medicine either, it's something people drink every day. Xue Ling, still anxious, asked, I haven't bumped into anything, right? I don't think so. I've been at the construction site a lot, breathing in a lot of dust. Oh no, I wonder if that could affect the baby? What should I do? There's so much cement at the site. Honey, Cheng Tianyuan laughed and pulled her close, speaking softly. Don't get so worked up. You're not even sure you're pregnant yet. A little cement dust isn't a big deal. It's been raining and snowing a lot lately, so there hasn't been much dust. It shouldn't have much effect. Really? That's true? Xue Ling tried to reassure herself. I'm in the office most of the time, only going out occasionally, so it's not that much. Cheng Tianyuan nodded. Let's go inside and see the doctor first. Don't scare yourself. Right. Xue Ling gave a wry smile. If I really am pregnant, I'll have to scold myself. She'd already been a mom once, yet she'd been so careless. If he hadn't reminded her about her period, she wouldn't have even thought of it. She'd just been so busy lately she'd completely forgotten her period was over half a month late. Ever since she'd taken the doctor's medicine to regulate her body earlier in the year, her period had been very regular, never more than a day or two off. Now it was over half a month late. Something was definitely up. Cheng Tianyuan squeezed her hand, comforting her softly. Don't blame yourself. It's not like you did it on purpose. You've been so busy, and I'm your husband and didn't even notice. How could I blame you? Xue Ling was both nervous and excited, taking a deep breath. Whatever. Let's just go in and find out. Half an hour later, the two of them came out hand in hand, smiling. The doctor said she was more than a month pregnant, but still in the early unstable stage, so she should rest more. All her symptoms were normal for early pregnancy, nothing to worry about. She should eat what she could, and if her appetite was poor, a little traditional medicine could help. Most importantly, rest, and don't catch a cold. Cheng Tianyuan was overjoyed, shaking the doctor's hand. Thank you, doctor. Thank you. Xue Ling saw how giddy he was and couldn't help but stifle a laugh. It's not even your first time being a dad, and look how excited you are. Cheng Tianyuan didn't care at all, putting his arm around her as they walked downstairs. Careful. Don't go too fast. The doctor said not to climb too much in the first 3 months, and with this cold weather, you should rest as much as possible and avoid getting wet. Xue Ling nodded. The construction site will be shutting down for the new year soon, and the wholesale shop is closed too. I'll have plenty of time to rest. Cheng Tianyuan said quickly, Let's call Mom and Dad as soon as we get home. They'll be over the moon. Don't get too worked up, Xue Ling said with a smile. I was the one who was nervous before, but now you're the one who's excited. When we get home, let's share the good news with everyone and let them celebrate with us. Absolutely. Cheng Tianyuan helped her into the car, then walked around to the driver's seat. Xue Ling looked at his beaming face and couldn't help but laugh. She hadn't expected a second child to come so soon. She thought it would be at least next year or the year after. Thinking about it, neither of them had tried to prevent it, and they were both young and healthy, so it was only a matter of time. Cheng Tianyuan drove slowly, muttering plans as he went. I'll stop by the market for some meat and bones. For lunch, I'll make braised beef, and I'll make you some beef meatballs.
How about that? Oh, and the doctor said there aren't many vegetables in winter, so you should eat more apples for vitamins. I'll look for apples and see if I can get some fresh cabbage. There should be plenty in storage. Vegetables aren't hard to find here. Xue Ling suddenly remembered something important and turned to look at him. Brother Yuan, about what I mentioned before, about the baby taking my surname. Did you talk to your parents about it? He'd agreed right away before, but she felt it was no small matter and should be discussed with his parents out of respect. Cheng Tianyuan paused, then replied a bit sheepishly, I haven't told them yet. Are you worried they won't agree? Xue Ling asked anxiously. She understood it was a difficult thing to bring up. Maybe he was afraid they'd say no. They should agree, Cheng Tianyuan said. My parents aren't especially traditional, and they're easy to talk to. They're kind, and they've always gotten along well with your parents. They'll understand your family's situation, so I'm sure they'll agree. Xue Ling thought for a moment and said softly, If it makes them uncomfortable, I'll talk to my parents again. No need, Cheng Tianyuan said, his face serious. Trust me. If I say it's okay, it's okay. In our family, my word carries weight. On this, Xue Ling had no doubts. Since she'd married in, she'd seen that he'd been the pillar of the family for years. He was the eldest son, the only male in the family, and the main breadwinner. His parents always looked to him for decisions. If he said yes, then it was yes. Xue Ling smiled softly. Thank you for understanding, but if your parents are really against it, you have to tell me. Why would I? Cheng Tianyuan raised an eyebrow. I told you they won't object. Xue Ling shook her head. Nothing in life is absolute. I just worry that if they're against it but feel pressured to agree, they'll resent it. If that happens, I'll have to find a way to fix it. Cheng Tianyuan grew curious and asked with a smile, How would you fix it? Secret, Xue Ling grinned. Cheng Tianyuan smiled indulgently. Looks like you've got it all figured out? Most people would just argue or make a fuss, but my wife would never do something so silly. Xue Ling gave him a thumbs up, laughing. You really know me, hubby. Cheng Tianyuan just smiled. Xue Ling said mysteriously, I won't beg, I won't throw a tantrum, and I definitely won't fight with your parents. If they object, I'll just give them big red envelopes for New Year and buy them lots of clothes. In short, I'll be extra good to them. Brilliant! Cheng Tianyuan was in a great mood and joked, The better you treat them, the more embarrassed they'll feel, and in the end, they'll have to agree on their own. They both laughed. While driving, Cheng Tianyuan reached over and patted her fuzzy hat. Don't worry, as long as we have more kids, they won't mind. Whether the child's surname is Xue or Cheng, it's still their grandchild. It doesn't change a thing. Xue Ling felt a warm glow in her heart. She was grateful he was on her side. It made everything so much easier. For a woman in her husband's family, the most important thing is to win her husband's heart. Otherwise, nothing else really matters. After returning home, the two of them walked hand in hand toward the elevator. Suddenly, Xue Ling spotted a familiar figure in the distance. It was Wang Qing. She looked so thin, even with her coat on, and walked as if she were floating, as if she had no strength at all. Xue Ling was about to call out to her, but Wang Qing turned and stepped into the elevator before she could. Oh well, she thought, I'll catch up with her next time. In another half-month she'll probably be on New Year's break too, and there'll be plenty of time to chat then. Cheng Tianyuan noticed her looking and followed her gaze. Honey, what are you looking at? Xue Ling smiled. I just saw Wang Qing, but she got into the elevator before I could say hi. As they walked toward their own elevator, they chatted. Liu Xing's business seems to be doing well, Cheng Tianyuan said. Whenever I drive past his shop, he always looks so pleased with himself. Xue Ling muttered, He's making good money. But it doesn't seem like he's taking good care of Wang Ting. I saw her pushing her bike the other day. She looked pale and so thin. Cheng Tianyuan hadn't really noticed before, and lowered his voice.
Liu Xing's been getting treatment for over half a year now. Hasn't there been any good news for Wang Ting? They've been married a year, and Liu Xing isn't young. He's the only son, so I bet the elders are pressuring them.
There's nothing they can do, Xue Ling said quietly. It's only been a year, that's not long. They're both in their 20s, still young. No need to rush. Cheng Tianyuan smiled, unconcerned. You're their friend, so you understand. But what about everyone else? Xue Ling fell silent. He was right. When it comes to having kids, the elders only care about whether the daughter-in-law is pregnant, not about anything else. But issues between husband and wife are hard to talk about openly, so any grievances or sadness, Wang Ting could only swallow on her own. Thinking about it, Wang Ting was really under a lot of pressure. Cheng Tianyuan said quietly, "What happens between a couple is also a family matter. Some things are private, but the older generation doesn't see it that way. At least here in the city they live separately from the in-laws. In the countryside, it used to be that even the elders would get involved in the couple's private life. That's a bit much, isn't it?" Xue Ling was surprised. Cheng Tianyuan nodded. "It's true, not an exaggeration?" Xue Ling clicked her tongue, feeling a bit sorry for Wang Ting. Wang Ting's educated, and her mother-in-law is a teacher. I hope they're reasonable. Let's hope so. Cheng Tianyuan was still in a good mood and didn't want to dwell on other people's troubles. He pulled her into the elevator, saying gently, "I'll take you upstairs first, then go buy groceries." Xue Ling smiled sweetly. "I can go up myself, you go get the groceries." "No," Cheng Tianyuan said. "I want to share our good news with everyone right away." Xue Ling lowered her head, leaning into his arms. Taking advantage of the empty elevator, Cheng Tianyuan bent down and kissed her cheek. Xue Ling giggled shyly, pushing him away. "We're in public." Cheng Tianyuan just smiled, holding her close. When they got out of the elevator, Xue Ling took out her keys to open the door, while Cheng Tianyuan went to knock on the door across the hall, but no one answered. "Maybe they went out?" Xue Ling opened the door and saw the living room was empty and quiet. Cheng Tianyuan remembered he hadn't seen Hu's car downstairs earlier and guessed, maybe little Ran wanted to go out and play, so Hu took him and Mom out. Xue Ling blinked and smiled. "You'd better hurry and go buy groceries and meat. You're making a big meal for everyone today." "All right." Cheng Tianyuan hugged her head and gave her a big kiss. "You go rest and have some warm water while you wait for me." Xue Ling smiled shyly. He was probably so happy he'd lost his mind. He hadn't even come inside yet and had already kissed her several times. Cheng Tianyuan turned and hurried back into the elevator. Xue Ling went inside, took off her coat, washed her hands with some hot water and poured herself a drink. After finishing her water, she thought she'd better call her parents right away to share the good news. Just as she was thinking this, the phone in the living room suddenly rang. Xue Ling jumped, then laughed. Could it be her parents? If so, that would be perfect timing. She glanced at the clock on the wall. It was just after 10. Her parents were probably busy at this hour, so it was unlikely to be them. Sure enough, when she picked up the phone, she heard Chen Shuiyu crying and Shan Yu shouting in the background. "What now?" Xue Ling calmly asked. "Sister Chen, what's wrong?" Chen Shuiyu sobbed, choking out, "Lingling, you haven't rented out the downstairs apartment, have you? I want to take Yo-Yo to Rongcheng to live. We're not coming back for New Year's." Xue Ling had never rented out the downstairs apartment, just in case she had guests from out of town who needed a place to stay. "What's going on this time?" Chen Shuiyu shrieked. "That bastard Shan Yu! I hate him! I want a divorce! I'll never get back together with him! I never want to live with that jerk again!" All right, don't say such harsh things," Xue Ling said with a wry smile. "You're only in your 30s, you've been together for 30 years, married for over 20. After so many years of steady love, don't say things you'll regret just because you're angry. When you're fighting, it's easy to say things you don't mean, and harsh words only make things worse. They love each other. Why go that far?" Chen Shuiyu sobbed. He's an ungrateful bastard. Has he ever thought about how I've been with him for 20 or 30 years? All he does is please his parents and family. He never cares about my feelings. If his family is so great, he can go live with them forever. Why does he need a wife and child? I hate him. Is little Yo-Yo there? Xue Ling reminded her. She's still young. If you two keep fighting, you'll scare her. Chen Shuiyu choked. She's in the bedroom sleeping. I don't know if she woke up. I closed the door just now. At that moment, Shan Yu's angry voice came through. Why are you yelling so loud? You'll wake Yo-Yo. You're always yelling and cursing. Get out! Get out of here! Chen Shuiyu screamed. You never discuss anything with me. Do you think I'm dead? It's just a few thousand yuan. Is it really that big a deal? Shan Yu shouted. We're doing well financially. A few thousand is nothing. One business trip and we make tens of thousands. They're my parents. What's wrong with building them another house? Would you have agreed if I'd asked? If I don't build it, they'll want to move in with us. Would you want that? You think I want to listen to you two fighting all day? You think I want that? Chen Shuiyu yelled back. You know what your parents are like, always mocking me, never helping with Yo-Yo, even making fun of me for having a daughter. What kind of grandparents are they? All they care about is money, and your brothers are just as bad. Shut up, Shan Yu roared. If they want money and I have it, I'll give it to them. If I don't, I won't. It's my duty to support my parents. As long as they don't bother us, what's wrong with giving them a few thousand or 10,000? Can you swear it's only a few thousand? Chen Shuiyu screamed. You're just lying to yourself. Xue Ling sighed and finally raised her voice. Enough, enough. Stop fighting. Shan Yu, go check on little Yo-Yo. Both of you calm down for a bit. Shan Yu seemed to hear her and stomped away. Chen Shuiyu continued to sob quietly. Ling, I really can't go on like this. I'm so fed up with this family. I must have been blind to marry that bastard. His whole family are leeches. And he's no good either. No matter what, he's still the husband you chose yourself? Xue Ling said with a wry smile. Back then you were so determined to be with him you even defied your family, climbing out windows and over walls to elope. That kind of courage and determination means you really couldn't live without him. I must have been blind, Chen Shuiyu cried. Since the end of last year we haven't had any income. The whole of last year we didn't make a cent. Not only that, we spent a lot investing in the factory. Next year we'll have to buy machines, hire people, buy raw materials, so much to spend on. But his family doesn't care at all that we're not making money and still spending a lot. They come over every day asking for money. Xue Ling said softly. If it's just small amounts and Shan Yu is willing to give, just turn a blind eye and pretend you don't know. I can't not know, Chen Shuiyu said. I manage all the money at home, so I know exactly how much he gives. If he gives a little to his parents, I don't say anything. But his whole family treats us like a bank. Whenever they need money, they come running. They don't work hard themselves, just rely on him. How can one person support everyone forever? She sniffled, choking up. Now we're changing businesses, and I'm already anxious. We haven't made money for a year, and I see our savings shrinking every day. How can I not worry? Next year there's even more to spend on. This time it's a few thousand. Last time it was a few thousand. Someone wants to build a house. Someone else wants to get married. Everyone's got their hand out. And when we lend money, does anyone ever pay it back? Never. That's just how his family is. Xue Ling couldn't help but feel for Shan Yu and said softly, It's not easy for him either, is it? Imagine having a family like that. How could he feel good? He's probably more stressed than you. The phone went quiet. After a while, Chen Shuiyu sniffled and said, How would I know? Every time he gives them money with a smile. He doesn't look upset at all. He just wants people to praise him for being generous and capable. How could he be suffering? Xue Ling said gently, Do you really understand the frustration and pressure he feels? You're anxious, but don't you think he is too? You're worried about money, but so is he. He has to deal with his greedy family and with you. It's not easy for him. Think about it. Those are his relatives. If he ignores them, people will call him heartless. If he helps them, you get upset and fight with him. But how can you help relatives like that? Chen Shuiyu was still agitated. Just because we have money, does that mean we have to support his whole family? They have their own families to take care of, and I have mine. Why does he always side with them? He's so spineless.
Xue Ling sighed. Don't get so worked up. I understand how hard it is for you. If you want to bring little Yo-Yo here for New Year, then come. But Shan Yu should come with you. I don't want him, Chen Shui-yu said stubbornly. Just seeing him annoys me. I wish I never had to see him again. Now you're just saying things out of anger, Xue Ling said quietly. Without his help, could you really handle all the cooking, housework, and take care of Yo-Yo by yourself? My little Ranran is still young, and now that I'm pregnant again, I'm sick all the time and have to rely on the family to help. Don't try to be a hero. Just come with Shan Yu. You're pregnant again? Chen Shui-yu asked in surprise. Yeah, just found out this morning, Xue Ling explained. I haven't been able to eat or sleep well lately, and I thought I was really sick. Turns out I'm pregnant. Chen Shui-yu was genuinely happy for her. Then you have to rest and not do any heavy work. I know, Xue Ling said. Why don't you go take care of Yo-Yo and let me talk to Shan Yu for a bit? If you're coming for New Year, you should all come together. Yo-Yo is still so little. How could you bear to separate her from her dad? Even if you don't think of yourself, think of your daughter. Chen Shui-yu was quiet for a while, then finally said, I'll go be with Yo-Yo. Let him talk to you. She put down the phone. After a while, Shan Yu picked up, apologizing repeatedly. I'm really sorry to trouble you, he sighed. Her siblings all live far away, and there's no phone at home. She's a bit blunt and doesn't have many friends, so whenever something happens, she only thinks of you. It's fine, Xue Ling said with a smile. That just means she sees me as a good friend. No need to feel bad. Shan Yu sighed deeply, sounding helpless. I got too worked up just now. Honestly, my family really is too much sometimes. I shouldn't blame her. Xue Ling lowered her voice. Since you know they're being unreasonable, you need to find a way to deal with it. Of course, we should help family in need, but if they only ever take and never try themselves, you can help them for a while, but not forever. You need to find a solution. You can't go on like this. I know, Shan Yu stammered. I'll try to figure something out. It was his family matter, so Xue Ling didn't say much more. But she added, It's not easy for Chen either. She used to travel everywhere for business, making good money and living freely. Now she has to stay home for the child. Life is busier and your family keeps provoking her. Of course she feels bad. Shan Yu let out a long sigh. I know. He knew his wife had her grievances. When she first left with him, he had nothing, not even a change of clothes, but she still followed him without hesitation. All the money at home was earned by the two of them working hard together, and his family's endless demands were enough to make anyone angry. Hearing this, Xue Ling changed her tone. You two talk it over. If you want to come here for New Year, just pack up and come. The downstairs apartment is always empty with bedding and everything ready. You can move in anytime. Thank you. Thank you, Shan Yu said softly. I'll talk to her. With your call breaking the tension and our daughter smiling nearby, we'll be able to talk things out after the fight. It won't stay awkward. That's good, Xue Ling said gently. Let us know once you've decided. Bye. She hung up. Yawning, she felt tired and flopped onto the sofa, only to realize she was freezing. She couldn't afford to catch a cold now, so she hurried back to her room and crawled under the covers. After a while, she finally warmed up. She yawned again, closed her eyes, and soon drifted off to sleep. When Cheng Tianyuan came home and didn't see her in the living room, he put the groceries in the kitchen, washed his hands, and went to check on her. Seeing her sleeping soundly, he tiptoed out and gently closed the door. Ever since she got pregnant, she hadn't been sleeping well. It was rare for her to sleep so deeply, so he wanted to let her rest as long as possible. Winter days are cold, and being able to snuggle under the covers for a good sleep is truly one of life's greatest pleasures. Xue Ling had been so busy lately, forced to get up early and unable to sleep well at night, so she always felt tired and worn out. Maybe it was because she was happy, but this time she slept deeply and soundly, not waking up even by noon. Cheng Tianyuan quietly closed the door and went to the kitchen. She's still sleeping, and it looks like she's having a really sweet rest, he said. Liu Ying smiled. Let her sleep. When she's not eating much, she should sleep more. Cheng Muhai, with a loving smile, agreed in a low voice. That's right. Don't disturb Ling Ling. Let her sleep as much as she wants. Being pregnant is hard. If she wants to sleep, let her sleep. But little Ran Ran in Ahu's arms wasn't having it. He pouted and grumbled, Mama, Mama, I want Mama. Cheng Tianyuan shot him a look and scolded, Mama's sleeping, don't wake her up. Ahu, bouncing the little one on his knee, coaxed, Be good, Ran Ran. Uncle will take you for a horse ride after breakfast. Okay. Ran Ran immediately cheered up, hugging Ahu's neck and shaking it. Uncle, horsey. Everyone laughed. Ahu was delighted and kissed the little guy's round head. Ran Ran is so cute. Cheng Muhai looked at his precious grandson and couldn't help but say softly, With such a cute child, you and Ling Ling should have a few more. Life is so much better now than it was for us. No need to worry about not being able to raise them. Cheng Tianyuan smiled and nodded. Ahu, nearby, laughed. Have 5 or 6, boys and girls all in a row. Everyone burst out laughing. Seeing the good mood, and since Ahu wasn't an outsider, Cheng Tianyuan shared Xue Ling's idea with his parents. Ling Ling hopes one of our children can have her surname. Her family is a big one in the capital, and she's the only daughter of her generation. If all our kids have my surname, her family line will end with her. Cheng Muhai was stunned, then looked at his wife. Liu Ying blinked, clearly never having thought about this, and was a bit at a loss. Ahu looked around, and from Cheng Tianyuan's tone, it was clear he'd already agreed. He quickly chimed in, They're all your kids, no matter the surname. Since Ling Ling is an only child and her family is a big one, her parents just want a descendant to carry on the name. People in big cities don't think about this stuff as much as we do in the countryside. Exactly, Cheng Tianyuan explained. My in-laws are very reasonable and never brought it up to me. It was Ling Ling's third uncle who hoped we'd have a few kids and let one take her surname, so that when the family gathers for New Year, there will still be a descendant from her father's line. That's all? Ahu asked. Cheng Tianyuan nodded with a smile. People in the city aren't like us in the countryside, with all the ancestor worship and family branches. They just get together for New Year and recognize the elders. Ahu grinned. Yeah, it's different from here. Cheng Tianyuan looked at his parents and said softly, When Ling Ling brought it up, I agreed right away, but she respects you both and wanted to ask your opinion, not just make the decision ourselves. Liu Ying smiled. Ling Ling has always been so thoughtful. She turned to her husband, asking quietly, What do you think? After all, Haitang only had Ling Ling, and it wasn't easy, right? Cheng Muhai thought for a while, then nodded gently. Yes, it wasn't easy. Back then, our family was struggling, but Wudi still insisted on marrying Ling Ling to us. Their family was much better off, but they never tried to make Ayuan marry in and sent Ling Ling all the way here. We should always remember that kindness. We're all family. No need to fuss over these things. Cheng Tianyuan secretly breathed a sigh of relief and smiled happily. Ahu added, Exactly. We're all family. Since Ling Ling married in, life's gotten better and better. She's brought us so much good fortune. That's right, Cheng Muhai said, looking lovingly at little Ran Ran. If Ling Ling hadn't married in, we wouldn't have what we have today, or such a cute grandson. Liu Ying grinned and nodded quickly. Yes, and now we're going to be grandparents again. Cheng Muhai looked at his son and said warmly, You and Ling Ling are the parents. You decide. Whatever you want to do, we support you. Okay, Cheng Tianyuan said, nodding firmly. Ahu fed Ran Ran some meat, laughing, Eat up, you're going to be a big brother. Big brother! Big brother! Ran Ran echoed. Everyone laughed again. The big kitchen was filled with happy laughter. After lunch, Cheng Tianyuan and Liu Ying cleaned up the table. Ahu took Cheng Muhai and little Ran Ran to the development zone, saying they'd be back by evening. After tidying up, Liu Ying couldn't help but look outside. Ran Ran always wants water or needs the bathroom.
I don't feel comfortable leaving him with Ahu and your dad. I'll walk over and check on them. Later I'll put him down for a nap. Cheng Tianyuan said, Mom, I'll drive you. No need, Liu Ying replied. It's not snowing and it's only a 10-minute walk. Back in the old days I'd walk all the way to the county town in the snow. Now that we have a car, I can't get lazy. Okay, be careful, Cheng Tianyuan said. Liu Ying reminded him, There's soup and meat in the pot. When Ling Ling wakes up, make her something to eat. Even if she doesn't have much appetite, she should eat a little for the baby. I know. After his mother left, Cheng Tianyuan cleaned the kitchen and living room, wondering if Xue Ling had called her parents that morning. He decided to call them himself and discuss plans for the new year. He put down the mop, washed his hands, and called the office at the factory. The secretary answered and soon got Xue Ling's father on the line. Ayuan? Is that you? Is something wrong? Cheng Tianyuan hesitated, then asked with a smile, Dad, did Ling Ling call you and Mom this morning? No, her father replied, sounding a bit anxious. Why? Did you two have a fight? It's normal for couples to argue sometimes. No, Cheng Tianyuan laughed. We have good news. Ling Ling is pregnant again, over a month now. Her father was overjoyed and called her mother over, and the two of them laughed excitedly. Tell Ling Ling to rest and not run around. The first 3 months are important. Okay? If she's a month along now, the baby will be born next summer. It'll be hot, but if it's too much, you can come stay at the summer resort here. I'll ask a friend to arrange it. The baby's just conceived. Why worry about that now? Buy some supplements and send them over right away. Yes. Buy some deer antler, bird's nest too. It's good for the baby's skin. Maybe this one will be a girl, and she'll be fair and pretty. Listening to his in-laws get more and more excited, Cheng Tianyuan couldn't help but laugh quietly. Dad, Mom, don't get too busy yet. I have something I want to discuss with you. Xue Ling's father snapped back to attention and quickly picked up the phone. Ayuan, I'm listening. What did you want to discuss? Cheng Tianyuan said, Dad, Ling Ling hasn't had much appetite lately. She's lost a lot of weight, and she hasn't been sleeping well at night. I've been really worried. In about 20 days, it'll be time to get ready for the new year. Now that she's pregnant, I don't dare take her on a long trip to the capital, so I wanted to ask if you and Mom could come here and spend the new year with us. No problem at all, Xue Ling's father replied cheerfully. We were already planning to come to Rongcheng for New Year. It's not good for her to travel while pregnant. Better to stay home and rest. As long as we have little Ran, every day feels like New Year's to us. Cheng Tianyuan smiled warmly. Thank you both for being so understanding. If you ever want to go to the southern island for a vacation, I can arrange for someone to take you there. No rush for that, her father said. We can travel any time. Right now, the most important thing is for Ling Ling to rest and take care of the baby. Cheng Tianyuan agreed. That's what Ling Ling and I think too. Dad, we'll be waiting for you here. New Year's tickets are hard to get, so make sure to book your flights early. Once you've decided on the date, call me and I'll pick you up from the provincial capital. All right, Xue Ling's father said happily. Probably around the 26th or 27th of the lunar month. We're not planning to wait until the last minute this year. Want to take it easy? That's great, Cheng Tianyuan said. If you come early, you can help look after little Ran too. Of course, her father replied, then added, Ling Ling was raised in comfort, so she's bound to be a bit delicate. If she's feeling unwell during pregnancy, you and your parents need to be extra understanding. Dad, don't worry about that, Cheng Tianyuan laughed. She's pregnant, and everyone at home is practically treating her like a treasure. We all feel bad that she's having a hard time. How could we possibly blame her for being delicate? Hearing this, Xue Ling's father was finally reassured. After all, a father always worries about his daughter, and you can't always count on the in-laws to care as much. All you can do is say a few extra words on her behalf. Parents just want their children to be happy. After a few more reminders, Xue Ling's father finally hung up. Xue Ling slept for a long time, not waking until after 4 in the afternoon. Cheng Tianyuan poured her a cup of warm water and coaxed her to get up and move around, but she was reluctant to leave the warm bed. Seeing her cheeks looking rosier, he didn't push her. So, what do you want to eat? Xue Ling thought for a moment, then swallowed. I want an apple. Cheng Tianyuan was a little surprised by her answer. He smiled indulgently and shook his head. It's too cold, and you just woke up with an empty stomach. You shouldn't eat cold fruit right away. How about a bowl of beef noodles? Xue Ling pouted. Who says my stomach is empty? I'm carrying your baby, you know. Cheng Tianyuan laughed and placed his big hand on her still flat belly. Our baby. Xue Ling stuck out her tongue and grumbled, I want a sweet and sour apple. That's all I want. Just thinking about anything greasy makes me lose my appetite. Cheng Tianyuan remembered how she could barely eat the char siu buns that morning and didn't push her. I bought a basket of big apples this morning, but how about I make you some porridge first? And then you can have an apple. The doctor had said she should eat more fruit, and in this weather, whatever fruit you can get is good. He'd bought a whole basket of big red apples. Xue Ling asked, Do you know how to make apple cake? How do you make it? Cheng Tianyuan had never heard of making cake with apples. Xue Ling explained, Westerners eat apple pie, but we don't have that tradition. I've had Southern-style water chestnut cake and corn cake, which are really good. You just chop up the fruit, add rice flour and eggs, a bit of sugar, and cook it slowly so it's crispy outside and soft inside. Delicious. Cheng Tianyuan thought for a moment. I'll give it a try. Xue Ling giggled and tugged his arm. No, it sounds like a lot of work. I just had a craving, that's all. If you want it, I'll make it. Cheng Tianyuan teased. What, you don't think your husband can make apple cake? Of course not. Xue Ling snuggled up to him. I just don't want you to go to too much trouble. Cheng Tianyuan felt his heart melt and kissed her cheek. It's no trouble at all. I'll give it a try, and if it doesn't work, I'll make something else. He pulled a thick coat over her shoulders. You stay in bed. I'll go to the kitchen. Xue Ling yawned and nodded, burrowing back under the covers. Cheng Tianyuan was an experienced cook, and though Xue Ling made it sound complicated, it wasn't that hard. He chopped the apples, mixed them with flour and eggs, added just a little sugar so it wouldn't burn, and stirred it all together. He often made pancakes, so he spread the batter in the pan with oil, cooked one side until crispy, then flipped it until both sides were golden. One got a little burnt, but the rest turned out well. He tasted the burnt one, sweet and tangy apple, with the fragrance of egg and flour. Not bad at all. Honey, come try the apple pie. Xue Ling peeked out and laughed. That's not apple pie, it's apple pancakes. She put on her coat and went to wash her hands. Cheng Tianyuan called from outside. Don't use cold water. There's hot water in the kettle. Mix some in. Xue Ling obediently did as he said and soon came out. Pregnant women often crave sour or strong flavors. Xue Ling ate the tangy apple pancakes and gave Cheng Tianyuan a big thumbs up. Delicious! Really delicious! Seeing her eat so happily, Cheng Tianyuan's eyes were full of affection. If you like it, eat more. She'd lost a lot of weight lately, so he was glad she finally had an appetite. If she liked it, he'd make more for her in the evening. Just then, the phone rang in the living room. Cheng Tianyuan hurried out to answer it, then came back. It was Ahu. He said sister-in-law Kui Liu's grandfather is coming over to thank us for helping him the other night, and he's bringing homemade sweet potato noodles and some homegrown potatoes. Xue Ling's eyes lit up. I want to eat sour and spicy sweet potato noodles, and fried potatoes, cut them up and fry them until they're crispy. Cheng Tianyuan nodded. All right, I'll drive over now and bring everything back for you. Xue Ling wasn't the type to take advantage, so she said, Prepare a red envelope for the old man as a New Year's gift. It's not easy for him to grow his own crops. We can't just take things for free. Of course, Cheng Tianyuan agreed. I'll pick up Mom and little Ron on the way back. It's almost evening and it's getting cold again. There was a cold snap, with rain and snow every few days, so it was best not to go out unless necessary. He put on his army green coat, tucked a red envelope into his pocket, grabbed a net bag, filled it with 8 big apples, and hurried out the door. It was only around 5 in the afternoon, but it was already dark outside, making it feel much later than it was. Cheng Tianyuan glanced at the sky and sensed there would be a snowstorm that night. He quickly turned the car around and left the neighborhood, heading straight for the development zone. By the 12th lunar month, most of the factories in the development zone had already shut down for the holidays, the workers had gradually left, and business at the shops had slowed to a trickle. Everyone was gathered upstairs, happily drinking tea, eating sunflower seeds and peanuts, and chatting away. Cheng Tianyuan first stopped by the shop, but found only Chen Lan in the corner, completely absorbed in her radio, so much so that she didn't even notice him come in. He chuckled and quietly slipped back out. He went to the warehouse in the back, but found no one there either. So, carrying the apples, he headed upstairs. From a distance, he could already hear Ahu's hearty laughter. As he walked over, he saw his own son riding on Ahu's shoulders, the little boy's hands gripping Ahu's ears, giggling and showing off 4 pearly baby teeth. His father and Kui Liu's grandfather were deep in conversation, while Chen Min sat nearby, looking a bit shy. Kui Liu was busy making jujube tea. "Hey, Yuan's here." Kui Liu was the first to spot him and greeted him warmly. Come in, come in." Little Ran Ran cheered, "Daddy, Daddy!" Cheng Tianyuan reached out to pick up his son, but the little guy clung to Ahu's head and shouted, "Uncle Ride! Uncle Ride!" Ahu laughed. "From now on, you can carry the little one. This big one's mine." Cheng Tianyuan didn't mind at all, actually glad his son wasn't clinging to him, and waved it off with a smile. He handed the apples to Kui Liu and joined the conversation with the old grandpa. The old man said that when he was young he didn't have a real name. Because he had a hard head, the villagers nicknamed him Stone. He never changed it, even as he grew up. He grabbed Cheng Tianyuan's hand, thanking him over and over. Cheng Tianyuan smiled. "No need to thank me, Grandpa He. It was nothing. How's your foot?" "All better," Grandpa Stone said enthusiastically. "I've always been healthy. I used to work on boats when I was young, strong as an ox. Just call me Uncle Stone." Cheng Tianyuan followed his lead and called him Uncle Stone. Chen Min grinned and explained, "Grandpa's foot just healed, so he brought a bunch of things over to thank us, and insisted on coming in person to thank you and Brother Hu." Uncle Stone quickly added, "It's all homegrown, homemade stuff. Nothing fancy, but it's tasty." "Thank you. You're too kind," Cheng Tianyuan said. Cheng Muhai chimed in. "Uncle Stone said he wants to find a job here after the new year. He doesn't care about the pay, just wants something not too tiring. You all keep an eye out for something suitable." It wasn't easy for an old man to still want to work, but having lived through hard times himself, he understood the feeling. Cheng Tianyuan raised his eyebrows and asked, "Uncle Stone, you want to work here? Long term or just for a while?" Uncle Stone's face was dark and wrinkled, but his eyes were bright and full of energy. "I can work long term. I'm strong, can still carry 100 pounds. I hope for a decent wage, something steady and long term." Kui Liu, squatting nearby, teared up and choked out, "Grandpa, you're already 70. You've worked hard your whole life." Uncle Stone cut her off. "Hey, people have to work. If you don't, your bones go soft. I'm stronger than most young folks. Can I just sit at home all day? No way. Your family and your uncle's boys aren't married yet, and there's a lot of expenses coming up. If I can help, I will. Farming at home doesn't pay, but working in the city does. As long as I can work, I should." Kui Liu wiped her tears, unable to argue. Chen Min said, "Grandpa, don't get upset. If there's a suitable job, we'll help you find it." "Sorry to trouble you," Uncle Stone said apologetically. "If you hear of anything, let me know. I can do any kind of work." Cheng Muhai looked at his son. "Yuan, is there any lighter work at Ling Ling's construction site?" "No." Cheng Tianyuan shook his head. "Construction is too hard. Better for young men. Uncle Stone is a bit old for that, and it's all outdoors in the wind and rain, heavy labor." "I can do it. I can do double what others do," Uncle Stone insisted. "I'm strong. I promise I can outwork the young ones." Cheng Tianyuan thought for a moment. "Uncle Stone, how much do you want to earn a month?" Uncle Stone gave an embarrassed smile. 100 or so is enough. I can climb, carry, whatever you need."
Why not come help at my shop? Cheng Tianyuan offered. Uncle Stone was surprised. Here? This shop? No, Chen Min quickly explained. Ayuan has another shop in the city. Cheng Tianyuan nodded. I need someone to help watch the shop. There's an accountant and 2 salespeople, but I need someone to keep an eye on things and watch the warehouse at night. A steady, long-term job. I can do that, Uncle Stone said happily. I can help carry goods, stock shelves, greet customers, open and close the shop, watch the warehouse at night. No thief would dare try anything. Then it's settled? Cheng Tianyuan smiled. The other staff get $120 a month, but since you'll be on night duty, I'll add another $20, as long as you do a good job. Uncle Stone's eyes widened in delight, and he nodded eagerly. I'll work hard, thank you. Kui Liu and Chen Min were both thrilled. The old man was healthy and capable, but sending him to a factory or construction site with a bunch of young men was worrying. Helping at Ayuan's shop was much easier, mostly indoors, and everyone was familiar. Couldn't be better. But Uncle Stone hesitated. Wait, are you just taking pity on me? If so, I can't accept. Cheng Tianyuan laughed. If you don't do a good job, I'll dock your pay. If you're really bad, I'll fire you. Don't worry, Uncle Stone cheered up. I'll do my best, you'll see. Cheng Tianyuan nodded. Great. You can start after the new year, or if you're free now. I'm free! Uncle Stone stood up excited. I've been stuck at home healing my foot and I'm going stir-crazy. I've got nothing to do, not even going home for New Year. Earning over $100 a month was more than enough for the old man, and he was eager to start right away. All right, Cheng Tianyuan said. Go home, pack some clothes, and come over. My wife's pregnant with our second, so I need to be home more. The shop gets busy at year-end, and with you helping, I'll feel better. Li Chuihua and the others were all girls, not strong enough for heavy lifting, so he usually did it himself. With the old man's help, he'd be much more at ease. Chen Min quickly said, Grandpa, my cousin has a car. He can drive you home to pack. It's snowy and not safe to walk. No, that's too much trouble. What trouble? I'm free, Ahu said, coming over with a big grin. By the time Cheng Tianyuan drove his mother and son home, the sky was already dark. It looks like there'll be heavy snow tonight. I'd better park the car off to the side, or else tomorrow it'll be buried and I won't be able to get it out. Liu Ying didn't really understand. How will you drive it then? Cheng Tianyuan explained. I'll park it in the open lot behind the complex. There's some shelter there. You and Ranran go upstairs first. All right. Liu Ying carried little Ranran out of the car and hurried toward the elevator. Cheng Tianyuan drove the car to the building where Liu Xing lived, parked, took out the potatoes and sweet potato noodles, checked to make sure he hadn't left anything behind, then locked up. He strode back and happened to see a thin woman pushing a bicycle. Wang Qing. Cheng Tianyuan quickly greeted her. Wang Qing smiled. I had to go back to the newspaper office to fix an article earlier. Didn't expect it to be this late when I got back. Cheng Tianyuan set down the potatoes, took out a net bag, and handed her a dozen or so potatoes. These are from Chen Min's wife's grandfather, a whole big sack, and I heard they're delicious. Since we ran into each other, take some home and try them. Wang Ting was embarrassed and tried to refuse. Cheng Tianyuan said gently, Don't be shy. You and Ling Ling are good friends. It's just a few potatoes, nothing valuable. Friends share things. Try something fresh. It's so late, the market's closed anyway, so just make do for dinner. Wang Ting accepted them with a smile. Thank you. I haven't had time to go to the market today. I've got some dried meat at home, but nothing else. Lucky I ran into you. Thanks. Cheng Tianyuan smiled. See you then? Come visit us when you have time. My in-laws are coming for New Year, and Ling Ling will be home a lot. Come keep her company on the weekends. Definitely. I'll come by. Wang Ting agreed happily. Cheng Tianyuan turned and left with his bag. Wang Ting watched his tall, upright figure and squinted slightly. Even though they didn't interact much, it was obvious that Cheng Tianyuan was a steady, generous man, and everything about him showed how much he loved and cherished Xue Ling. She couldn't help but feel envious of Xue Ling.
not just for her courage to leave a stable job and start a business, but even more for having such a good, caring, generous, and family-oriented husband. She often saw him at the market buying groceries, and Xue Ling had told her that he and his mother did all the cooking at home. Xue Ling hardly had to do any housework. He took care of it all. Not only was he good at housework, he also helped with the kids. When Xue Ling was away for a month or two, it was always Cheng Tianyuan who took care of their child at night. By contrast, Liu Xing would just lounge on the sofa waiting for dinner, then leave his dishes and go read magazines or newspapers, never thinking to help. He had to work and earn money, but so did she. When she got home from work, she had to rush to cook, wash dishes, clean the kitchen, tidy the house, do laundry, and hang clothes. She did all the housework alone. Liu Xing knew she was tired, but never offered to help, nor did he even think to. He'd always lived this way, and subconsciously believed housework was a wife's duty. He was a man, so he didn't need to do it. Before marriage, her mom did all the cooking and chores, only asking her to focus on work and bring home money. After marriage, even though they had their own place, Liu Xing did nothing. She had to do it all. Every morning she got up early to make breakfast, cleaned up, then rushed to work. After work, she'd go to the market, cook dinner, clean up, sweep and mop, do laundry, and if she had unfinished articles, she'd work late into the night. Since getting married, she felt like she had no time for herself, just work and endless chores. Even weekends were filled with housework, with no time to relax. Now, except for sleeping, she was always busy. She used to have time to dress up, buy new clothes, and look pretty. Now all she wanted was a little free time to read or get a good night's sleep. This winter, she hadn't even had time to buy face cream. The northern wind stung her cheeks. Dragging her tired feet to the elevator, she let out a long sigh. Sometimes she wondered if getting married was even worth it. The elevator doors opened. She carried the potatoes out, took out her keys, and opened the door. Liu Xing was already home, fiddling with his camera on the sofa. "You're back? Why so late?" he asked without looking up. Wang Ting replied flatly, "I had to go back to the office to fix an article. By the time I finished, it was this late." Liu Xing grumbled, "Hurry up and cook, I'm starving." Wang Ting dropped her bag, turned and went to the kitchen. "The weather's bad and the market was already closed. Luckily, I ran into Ling Ling's husband and he gave us some potatoes." Liu Xing perked up. "Haven't had potatoes in ages. Make some stir-fried shredded potatoes, and fry some potato sticks, too." Wang Ting put down the potatoes and noticed her hands were purple from the cold. She rubbed them together, surprised to find her palms were rough and cracked. She used to only hold a pen, rarely doing any hard work. Since getting married, she'd been washing clothes and dishes, and in the winter, without any face cream, her hands had cracked. Her eyes reddened, and she sniffed, forcing back tears. She rubbed her hands warm, then started peeling potatoes. From the living room, Liu Xing said, "It's been slow at the studio with the cold. I took Xiao Li to see Tongzi at lunch, and the three of us went out for noodles, ate our fill." Wang Ting's hand paused, her brow furrowing. Xiao Li was the new girl at the studio, about 17 or 18, pretty and cheerful, but a bit too flirty. Wang Ting asked, "Why'd you take her to see Tongzi? If you both left, who watched the shop?" Liu Xing shrugged. "No business anyway, so I just closed up. Xiao Li loves Tongzi's show and kept begging me to take her. Since I was going, I brought her along." Wang Ting felt a surge of anger and didn't want to say more. Liu Xing, however, seemed in a great mood. "Xiao Li's so lively, she really brightens things up. Tongzi and I ended up ordering a pot of wine, and we all had several drinks. Who'd have thought Xiao Li could hold her liquor? She drank more than either of us. You really can't judge by appearances. I couldn't even keep up with her. Ha ha!" Bang! There was a loud noise from the kitchen. Liu Xing looked up. "Ching? What happened?" Wang Ting replied coldly, "Dropped a potato. I threw it." Liu Xing said casually, "Be careful, don't cut yourself." Then he went back to his camera. Wang Ting, eyes red, clenched her teeth and kept peeling potatoes. That night, snow was falling thick and fast outside. Cheng Tianyuan set up a heater for his son and mother, then brought another one into the bedroom. "Honey, are you cold?" Xue Ling was still curled up in bed, mumbling, "I'm fine." Cheng Tianyuan looked at her profile and sighed quietly to himself. "You barely ate tonight. Do you want me to make you some porridge?" He'd specially made fried potato sticks for dinner, but the sweet potato noodles were still soaking and not ready to eat. The potatoes were crispy and fragrant, but after just two, Xue Ling stopped. She said the oil made her nauseous. Fried potatoes are, after all, fried in oil. There's no way to avoid the smell. Cheng Tianyuan had no choice but to offer her some rice, but she was already feeling queasy and couldn't eat anything. "No," Xue Ling said softly. "Just pour me a cup of warm water. I'm not really hungry." Cheng Tianyuan quickly went out and brought her a cup of water. "It's a little hot. Don't drink too fast." "Thank you." Xue Ling sat up to drink, then asked, "Has the snow stopped outside?" "It has," Cheng Tianyuan replied, "but it'll probably start again after midnight. It's really cold out." Xue Ling muttered, "With this cold snap, how could it not be?" Cheng Tianyuan tucked her in carefully. "Don't worry, we have the heater and thick quilts. You won't be cold." Xue Ling drank half the water, then handed him the cup. "No more, my head feels a bit dizzy. I'll just lie down." Seeing how uncomfortable she was, Cheng Tianyuan didn't disturb her. He tidied up and got into bed as well. Xue Ling got up twice in the night, and each time, he got up with her. She smiled wryly. "I'm just going to the bathroom. It's freezing out there." "Why do you have to come too?" He said seriously, "Exactly because it's cold. I need to come with you." She couldn't argue, so she let him. When they came back, she snuggled into his arms for warmth. "Yuenge, I think you're warmer than me, especially in winter." Cheng Tianyuan chuckled. "I'm warm in winter and cool in summer." "Yeah, right." Xue Ling couldn't help but laugh. "Well, I'm not cuddling you in summer, so don't even think about it." Cheng Tianyuan kissed her forehead and whispered, "All right, no more talking. Close your eyes and sleep." She nodded obediently, nestled into his shoulder, and soon fell asleep. The two of them cuddled together, warm under the covers. The next morning, Cheng Tianyuan got up quietly to make breakfast, and Xue Ling woke up soon after. He frowned. "Are you cold?" "No," Xue Ling shook her head. "But I'm hungry. I need to find something to eat." Cheng Tianyuan got up. "Go brush your teeth and wash your face. I'll make porridge and steam some buns." "Okay." Xue Ling wrapped herself in her coat and went to the bathroom. Cheng Tianyuan quickly rinsed some rice and put it in the pot, pouring hot water from the stove. Then he started steaming buns on another stove. Suddenly, he heard the sound of retching. Startled, he quickly covered the pot and rushed to the bathroom. He found Xue Ling leaning against the door, dry heaving, her face flushed and looking miserable. "Honey," Cheng Tianyuan hurried over, patting her back. "Are you okay? Why are you suddenly throwing up?" Xue Ling was so weak she leaned into his arms. "Probably because my stomach's empty." Cheng Tianyuan scooped her up and carried her back to bed, tucking her in. Then he rushed to get her a cup of warm water. After drinking, Xue Ling felt a little better. Cheng Tianyuan frowned. "You don't look well." "It's fine," Xue Ling smiled weakly. "I just can't eat much. Once I'm past this stage, I'll be able to eat more." Cheng Tianyuan squeezed her hand. "Honey, you're working so hard." Xue Ling closed her eyes, exhausted. "It's okay. I'll be fine after a rest." Cheng Tianyuan made some plain porridge and fed it to her. After eating, Xue Ling felt a bit better and played with little Ranran in the living room. Cheng Tianyuan hurried out to pick up supplies and check on the new shop. The night before, Ah Hu had taken Grandpa He back to Hejia village, and after he'd packed, brought him back to stay in the development zone. After breakfast, Ah Hu took the old man to the new shop. When Cheng Tianyuan arrived, Ah Hu and Grandpa He were setting up the bed. Ah Hu said, "It's dry and sheltered upstairs, best place to stay."
Cheng Tianyuan asked Ah Hu to help buy a small wooden bed. Grandpa He said he could just sleep on the floor, but Cheng Tianyuan refused. If you catch a cold, who'll help me at the shop? Ah Hu took the money and drove off in his jeep. Half an hour later, he came back with a brand new wooden bed. The three of them carried it upstairs and quickly tidied up. Cheng Tianyuan brought out 2 thick quilts from the shop. One for the bed, one for you to cover up with. Employee benefits. Grandpa He was overwhelmed, stroking the new quilt. I've never slept on such a nice quilt, so thick and warm. Ah Hu laughed. Settle in and get ready for work. I'm ready. Grandpa He looked at Cheng Tianyuan. What do I need to do? Cheng Tianyuan smiled. Listen to Accountant Li Kuihua. Help with whatever's needed, but mainly keep an eye on the shop and the goods morning and night. Grandpa He quickly agreed. Ah Hu noticed there were still goods in his car. Are these for the development zone? Yes, Cheng Tianyuan said. I'll deliver them, then head home. Ah Hu said, I'm going to have lunch with my mom over there, so I'll deliver them for you. Take my car back to Wangjiangwan and I'll swap keys with you this afternoon. Thanks. Cheng Tianyuan lowered his voice. Ling Ling's not feeling well and can't eat much. I need to find something she'll like. Ah Hu suddenly remembered. How about sweet and sour ribs? Nutritious, tangy, and appetizing. Cheng Tianyuan's eyes lit up. Great idea. I'll go buy ribs right now. That afternoon, Xue Ling had sweet and sour ribs for lunch and ate 4 or 5 pieces in one go. Little Ranran ate happily too, finishing most of a bowl of rice. Liu Ying smiled. Delicious! Very appetizing. Cheng Tianyuan grinned at Xue Ling. I'll make another batch for dinner. Okay. Little Ranran cheered. Everyone laughed. After lunch, Xue Ling walked around the living room with little Ranran while Cheng Tianyuan cleared the table and washed the dishes. Just then, the phone rang. Liu Ying hurried over, taking little Ranran's hand. Ling, you answer the phone. I'll take the child next door for a nap. Okay. Xue Ling went to pick up the phone. It was Cheng Tianfang. Sis-in-law, have you had lunch? Is it cold over there? Is everyone all right? Xue Ling smiled. We just finished eating. We're not far from the provincial capital, so the weather's about the same. If you're cold, we're cold too. Mom and Dad are well and little Ranran's fine, so don't worry. Just focus on your finals. Cheng Tianfang said, Don't worry, I'm ready. Sis-in-law, I have something I want to discuss with you. What is it? Xue Ling asked. Cheng Tianfang lowered her voice. The school is organizing a trip to the southern island to visit a water conservancy project. It'll last about half a month right after finals, and I won't be back until just before New Year's Eve. I want to sign up, but I don't know if the family will agree. Xue Ling raised her eyebrows and smiled. Of course we have no problem with it. If you want to go, then go. Cheng Tianfang sounded a little embarrassed, laughing softly. I just want to see more of the world. I've never been to the southern island. I heard the new water conservancy project there is really grand. A few of my classmates want to sign up too. They're all from the provincial capital and say, we have New Year's every year, but opportunities like this don't come often. Then you should go, Xue Ling agreed wholeheartedly. While you're young, get out and see more of the world. It's a good thing. I support you. There's nothing better for young people than broadening their horizons. Really? Thank you, sis-in-law, Cheng Tianfang said happily. She knew that if her sister-in-law agreed, her big brother would definitely not object. If both of them said yes, even if their parents had some reservations, they'd eventually agree too. So as long as she got her sister-in-law's approval, everything else would fall into place. Xue Ling asked, You'll need money for the trip? Do you have enough? I'll have your brother send you a few hundred more just in case. Traveling far means spending on tickets and accommodation. She was still a student, and aside from the rent from her apartment, she only had enough for daily expenses. Probably not enough for a long trip. No need, Cheng Tianfang replied with a laugh. I still have the pocket money you gave me at the start of the semester.
Among her classmates, she probably had the most spending money, but she never bragged about it and kept it to herself. She lived just like everyone else. Students all lived on a tight budget, and she was no exception. She'd once lived on a single cold steamed bun a day, so she knew how hard money was to come by and valued thrift. The apartment her sister-in-law gave her brought in 45 yuan a month in rent, enough for more than 2 months of expenses, and she saved the rest. Still, Xue Ling was a little worried. Traveling always costs more than you think. If you run short, you must tell us. Don't be shy with family. I won't. I promise, Cheng Tianyuan said. I really have enough, so don't worry. Xue Ling reminded her, the southern island isn't that big. If you run into any trouble, call Shan Yu and his wife. They're locals and know a lot of people. I'll give you their number, just in case. Okay, thank you, sis-in-law, Cheng Tianyuan replied. Then, a little hesitantly, she added, Brother Hu was planning to come pick me up for New Year's. Could you let him know I might not be coming home this year? Please thank him for me. You're not coming home for New Year's? Xue Ling asked. Didn't you say you'd be back before New Year's Eve? Cheng Tianyuan quickly explained. The dates aren't set, just an estimate. If I can't make it back for New Year's Eve, I'll call Mom and Dad. My classmates said it's hard to get boat tickets around New Year's, so we might be delayed. All right, just play it by ear, Xue Ling said gently. Stick with your group. Don't go off alone. It's not safe. I know, thank you, sis-in-law. After hanging up, Xue Ling thought of Shan Yu and his wife and decided to call them. A moment later, Chen Shui-yu answered. Xue Ling got straight to the point. Have you two decided? Are you coming here for New Year's? Chen Shui-yu replied awkwardly. We talked it over and decided not to go for now. Yo-Yo's still little, and the winters here on the southern island are much warmer. It's better to stay. Rongcheng gets snow sometimes, and it's just too cold for us. Xue Ling was honest. It's been a cold snap lately. So cold the water outside freezes. Even I, a capital city girl, don't dare go out. I just hide under the covers all day. You're newly pregnant, so you'll feel the cold even more, Chen Shui-yu said with a wry smile. I've been through it. I know how miserable it is to be cold when you're pregnant and hot when it's summer. Xue Ling double-checked. So you're really not coming? You and Shan Yu talked it over? We did, Chen Shui-yu said quietly. Ever since we had our daughter, he can't stand to be away from her for even a day. Now everything is about her. He won't let her suffer even a little. With Rongcheng so cold, he'd never let her freeze. That makes sense, Xue Ling teased. Only you are so impulsive. Good thing Shan Yu is calmer or you'd be in trouble. Chen Shui-yu laughed sheepishly. That's just how I am. Exactly, Xue Ling laughed. At least you know yourself. Just don't let your temper get the best of you. Don't say things you'll regret and hurt your relationship. I know, Chen Shui-yu said softly. Since we had our daughter, we hardly ever fight. As long as she's around, our hearts feel warm and we don't dare raise our voices. Having Yo-Yo has actually made us closer. Children really are the glue in a marriage, Xue Ling said with a smile. You two have always been a loving couple. It's just your temper that's a bit fiery. Having your daughter there helps you control it, and that's a good thing. Chen Shui-yu laughed quietly. Xue Ling told her about Cheng Tianyuan's trip to the southern island. I don't know what the school's schedule will be, but I gave her your number in case she needs help. Sorry to trouble you. Don't be silly, Chen Shui-yu said cheerfully. We've troubled you plenty. Don't worry, we'll take care of Fang if she needs anything. We're not busy over New Year's anyway. We'll show her around and make sure she has a great time. Cheng Tianyuan wasn't a child anymore. She was sensible and hardworking, so Xue Ling wasn't worried. We'll see. It's a school trip, so she probably can't leave the group. Just wait for her call if she needs anything. I just wanted to give you a heads up. No problem, Chen Shui-yu agreed readily. Xue Ling hung up. When Cheng Tianyuan heard his sister was going to the southern island, he immediately agreed. People need to get out and see the world, or their horizons stay too narrow. She used to spend all her time in the village with a few old ladies. Her world was so small. This is a good thing. We should encourage her, Xue Ling said doubtfully. But from the way she talked, it sounds like she might not come home for New Year's. No big deal, Cheng Tianyuan said cheerfully. It's just one New Year, there's one every year. Opportunities like this are rare. She can see a big project and travel a bit, much better than just eating and drinking at home. She's already in her late teens, she's an adult now. Let her do what she wants. True, Xue Ling said with a soft laugh, gently stroking her belly. When our kids are grown, we'll let them go too. Let them study, work, whatever they want. We won't interfere. Cheng Tianyuan's eyes softened. He leaned in and placed his big hand on her belly. I wonder if this one will be a boy or a girl, Xue Ling asked curiously. Which do you want? I like both, Cheng Tianyuan said softly. If it's twins, a boy and a girl, that would be perfect. Greedy, Xue Ling teased, blushing. The two of them cuddled close, sharing quiet, happy laughter. The next day at noon, Hu arrived with a basket of southern sweet mandarins. A friend of mine drove south and brought back a basket of mandarins on his return. These are really sweet. Every year they only ripen at the end of the year. Luckily, the cold weather makes them easy to keep. Since you're pregnant and craving sour things, I brought you half a basket. Xue Ling's eyes lit up with delight. That's wonderful. I've been craving oranges. I asked Yuan to buy some this morning, but he went to several places and couldn't find any. I was so disappointed. Hu grinned. Glad you like them. Try one and see. Cheng Tianyuan, unfamiliar with southern mandarins, asked, Are they really in season now? Are they sweet? Just try one and see. Hu quickly picked out a rough-skinned one and handed it over, explaining, These don't look as nice as oranges, the skin's a bit rougher, but the flesh inside is in segments and very sweet. Cheng Tianyuan peeled one, and orange juice immediately dripped out, making Xue Ling swallow hard. Wait, let me try first. Xue Ling snatched it and quickly tore off a segment to eat. Cheng Tianyuan said quietly, Don't rush. You haven't even pulled off the white threads yet. Hu said, That stuff's just fiber. It's all edible. No worries. He didn't know the technical term, but he knew it was fine to eat. Xue Ling nodded. It's really sweet and delicious. At first there's a faint tartness, but it's quickly replaced by the sweetness of the mandarin. It's so good. Cheng Tianyuan tried a piece and clicked his tongue. Still a bit sour for me. Hu laughed. If you think it's sour, just let sis-in-law have them all. Isn't it too cooling? Cheng Tianyuan asked. Winter fruit is usually cooling. The doctor said apples are fine, but to avoid too much cold stuff. Hu scratched his head. I don't know about that. I'm no expert. I just brought them for sis-in-law to enjoy. Xue Ling waved it off, not caring at all. Fruit harvested in winter is naturally meant to be eaten in winter. These are so sweet. I love them. No, Cheng Tianyuan said, giving her a fond look. These are from the tropics, where winter isn't cold, so it's fine for them. But here, in the freezing cold, eating cold fruit can't be good. Xue Ling muttered, But I really want to eat them. Her mouth always felt dry and tasteless, sometimes so dry she wanted to throw up. Every day she craved sour and spicy things, anything with a strong flavor. Cheng Tianyuan thought for a moment, then handed her half. Just one today, no more. You can have another tomorrow. Xue Ling looked disappointed and pouted at Hu. See how pitiful I am? Hu laughed. Yuan is just worried about you and the baby. Only people with no one to care for them are pitiful. You're the most pampered person in the world. Wow, Xue Ling laughed. Where'd you learn that phrase? It's so new. Hu explained. Saw it on TV last night. I haven't visited Liu Xiaoyu in days. Last night I brought some snacks for the kids and watched a TV episode with them. Oh? Liu Xiaoyu's family has a TV now? Xue Ling asked curiously. In these days, TVs were still rare, especially valuable, and almost all were black and white. Hu nodded. He bought it secondhand. It's a bit old, but it works. His kids kept begging to watch TV, even running several miles at night to find a place to watch. So Liu Xiaoyu managed to get one, and the kids are thrilled. Cheng Tianyuan smiled. A TV is great. I've been thinking of getting one, but Ling Ling always says it's bad for the kids' eyes, so she won't let me. Really? Is it bad for their eyes? Ah Hu frowned. Xue Ling nodded. It is. The younger the child, the less they should watch. Watching for half an hour occasionally is fine, but not all the time. Ah Hu was relieved. That's fine then. Liu's wife is strict. She only lets the kids watch one episode a night, then it's off to bed. Electricity's expensive, and she's thrifty. That's good, Xue Ling said. Kids don't know how to control themselves, so it's up to adults. For little Ranran, I still don't want him watching TV. You could get one for the adults, Ah Hu said. Your parents would love it. Xue Ling shook her head. I'd rather put one in the shop in the development zone. It might even bring in more business. But I'm not planning to get one for home just yet. Cheng Tianyuan's eyes lit up. Great idea. If we have a TV, more people will come in the evenings and business will probably pick up. Exactly, Ah Hu agreed. Workers with no night shift will come watch, buy snacks, beer, cigarettes, more business for us. Right, Xue Ling said. As long as people come, they're potential customers. Get the biggest one you can. Even if it uses more electricity, the extra business will cover it. Cheng Tianyuan thought for a moment. Where should we put it? In the shop on the first floor, of course, Xue Ling replied. Ah Hu thought for a moment. But the shop's crowded, and it's too cold outside. You can't leave a TV out in the wind and rain. It's expensive. Cheng Tianyuan nodded. Xue Ling smiled. Just put it on the highest shelf. The higher it is, the more people can see it, and no one will mess with it. Right, Ah Hu cheered. That's a great idea. Put it up high. It won't take up space and everyone can see. People will crane their necks and gather around. More viewers, more business. Cheng Tianyuan agreed. It's settled then. After New Year, we'll try one in the development zone shop. If it works, we'll put one in the city shop too. Xue Ling finished her Mandarin and told Ah Hu about Cheng Tianfang not coming home for the holidays. Southern Island? Ah Hu frowned. Is it safe? Are there a lot of people? Don't get lost. There are a lot of forests down there. Xue Ling hesitated. It should be fine. It's a school trip, so there should be plenty of classmates going, Cheng Tianyuan explained. If it's a school-organized trip, they'll have thought it through and made sure it's safe. They're just visiting, not building a dam, and everyone's an adult. They know where they can and can't go. What danger could there be? Oh, Ah Hu asked. So, when will she be back? I promised to pick her up. Cheng Tianyuan shook his head. She doesn't even know when she'll be back. We'll just have to wait and see. Once she gets back to the provincial capital, she'll definitely call home. Ah Hu stood there in a daze for a long moment, before slowly nodding. All right, we'll see then. For some reason, he suddenly had a strong feeling. Afang seemed to be avoiding him. He remembered how she'd firmly objected to him becoming her godbrother that day, her eyes even turning red, and then asked him to take her home. He hadn't seen her since. After eating a mandarin, Xue Ling happily took the rest out to the balcony, storing them in a dry corner. Cheng Tianyuan boiled water and made 2 cups of tea. Ah Hu, have some tea. Ah Hu snapped out of his thoughts and nodded. Cheng Tianyuan glanced at him. What's up? Something on your mind? No. Ah Hu forced a smile. Liu Xiaoyu said, he wants to introduce his wife's younger sister to me. He asked me to come over for dinner tonight. Liu Xiaoyu's an honest guy. If he says she's good, she probably is, said Cheng Tianyuan. Ah Hu chuckled, warming his hands on the teacup. But I don't really want to go. Cheng Tianyuan raised an eyebrow. Why? Got someone you like? I've met Liu's wife. She's not bad looking. If they're sisters, she should be pretty too. No need to worry about looks. It's not that. Ah Hu gave a wry smile. I just don't like blind dates. You look at me, I look at you, ask about each other's families, weigh the pros and cons, figure out the details. It's just like doing business. Marrying that way scares me. Cheng Tianyuan finally understood. If you don't like blind dates, then don't go. Just find an excuse. Liu Xiaoyu's just being kind. He's not forcing you to marry his sister-in-law. What are you afraid of? Ahu let out a long sigh, frowning at the window. I don't know why, but at my age I should be anxious to get married. But I just can't make myself settle. Cheng Tianyuan nodded, understanding. You've been in love before. You know what it's like to truly care for someone. So you want a marriage based on real feelings. Exactly. Ahu smiled. You get me, brother. Cheng Tianyuan glanced at the balcony, where Xue Ling was squatting, drying mandarins, and his eyes softened. I've been there. I know how it feels. Ahu rolled his eyes and teased. You just say whatever people want to hear. Didn't your godfather say you and your wife were betrothed as kids, then didn't see each other for over a decade and only got married when you went to the capital? That's even less romantic than a blind date. Come on. Cheng Tianyuan's face reddened. We were childhood sweethearts. Even as kids we were close. Ahu didn't buy it. You were just a kid. What did you know? At most it was just brotherly affection. It was love, Cheng Tianyuan insisted. I was only ever good to her. Just her. There must be a reason for that. And when I went to the capital, I recognized her at a glance. Love at first sight, huh? Ahu grinned. Cheng Tianyuan snorted. Use your imagination. He wasn't about to explain the subtle feelings and sweetness between him and his wife to this rough guy. Only those involved could really understand. Ahu clicked his tongue, half sighing, half envious. You and your wife are so lucky. It was true. The two families had been separated for over a decade, lost touch, both unmarried, and then fate brought them back together. Despite the distance between the capital and Rongcheng, they ended up together, loving and devoted. If that's not luck, what is? Cheng Tianyuan didn't tease him, just said quietly, You just haven't met the right person yet. When you do, marriage will come naturally. If you don't like blind dates, don't go. No need to let some girl get her hopes up. But I can't just not go, Ahu said. If she knows it's a blind date and I don't show up, that's not respectful. Does she know? Cheng Tianyuan asked. Ahu thought for a moment. Liu Xiaoyu said he wouldn't tell her for now, but I'm not sure if he'll keep it a secret. Cheng Tianyuan quickly came up with a plan. Take a dozen mandarins over, say they're for the kids, greet everyone, then say you have to come to my place for dinner and leave. If the girl knows it's a blind date, she'll get the hint that you're politely declining. If she doesn't, she'll just think you were a guest in a hurry. No harm done. Hey, that's perfect. Ahu clapped him on the shoulder. Best of both worlds. Cheng Tianyuan glanced at the sky. Still early. I'm taking my wife to the construction site next door, then to the post office. You free? Nothing to do. I'm bored stiff, Ahu said. Cheng Tianyuan nodded. Then help watch little Ranran. My mom's next door with him. Go keep them company. Sure, Ahu laughed. I love being Ranran's horse. With that, he dashed off next door. Cheng Tianyuan watched his excited figure and sighed quietly. This guy was good-hearted, family-oriented, and loved kids, but fate kept playing tricks on him, keeping him from settling down. Hopefully he wouldn't have to wait much longer. That evening, Ahu brought a bag of mandarins to Liu Xiaoyu's house. Liu's wife quickly brought out a young woman, slightly plump with 2 braids, who shyly smiled at him. Ahu immediately guessed she already knew, but he didn't feel awkward. He smiled, left the mandarins, told Liu Xiaoyu he had something to do that night and would come another time, then left in a hurry. Liu Xiaoyu didn't stop him. Seeing how quickly he left, he guessed what was going on. He exchanged a look with his wife and said, Let's get dinner ready, then watch TV with the kids. It's cold. Stay here tonight and go home in the morning. The young woman nodded softly and went to her room. Liu's wife was upset, feeling sorry for her sister. I told you, he's too old. My sister's only 18. She's in her prime and he's in his 30s. How dare he look down on her? Don't talk nonsense, Liu Xiaoyu said quietly. Ahu probably feels he's not good enough for your sister, so he doesn't dare accept. I set this up, so he had to show up for my sake, but he didn't want to lead her on, so he politely declined. He's seen a lot in life. It's not what you think. His wife felt better after hearing that. But my sister really is a good girl. She's just not his type, Liu Xiaoyu explained. So what kind of girl does he like? His wife asked eagerly. I have a few more cousins who are still single. No, Liu Xiaoyu waved her off with a sigh. He won't be interested. In the blink of an eye, the end of the year had arrived. Xue Ling was still in her early pregnancy, not eating much, not sleeping well, and spent her days drowsily resting at home. As the year ended, construction at the site stopped. The secretary was anxiously calculating everyone's wages, the workers had booked their train tickets, and were eagerly waiting for their pay. Boss Liao was extremely busy. Upon hearing that Xue Ling was pregnant and hadn't been to the site much, he called twice to check in, promising he'd try to visit the site more often. With him around, Xue Ling felt at ease and could focus on her pregnancy at home. On the day of the Little New Year, Xue Ling was playing on the rocking horse with little Ran when there was a sudden knock at the door. She didn't know who it was, but the knocking was urgent, as if something serious had happened. Xue Ling quickly stood up and asked, "Who is it?" "It's Liu Xiaoyu," came the voice from outside. "I'm looking for sister-in-law Xue." Xue Ling hurried over and opened the door. She saw Liu Xiaoyu, looking anxious and out of breath. "Sister-in-law, thank goodness you're home. Something's happened at the construction site." Xue Ling was startled and asked in a panic, "What happened?" Liu Xiaoyu, still catching her breath, said, "The secretary miscalculated a few workers' wages and also said the workers' New Year bonuses would be held until work resumes next year. Quite a few workers are upset, saying the boss is cheating them and that you're cheating them too. I tried to calm them down, but they smashed the secretary's chair and stool, demanding an explanation from you and Boss Liao. Boss Liao's wife is in the hospital, and he's been extremely busy lately. I don't know where to find him right now, so I came to you first. Sister-in-law, you need to show up quickly." Xue Ling nodded hurriedly. "Wait a moment. I'll grab some money from the room to bring over." She hadn't been to the site recently and guessed that the cash flow must be tight, otherwise the secretary wouldn't have decided on his own to delay the bonuses. It couldn't hurt to bring more money. Liu Xiaoyu nodded quickly, wiping his sweat. "I'll wait for you." Xue Ling rushed back to her room, took out the key, opened the drawer, stuffed the 20,000 yuan she kept at home into her bag, put on her coat and scarf. "Mom, I'm heading out. Please watch Ran." Liu Ying was already at the door, having heard most of Liu Xiaoyu's explanation, and was extremely anxious. Ling, you're pregnant. Please be careful." Liu Xiaoyu quickly patted his chest and said, "Auntie, don't worry. I'll make sure nothing happens to sister-in-law. I swear on my life." Liu Ying, inexperienced with such matters, was nervous and at a loss. "Then you must protect her. Don't let the workers hurt her." "Mom, don't worry," Xue Ling reassured her. "It'll be fine. I'm heading out now." With that, she and Liu Xiaoyu hurried into the elevator and quickly went downstairs. Liu Xiaoyu pointed at his bicycle. "Sister-in-law, let me give you a ride." "No, I'll drive you. It's faster." Xue Ling pointed at the nearby jeep. "Get in." The car was fast, and in less than a minute they arrived at the construction site gate. Liu Xiaoyu stuck his head out and shouted, "Everyone, calm down. Boss Xue is here. Boss Xue is here." The workers, who had been making a ruckus in the temporary office, rushed out and crowded around Xue Ling's jeep. "Boss Xue, why have you been hiding? You finally showed up." "Boss Xue, you're not keeping your word. Didn't you say there'd be a bonus at the end of the year? Why is it postponed to next year? That's not right. Liar, you're cheating us workers." "I quit. Give us all our wages." Liu Xiaoyu quickly got out and shouted, "Everyone calm down. Listen to what sister-in-law has to say. She'll solve the problem." As soon as everyone heard there was money, they quieted down and stared intently at Xue Ling. Xue Ling remained calm and waved to the secretary. "Whose wages were miscalculated? Recalculate them now. Don't shortchange the workers a single cent." The secretary was terrified and stammered. "Just a few people, off by a few dozen yuan. There's no more funds here." "Boss Xue, we work so hard and only make a little over 100 yuan a month. A few dozen yuan is a huge deal for us." 10 yuan is enough for my whole family's New Year. A few dozen yuan. That's half a month's work for me. Xue Ling nodded and said loudly, "Don't worry, everyone. However much was short, we'll make it up. We won't owe anyone a single cent." She then opened her bag, took out a thick stack of cash, and handed it to the secretary. "This is 10,000 yuan. First, recalculate the accounts for those whose wages were wrong and make up the difference." The secretary, still sobbing, whispered, I don't know where I went wrong, but I have all the records." Xue Ling sighed and said to Liu Xiaoyu, "Brother Liu, you know everyone best. Please hand out 100 yuan New Year's bonus to each worker. Have everyone line up, count the money in front of them, and sign for it." Liu Xiaoyu quickly came over and took the thick stack of cash from her. When the workers heard there were bonuses, they got excited. "There really is a bonus. 100 yuan. Boss Xue is so generous." "Boss Xue is straightforward." Xue Ling turned to the secretary and said, "Bring out the accounts for the workers whose wages were miscalculated. I'll check them myself right here." The secretary nodded frantically and went to the office to get the records. The workers lined up, waiting for Liu Xiaoyu to hand out the bonuses. Xue Ling took a pen and carefully checked the accounts as she went through them. After more than half an hour, Xue Ling finally finished checking the accounts. It turns out half a month's attendance was misrecorded, 60 yuan and 50 cents for each person. Here, make up the difference for everyone. The secretary, now calmer, quickly took out the money and made up the difference for the workers. The workers, having received their wages and the 100 yuan bonus, were all smiles. Liu Xiaoyu scolded them sternly. "You all made a fuss without getting the facts. Didn't you ever think that with such a big project here, would we really shortchange you on your wages?" "Brother Liu, it's just that the secretary said there was no money left. My family is waiting for my pay to go home for New Year. The kids' tuition, next year's food and expenses all depend on my wages. I was worried." "We were told there'd be a bonus, then suddenly it's postponed to next year. Isn't that cheating?" Luckily, Boss Xue brought it over. "Enough," Liu Xiaoyu snapped. "Sister-in-law is pregnant, can't eat or sleep well, and has been resting at home for over a month. As soon as she heard you were making a fuss, she rushed over, and you accuse her of cheating. Boss Liao's wife is in the hospital. He's been running between home and the hospital, worried sick. Why can't you think about others for once? In all these years, has this site ever owed you a month's wages? Never, not once. Getting all worked up for nothing, and smashing things. Next year, none of you follow me anymore. You're a disgrace." After Liu Xiaoyu finished yelling, all the workers hung their heads in embarrassment. Some of the bolder ones, who were usually close to Liu Xiaoyu, hurried over. "Brother Liu, we just acted on impulse, don't be mad. We just got anxious seeing both bosses gone all the time, and we were afraid we wouldn't get paid at the end of the year." "Yeah, exactly. The bosses are never around, so we feel uneasy. It's the new year, and everyone's counting on this bit of pay to go home for the holidays. How could we not be nervous? The secretary wasn't clear about things either, and even said there was no money left here. It scared us to death." Liu Xiaoyu shouted, "How many of you haven't gotten your wages? Who? Other than the few whose pay was miscalculated, did anyone else not get paid? No, right? You've been here for over half a year. Has the canteen ever shorted you a meal? Have you ever missed a month's pay?" Everyone fell silent. Xue Ling sighed softly and pointed at the messy office and the secretary, whose eyes were still red. "Do you all realize? Intimidating people and smashing up the office like this is already illegal. We haven't withheld any wages, just made a mistake on a few people's accounts. The New Year bonus is a benefit, and we've kept our promise to pay it on time. But acting like this, don't you think it's a bit too much for me and Boss Liao?" The workers didn't dare say a word, looking pleadingly at Liu Xiaoyu. Liu Xiaoyu didn't even want to look at them and said gruffly, "I won't lead you anymore. Leading workers like you is just embarrassing myself. I, Liu Xiaoyu, have been in this business for over 10 years. My name may not be big, but it's a name people respect. I've never been criticized for anything." Xue Ling waved her hand. "Enough, don't argue. Brother Liu, you stay. The rest of you, pack your things and go home. Be careful on the road. If you don't want to come back, then don't. We don't welcome troublemakers here." Everyone was shocked.
They looked at each other, not expecting the usually easygoing Xue Ling to say something like that. Wait, Boss Xue, what do you mean by that? I still want to come back next year. It's good here. I want to keep working here. How can a construction site run without workers? Who's going to do the work then? Xue Ling smiled and shook her head. As long as we offer good wages and good living conditions, we're not afraid of not finding workers. We do need workers, and a lot of them, but we don't need impulsive ones who smash things when they get upset. You all work hard, I recognize that. But if you don't listen to your foreman and act out of line, then there's no point in continuing to work together. Everyone started to panic and looked to Lu Xiaoyu for help. Brother Lu, please help us out. We won't dare do it again. It was just a moment of impulse. I've worked with you for years. You know what kind of person I am. Brother Lu, I'll listen to whatever you say from now on. I just lost my head for a moment. I'm sorry. I won't do it again. Ever. They all pleaded with Lu Xiaoyu to let them stay. Liu Xiaoyu kept a stern face, smoking one cigarette after another, ignoring everyone. Xue Ling didn't pay them any attention either, turning to help the secretary tidy up the office. A few workers saw this and quickly came over to help. The atmosphere was heavy. Everyone had money in their hands, but no one felt happy. Brother Lu, please don't be like this, okay? We really know we were wrong. Usually, whatever you ask us to do, we do it. It's just that you and the bosses are all good people, and we just got carried away and took advantage. Liu Xiaoyu spat on the ground and shouted, Kindness gets taken for weakness. I'm too soft-hearted, that's why you all act out. Get out, pack your things and get out of here. Locals, go home too. Don't let me see you again. With that, he strode away. Brother Lu, Brother Lu. Everyone chased after him. Xue Ling saw this and chuckled quietly. The secretary, wiping the dirty desk, couldn't help but ask, Sister Xue, why are you still laughing? Xue Ling smiled and explained, Brother Lu needs to lose his temper sometimes or people will think he's a pushover. He's got a good temper and is easy to talk to, but some people will take advantage and go too far. He has to get angry now and then. The secretary was still upset and muttered, They're all a bunch of savages. I can't stand them. I wish I'd never have to see them again. Xue Ling shook her head and said quietly, You can't say that. The workers on a construction site all do hard physical labor. They're a bunch of men together all day, so they talk rough and act rough, and since they're all young and strong, it's easy for them to get impulsive. The secretary thought for a moment and asked, Sister Xue, are we really not going to let them work here anymore? They work well with the engineers, and Brother Lu is really good at his job. We'll see, Xue Ling replied. If Brother Lu doesn't want to keep them, then neither do we. Brother Lu has a lot of influence in this business. With him around, we don't have to worry about finding good workers. If he decides to keep them, we'll go along with it and keep them too. Let's see what Brother Lu does, and then we'll decide. The secretary sighed and went back to work. Xue Ling thought for a moment and asked, What's really going on with Boss Liao's family? When he called me a few days ago, he didn't mention anything. Just now, Brother Lu said his wife was in the hospital. Is that true? The secretary pursed her lips and said quietly, I don't know the details. Boss Liao hasn't said anything. I only heard about it when I went back to the company. The manager mentioned it quietly. I heard his wife is in the hospital, and Boss Liao goes there every day. But I don't know what illness it is. Things are a mess at home and at the company, but Boss Liao hasn't said a word. Xue Ling found it odd and comforted her. Don't overthink it. Even if Boss Liao isn't around, you still have me, right? If anything happens, call my house right away. I can drive over in less than a minute. Okay, the secretary explained awkwardly. Earlier, I just panicked and didn't know what to do. I just kept crying. Sorry, Sister Xue, I'm so useless. It's fine, you're still young. You haven't dealt with things like this before, so it's normal to panic. Xue Ling said gently, But as the saying goes, the first time is hard, the second time is easier. Next time, you'll be able to handle it because you'll have experience. The secretary couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time and said quietly, I'd rather not have this kind of experience. Xue Ling didn't mind and explained, You've got a long life ahead of you. It's impossible to never have unexpected things happen. The more you go through, the calmer you'll get, and you'll slowly gain experience in handling things. The secretary couldn't help but ask, Sister Xue, you look so young. Maybe just a year or two older than me. How come you seem so experienced? Because I've been through a lot, Xue Ling answered vaguely. Not long ago, there was even a disturbance at my family's factory. The more you go through, the more experience you get. The secretary nodded in understanding. Xue Ling changed the subject at the right time and asked, Has Boss Liao sent any money to pay off debts recently? No, the secretary replied. He hasn't sent any money for months. The company's finances seem really tight. I heard from the general manager that we might not even be able to pay wages at the end of the year. It was that serious? Xue Ling glanced toward the back and said, The engineers should be heading home for the new year too. Call them over. I'll settle their wages and bonuses. Bring the 3 old men who watch over the site as well. Let's take this opportunity to settle everyone's pay. Okay, the secretary hurried out. After handing out the workers' bonuses, Xue Ling counted the money she had left. Just a little over 10,000 yuan. She calculated Lu Xiaoyu's wages as well, and gave him a 200 yuan bonus. The secretary beside her couldn't help but mutter, Brother Lu's bonus is even more than his wages. Xue Ling explained gently, He's the foreman, responsible for managing so many workers for us. It's not easy for him. With him around, worker issues are much easier to resolve. He's very important. He deserves it. Hearing this, the secretary felt embarrassed to say anything more. A while later, several engineers arrived. Xue Ling settled their wages and asked, Have you all booked your tickets? We booked them a month ago. Our train leaves the day after tomorrow, so we'll get home just before New Year's Eve. I booked mine early too. My home's closer, just half a day by train. Xue Ling explained, We'll be preparing to resume work right after the Lantern Festival. I hope you can all be back on time, 1 or 2 days after the festival. No problem. All right, we'll be back after the Lantern Festival. Xue Ling gave each of them a red envelope with 120 yuan, handing them out on the spot. With both their wages and New Year's bonuses, everyone was delighted. Thank you, Boss Xue. Happy New Year. See you next year. Xue Ling shook hands with each of them. Safe travels. Happy New Year. A while later, the secretary brought over the 3 elderly gatekeepers. Xue Ling settled their wages as well and explained, During the new year, you'll have to take turns with your time off. Thank you for your hard work. With the engineers and workers gone, we'll be relying on you for cleaning and security. It's our duty. It's our duty. The 3 old men nodded in turn. We've already discussed it. Both gates need someone on duty at all times. One person can take time off, the other 2 will stay, and we'll rotate shifts. Xue Ling smiled. Thank you for your hard work. Arrange the shifts among yourselves as needed. Each worker gets a New Year's bonus, and you're just as important, so you each get a bonus too. At first, the 3 old men didn't dare accept. The secretary smiled. This is a reward from the bosses for your hard work. As long as you keep it up, there will be more benefits like this in the future. The 3 old men exchanged glances, then accepted the envelopes with big smiles, bowing repeatedly in thanks before leaving. Xue Ling looked at the secretary and smiled. Now you're the only one left. Even though you're from Boss Liao's company, you work here, and your wages have always been paid from this side. Here's your pay, and your bonus is the same as the engineers, 120 yuan. Seeing that Xue Ling's 2 thick stacks of cash were almost gone, the secretary quickly shook her head and refused. Sister Xue, Boss Liao hasn't sent any money in for a while. If you give me this, won't you be out of money yourself? Xue Ling smiled warmly. Silly girl, I have more money than just this. Don't worry, take it. The secretary accepted it happily. Thank you, Sister Xue. Supporting her waist, Xue Ling said softly, I'm a bit tired. I need to go home.
I'll have to trouble you to work overtime these next 2 days. Finish up the accounts, make sure everyone's wages and bonuses are recorded, tidy up everything that needs tidying, and once you're done, you can start your holiday. Make sure all the doors and windows are locked, and take the account books back to the company for safekeeping."
Okay.
The secretary nodded repeatedly. Xue Ling said, "I'll go to Boss Liao's company this afternoon. I don't know how he's doing." "He's at the hospital taking care of his wife," the secretary replied. "He probably won't be at the company." Xue Ling thought for a moment. "That's all right, I'll stop by first, then find out where he is and go to the hospital." The secretary could only nod, then asked, "What about Brother Liu's wages and bonus? What if he doesn't come back?" Xue Ling took them and said gently, "I'll take them to him. He lives close to me. When I go over, I'll also check in on how his workers are doing." "All right, I'll leave it to you, Sister Xue." The secretary handed her the envelope. Xue Ling was feeling unwell and hurried home. Once home, she rushed to the bathroom and vomited for a while. Liu Ying saw her and quickly poured a cup of warm water. "Vomiting again? Are you feeling very uncomfortable? Rest a bit, catch your breath, drink something warm, and you probably won't throw up again." Xue Ling wiped her mouth, took a few breaths, and sipped some water. "I feel a bit better. Thanks, Mom." Liu Ying looked at her with concern and said softly, "Pregnancy is always tough. All women have to go through this. Some are lucky and suffer less. Your situation is actually pretty good. Back in our hometown, some women can't even get out of bed. Once you get through the first 3 months, it'll get better." Xue Ling drank some water and went to sit on the sofa. Liu Ying explained, "Last night, little Ranran woke up and wouldn't go back to sleep. After he drank half a cup of water just now, he started dozing off, so I took him to your room to sleep. I'm cooking now, and when it's time to eat, I was afraid you wouldn't hear him wake up if he was in the other room." "It's fine. Let him sleep in the room." Xue Ling smiled. "I'll just sit here for a while." Seeing her recover a bit, Liu Ying finally felt at ease and went to the kitchen. A while later, Cheng Tianyuan came home, carrying a big load of things. He glanced at Xue Ling, quickly took the things to the kitchen, washed his hands, and came out. "Wife, what's wrong? You look so pale." Xue Ling gave a wry smile. "I just threw up." Cheng Tianyuan felt a pang of sympathy and came over. "How about I make you some sweet and sour ribs?" Xue Ling shook her head. "I don't have an appetite right now." Cheng Tianyuan asked again, "How about a bowl of beef noodles with some pickled vegetables?" "No." Xue Ling shook her head. "I'll just rest for a bit and try to get over this nauseous feeling." Cheng Tianyuan could only nod. "I'll go help in the kitchen. You sit here and rest." He thought for a moment, then took off his military-style jacket and draped it over her shoulders. Xue Ling chuckled softly and hugged the jacket. Cheng Tianyuan looked at her with affection before heading to the kitchen. Xue Ling glanced at the phone, picked up the receiver and dialed Zheng Sanyuan's number. After a while, the secretary answered. "Miss Xue, Director Zheng is helping pack goods in the warehouse. I'll go get him for you." Xue Ling agreed, feeling a surge of admiration. Some people are not only smart and capable, but also work harder than you. No wonder they're so successful. "Xiao Xue? Hello? Your father told me you're expecting your second child. Congratulations. I've been clearing out inventory these past 2 days, settling the remaining payments for the year, and I'll transfer your share to you soon." Xue Ling thanked him and asked, "Uncle Zheng, have all the workers gone on holiday?" "They've all left over the past couple of days," Zheng Sanyuan explained. "Once the packing is done and the goods are shipped, the rest of the workers will go on holiday too. There's only one holiday a year, so everyone's eager to get home. The workers' wages are all settled before they leave. After paying the electricity, water, and truck drivers, whatever's left is ours." Xue Ling smiled and said quietly, "Uncle Zheng, you're as sharp as ever. You knew I was calling about money." "Ha ha," Zheng Sanyuan laughed. "It's New Year's. Everyone needs money. Even the kids want red envelopes. I get it. I'm in a hurry to collect payments too." Xue Ling smiled and asked, Uncle Zheng, after everything's settled, about how much will I get? For the past 3 months at the end of the year, Cheng Tianyuan hadn't sent her any payments, saying there were several big orders being rushed, and the clients hadn't paid in full yet, so she'd have to wait until the end of the year for a lump sum. She'd been too busy lately and still had money on hand, so she hadn't pressed him for her share. But last month, she spent over 100,000 yuan on cement and sand, leaving her with only a few tens of thousands. Fortunately, the wholesale clothing shop in the provincial capital was still bringing in some income, so she wasn't strapped for cash. However, the clothing shop had already been closed for a month with no income, and the remaining stock had all been cleared out and given to Ahu. On top of that, she'd had to send money twice recently to the second phase of the construction site, and after paying out 20,000 in wages that morning, she had very little left. With the new year coming up, a time when expenses are high, she figured Boss Liao was probably struggling too, and she might even need to help him out. But if she had no money, she wouldn't be able to help. So she had to take this opportunity to ask Uncle Zheng for her share. Cheng Tianyuan thought for a moment and replied, The accountant started settling the accounts this morning, so it should be ready for transfer to you this afternoon. The last few months of the year were a big rush, and the profits from those big orders were quite good. I did a rough estimate, and we should be able to split over 700,000 yuan. That much? Xue Ling was overjoyed. Really? We made that much in just these 3 months at the end of the year? Cheng Tianyuan wasn't the type to be vague. He knew the numbers well and explained carefully. These big orders at the end of the year were all huge, each over 1 million pieces. Normally we run 2 shifts, but to get these orders done we worked around the clock and even hired more than 20 temporary workers. I was exhausted, helping out wherever I could, barely able to keep up. Xue Ling gave a wry smile and said softly, You've worked so hard. What are you saying? Cheng Tianyuan laughed heartily. I'm doing it for myself, too. I want to make money. This year, thanks to the sandling factory, I made twice as much as usual. I told my wife this year we're definitely going on a trip for the new year. Absolutely, Xue Ling said. You work hard all year and Auntie never gets a chance to travel with you. Cheng Tianyuan said, I actually envy your parents. The last 2 months of the year are easier for them. Spring clothes don't have to be rushed. No need for overtime or pushing the workers. Just do what they can. Your dad's been coming over to help, sometimes checking the accounts for me, which has made things a lot easier. Xue Ling sighed softly. I can't help out myself. No worries, Cheng Tianyuan laughed. It's a long way, and you have the heart for it, that's enough. The factory is your family's, and your dad comes to help often. That's plenty. Xiao Xue, we're in this for the long haul. The machines at this factory are pretty advanced, so we should be able to keep it running for at least another 10 years. Deal, Xue Ling laughed. Maybe next year or the year after, we'll start a new business together. Cheng Tianyuan asked, What kind of business? Aren't you investing in real estate? By the way, how's your construction project going? We're up to the 6th floor now, Xue Ling explained. It's moving faster and faster. If we keep going for another half year, plus interior finishing, it might be ready by month. There are fewer workers at the end of the year, but if we hire more next year, we should be able to start selling by the end of the year. Wow! So you'll have to invest for another year? Cheng Tianyuan clicked his tongue. That's a huge upfront investment and the payback period is so long. Unless you have strong financial backing, ordinary people couldn't last. Xue Ling nodded quickly. Exactly. That's why I keep coming to you for my share. Ha 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 ha, Cheng Tianyuan said. You don't care about this little bit of money, do you? If you really needed it, you could just ask your dad, and you'd never be short. I heard from your dad that when you take goods from him, you always pay cost price, never taking advantage. It's good for young people to have this kind of independent earning mindset. Thank you, Uncle, Xue Ling giggled. I'm not that capable yet. Still have a lot to learn. No need to be modest, Cheng Tianyuan said warmly. You're not even 25 yet. Your life is just beginning. With all the property and land you own, even if you never made another cent, you'd have enough to last a lifetime. Speaking of land, I remember you said you wanted to find a couple of acres to build a house. I asked my mom to help look through her contacts. Any news? It's rare that you remember, Cheng Tianyuan explained. Last month, when your dad came over, he brought that person along. About the same age as your parents. Everyone calls him Old Tang. He used to be neighbors with your mom, and they've kept in touch. All the land your mom bought was through his introductions, and he gets a little commission. Oh, I remember. Tall, heavy-set, very sturdy, Xue Ling said. That's him, Cheng Tianyuan continued. Old Tang runs 2 real estate agencies. Anything to do with property, buying, selling, renting, he can handle. Warehouses, land, you name it. He's very experienced. Xue Ling asked with concern, was he able to find land for you? Cheng Tianyuan sighed. He found a plot, but it's too big and a bit expensive. I just want to build a couple of villas, not a bunch of big buildings. Xue Ling grew curious. There's still such a big plot near the city center? That's hard to believe. I remember you wanted it in the city center. It's actually not far from the city center, Cheng Tianyuan said quietly. It's not just land. It's a warehouse and factory owned by a wealthy family, built as an investment. The place is huge. Later, the factory didn't do well and went bankrupt, so it's been abandoned. They wanted to rent it out, but it's too big, so there's been little interest. The owner is applying to emigrate and has decided to sell it all at once. Sounds great, Xue Ling said quickly. You can't find such a big plot in the city center anymore. But I only want a small piece, Cheng Tianyuan said with a wry smile. The location is great, with lots of high-rises nearby, and it's super convenient for living and shopping. The area is full of office buildings. Every inch is precious. Xue Ling was instantly tempted and said quietly, buy it. If you only want part, just develop part. Uncle Zheng, land in the center of the capital is so scarce. My family's little plot has already gone up by 20%. Yours isn't small either, Cheng Tianyuan said. But this warehouse and old factory, over 60 mu. The owner insists on selling it as a whole, not splitting it up because he wants a lump sum. Xue Ling couldn't help but ask, how much does he want for it? Cheng Tianyuan replied, it's expensive, over 3 million. Wow, that really is expensive, Cheng Tianyuan explained. The land is pricey, and you'd have to pay to demolish the old factory and warehouse, which is a big expense. I've made good money these past few years, but I've also spent a lot. And with some bad investments back home, I just can't come up with that much cash right now. So what did my dad say? Xue Ling asked. Why don't our families buy it together? This, Xiao Shui, you're interested? Cheng Tianyuan asked in surprise. Why don't you ask your dad? I've been too busy lately, and the plot is so big I haven't dared to consider it. Xue Ling was definitely interested, but she just didn't have that much money on hand. Uncle Zheng, don't worry. I'll call my dad in a bit and talk to him about it. All right. If your dad wants to buy, I'll take a share, and our 2 families can buy it together. That way, the financial burden won't be too heavy for me, and I'll still have some money left for construction. Cheng Tianyuan seemed to remember something and sighed softly. Xiao Shui, to be honest, I've made quite a bit from this sweater factory over the years, but I've spent a lot back in my hometown, and the shops I invested in have all lost money, so things are a bit tight. The apartment I live in now is getting old, and the kids are growing up and all want their own rooms. My wife keeps saying she wants to live in a small villa with a spacious home of our own. You invested in shops back home? Xue Ling asked. Yes, Cheng Tianyuan lowered his voice. All in partnership with my relatives. But they're not business people. They don't know how to run things. I put in the money but never saw any returns. Whether it was restaurants or noodle shops, they all ended up losing money. In business, you need reliable people to help, otherwise you just can't make a profit. That's true, Xue Ling agreed. If you can't trust someone, how can you rely on them? Business needs to be watched over by yourself or by someone you trust. Of course, it depends on the person. Like us, we didn't even know each other before, but my dad introduced us, and in the end, you trusted me, I trusted you. And after running the factory together for over half a year, the profits have been excellent. Exactly, Cheng Tianyuan smiled. That's how it is. Xiao Shui, You and your dad are a lot alike, both scholarly business people. I'm just a rough guy, only know how to work hard.
That's too modest.
Xue Ling laughed. My dad and I always praise your abilities. If you weren't keeping an eye on the factory, how could I have felt safe heading south? If he hadn't been trustworthy, and if it weren't her own family's factory on their own land, with her dad nearby to help keep an eye on things, she never would have dared to invest all her hard-earned money. Cheng Tianyuan chuckled. It all comes down to one word: trust. Exactly, Xue Ling said warmly. I'll hang up for now. Please transfer the money to me when you can. I need it urgently. No problem, Cheng Tianyuan promised. As soon as the accounts are settled this afternoon, I'll transfer it right away. Don't worry, there's nothing left to do here except wait for the holiday. As for the warehouse and factory land, give me a little time to discuss it with my dad, Xue Ling said. All right, I'll wait for your good news, Cheng Tianyuan replied happily. Xue Ling hung up and quickly dialed her home number, but no one answered. Thinking her parents were probably still at the main factory, she called the office. Her mother picked up. A mother's greatest concern is always her child's health and well-being. How are you? I heard your symptoms are pretty bad, not sleeping or eating well. Her mother sighed. This is your second child. Why is it still so tough? Xue Ling gave a wry smile. I don't know. I'm always nauseous, though I don't throw up as much when I eat, but I still can't eat much. Eat more, her mother scolded. Being a mom is never easy. Even if you can't eat, you have to force yourself for the baby's sake. Xue Ling couldn't help but laugh. That's easy for you to say. When you couldn't eat, could you force yourself? How is that the same? Her mother laughed. I'm not pregnant. I don't have to force myself. If you won't do it for yourself, do it for the baby. All right, I'll try, Xue Ling asked. Did you get your tickets? Yes, your dad's friend brought them over yesterday, her mother said. I gave him some New Year's gifts to thank him. The factory stocked up on hundreds of bottles of liquor for the holiday. If guests or customers come, we give them a bottle, sometimes with a pack of cured meat. That's good. Xue Ling asked a few more questions about the factories. Her mother explained. The main factory stopped work the day before yesterday. The workers have all been paid and gone home for the new year. Only the secretary and some security and logistics staff are left. Your dad is busy with the accounts. The Lingwan branch is being managed by Ah Heng, so there's nothing to worry about. The third branch stopped work yesterday. There are fewer people there, so it's easy to manage. Your dad worked overtime last night, doing the accounts until after 1 a.m. Tisk? That's tough. Xue Ling couldn't help but feel sorry for her dad. Her mother sighed. Making money is never easy. I've been busy too. Went out to buy you some deer antler and fish maw, and even asked a friend at the foreign trade market to get you 2 boxes of bird's nest. That stuff is good for the baby's skin. That's too expensive, Xue Ling said, feeling bad about the money. It's just protein. Other foods are just as nutritious. Don't believe all the hype. The only thing that's real is the price. Her mother laughed. You get what you pay for. Our ancestors ate this stuff, and we're just following their example. The family's finances are fine. It's not like we can't afford it. Besides, what's the point of making money if not to eat well and dress warmly? If you're already eating and dressing well, then aim for even better, more nutritious food. That's true, Xue Ling giggled. Is Dad in the office? He is, her mother said. He's at the other end working on the accounts. Why do you need him? Didn't we already set aside a batch of spring clothes for you? What, you want more? No, I need money, Xue Ling said, unable to help herself. Mom, did Uncle Tang introduce a warehouse and factory in the city center to Uncle Cheng Tianyuan? Yes, her mother explained. He asked for it, so I had Uncle Tang look. But you know, the city center is packed with high-rises. There's hardly any good land left. If there was, we bought it last year. How's the factory and warehouse? Xue Ling asked. Did you and Dad go see it? We did. Her mother, a local, knew the area well. That warehouse and factory are decades old. Back in the day, it was a big deal. Everyone was proud to work there. What kind of factory was it? Xue Ling asked. A soy sauce factory, her mother replied. Xue Ling remembered. I vaguely recall. Every time we passed by, there was always a strange smell. Yes, her mother said. Making soy sauce, of course there's a smell. But because it was so strong, there were always complaints, and with poor profits, they eventually had to shut down. Oh, Xue Ling asked. How's the place? It's huge, really huge, her mother said. A while back, when it was snowing heavily, Uncle Tang got in touch and your dad, Uncle Zheng, and I all went to see it. It's dozens of mu plus a big warehouse, probably even more. All owned by one person? Xue Ling asked. No, of course not, her mother explained. Back then the factory was a public-private partnership, half privately owned, half belonging to the local neighborhood committee. Xue Ling asked. So the asking price is 3 million? Her mother explained. That man's children are all abroad, and they've already arranged for him to emigrate. With his kids overseas and him getting older, he probably won't come back, so he discussed selling with the neighborhood committee. The committee agreed, saying the proceeds would go toward building a small bridge. That place is worth the price, Xue Ling said quietly. It's just, the area is too big, and the money is a lot. Uncle Zheng can't come up with it alone. Yes, her mother said. Old Zheng is very tempted, but the place is just too big for him to buy alone. Your dad quietly told him that if he decided to buy, he could borrow some money from us. We're all old friends and business partners, so lending and borrowing is normal. And then? Xue Ling asked. Her mother lowered her voice. Old Zheng said he'd think about it, and then we didn't hear anything more. We've all been too busy lately and haven't seen him, so I don't know what he decided. But old Tang left him his number, so if he wants it, he'll probably contact old Tang directly. He doesn't dare. Too expensive, too big, Xue Ling explained. That's why I'm thinking of buying it together with him. What? Her mother couldn't help but laugh and scold her. Why are you getting involved? You're just one person. What do you need with so much land and so many buildings? You already have hundreds of mu of land and a dozen houses in the capital, plus all these factories to inherit. What do you need more for? I'm human, and humans are greedy, Xue Ling said with a giggle. Making money is like chasing dreams. There's no end to it. Do you have the money? Her mother snorted. Isn't your second phase project still under construction? 3 million is a huge sum. Xue Ling thought for a moment and asked, Mom, how about I sell some of the houses under my name and use that to buy the place? Get out, her mother said angrily. Once something's your own property, who sells it off unless they're desperate? Don't be so wasteful, you little spendthrift. Xue Ling stuck out her tongue and asked, What about Dad? Can I borrow 1.5 million from him and buy it together with Uncle Zheng? I'll pay Dad back when I make money at the end of next year. Wait a moment, her mother said. I'll get your dad to listen in. Honestly, why are you so greedy? Get Dad for me, Xue Ling pleaded. Her mother put down the phone and called out, Old Xue, your spendthrift daughter wants you. A moment later, her father came to the phone, still laughing. What's up? When has my daughter ever been a spendthrift? I don't know about that. No one in our family is like that. Don't say such things. Oh, stop bragging, her mother replied, laughing. Her father picked up the phone and said warmly, I hear there's a spendthrift daughter who wants to borrow money from me. What's going on? Can't make ends meet? No, it's not that bad, Xue Ling said cheerfully. I'll have several 100,000 coming in this afternoon. How could I not make ends meet? I just have something I want to discuss with you. Go ahead, her father said directly. Xue Ling quickly explained her plan. Land in the city center is so precious. We can't miss such a great opportunity. Dad, if we can't afford it now, we'll never be able to in the future. I understand, her father said, sounding skeptical. But you're buying so much land for investment. Isn't that a bit much? No, Xue Ling said quietly. The more central the location, the sooner I want to develop it. Once I have money, I'll build high-rises there to rent out. But it'll take a long time to recoup your investment, right? Her father said. As far as I know, old Zheng lost quite a bit recently. He can probably only put up 1 million. Then you'll need money to demolish the factory, prepare the land, and then build and decorate. If you go for luxury, that could be another $1,000,000. There's a lot of money to be made, but also a lot to be spent. You might not be able to come up with that much cash right away. Xue Ling said quietly. Then we'll take 2/3, and he'll take 1/3. Her father was silent for a moment, then said, That place really is good. It's a big investment, but the long-term prospects are great. But since old Zheng wants to buy it, I don't want to take it away from him. Besides, we already bought a lot last year. Let's get this one too, Xue Ling said. The location is even better. Once I have money, I'll pay you back and then build a commercial building to rent out. Her father thought for a moment. I've always kept money aside for you. There's still over 10 million. But are you sure you want to invest in the capital? With this kind of investment, as long as you have spare cash, you're sure to make a solid profit. But after all, Yuan is from over there, and your home is there too. I'm just worried he won't understand, and it could cause friction between you two. His daughter was already married, and no matter how much her family set aside for her real home was with her husband's family. The two families lived far apart, and if she developed too much in her hometown, her husband's family might not be happy. After all, she was married out. Xue Ling laughed and explained, Don't worry, they understand. Dad, you don't have to worry about that, it's not a problem. I'm an only child, and Yuan and his parents are very understanding. I even suggested that our next child take my surname, and they agreed. Her father was silent on the other end. After a long while, he finally said quietly, Really? You asked? They really agreed? They did, Xue Ling said softly. Brother Yuan knows I'm an only child and understands our family's situation. He said he'll help take care of you and Mom in your old age, just like he does for his own parents. That's a lot to ask of him, her father said, half sighing, half smiling. He's always been a good kid. We know that. We do. Xue Ling chuckled and said, So whatever I buy or do in the capital, he always supports me. Whether it was starting the factory or when you bought land and houses for me last year, he never objected. That's good, her father said gently. For me, the most important thing is that you and your husband get along. If you only think about your own family and follow our lead, some people might think he's married into our family. Only if he agrees, can you go ahead? Xue Ling giggled. So you're agreeing to lend me the money, right? If you agree, then talk to Uncle Zheng, have him contact Old Tang and get it settled. Then we can discuss the details. All right, her father said. I'll lend you 2 million, and we'll buy 2/3. I'll talk to Old Zheng tomorrow, and then we'll go see Old Tang together. As for the details, we'll discuss them when we get back next year. After all, it's a big sum. No one can afford to be careless. No matter how much money the family had, every investment had to be made carefully, especially one this big. Her father couldn't help but laugh and cry. You really are bold, always making such big investments. 20 years ago, numbers like this would have scared people to death. Don't say that, Xue Ling said with a smile. Even now, numbers like this are still pretty scary. As long as you know, her father said quietly. You know we only have 10 or 20 million. Don't go overboard. Be careful. I'll pay you back, Xue Ling promised. I'll pay you back by the end of next year. All right then. After hanging up the phone, Xue Ling let out a long breath, suppressing the wave of nausea rising in her chest. Wife, it's time to eat, Cheng Tianyuan called from the kitchen, but Xue Ling still didn't have much appetite. You and Mom go ahead. I'll go check on little Ran in the bedroom. Liu Ying frowned and asked, Are you feeling nauseous again? Are you uncomfortable? A little, Xue Ling replied softly. I'll just sit for a bit and eat when I feel up to it. Cheng Tianyuan had no choice but to eat with his mother first. Liu Ying said, These sweet and sour ribs are delicious. Let's save them for Ling Ling. Mom, have a few pieces yourself, Cheng Tianyuan said gently. It's a big plate. She can't finish it all. Food is best eaten fresh. It won't taste as good next meal. What are you talking about? Liu Ying scolded. Back when times were tough, we could barely afford pork.
Every time we bought it, we'd eat just a little at a time, stretching it over 10 meals. When it was time to eat, didn't you all wait with your mouths watering? You can't let your taste get spoiled.
Cheng Tianyuan shrugged, unconcerned. Those days are over. Now that life is better, we should eat well and enjoy fresh food. Of course, we still shouldn't waste anything. Having lived through hard times, Liu Ying couldn't quite accept this new way of thinking and just focused on eating. A while later, little Ranran woke up. Xue Ling put a little jacket on him and led him out, pouring him some warm water. The chubby little boy held the cup in his hands, sipping slowly while peeking into the kitchen. "Food? Food?" he called. Xue Ling said, "You have to drink some water first, then you can eat." Liu Ying, already finished eating, said, "I'll feed him." After drinking his water, little Ranran hurried over to his grandma. Xue Ling followed along. Cheng Tianyuan, still hungry, picked up a piece of sweet and sour rib and handed it to Xue Ling. She smiled and slowly ate the rib. Little Ranran giggled, his voice soft and sweet. "Grandma feeds, Daddy feeds, Mommy." Everyone burst out laughing. Liu Ying said gently, "Mommy has a little brother in her tummy and can't eat much, so Daddy will feed her." Xue Ling couldn't help but laugh. "Ranran, do you think Mommy's having a little sister or a little brother?" "Little sister!" Ranran shouted. He thought for a moment, then called out, "Little brother!" Cheng Tianyuan raised his eyebrows. "Which is it, little brother or little sister?" Ranran answered, "Little brother." Xue Ling laughed. "Why do you want a little brother? Wouldn't a little sister be better?" The little guy couldn't express himself well yet, but mumbled, "Little brother is good." Liu Ying explained with a smile, "There's a family in the building across the way with a child 3 months younger than him. Sometimes his grandma takes him down to play together. I taught Ranran to call him little brother. He probably just likes having someone to play with, so he wants a little brother too." Xue Ling ruffled his hair. "Either is fine. Brother or sister, both are good." "Okay." Ranran continued eating obediently. He liked eating solid food, so at lunch the rice was cooked softer so he could eat with everyone. At first, Xue Ling didn't really agree. She thought he should still be eating porridge or congee. But since his digestion was fine and his stools were normal, she stopped objecting and let him eat what he liked. He enjoyed it and ate quickly, finishing half a bowl before shaking his head, saying he was done. Cheng Tianyuan gave him a bit more vegetables. "Finish this, then you can go play." Liu Ying glanced outside. "There's still some sunshine at noon. I'll take him out for a walk. Lingling, eat a bit more or the food will get cold and upset your stomach." "Okay," Xue Ling told Ranran. "Listen to Grandma." The little one nodded obediently. The old and the young left the house and took the elevator downstairs. Xue Ling ate a few bites of rice, a few ribs, and half a bowl of soup. "That's enough, I can't eat anymore." Cheng Tianyuan coaxed, "Have another rib." "No, I really can't." Xue Ling yawned. "I'm going to take a nap soon." Cheng Tianyuan asked, "The construction site is on break now, right?" "Yes," Xue Ling explained. "Nothing major left. Just a few old men guarding the gates, making their rounds every day. There's some steel and cement inside. I told them to keep an eye on it." Cheng Tianyuan said gently, "If there's nothing going on, get some good sleep. It's cold. Sleeping more is good for you." But Xue Ling shook her head. "After a nap, I need to go see Boss Liao." "Is something wrong?" Cheng Tianyuan asked. "I'll go with you." "No need," Xue Ling said. "It's the end of the year, you're busy too. The factory in the development zone is closed and the accounts are settled, but the shop in the city is still open, right?" As the year-end approached, the factories in the development zone had all closed and the workers had gone home for the holidays. Business at Dajiale had dropped off, with few customers. Chen Min lived over there, keeping the shop open every day. After all, it was their own place and every sale counted. Ahu had nothing to do and went to help a friend with long-haul trucking, so he hadn't been around much lately. Chung Muhai was still living there, helping tidy up and clean. In contrast, the Dajjali shop in the city was booming, with everyone buying New Year's goods. Sometimes there were still customers after 10 at night. Cheng Tianyuan had been helping out there these days, stocking up for the holiday and hoping for good luck.
All right, just be careful driving, Cheng Tianyuan said. If you feel sick, pull over right away. Or better yet, let me go with you. Business can wait a day.
Xue Ling grinned, resting her chin on her hand. I'm just a little uncomfortable. Not so bad I can't drive. Don't worry, if I really can't, I won't go out. You go do your thing. If she could manage something herself, she'd never trouble others. Everyone has their own life and responsibilities. She didn't want to become a burden. That's the self-awareness of someone independent. Cheng Tianyuan smiled dotingly and tapped her nose. Then go nap first and go out after you rest. Wait a bit. Xue Ling watched him tidying up and said softly, I'll just sit here with you for now. Cheng Tianyuan finished clearing the table and started washing up with hot water. What's up? Xue Ling grinned mischievously. You can tell I have something on my mind? Impressive. Cheng Tianyuan chuckled. We're together every day. If I couldn't tell, I wouldn't be much of a husband. So impressive, Xue Ling teased. Then I won't tell you. Guess for yourself. Cheng Tianyuan smiled and quickly wiped the dishes. I'm not that good. I can't guess everything. My wife thinks about so much, plans so far ahead I can hardly keep up. Xue Ling giggled, feigning annoyance. You're so cheeky. He raised his eyebrows. What's it about? Not telling. Xue Ling waved her hand and walked out of the kitchen. I said you have to guess. I'm not saying a word. Cheng Tianyuan watched her leave, smiling helplessly, full of affection. After an hour's nap, Xue Ling woke up, washed her face, drank half a glass of water and hurried out. She drove straight to Boss Liao's company. The company was in the city, but the entrance was deserted, with only a single bicycle parked outside and not a soul in sight. Xue Ling frowned, calling out, Is anyone here? Boss Liao? Boss Liao? After a moment, a rough male voice came from upstairs. Who is it? A thin, middle-aged man in his 40s or 50s appeared, holding a cigarette, taking a heavy drag and squinting at Xue Ling. Miss, who are you looking for? Xue Ling smiled. Hello? I'm looking for Boss Liao. Is he here? He's not here. The man's face was gloomy. I'm his cousin. I've been helping out here lately. Do you need something important? I'm his business partner, Xue Ling said. There was a small issue at the construction site today, and I couldn't reach him by phone. Secretary Xiao Chen told me his wife is ill, so I came to check in. Business partner? The man frowned. He doesn't have many projects these days. Is it the big one by the river? Yes, Xue Ling nodded. The man looked at her in surprise, then became more polite. So, you're Boss Xue? Please, have a seat. Xue Ling waved her hand. No need, I just came to talk to Boss Liao about the project. Can you tell me where he is? I'd like to speak with him in person. I've been at home resting for my pregnancy, and he said he'd keep an eye on the site, but I heard he hasn't been by much. He sighed, flicked his cigarette to the floor, and stomped it out. My sister-in-law is sick, seriously ill. Zongnan's been at the hospital every day, completely worn out. With something like this happening at home, he's got no mind for business. Xue Ling frowned. Which hospital is she in? How is she doing? She's been unconscious the whole time, the man sighed. No one knows what to do. It's been almost half a month. She's at the central hospital now. I'll go check on her. If Boss Liao is there, I'll talk to him, Xue Ling said. Go ahead, the man replied. She's in the ICU on the second floor at Central Hospital. Xue Ling thanked him and hurried out, quickly starting her car and leaving. Central Hospital was in the old part of town, but with little traffic, she got there in 5 or 6 minutes. She'd been there before and easily found the ICU. From a distance, she saw Boss Liao wrapped in a dark gray padded coat, wearing a hat, slumped on a bench outside, eyes dull, face pale, and looking much thinner. If not for her sharp eyes, she might not have recognized him. He used to be refined and cheerful, with a bit of middle-aged prosperity. Now he looked haggard and sickly, as if he'd just recovered from a serious illness. "Boss Liao?" Xue Ling called gently. He stirred, looked at her for a long moment before recognizing her. "Xiao Xue?" He was in bad shape, tried to stand, but after sitting so long, couldn't get up and slumped back down. Xue Ling frowned and sat beside him. "Boss Liao, what's going on? I went to your company earlier. Your cousin said you were here. Are you all right?" He forced a smile, but his eyes filled with tears as he glanced toward the ward, then choked up. "My wife. She's sick. She's been unconscious for over 10 days. Xue Ling asked anxiously, "Can I ask what illness it is? Is it serious?" "The doctor said it might be something in her brain," Boss Liao said, eyes red. "She came home from work, said she felt dizzy, went to bed and never woke up." He tried to stand, and Xue Ling quickly helped him. He shuffled to the window of the ward and said quietly, "We can't just go in. Can only wait outside. A few days ago, the doctor said she needs to be transferred to a provincial hospital. Can't wait any longer." Xue Ling squinted through the glass and saw a figure lying in bed, covered in blankets, wearing an oxygen mask with an IV hanging nearby. "If the doctor says so, you have to listen," she said. The hospitals in Rongcheng couldn't compare to those in the provincial capital, and the staff weren't as specialized. If they couldn't treat her here, they had to get her to a bigger hospital as soon as possible. Boss Liao gave a bitter smile, explaining that there was no specialized ambulance here, and the risk of transferring her was high. She might not survive the trip. The doctor contacted the big hospital in the provincial capital, but their ambulances are in short supply, and they don't know the patient's condition, so they haven't approved the transfer yet. The doctors here can't figure out what's wrong or how to treat her. Xue Ling grew anxious. "So she needs a big hospital with a neurology department, right?" "Yes," Boss Liao said. "Only a big hospital in the provincial capital with a neurology department." Xue Ling thought for a moment. "My uncle is a top doctor in the provincial capital, and his wife is too. They both work at a big hospital. Take me to the doctor so I can get the details. I'll ask them for help." She knew Uncle Xue Ling and his wife were both famous doctors at a major hospital and should know the procedures. Saving a life is urgent. Maybe they could help. No matter what, she had to try. "Really?" Boss Liao's eyes lit up and he grabbed her, rushing to the doctor's office. A few minutes later, Xue Ling pulled out her address book and hurried to the public phone. She dialed Uncle Xue Ling's home number, but no one answered. Figuring they were at work, she needed their office numbers. Her mother had told her recently that Uncle Xue Ling had applied for early retirement, but the hospital leadership refused, asking him to stay a few more years to train young doctors. He had reluctantly agreed to work another year, and his wife still had a few months before reaching retirement age, so they wouldn't be returning to the capital for New Year's, planning to come north next summer instead. She called Xue Heng's office, and he answered quickly. "I still have some accounts to settle for Uncle, need to finish them by tomorrow." "I need Uncle and Aunt's office numbers," Xue Ling said quickly. "A friend needs to be transferred to the provincial hospital urgently. Can they help?" "Sure." Xue Heng immediately gave her both numbers. "Call my mom first. Her neurology department is the best in the province." "Great, thanks." Xue Ling hung up and immediately dialed her aunt's number. A nurse answered and asked her to wait. After more than 3 minutes, her aunt finally came to the phone. After hearing Xue Ling's explanation, her aunt said, "Get the patient transferred here as soon as possible. For cases like this, every day lost means less hope. I'll arrange for an ICU ambulance to pick her up right away.